dust.
I told you that already. It's dust.
Shut
Get
the fuck
over
up.
it.
Look, let me tell you the proofs we have.
I've tried
we
to
have
tell
the
you
proof of-
10,000 times. It's just dust, and you keep saying it's not.
Oh, Berserker. Let's take this Mars thing, okay? Number one, there's no verification, no validation for the photo in the first place. Okay, so we first have to grant you that it's actually a photo of this so-called body of mass in space, right? And that in doing that, we have to grant you like a space to begin with. We have to grant you that you have orbits of masses and stuff like that. You're asking us to grant you so much stuff that you have no evidence for. And then finally we have to grant you that there's actually dust and that you've somehow like got a sample of it and confirmed that the sky is dust because of winds and stuff like that. None of which 0% have you proven. So you're just asking us to just believe you.
I mean, like, I don't have studies on hand. It's not like I like.
Yeah.
Well, why do you make the claim if you have no proof, bro? Like, a fool talks about something they don't know.
I was trying to find it for y'all, but y'all just kept throwing shit at me, so I had to go look for evidence for those two. So just give me a second while I look up the studies for them. Like, shit, man.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Just can't remember.
Look, as percent said, you only make claims, but you don't provide proofs, empirical proofs. Like there is no crime without a body. You'll have to have the body.
The claim that there should be a black sky, and you have no evidence for that. You didn't do any measurements for dust or atmosphere. You just trusted Google. So literally, you're doing the same thing I'm doing.
No, he's not. He granted the 1% atmosphere thing. He granted that 1% atmosphere thing, and he made a deductive argument saying if it's 1% atmosphere, it should be black sky.
You are the ones who come and all the time ask ChatGPT and don't think by yourself.
I don't ask ChatGPT. I go to peer-reviewed scientific literature.
At a height of 19 miles on Earth, the atmosphere is 99% less. Under it is 99%. So it's 1% atmosphere at a height of 19 miles on Earth, and then you will not see a blue sky on daylight. You will see black sky. So a little bit dust.
Airplanes that you can buy a ticket, and the pressure
no one's denying that the pressure decreases as you go up in altitude. I'm just explaining why.
Okay, no, that's not why. Because if the pressure decreases, that means there is less air, there is less air molecules. And if you go higher in altitude, you see the sky getting darker. And if you go higher and higher and higher, you'll eventually, arrive in a part where it's only vacuum, and you receive the Kármán line, and you are in space.
That's something you can't validate. You're adding assumptions into something.
No, that's something you don't believe because you don't believe in gravity. That's the problem.
Gravity doesn't compress gas, okay? For it to compress gas, it has to be a force.
No, gravity pulls together the gas on our planet.
Езthat's what you're saying. It's your asserting. But I'm going to tell you the
what's
temperature...
proven by science.
Can you be any more vague?
No, that's what's proven by the theory of relative, by science. That gravity warps space and time and pulls our gas together with our planet.
Do you know what the gas laws are? Can you cite maybe 3 or 4?
Yeah, I can cite them, everyone. So which one do you want?
Okay, go ahead.
So you have the pressure, volume, and temperature. You have the Boyle's law, for example, and at constant temperature, the pressure of gas is inversely proportional to its volume. You have the Charles law, and it's like heating air causes it to expand. Like that's why we see not air balloons; they fly up.
Awesome, I believe you.
Yeah, Lusak's
law. I've got a physics background too. Okay,
No, you're not an engineer. You're not a physics. Otherwise, you don't believe the Earth is flat.
No, listen, I accept this. Now, where is gravity in PV equals nRT?
Yeah, but gosh, man, you cannot still be this stupid. That's not the problem. That's two completely different things. You don't get it.
No, listen. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this through Avogadro's law. Are you ready?
Okay, so
through Avogadro's law, I'm going to take radon, oxygen, and helium. I'm going to put 10 moles in each of these gases inside 3 different boxes.
Gosh, but you don't get it without gravity pulling the gas to the center. The laws wouldn't apply the same way.
Bear with me, dude.
The laws wouldn't apply the same way. You don't get it.
All right, do you see the problem yet?
No. Without gravity, the laws wouldn't apply the same way. And we have tested it in airplanes, in high altitude airplanes. We have tested it in space as well. The gas law, different. Are different there.
They're different. They're different when you go to Star Trek world. Listen, calm down.
No, when you go to space, they become different.
Yeah,
so you're factually wrong.
Star Trek world. No, listen. Do these gas molecules have different masses and have different gravitational constants?
No, it's all the same constant. It's all the same gravitational constant.
Yeah. So if I take 10 moles of radon, 10 moles of oxygen, and 10 moles of helium and put them in 3 different boxes of equal dimension.
It depends because they have different molar masses. They have different molar masses.
They absolutely do. One is so-called heavier than the other, right? Like radon's heavier than oxygen, which is heavier than helium.
Yeah, exactly.
So I put these 3 different gas molecules in 3 different boxes. I pressurize the box. The boxes have the same volume, and the temperature is the same, and the pressure is the same.
Well, that's what do you mean? You put them. Then you're putting less volume. You know?
No. The volume's the same.
No, then you're lying.
The same, and the pressure is the same. You know why? Because you know what gas pressure is defined by. Gas pressure is defined by the frequency. The frequency of gas molecules hitting the surface, regardless of mass. Avogadro's law demonstrates scientifically that
I know
gas pressure is
number of particles per square meter. I know that.
Yeah. Boltzmann's constant, Maxwell's curve. Yes, gas pressure is going to be the same
all about
on top, on the bottom, and on the sides for 3 different gases of equal number of molecules.
If you know all about it, how come that you just contradicted yourself, right? He proved
No, because he's using science.
You know about it.
The point is, he's using science. He's warping science.
I am using science. This is observed in nature.
To sustain a delusion that the Earth is a flat pizza.
Listen. There are cave systems. I have cave system studies showing how gases inside of caves, trapped inside of caves, without any exchange whatsoever with the outside world. These gas molecules, different types.
I've heard it all. I need to respond to that. I mean, I need to respond.
They've not separated based off of mass.
I need to answer.
Molecules like the heavier gas. Yeah, I know the heavier gas molecules don't settle to the bottom, and the lighter gas molecules don't go to the top due to gravity. Okay. This is not observed in nature.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you.
Argument.
So the Avogadro law, it's regarding number of molecules and volume that the gas contains. So you have V divided by N1 equals V2 divided by N2. And so what this tells us is same volume, same pressure, and the same temperature, they have the same number of molecules. That's what the Avogadro law says, basically. Now, why does Avogadro law supports the globe Earth model? The Earth as being a globe? Because, first of all, it explains the atmospheric density that changes with altitude. So if you go higher, you have lower pressure and fewer molecules per volume. If you go lower,
gravity causing that. Listen, if you claim that gravity is causing that, do you know what the enthalpic process is in thermodynamics?
I'm not even talking about that.
I am, because you are.
Gravity pulls the air molecules towards the center, making it lower atmosphere density.
Enthalpy happens when you condense molecules together and they release heat because of the friction.
The problem is you don't understand.
That is the problem. When you have gravity compressing gas,
you don't believe in gravity. That's the whole problem of the issue.
Listen, when you have a claim of gravity compressing gas molecules, there must be an enthalpic process. Heat must be released. Can you demonstrate that enthalpy, due to gravity, is releasing heat due to the compression of gas molecules under gravity?
Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't happen in nature. Furthermore, is there an isochoric compression of gas
That's not what
molecules.
happens. You're making confusion in
No,
your head.
listen. Okay, let me continue.
You're just rambling. You're saying things that are lies.
The heat energy of a system is given by 1/2 times mass times velocity squared, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you substitute V of the gas molecules, which is equivalent in Maxwell's equation to 1 over the square root of mass, you can cancel out mass. And the entire heat of the system is described as a consequence of the temperature and not the gravitational component.
Okay, so okay. I'll just pick up the point, the issue. So you're pretty much saying
listen, this debunks enthalpy caused by gravity, doesn't it?
Okay, I've seen what's your point. So you're saying that gravity isn't the thing because we cannot directly measure it as a force, and how does its energy of a system relate to sustaining a globe Earth? That's what pretty much you're asking, and you want to know the answer for that question.
Yeah.
So heat energy, it's like thermal energy, right? It's not a replacement for gravity. So you cannot really literally take gravity and substitute it with heat energy, because the atmospheric behavior we see needs to be caused by gravity and by heat altogether. So when warm air rises, cool air sinks, and that happens because of gravity. Without gravity, there is no up or down. There is no up or down.
Temperature.
No, it's not about temperature.
Yeah.
In gravity, if there is no gravity, listen, you're interrupting me. If there is no gravity, air molecules would float randomly, and we would see that pattern. We don't see
wait, hold on. If there's no gravity, then molecules float randomly. Describe.
You wouldn't have layers in your atmosphere.
Describe Brownian motion.
What is that?
Brownian motion. Vectors of gas molecules responding to changes in temperature. There is no preferred vector of up and down.
It's all false to a point, man. You just don't believe in gravity. That's the problem. You don't think gravity is real.
No, gravity and gas molecules do not interact, according to Avogadro's law, like I described earlier.
Because that's a really small scale. You don't get it. We see layers in our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is very thin. Our atmosphere gets thinner. We can see the vacuum. We can measure the vacuum. Atmosphere is higher up, are less denser than.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Because of gravity. Gravity pulls the atmosphere together. We can see layers.
Yeah, we can. Thanks, because it's colder.
He just lied about being able to measure the vacuum in the sky. He just lied about that.
Not measure the vacuum. We measure the lack of molecules as we go higher.
Yeah.
And that's caused by gravity.
No, it's temperature. It's colder.
I know. Listen, I know you don't want to admit that gravity is real because your own model will fail.
I don't have to admit anything.
You don't want to admit that gravity is real because your own model will fail. That's the problem.
Listen, I'm using model of kinetic molecular theory, all of the models, and all of the gas
all those models are constructed to work in a globe Earth model, and you're using it to warp it and to use it in your flat Earth model, and that doesn't work like that.
There's no gravitational vector of gas molecules. We are not sloshing through pools of carbon dioxide around our ankles when we walk around Earth.
Yeah, but that's such a small scale.
Yeah, but small scale. Where is the big scale?
Don't you get it? The big scale is the planet.
Right.
Gravity pulls the atmosphere together.
Planet.
Tiny little bit.
Okay, Captain Picard. Show me. Okay, let's
large scale of the atmosphere.
Oh, in your Starship Enterprise, Captain Ruga-Peso. Let's go in the Starship Enterprise and let's visit Jupiter.
Okay, now, like 30 minutes ago, you're saying that, okay, we can go to the ISS, it's facing the planet, they're orbiting and everything. We can see the rockets go to space. And that's that. You're not making fun of me. But now that you know that if you go higher, we can see the vacuum. Not see the vacuum, but we can measure the vacuum. We can see the lack of atmosphere. We can see the lack of atmosphere. And because of gravity, which is much weaker there, right?
Oh, really? How
weak is gravity at the
ISS? Okay, how weak is gravity at the level?
Well, it's space. That is vacuum. Gravity is weaker.
Yeah. Let's say you're in the vacuum of space where the ISS astronauts need a spacesuit. How strong is gravity?
Well, gravity. I mean, the acceleration. If you,
Yeah.
I mean, technically
It's about the same, isn't it?
force. No, it technically is the same force
It's
that's
about the
applying to
same.
you.
Yeah, it's about the same as it is on Earth for those astronauts.
Yeah,
up
but
there.
you're falling. You're infinitely falling.
You got like two yeah buts going on. Thanks for the concession.
You're infinitely falling. That's why you're orbiting the planet.
Oh, okay. No, you need a rotation for that. We talked about the rotation vector that's missing. Can you provide that?
Yeah, that's the world problem. You just don't believe in gravity because it's
I
it's
don't
going to
believe.
ruin
No,
your model.
I have no reason to believe in it because it contradicts everything that we know about
No, it
gas
doesn't.
behavior.
It sustains it.
No, it doesn't explain it. There's no gravity in the kinetic molecular theory of gas, and there's no gravity in any gas law.
That's why you cannot
EV
always.
does not equal
This
G.
is why you cannot debate the
or
flat
whatever.
earther with big science because you
Stop
warp big
talking.
science to make fun of to try to
Stop talking straight over people when they're mid-sentence. Look, if you want to last in this channel, right, you need to have a normal conversation like the other people that come in here. Every time Sporadic starts talking, halfway through his sentence, right, you can't contain yourself and you start talking over the top of him, right? So just please try to do better, okay?
Yep. I'm actually going to bow out right now. I have to finish this stuff on my car. So, please take over. Thanks.
All right, catch you soon, Sporadic.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Everything he said just made sense. Just saying
No, it
nah.
does, because you cannot.
Everything he just said, when he obviously knows a lot more about it than you do.
No, it doesn't. The thing is, you cannot talk about gravity
to
or
the audience
science.
like he did.
Gravity
right?
related
This is
with the flat
recorded,
earth
and you can
because
listen to
gravity
it back.
doesn't work in the flat earth model.
There's no gravity, right? Gravity is a magical pseudo force, right? That you need to have your
it's a
globe
force
there.
that was explained by the theory of relativity, and it was first
Bro, the
discovered as
force
a
of
concept by Isaac
gravity
Newton.
was
Yeah.
superseded. Yeah, superseded
So
110
for you,
years
Albert
ago.
Einstein is wrong, and you're right. The flat earther, DJ.
No.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying that. I'm saying that I can show you
he's
empirical
right.
evidence.
He's right, and you're wrong. And all the scientists are right, and you're
I'm
wrong.
going to ban you from the channel if you keep interrupting everyone mid-sentence, bro. I know you well from the PNR server. I'm not going to put up with your shit. I won't hesitate, right? So stop talking us straight over the top of people. Like I warned you a bunch of times, dude. Don't do it.
Okay. So all the scientists that ever existed, and most of them, which are millions at this point across the ages, they also stated that the thesis that Earth is a globe, and they have proved it many, many times. And you still don't believe it because you're stubborn. You don't like to believe because for some reason you think it's the government. Government is trying to control you, and everyone. This is just a big conspiracy theory, and they just want us to believe that we live in a globe. So I want to ask you why.
It's just a straw man argument, right? So that wasn't my claim. So you're claiming the Earth's a globe, but you can't even find
I'm
any
just asking why
curvature
you
that
don't
must
trust
be
the
there.
government.
See, look, I
Yeah,
started
the
talking.
science.
As soon as I started talking, you talked over the top of me again.
You're not answering my question.
You can't control yourself, dude. You're unhinged. You can't have a normal conversation, and that's why it gets heated. Because you can't just have a normal conversation. Doesn't matter how many times I warn you, you just don't change.
I'm just asking.
He's being emotional because he cannot demonstrate the gravity belief that he holds. So that's why he's.
I'm asking why you don't believe in the scientists.
Dude, Gemsy was just talking, and then you just started talking straight over Gemsy.
Well,
Do you see the problem? Like, you keep over talking people.
Okay, so
That's the
answer
main
my
problem.
question.
What's your question?
Why don't you believe in all the science, in all the scientists that ever produced the evidence that Earth is a globe?
It's not about belief. It's about checking empirical evidence.
So you don't think people with background in studies that actually put their entire lives into knowing stuff, right, and discovering new
Name
things?
one of them that prove the Earth's a globe. Name one of them and show us how they did it. Let's go through the process empirically.
Yeah, that's all you all say, but they all believe that. So why would they believe it?
This
Why
isn't
would
about belief. This isn't. So
accept me.
So this isn't about belief.
Yeah, so you can do it. I just cannot do it, but you can do it. Sure, I mean, it's fine.
So why don't I just believe like you do? Yeah, that's real smart.
Yeah, it's not about believing. It's about people studied and they realized that, And you want to be skeptical. You want to be an extreme skeptical, and that's fine. But I like to put my trust in people that know more than I do, And that's why we believe in science, and that's why Albert Einstein theory of relativity explains that why the Earth is a globe, And you don't believe that because you don't see empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. You don't see curvature over measurements and everything over distance. Albert Einstein achieved this conclusion. All the scientists that study astrophysics, physics, chemistry, geology, that are related to NASA.
You're just making stuff up, dude.
You're confusing science for pseudoscience. You're claiming pseudoscience.
You are pseudoscience. You use science against science.
You know what? Einstein said in his
and what
general
you do is dangerous because you share misinformation.
Einstein actually supposed that a flat Earth could work with general relativity, and he described a method of operation for which it could. And he further explained that there'd be no way to tell the difference.
That's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
So ridiculous.
He thought it was ridiculous, and you do too, but he didn't. I mean, according to the math, it doesn't seem ridiculous because the math provides an invariance. You have no way to determine whether one is true or the other due to relativity itself. You cannot make your own positive claims due to Einstein constraining you.
You do realize that we don't even need to go to Einstein. Einstein never believed the Earth was flat, but you realize that you realize that besides the fact that the theory of relativity explains why the Earth is a globe, we can.
No, it doesn't. I went over this with you earlier.
We can see it why it's a globe just by looking at the sky.
Listen, earlier I described a system that was conceived by a team of physicists in an Italian university who said that Earth could be the top surface, the flat surface of a cylinder that extends effectively infinitely deep. The mass of that cylinder and the gravity vectors that result could force the downward vector into perpendicular.
That's not how gravity works. Gravity pulls everything together to the same point in space.
You go again, talking over me. They said that due to the length and mass of the cylinder, that the gravity vectors would produce perpendicular lines to the flat surface upon which a flat world would exist on the top of the cylinder. They used Einstein's field equations to prove it.
Well, that's just factually wrong because that's not how gravity works.
No, you need to just saying stuff without having any basis for them. You can't just talk nonsense and say, nah, I believe something else, therefore that's true. That's just dumb. Stop it.
So how gravity works is our gravity puts a force in every single surface. It's the same force, and it pulls the same matter to the same point in space-time at the same time. And that's why when you go
say that, that's appealing to repetition. You're just chanting your belief system. You're not providing any evidence for that.
And that's why
do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference between providing evidence and chanting the same thing over and over again?
And that's why when you go to the International Space Station,
you're not going to listen to what I'm saying and just keep chanting.
So that's why when you go to the International Space Station, and I know you don't believe in the AISS, but when you go there, you produce a bubble of water.
Put words in our mouth. We're not saying we don't believe in random stuff. We're not saying we don't believe in things falling.
Water gets
We're teaching you how the gas laws work.
Both of you shut up.
It's the same thing.
Both of you shut up. Tell me where is the edge of the globe? First.
Can you be coherent?
No, I'm asking you a question. Where is the edge of the world? I want to go there.
Yeah, well, we didn't make any claims about the edge of the world, so maybe make a coherent question. What did John Cena eat today?
Is the earth is globe or flat? What do you believe?
We don't need a belief. We used to believe in the globe just like you. And then we went out into the world and we tested the world compared to the belief we were taught as children and throughout our schooling. And turns out the world does not conform to the globe they taught you live on. You don't live on a ball.
So did you find the edge?
No, I just told you, do you have problem hearing? We do not claim anything about an edge, and so that is not related to our claims in any way. If you want to claim an edge, you're welcome to. If you want to find an edge, you're welcome to. That has no relation to us. If you ask again, I will just mute you.
If the Earth is flat, then there should be an edge.
Earth is measured flat, yes. You can go out and measure it yourself and know the Earth is not a ball. That's correct. You don't need to believe anyone. We don't ask you to believe us. We don't ask you to believe anybody else. All you got to do is go out and test the world for yourself, and then you will know just like us. Or you can be like the other guy over here who just wants to believe in the ball and just trusts the authorities and people he doesn't know. And that's fine. He can live like that in a belief system, in a cult. However, that's not our choice. We choose to actually be empirical, go test the world, and understand the world around us, not just take it on faith from authority using fallacious reasoning, which is what the other guy did.
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Hey, Drace, does the microphone quality sound okay?
Sounds great.
I don't like
Awesome.
you sitting right next to me.
Okay, so I'm going to unmute you, Rugapezo, and we're going to see if you're still talking, still flipping out. I just want you to relax, and instead of telling us about your beliefs, I want to hear again the same things you repeat about how you believe gravity works. If you got evidence to support your beliefs, feel free to talk about that. I would love to hear about that. If you got a scientist, because you appealed to all scientists earlier, which is a fallacy, but if you have a scientist that you think has evidence, please point us towards him and we will gladly look at it.
Okay, I'm not even gonna talk about gravity. I'm not gonna talk about scientists. What I'm gonna talk about is the stars. And I know you believe that stars are just lights in the sky, but they're not. But anyways, the sky we see in the northern hemisphere.
Bro. No, you inverted that. You believe the stars are not just lights in the sky, while you only perceive them as lights in the sky. We don't have a belief about what the stars are, but we also perceive the lights as lights in the sky, just like you.
That's a pretty slick attempt at poisoning the well.
Okay. I'll put myself in your level then. Okay, stars just lights in the sky. What we see in North Hemisphere, right? It's a completely different.
Stop.
Just
we didn't say the stars are just lights in the sky. What did I say?
I don't know. You don't claim anything for the stars. Okay, let's just.
I gave him an entire college level lecture on gas behavior.
We'll just say
an entire freshman level college lecture on gas behavior.
I know.
For me, and you ignored it. So you're done.
Let's just assume the part of the stars. The stars we see in the Northern Hemisphere are completely different from the stars we see in the South Hemisphere. Completely different set of stars. The stars we see in the North Hemisphere, they spin around Polaris.
I'll help you out, bro.
I'll help you out, bro.
No problem.
You're interrupting me.
No, I heard you. The stars we see in the northern part of the world is different than the stars we see in the southern part of the world.
And they spin around Polaris in the North Hemisphere. They spin around South Cross in the South Hemisphere. In the counter.
Relax.
Why you are interrupting him? Let him finish his question. What the fuck?
I heard him. It's okay. No problem. I'm just going to make this quick and easy.
Yeah, hold on, Andres. Dude, you got your argument wrong. Stars don't spin around the Southern Cross. So you might want to correct that.
Yeah, it's super easy, okay? So when you're in your living room, the ceiling above you is different than when you're in your bedroom. The two places are different locations, and so the roof above those locations is not the same.
No, the South Cross is the South Celestial Pole, and the southern equivalent of Polaris. So, if you're gonna go south in anywhere in the South Hemisphere, you just look for the South Cross, and you will roughly go south. If the Earth was flat or with an edge or something, you would have many souths, and that wouldn't work. You can be in Australia, you could be in Argentina, you can be in the middle of Pacific. If you point south, you will see the Red Cross, the South Cross. And that's a fact. And if you're in the North Hemisphere, there is only one North, and you just look at Polaris and you go north. And all the stars in the North Hemisphere, they rotate around Polaris, and all the stars in the South Hemisphere, they rotate around the South Cross. And
they don't
counter in different movements. In the North Hemisphere, they rotate in a clockwise movement, and in the South Hemisphere, they rotate in a counterclockwise movement. And that can only be explained with the Earth being a globe in a ball, not with a flat pizza.
The Earth could be a cube, and that would be true. Brother, there could be a cube, and that would be true. You're just saying it can't happen on a globe. And they don't go. Listen, why are you interrupting me? What the hell was that? You get electric shock right there? Dude, you all right? Yeah, so
most basic evidence.
Cross, that stars don't circle like Southern Cross. You can see the Southern Cross from 28 North. What are you talking about?
No.
You can see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands. You can see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands, which is off the western coast of Africa.
The South Cross is used for navigation because it points roughly to the South Celestial Pole.
Yeah, but the stars don't circle around it, right?
They do. They do circle around it.
So they circle around 28 latitude?
They circle around that point in the sky where which
not a
South
point.
Cross is almost there, almost precisely.
Okay, I'm gonna put a video in the chat that shows the Southern Cross. I'm photographing it from the top of the Canary Islands, and they're at 28 North latitude.
The Southern Cross is not the South Celestial. They're not the same thing. The South Celestial is like a point that the Southern Cross revolves around, allegedly. But the Southern Cross is not the South Celestial.
But it's roughly the South Celestial. That's the norm.
No,
that's what we use to go south. We just look at the South Cross.
How would you be able to see it at 28 North? You're basically telling us my model's broken.
No, you could see it, but it doesn't work because you're not in the South Hemisphere.
Do you know 28 North means you're 28 degrees north of the equator? You're not supposed to be able to see the South Celestial Pole at the equator. So how would you ever see it? 28
if you're not supposed to see it, you don't see it, I guess. That's a lie, then.
Yeah, it's not a lie, bro.
Then you're lying, you're just straight up lying.
Yeah, you're about to see how much I'm lying in 3 seconds.
Arguing in an image. That's your fitting information.
No, the guy taking the photograph. He's a globe earther too, so that's the hilarious part.
And how do you explain the movement? Why do they rotate in a counterclockwise movement?
They don't rotate.
They do. They rotate around a single point in the sky.
No, they don't.
So you're just straight up lying like a child. You're just a stubborn little child. You're saying, "Oh, no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. They do."
No, you're confusing the explanation with the description. Okay, so descriptively, they go in an arc in what appears to be a circle.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Can I finish? But it only appears to be a circle is because star trails overlap other star trails. If you wanted to see a single star go in a circle, you would need a 24-hour time lapse, which no one's ever done. Okay? But they don't rotate, right? If you drew a circle on a piece of paper, you wouldn't say, I just drew a rotation. Would you?
Yeah, these idiots actually cool,
Answer my question.
Yeah, you just shut yourself circle on that video.
If you drew a circle on a sheet of paper, would you say that was a rotation?
No, No, that's not a rotation. What do you mean a rotation? No.
You're saying the stars, you look up, they make circles.
Oh
and you're calling
gosh,
that a
man, your
rotation.
concepts are all mixed up. Okay, you know what? Okay, sure.
Dude, stop interrupting. He bolted. Do. L's in the chat.
Yeah, he was just spamming
It's
fallacies
gone?
at sporadic
Oh my
earlier.
gosh.
I was
He
listening to that and I was
pulled the
getting
ripcord,
annoyed.
jumped out the airplane.
Yeah, this is the guy that I was talking about the other day. I'm sure some of you remember me talking about that. He goes from room to room to room to room, and then so even by the time you're talking 2 hours have passed by, he's been in 30, 40 rooms, so he doesn't remember what he's been schooled on here before. So, best thing to do with him is to just expedite him on to his next room choice.
I also don't understand why they
he's
think.
a useful purpose.
I don't understand why they think they can latch onto the sky if the ground lacks curvature, and that's already been established. No matter what you do when you point at the sky, it's not going to change the first instance of you looking at the ground itself.
I didn't even get to his claim of implied claim of curving vectors of gas molecules.
I know he just didn't want to hear any of it. It was a I deny all of science. Meanwhile, I appeal to this ambiguous science that supposedly supports me.
Yeah, he's basically an anti. He's an anti-flat earther, basically. Like he would come into PNR every day, just spiraling out like that. He's had all of these things explained to him 50 times. He's just intellectually dishonest and a typical slimy snake.
He's got some physics education at least. Like he was able to rattle off the gas laws from the top of his head. I mean, there's something there to work with.
Top of his head, or is he just gone on enough rooms and used Chat GPT enough that he remembers the few magic words?
Yeah, he didn't know anything about Avogadro law, and then you explained it to him, and then while you were explaining it to him, after you'd finished explaining it, then he repeated what you said as if he knew it, like he had time to quickly ChatGPT it.
Yeah, that's true. And then he tried to shoehorn it into gravity. He didn't understand the technical concepts, like what isochoric compression was, what enthalpy was. He didn't understand what that was.
Yeah, because he probably couldn't spell those words on the fly into ChatGPT. Farouk, welcome to the channel.
Thanks, how are you?
Good, bro. How are you? What brings you into the Flat Earth channel? If you're trying to speak, we cannot hear you. Tio, welcome. Yeah, something's going on with your microphone, Farouk.
Okay. Some error.
The Amish. Sporadic. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
what's up, man?
Right. Yeah, I just want to talk to you about the celestial deodolite. And Stellarium, the flat earth simulator. Stellarium, the flat earth. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I talked to one of them. I went on they're doing like a X space, and Ken was on there, so I talked to him. I basically told him like what the issues with. He didn't argue with me. He just like, yeah. So I just like said, hey, you know, celestial theodolite's great and shit, but it's almost a straw man of the globe model because the Globers are straw manning their own model. And then we're like, okay, this Stellarium thing, this is the gold model, and we're going to go along with your straw man. Like, they're like straw manning themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the whole thing is circular for that reason. So I was talking to actually Jesse, Path of Light, and he DM'd me. He's like, hey, check this out. Like, I can use their same logic and prove concave Earth. He walked through it with me.
Oh yeah, yeah. Of course you could.
Right.
You just change the sign, dude. It's like all you gotta do.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Like, because it's circular. So, you know, like what they're doing is, it's gotten even worse, man. Like they've ditched the angles and they're going to using timing of stars in their presumed positions. Like Heffron keeps moving the goalposts, and now it's the delta is no longer an angle distance relationship, but a timing relationship. And it's still got the same fundamental error because it has to do with the time of observation, and the time of observation has an angle to it, and he's trying to dismiss that the angle and distance relationship matters. You know, for the audience paying attention, what they're doing is they're triangulating a height of like a mountain from a flat x-axis. And then they're saying if Earth is a globe, then the star should be above the mountain by this amount, but it's not, so therefore it's flat. And they're not measuring the length of the x-axis, but they're assuming it. And they're assuming it based actually on the globe model in the first place. The whole thing is just so messed up. They're assuming the length based off of latitude and longitude coordinates.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
in the 69 to 1 relationship. Right. So when they assume,
right?
Yeah,
the datum for the mountain is a WGS 84. So that height of the mountain, you know, the angle that they're supposed to measure should fit the globe. You know what I mean? Because there's a drop, and then like so.
Yeah, so they're using the 69 to 1 rule on flat Earth, which is a problem because they're using that to calculate the height of the mountain and the distance to it based off of the angle and applying the 69 to 1 rule.
Yeah.
The 69 to 1 rule only works when you use a celestial sphere and a terrestrial sphere in conjunction with one another. So they got that messed up. Basically, what they got is a conversion factor to flatten out the celestial sphere based off of what is not observed, but what should be there. And their results are actually crazy because what they claim to have calculated as a consequence of applying their conversion produces parallel light rays on a flat Earth, which is wrong. And I've used their own slides to demonstrate that that's what they're doing, and they are pissed off.
There's something weird going on in the math, though. It just like I'm trying to figure it out. It's probably like the parallel.
That's what it is, Indio. I pointed
out. Parallel rays thing. It's like, so if you go along the surface of the Earth, I go from point A, like rays are parallel there, and then I go to point B, they're parallel there, but they'd be coming in at a different angle at point A versus point B. And
right.
That's fucking idiotic, right? That's like
it is.
I can have a bunch of sets of parallel rays.
They apply the correction, which in their mind is what is actually real. After they apply the delta, they say this is what the truth is. And the truth is that the light is hitting the observer on Heffron's back porch at the same angle as it's hitting an observer at Pikes Peak, like 30 miles away. After applying the delta, they say that's the case, that is what true reality is. And I said, okay, if that's truly the case, then you got parallel light from an infinitely distant source that has an effectively flat surface relative to a flat Earth. That's incompatible from a topological standpoint. And I pointed that out in my paper.
Yeah, but I think it's the parallel rays, but it's in the. I think the parallel ray problem is the model itself. Because so like say you're at the North Pole, parallel rays there are coming straight down. But then if I go to the equator, the parallel rays there are coming straight down. Well, how can you have two sets of parallel rays?
Well, it requires the curving surface to reconcile.
But that doesn't. Like, let's say I could see a star that I see it. Yeah, I guess that would. No, because they always depict it as coming.
Yeah, the angle.
Angle
differentiates because of the curving surface.
Like, say I was at the equator, right? So the rays will be coming directly over my head from zenith, right? But I could look sideways and look at stars that are like above the North Pole. And those rays have to be also parallel, right? So it's like,
correct.
How do you have a whole bunch of parallel directions? It's really
right. Like you're like all these angles.
Yeah, it's like weird. I don't know.
Yeah, optically, right? Like optically, if all these angles are coming in parallel into your eyeball, then it should be washed out in the sky. Like you shouldn't be able to see anything. You should just see white everywhere.
Yeah. It wouldn't. How are they converging at your eye and in parallel? That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Right. It's wrong. Right? So
like in the spherical geometry, the Earth is at the origin of coordinates. They just disregard what the Earth is. But then when they depict it as a sphere, the surface of the sphere's got a bunch of parallel rays. So it's like, how can you have a converging all around you, right? Rays and then also parallel at the same time? That it obviously doesn't work because parallels don't converge.
Yep, that's exactly it. Yep, the model is wrong, like you pointed out. That's exactly it. And they're applying that model to a flat Earth proof, which is creating these contradictions in their claims, and they don't freaking see it. What's funny is like the anti-flat earthers do. Like I've been talking to Jesse, Omnivore, even Matt Lawrence, and a few others in back chats and DMs. They all get what I'm saying, and they're like, "Wow!" Like Jesse and Omnivore both said to me independently, "Wow, I never considered that they're actually producing a claim that there's parallel light to flat Earth. You're exactly right." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a big problem." So they're having a field day with it right now, and that entire group, man. Like I think you're right. It was a big sunk cost. They wanted to bring this esteemed astronomer into the forefront who's worked on satellites for like 50 years. Because he's come out as one of us, but they're willing to support his broken claims in order to make him feel comfortable with the community so that he resides with us. They weren't willing to push back on his claims, and that's a problem. And this is why they believe in the whole like toroidal ether concept as opposed to providing actual empirical data for it. I mean, their entire cosmology is based on beliefs and stuff.
I don't touch the ether thing.
Me neither.
Until someone brings out some evidence, like I don't even pay any mind.
There's something goofy going on, but I'm not going to make a claim about it because I know like the Sagnac effect only appears when they rotate the Sagnac table of lasers, right? Like Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune. He spins the freaking wheel and suddenly the interference pattern shows up. And you know what? The interference pattern itself doesn't show a velocity. It shows a phase shift, but that velocity is only calculated when you assign a reference frame. The reference frame could be the stars, which is what everybody seems to agree on. It could also be the sun or the moon or an asteroid, or it could be stationary.
There's so many things that cause phase shifts, dude. Like,
I didn't even get into that. Yeah.
So, do you ever hear of like the Arnold-Bohm effect?
No.
So they can shoot let's call it a photon. I hate that word, but photon or electron. You can shoot it past the like a solenoid, right? Outside the solenoid, the magnetic field is zero, but mathematically, it exists as like a what do they call it? The vector potential.
All right, so there's a gradient of intensity.
Yeah, so
I got
you. It will cause a phase shift, even though it isn't supposed to exist physically. It's only supposed to be a mathematical.
It's like a statistical curve, then.
Yeah, so there is they haven't found the electrical version of this.
Direction.
Yeah, so theoretically there should be an electrical version of this. They found the magnetic version, doing like a double slit with the solenoid in the center, and then they can interfere, right? You shoot a particle through both slit, one through one slit, one through the other, and then you can interfere them. Well, no. You shoot light through the double slit, you put the solenoid on the other side of the slit. Or maybe it's the front. I can't remember. I haven't looked at this in a while. So because the magnetic field is not supposed to have the outside the solenoid, it's supposed to be all contained because of the way the geometry of the way the wires are wrapped, it's supposed to be all in the center. You're still measuring a phase shift, even though there's supposed to be no magnetic field outside of it, right? They're measuring a phase shift on the screen on the other side. So there's supposed to be an electrical version of this that they haven't found yet. So like even something like this. So if we have a magnetic field in Earth, and if it's in motion, this would cause like an identical phase shift as, say, Earth rate drift or something, because the direction of the magnetic field points is going to change the direction on which there's a phase shift, right? If you're pointing the north, so the field, let's say the field is moving towards the North Pole, right? If you have the orientation of the object and you rotate it within the field, you're going to cause a phase shift because the orientation of the field is changing relative to the device. And these guys are like, magnetic fields don't affect photons. Well, yeah they do. In certain circumstances, they do. If they're blasted by a solenoid, like, so. I'm just like jabbering. I'm just saying that there's so many things create phase shifts. To say yes,
I mean it's a positional, right? Like there's a reference frame difference between the position of one versus the other, and that doesn't indicate velocity. So you got like a reference frame shift between one and versus the other. That doesn't mean one is moving towards the other. It means that you've got two different vantage points.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and like the ether thing, all I go back to is Whittaker. Sir Edmund Whittaker wrote 2 volumes on people trying to figure out what the ether was, and I'm like, yeah, he did it. Yeah. I'm not doing anything about that. I'm just like minding my own business over here. I ain't jumping my 2 feet into that pool. Like, you know what I mean? It's like this guy went from the beginning of the Roman Empire to the current day and went through every theory of ether, and they've all failed. So I'm not jumping in that pool.
Yep, that's a good point. I need to add that to my.
It's on archive.org, right? So you can get it there. It's
Whittaker.
Yeah, Whittaker's theories of ether electricity from ancient times to today.
Sounds great.
I think that's the title of it.
Is that PDF on our home server? If not, it should be.
Yeah, it probably is.
Okay.
But like,
gotta say,
this dude, he's a knighted freaking scientist. He's like wrote 2 volumes about it. Like, what am I going to add to this body of work? Nothing.
Opinions.
Yeah, speculation, right? So, and like these guys were looking for it, and some of them are brilliant experimentalists, and they couldn't find it. What the hell am I going to do? It's like, if it exists, they're doing it wrong. Like whatever, like, because they have an idea of the way it should work, they're looking for it in a certain way. And you can model electricity and magnetism as an ether and describe their behavior using this type of model. But obviously, whatever, because they model it as like an incompressible fluid or a gas. That's how Maxwell modeled it, like mechanically. But that's just like, you have to reify that to think any of that shit's real. And what's really going on, no one's figured that shit out yet. So, and I doubt I'm gonna figure it out. I don't even have a research budget.
A lot of that stuff more recently, within like the past 150 years, was produced within a globe cosmology too. So all the geometry that they claim, all the geometry of the proposed ether that a lot of these flat Earth ether cosmologists are relying on is actually a 3D globe coordinate system that they're not seeing.
So, you're aware of Aries failure and all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the thing that to me is like, so they're trying to use the Foucault effect that light will deflect in the motion of a moving medium, right? So if you have water moving in what, so if you make like a horseshoe like tube and flow water through it, and then you like put mirrors and shine light through it into the direction of the flow, bounces off a mirror, and goes to the opposite flow, you'll end up with like a fascia. So if the water's flowing in opposite directions, right? So if it's flowing translationally, they have formulas, it's all worked out. I've seen it done with like I haven't been able to find that experiment again. I looked pretty hard too. They did it with a rotating medium. So they used like a quartz disc that was rotating very, very fast, and measured that when they tried to shine the light through, it deflected it. Now, this deflection corresponds to the refractive index of the medium, right? So there's some relationship there. No one's ever explained why or how this is even possible. Like, think about it, okay? The refraction is based upon the electric permittivity, electric permeability, right? How does it being in motion change anything?
Yeah, I mean, that's like with the Sagnac effect. You know, you take the lasers on a table and you spin it like Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune, and suddenly something happens. You know, and you get a phase shift, and then you can look at the phase shift, which doesn't tell you what the velocity is until you assign a reference frame. And then you can choose that based off of your philosophical preference.
Yeah. So like, and then like this motion, this matter in motion thing versus the matter not in motion. Like, yeah, we have an idea how it works but all the experiments are static. Then when they started doing some of the experiments when things are in motion, stuff gets messed up because they think the Earth is going around the sun or rotating or whatever. And then they come up with general relativity, but like things like this effect, the Foucault effect, there's no general relativity explanation for any of that. It's just like you have some matter, it has a refractive index based upon how it polarizes when light hits it.
Right.
But if you move it, it polarizes differently. That doesn't make sense, dude. There's nothing about that makes any sense.
So that kind of points out that there's a difference between things that are not in motion and then things in motion. It kind of makes a distinction there.
Right. I mean, that in my mind would prove that light has a velocity.
And this isn't like accelerating water. This is just water moving at a static motion, right? It doesn't have to be an acceleration. It's just motion at all. Relative to what? But think about it. Relative to what? Motion relative to what? Because they don't even have an absolute frame. So like, it's very mysterious.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I was just going to point out, like, that must imply absolute motion in some sort.
Yeah, because we have the problem in Newton's bucket. That problem, like that. How has it lasted this long? You guys know what Newton's bucket is. If you spin a bucket, right, it gets concave on the top. If you fill a bucket of water, you spin it, it gets concave at the top. But the bucket and the water they're not in motion relative to each other. What are they in motion relative to?
To the point of
what if we
rotation.
take everything? Yeah. What if you take everything out of the universe? What are they spinning relative to? How does the water surface get concave? Now, if we keep the bucket still and we rotate the universe around the bucket, will it get concave? Like, they've known about this problem since like the early 1900s.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that the bottom of the bucket is dropping away from the surface, but then why is it concave, right?
Yeah.
The concavity is due to like electrostatics, I would think, where you have a much greater potential to cling to the surface, near the surface.
Well, yeah, that's the weird. It's just weird, right? So this is a problem. Einstein knew about this problem, and Mach tried to come up with some like, all the matter in the universe determines the mass of an object. So it's like it's like say the entire universe, you set the unit mass as 1. All the other masses must sum to that, and like it's like if you divide all the mass by the number of particles, then you come up with like the inertial mass or something weird like that. But you have to know the number of particles, right, to predict the value that like big G would be. Anyhow, but they've known about this problem for a very long time. Like inertia, they still don't know what causes inertia. They just say, "Hey, mass and inertia are equivalent." Let's get the can down the road and just pretend. But they're trying to solve all these problems, which are less fundamental. It's really, I mean, I guess you just solve the easy problems because the hard problems are hard unless somebody else do that.
So versus the globe in motion, moving across the sun, or the sun moving, following the galaxy, and the galaxy moving. All of those motions versus, let's say this is a construct, and let's say it's a container on God's table, God's living room or God's lab, and it's just over there on the table sitting, and God is outside looking at it, and the table is not moving, and the container that we're in is not moving. Is there a difference?
Kind of reminds me of how satellites work with ECEF. They create a fictitious absolute point of reference that's equidistant to everything, and they put that in a higher dimension. I have to finish on my car. I've spent too long kind of messing around here. So please carry on, guys. I'm installing a roof rack and stuff. It's a bigger pain in the ass than I thought.
Get your car done, bro.
Hey, and you've changed the setting or something, because I had tried to message you a bit ago and I got an error message from you. But have a good day, and I'll wrap it soon.
Okay, I'll reach out.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Me and Dandelion and some other people would.
India, because within the enclosed system, let's say, right, there's also like perpetual motion when we look at the sky. The sky, the luminaries are moving nonstop since, I don't know, recorded history. Every day, every night, they're moving. So there is that motion that doesn't stop, and that might be having, I don't know, an effect, an input, some effect on the ground that is not in motion, but the medium that we're in. So I don't know. There is motion and no motion at the same time.
A lot of these like ideas are like incompatible with each other. Like gravity's kind of like incompatible, it seems to be, with thermodynamics. Like they're just incompatible.
I'm sorry.
Username checks out. Oh, what's up, dumbass?
So, brother, I was trying to Google what you were saying.
You're trying to Google what I'm saying? Oh boy. You're trying to Google like obscure fields of physics. You know, you'll probably find something, but it'll be so superficial that, good luck.
I was trying, bro. You know that I just converted to be a flat earther since 3 days ago.
Yeah, we don't want you to go back to the other side, dude. We don't want LARPers on our team.
I don't want it either, brother.
I didn't give any flat earth evidence. Why would you convert? We weren't even talking about flat earth.
He's been coming in here for like the last week listening, and he I think he slowly changed his mind over that time after hearing all of the arguments.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm thinking like I see the username dumbass in his little server tag there.
Yeah. Red
Obviously,
flags.
yeah, dude, burning red flags, dude. It's like Chinese parade like red flags.
No, he's all right. He's actually all right.
Don't judge me, guys. The server tag was created by one of my homies. His name Kupo. He's a good guy, and I think I'm going to slowly convert him as well. Don't worry about it.
Just nobody say this guy's username and tag like together. Otherwise, the YouTube stream will probably be banned.
Oh god. Oh.
Yeah, crazy, bro. He created a server just so he could have a tag with that.
Is that what you have to do? You have to have a server associated.
Yeah, you got a server. You need your server and 2 boosts, and you can have a server with tags.
So the other day there was some people talking about perpetual motion and how to. The topic was like they were trying to create like some type of charging battery or some type of machine for their houses, like produce electricity, and the perpetual motion machine topic kind of like clicked in the conversation. And by the definition that they were reading, wouldn't let's say the mechanism of the sky kind of like, the motion of the luminaries kind of like be a perpetual motion that is not stopping? Whatever that mechanism is, it kind of like clicks with whatever definitions that we're reading about perpetual motion.
Well, I mean, so say you have gravity and you have a bunch of, and it makes, a freaking big ball. And there's no external energy coming in. The gravity should eventually slow down the molecules until it reaches like absolute zero. Because gravity should be retarding the thermal motion of the molecules until it reaches zero. Now the question is, where did that energy go? Did it vanish? Did it go into another dimension?
I'm thinking a little more displays some type of construct with certain, parameters and mechanisms in place. And what we observe from the ground we're standing on, from the dynamics and the things in question about the luminaries, that we obviously don't know all the mechanisms, but we observe, and since recorded history, the sky always moving non-stop.
Yeah, certainly. And things fall forever, right? Like we could drop, like gravity doesn't run out. I could knock, I could have an endless, I could drop stuff off a cliff forever, right? And
yeah,
like it isn't going to fall slower and slower as the gravitational energy runs out. It's still going to fall at the same rate. So,
I mean, isn't that what the orbit effectively is? You kick something off at the perfect distance away from the surface.
Angle. The perfect angle. I kicked something off a cliff at a perfect angle at the perfect speed, and it went all the way around the Earth, and it's staying that way forever. No, because they got orbital decay, right? Though there should be like the perfect angle where you actually get in, where the what do you call it? The inertia and the gravitational pull is balanced so that it'll be in an orbit that's in perfect equilibrium and never falls out of, falls out of orbit, right? There should be some elevation or altitude that happens at.
Yeah. I was assuming that the decay business was really a product of their just imperfection in general.
Yeah. From other bodies and like particles and some other shit that's in space, right?
Or the Earth is allegedly not a perfect sphere, so everything is kind of wonkly donkly across the entire path of the orbit, so it throws it off to some degree. Whatever excuse, right?
Yeah. There's other bodies, right, that perturb the orbit, right? Over a long period of time, over infinity, right? Jupiter would perturb the orbit, or fucking the sun or the moon or something else, and then it would deflect it a little bit. But then you got another problem, is like that energy exists, that gravitational energy. That's the problem with gravity. It's like an infinite energy machine. How does it dissipate energy? It has to if it's doing all this work, right? How does it dissipating energy just like any other system, right? Like if you crank a wheel, that energy gets dissipated by heat, electrostatic forces, all this other stuff. Gravity, none of that crap happens, right? Yeah, it's just funny to me, the globe earthers, and how like the hardcore like scientism ones. Humanity's so smart, we got everything figured out, dude. We have so little figured out, it ain't even funny. We got a 1,000,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, and maybe we got 20 of the pieces.
It's more like they claim they made it past the bridge, but there was no bridge. They never walked to it. They never.
Yeah, they're not even at the bridge yet.
Yeah, they don't even have the materials to build the bridge, but they say we got a bridge and we crossed it already. I mean, bro, you still like at your house sitting down.
That sounds like Donald Trump. Something Donald Trump would say. Here's a big, beautiful bridge, and when we crossed it, we had a wonderful parade, and we got to the other side, and everybody celebrated our arrival. Bro, you never built a bridge in the first place. It was never there.
It's the best bridge. It's huge. Shit,
dude, his speech is so infantile. Like it's funny in a way.
He uses very, very simple terms. I've heard many arguments about this. Either he's absolutely like infantile, so he has to, or he knows, or he's an absolute like master at this and knows that the vast majority of his audience are so infantile that they will respond to highly assertive and forms of communication in that realm. You know what I mean? Like really easy stuff, but put so pronounced and put forth so compellingly that like he'll gain them all. I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to tell because he's just so good at it. It makes me laugh.
Dude, this Discord server is funny. I think I've heard Ships Over the Horizon in this spot more than any other spot ever.
Oh, they love it.
It's literally the go-to here. The go-to.
Yeah. Yeah, they have very particular go-to arguments in this server.
Yeah, have you had any okay, so someone comes in, does Ships Over the Horizon, you explain everything to them. Have you seen the NPC reset where they just come back and try again? I don't remember anything you said.
Yeah, this one in the chat right now. This
that's why I was asking, because he seemed like you already explained it to him, and I'm looking at that name and I'm like, yeah, probably. You probably already heard this and just didn't even pay any attention to what you said.
Exactly.
Remember the Siren girl from yesterday? Siren?
Oh yeah.
That girl, she brought like a simulation of the Helios. It was an actual simulation in the computer that you can go in and touch the Earth and zoom in, and then you go outside, go to Mars. You could go to all the planets and go beyond that, like get out of the solar system, look from the outside, then go to the galaxy and go beyond that. And look, this is a cosmos. It was showing that shit, like showing it to me. And this is where we are. We are here in this simulation. Oh my God, girl. Come on. He took me on a flight outside of the cosmos.
I'm in a simulation. Inside that simulation, at a place called Liberty City. I'm about to go steal a car and beat up some hookers.
It was entertaining going for the ride with her, but that's it.
Yeah, the sandbox universe. Yeah, I mean, what blew me away when she said, "This is a simulation." It's nowhere near a simulation. They don't use the laws of physics and that crap. But she was like, "It's so realistic." How would you're in another galaxy? How would you know the simulation? Like, did you go to another galaxy to know if this thing is realistic? Like, what are you even going on about?
One of the first things she said that we were delusional.
I know. And then proceeds to like give us her delusions.
Yeah.
Maybe she was trying to like commiserate, right? Like, you guys are delusional, and so am I. Let's share our delusions together.
If I'm delusional, you're delusional. Delusions for everyone.
Out of here.
Okay.
Oh, DJ take care of it. Never mind. I thought he was kicked out of here though.
It was just a 10-minute one last time. Next time it'll be like 10 hours.
Sometimes you can be effective. Just delete their messages. Memulus used to do that. They like if they did anything, they'd be debating he asked or something, and anything they posted that wasn't related to that, he just delete the message. And eventually, they either give up, rage out, or
Yeah, we got a good command in this one where we type ... flat. And then whatever time, right? And they can come in, they can listen. They don't have a red mic, but they can't open their mic and they can't text chat. It's like a torture for them.
Subro, you're gonna be typing a lot for no reason because I'm gonna just instantly delete your message if you don't get back on topic.
Whoop. Spiral.
Yeah. Fame is a no-no, Subro. Why are you so upset about Flat Earth? Show me on this doll where the Flat Earth hurt you, man.
Oh, I made a good one of those.
So is their command just to nuke them in the text and...
Yeah, pretty well. It's just this ... flat and then their name and then the amount in minutes, and that will nuke them from the text and from opening their mic.
You've been banned for a radius time.
One radius.
I don't know who started doing that. I started copying that. Someone else started that. Banning him for 3959. Seems like you got to teach them the radius somehow.
Well, they're lucky that we didn't use the metric system for that one.
I know. Next, someone use the metric system. Smarten up. Or you can just use the circumference. That's funny. You know, like the insult barrage, I've never, other than like, I've never seen a flat earther really do it like that. Like in the middle, like when we insult Globers, it's like for totally different reasons than they insult us. They insult us when they're stuck, right? I can't answer, so they start screaming or whatever. Dude, I'm actually gonna make like some sort of video. It's gonna be the top 10 Glober archetypes. Okay, I've been thinking about this for like a few days now, man, because the guy. Oh, were you in politics last night? Would be like one here. The guy so one of these type of trolls, archetype trolls, is the you didn't convince me troll. Right? They seem reasonable. That it's like a partial sea lining troll. So they constantly ask questions, straw man your position, act confused, but also they feign that they're just honestly like they really just want to learn and let you talk and they don't interrupt you. So that's a good part, that they don't interrupt you. But they also don't listen to a thing you say. And then when they address what you said, they just talk about something like so tangentially even like to what you said, it's like barely touches it. It's not completely different, but there's like it's not related. It's basically a red herring. It's like red herring, sea lion, red herring, sea lion, red herring, sea lion, straw man, red herring. Oh, you guys didn't convince me. Right? It's like this whole troll thing, dude.
Yeah.
I called this dude out on it last night, like, bro, because he accidentally said it too early. He said it like in the beginning of the conversation, and I was waiting for him to say it again, right? And I had to wait like an hour and a half because I knew he was going to do it again. We're talking like maybe for 3 minutes, and he was already like saying, "You guys didn't convince me." Oh, I know what he's doing. I'm going to wait for him to say it again. Then I'm going to call his ass out. And like he did all the stuff I just said, all this red herring, time wasting tactics, just to tell you. It's like the whole point is that I call it the frustration troll. The whole point is to just frustrate you and demoralize you. It has no other purpose. None.
Yep. I think that's a tactic. That's like what the GFC6 used to talk about in their back chats. We had some of their screenshots, and they would be say to actually go in and do things like that. Like, you know, the guy whose actual name was Sea Lion, right? They would say, go in there.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, debate them, but don't just debate them. Make them angry.
That was Mortawan, I think his name is. I think it's the Mortawan that's on X. And he was like, dude, I'm pretty sure that Sea Lion was Mortawan. Because like they can't they changed their usernames, but they can't hide behind, because I do everything by user ID. So they can't hide that, right? It's like they can change their username and people think it's a different person, but I'm always using the user ID. That's how I search for as far as like administrative stuff and looking for people. I look for their user ID so I can see, like, typically anything that's logged will have their user ID in it. And if they're using multiple names, I'll see their user ID associated with multiple names. So like in a log. So they try to use those like little shitty little tactics. But I think one.
That's why I block them. I make sure I block the anti-flat earthers. So if they change their name and then they join like a VC, I just get a notification.
Oh yeah, you get that now too. Yeah. That's funny. That's so
I gotta head off for a bit. My wife's just brought some food in, so chat to you guys soon.
All right, man.
Oh man.
Enjoy.
Wait, India, were you just using a term called sea lion? Is it like an equivalent of a red herring of sorts? Or?
It's a troll tactic. It's called the sea lining troll.
Okay. Never heard of it.
Where you just add, here, I'll read it off to you. It's a form of online harassment and trolling characterized by persistent, disingenuous questioning under the guise of sincere debate.
Okay.
Sound familiar?
No, yep. No kidding. Gotcha.
So I'm just here asking questions, trying to learn.
Dude, you could ask them their own question, they don't remember it.
You guys are spot on. The main thing they say is like, I just want to listen to your all's point of view and try to understand where you're coming from and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I'm not judging you. Everybody should be able to have their opinions and beliefs. And oh my God, it makes you want to yak, man.
And then they interject midway between you and somebody else, right?
Yeah, they just want to learn, and then as soon as you say something, they tell you how it is. Like, I thought you were learning. Now you're teaching the teacher? Like, what the...
I mean, it's one thing to ask for clarification, you know? But that's another story.
Yeah, they say they just want to learn, but instantly, as soon as you say something, oh, you want to learn? Well, let me teach you this. They say that's wrong and try to teach you. Right? Like within seconds. Like, no, you're not here to learn. You're here to pretend. These servers are starting to become one giant acting class. All right, I need to step away. I'll be right back.
You don't have any new people on here right now, do we know? Just you crazy idiots that think you don't live on a spinning ball. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, it's a small crowd this morning there. I'm not used to actually being awake at this time, so not sure if this is usual or not.
What time zone are you in? I have no idea. I'm in the Eastern.
Eastern also.
Oh.
I've had a weird shift in my schedule, so for the last few weeks, I've been going to bed extremely late, like 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning, and then getting up in the afternoon, you know, because I'm on here with you guys, and everyone's on at that time for me, you know? Like, shit, can't miss it. But last night, I was like...
Sorry. I was going to say, I remember being young and I could switch my sleep schedule around like that, but I'm 63 now and I got to get to bed at a certain time and get up at a certain time.
It's still tough, you know, because it takes some time to adjust, you know, to minimize the consequences. But yeah, it was weird. Last night I was up until 4 or 5, I think, before I passed out, and it's 11 now, so it's a bit of a shorter sleep streak for me compared to usual. And I said, screw it, you know, let me actually get up. Because it happened naturally, so I'm okay. But yeah, it looks like only this room is small because the other room has 26 people in it.
Yeah, there's politics is jumping right now, but I thought I'd hang out in here and see if anybody came in. Do we know Alice and 3? Have they talked? Hello?
Yeah. Were you in there before? Was it hectic?
Oh, in politics, yeah, they got a couple of things going on over there. There's like 20-some people. I forgot what they were talking about. Gravity or something.
The usual. Okay.
Everybody wants to talk about everything except measuring the curvature of the Earth. Nobody wants to talk about that. Right?
Of course.
So I guess Alice and Three's not going to open their mic. Have we talked to them, or do you know?
In here? Who are you talking about?
There's a person in here named Alice and Three. Have they talked?
I haven't spoken to him before, or her. I don't know their stance. Feel free to mic up.
Welcome to the room. Would you like to speak with us? We won't bite because Indio's gone, so nobody else will bite. Go ahead.
I'm just listening at the moment.
Okay. You don't even want to answer the single question. Do you think you live on a ball? Can you just say yes or no? Then I'll tell you what to listen to.
Quite possibly.
You possibly live on a ball? Okay. You can mute now if you want. If you don't want to speak, I'm not going to make you speak, but I'll just state that if you think you live on a ball, you're basically accepting the fact that bodies of water can maintain and display curvature. So you believe you live on a 70% flat ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what I understand of it sort of reasons out water.
The reality of it, water is one of our most abundant substances here on the whatever this is, right? And it's not sitting there in a ball. But I'm not going to make you talk. I just thought I'd throw that at you. Hopefully somebody else will come in that wants to converse about it. Especially while we're here, the bendy water. That's not something that happens in natural physics or reality or anything else. Unless somebody like T-Dub thinks differently. We'll see if he's at his mic. And I guess T-Dub's not around. Mick is the one that thinks he lives on a 70% flat ball. Is that what we call you, man? The guy that was talking? Mick?
No. That was Eyeless. Yeah. It's not me. It's Eyeless.
I mean, I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
You used to think you lived on a 70% flat ball, right? You
Never thought of it that way. I never thought of it in those terms, but effectively, yeah. Up until maybe 4 years ago.
I spent 52 years thinking I was on a 70% flat ball. That's crazy.
Yeah. Only 27-ish, 28-ish for me. I'm grateful to not have to endure that for too long.
I wish I could go back and be in my 20s, 30s and know this stuff I know now, but everything happens for a reason at the same time. And I'm in the late boomer generation now. I saw the moon landing on TV when I was 6 years old. So, of course, we played golf and rode the moon buggy. Why would they lie about it? You know?
It just sounds so stupid. Moon buggy. What kind of a name is that?
Well, they basically had a little foldable go-kart that they stuck in the lunar module that could barely fit 3 people in it. And they took it up there, unfolded it on the moon, and inflated the tires and everything. It's like, okay, we're good to go now. Let's ride around the moon.
The moon thing for me was one of the first, if not the first, kind of like, what the fuck, this doesn't make any sense thing. And I recognized that like years and years ago, you know? But it took many years after that to get to here, you know? It was just like, oh yeah, it's a giant rock up there, we're on a spinning ball, but we just didn't go there because reasons, you know? Oh, the Van Allen radiation belt. Oh, this, that, the other thing, you know? But
if nothing else, you would probably agree with this. I mean, it's an understatement, but their technology didn't age well. That whole moon landing stuff did not age very well. You know, as technology advanced and we could see them, what they were actually doing then.
Yeah.
That was defying physics in an environment that can't be. So.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly didn't age well. They openly admit that they destroyed it, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the first thing you would do with mankind altering technology. You know, first time ever to go to an extraterrestrial place, right? First thing you would do when you get back is destroy it and forget how to make it again. That's the first thing I would do, right?
Right. Yeah, that whole thing smelt like hell from the beginning, you know. For me. But this was a tough one to crack, dude. This FE stuff was a real tough one to crack for me. I remember the day, you know, that it came to my attention. I was with a few buddies. We're on a trip, and we're pulling into a city, and my buddy in the back seat, he's just like, oh, like we're all kind of just cracking up, you know, jokes and whatever on the way there, just bantering. And then mid-sentence, randomly, I just hear, oh, did you know the earth is flat? And I turned to him, and I gave him like the most, like, you know, whatever that saying is for when you give somebody like an evil eye. You're like, what the fuck, you know? And I was internally really upset that he said that. I'm like, oh, how could I associate with somebody that's so stupid? Da, da, da. And I brushed it off, and you know, it wasn't a good, you know, initial, you know, starting point for me, you know. But you know, he got me to see all the, you know, Dave Weiss's and the Whitsits and the Eric Dubé's and all that. And I remember spending a lot of time even re-listening to some of their stuff to like really get it, you know. After that,
yeah.
So for like a year or two, just on and off, kind of listening to certain things, right? And then and then he sent me this stream about a year and something ago. After a few months, I'm like, shit, yeah, I want to go say hi and say thank you. You know, everyone in here is like top notch. And then I got looped into it. So,
but this we generally got the same kind of story. I'll give you my quick one. Back in 2015, I think I was looking up something on 9/11. Over to the right, they suggested video with flat Earth. I think it was Eric Dubé was the first one. I said, I'm going to take 10 minutes and laugh at this, you know. And here I am 10 years later, still looking for the Kirby water. And I actually went out to a lake myself, and over 8.5 mile stretch, I gave gravity one last chance to show me that bendy water. It's just not there. So, anyway, we've been joined by Matador. Do we know them? Hello, Matador. Welcome to the room. Would you like to speak with us, Matador? Mick has some questions for you. Am I saying your name right, man?
Mick, Mike, you know, I mean, it's Mike, but I had a typo earlier on, and it just stuck, you know, and then everyone just calls me Milk. So I just put and I'm Quebecois, so I'm, you know, French. So I just put the baguette there, you know, for Milk. Like, call me whatever, you know.
Well, Matador, Mike would like to have a quick conversation with you about the subject here, if you would like to. You up for that? Or are you just in here to listen? We're having a no listening day. Everybody has to talk. Even T-Dub has to talk. The ultimate FE final boss has to talk. And I want everybody to talk at once just to see what it sounds like. DJ, Jimsy. Go. Everybody talk. Ain't nobody listening to me. All right, guess my door that one. So.
Yeah, you've extended the CB's saying, eh?
What the? No listening panels.
Yeah. This is a no XYZ panel. You know, it's funny. Fucking guy. Oh.
T-Dub would talk to us right now, but he's upside down at the moment. So. Don't let all the blood rush to your head there, T-Dub.
You guys want to check out the other room?
Yeah, I got about 5 more minutes I can spend on here. So I'd chill for a minute.
All right.
A new person come in, but
all right. I'm gonna go check it out. Just see what's happening there.
All right.
If it's too crazy, I'll come back. You know.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be here another 5 minutes or so.
All right. Good chatting with you, man.
Yep. Peace. Anybody else wants to talk, feel free to talk. This is Dead Air Dave, and following this announcement, there will be Dead Air.
Seditious and treasonous doctrine is refused to correct the abuse.
Y'all didn't invite me? What the hell?
But the
It's a really long
Rockefellers,
article.
I saw something that they came from like an Italian family or something. That the Rockefellers were an Italian family and that they changed their name, and then all of these high rich families were all Italians.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about the family other than that he was the man who.
Okay, towards the end of this towards the end of this article, it gets really satirical. I'm pretty sure that article was satirical.
We also have a.
It starts talking about British taxpayers, and this is in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's because it was also a massive problem with the Globe in Britain. There was a movement also that rose up against the Globe that got killed or stifled. However, we also have over 100-year-old people who still remember being taught the Earth was flat in school. And there's an interview with one of them that David Weiss did. It's pretty interesting. You only know what you've been told. You don't.
I'm reading what you showed me just a second ago, and this is completely satirized, dude. This is satirical.
Go ahead and read the whole article. Go ahead and read the whole thing, then. Let's hear the satire.
You want me to read it out loud? Good lord.
Yeah, let's hear your reading comprehension skills.
Please don't.
It is painful to read that Sir John Gorst, the head of the British Educational Department, is in serious trouble and has been threatened by Mr. Ebenezer. How do you pronounce that? Ebenezer? Breach and other taxpayers of the city of Portsmouth in the Kingdom of England. Good lord. With prosecution under the Impostors Act, it seems that is this Minnesota, England, or something? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh shit! This is in England. This is in America.
Yeah. Well, there are newspapers that in the 20th century that
Minnesota Historical Society. It's not the. This isn't America.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
this
in
article
England,
has-
yeah, y'all in England, everyone in England still believed that the Earth was flat in the 1900s. I'm pretty sure.
Look, we didn't have like worldwide communication. People
Yeah,
believed all
like I'm
different
pretty
things,
sure
right?
that England still believed that the Earth was flat during the beginning of the 1900s, because that was just coming out of the 1800s.
It probably depended on what class of society you were dealing with.
Yeah, it was probably poorer people.
Yeah, so even when the heliocentric model first came about, they taught the heliocentric model and the Ptolemaic model side by side for 200 years. Everybody didn't just jump on heliocentrism.
Well, maybe not. Well, Copernicus, God, I cannot say that name. Copernicus first proposed the heliocentric theory in the 16th century. It wasn't until the 17th and 18th century that it began to gain significant traction in England, particularly with the work of Isaac Newton and establishment of scientific societies.
Yeah. Literally, like after Copernicus made his theory, he didn't want to publish it, and so after he died, they took it and published it. And then 60 years after he was dead, only 15 astronomers in all of Europe espoused it as having any validity. And so it took a long time for this to propagate and be convincing, because there's not a lot of evidence here. You have to take a lot of this on philosophical grounds or have a predisposition towards believing it. And because there's not a lot of empiricism you can do when you're looking at the sky. You see lights in the sky and you have to like imagine, well, maybe they work because of this or this.
God dang, bro, I cannot type this out.
Yeah, I posted the interview with the 102-year-old lady who was taught in her school that the Earth was flat.
Okay, so he posted it on the year of his death. Nicholas Copernicus posted the book that had the heliocentric theory in it on his death year. So no one took it from him. It was posted like by him.
It was posted under his name, yeah. Just like with Newton.
No, it was posted by him.
Newton did not want anybody to ascribe innate gravity to him, and
why
he did not.
Why do y'all think everyone was fighting over this theory? Like, I don't understand.
No, I'm just. This is just history. You can read Newton's letters to Bentley, and in those letters he tells Bentley that he does not want anybody to ascribe this to him. He thinks anybody who would believe this stuff doesn't have any competent faculty of thinking. He's essentially saying they're retarded if they believe this, because it has no scientific validity. However, because Newton, of course, believed in Newton's sword, like it needs to be empirically tested. And so after he dies, CV Boyce and Reverend Michel take his gravity and then propose Newtonian gravity under his own name.
Oh, and as far as Copernicus goes, he came up with the heliocentric model 30 years before and had been sitting on it. And he was on his deathbed, he was convinced by a guy whose name was Rheticus, who was the first person to ever make trig tables. He convinced Copernicus to allow him to publish his work.
So I'm reading the chat right now. I have a hard time focusing on two things at once. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you're ignoring us and focusing on the chat. We get it. So
I mean, yeah, because I've been ignoring them the whole time, and there's been people that can't actually talk in
They
VC
should be ignored.
that have been making arguments against me. So I've been going back and looking at their arguments, so I could probably so I could talk to them too. I'm not just like completely ignoring everyone. I want everyone to be part of the discussion.
He's not going off. But nothing done.
It also kind of seems like our discussion slowed down, so it doesn't really matter that I was ignoring y'all. I was just trying to see if everyone was part of the discussion. This dude Tristan's he's kind of funny, man.
Does it matter that you're ignoring us?
It doesn't really matter because our
I guess
argument kind of
if
slowed down
everyone
to
accepts that,
a
then I
fault.
guess
Like
that's
we're not
okay.
arguing anymore. I mean, like it's not.
We don't want you to get triggered anymore. We don't want you to get triggered. That's why nobody's arguing with you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Didn't Pythagoras discover that the Earth was round
Why
in
is
like
this guy?
the 6th century BC?
Why is this dude Radwin such a dickhead? Why you gotta be mean every 4 seconds, dude? Like, can you be respectful for 4 seconds?
We'll answer the other
4
guy.
seconds?
Pythagoras actually didn't discover the Earth was a ball at all. He believed that the gods were perfect, and so and spheres were perfect, and so gods would naturally make the Earth into a sphere. That was his only argumentation for it.
Okay. I forgot who was it that discovered that the Earth was round through like shadows, but what do you have to say against that argument? Using like that one argument he used throughout shadows with shadows.
I know what you're talking about. Aristophanes, Alexandria, and Syene. However, that begging the question fallacy requires assumptions about starting with Earth being curved and then how the light is gonna hit the sticks, creating those shadows. Chinese actually were flat earthers until the fall of the Qing dynasty. Or was it the Ming Dynasty? I think it was the Ming Dynasty. And during that dynasty, that they did the same thing, except they didn't assume the Earth was a ball and that light was all parallel. And so their conclusion, doing the same exact thing, is that the Earth is flat. And so based on your starting assumptions, if you start by assuming the Earth is flat, or if you start by assuming the Earth is a ball, then your conclusion is naturally going to end up being that. That's a circular reasoning, begging the question.
All right. But also, all other celestial objects, in the sky are naturally a ball. Why is it hard to believe that all the other ones are like that? Earth is also a ball.
Because we're not going on what's hard to believe or anything like that. We're testing the things in question. So we see lights in the sky. They look circular. There's no reason for us to assume the Earth is a ball based on that. We should try to test and see if it is a ball. Just like when you're in a forest, you don't assume you're a tree just because there's a lot of trees around you. And so we check the surface. If the surface is curving, as they told us it was, about 8 inches per mile squared, then we would expect to find this curvature over long distance observations or laser tests. However, when we try to find the curvature and prove our belief to be true that the Earth is a ball, like we were told in school, then it turns out it isn't. The Earth is flat, and that's just how it measures. And you kind of have to come to terms with just accepting reality for what it is and not just believe things because you're told.
Then how does the moon get turn into a crescent?
That's called the phases of the moon, and we're not making an. Falsification is independent of replacement.
No. That's a good point. So the moon not turning into a crescent is a very good point. Why the fuck does it? I didn't think about that. Because what they tell us is the sun is on the other side, so the Earth is casting a shadow. What is then? Why does it phase?
No.
Why would it
You're making a
phase?
mistake. You're making a mistake. Phases are not Earth casting any shadows. That would be lunar eclipses, and we can prove that lunar eclipses are not Earth casting a shadow, because shadows conform to the shapes they hit. And so if you take the sphere and you take a circle and you cast a circular shadow over a sphere, you will have a distortion of that circular shadow because it's hitting a sphere and warping around that sphere. And so if Earth was casting a circular shadow onto a spherical moon, we would see evidence of that. We don't see evidence of that, therefore that's not happening. We also have the Selenilian eclipses, dubbed the impossible eclipses, which basically happen when you see a lunar eclipse happening on one side of the sky, and you see the sun above the horizon on the other side of the sky, and what globe believers believe is a shadow of the Earth comes onto the moon from above. So geometrically, that's not possible. Cannot be Earth's shadow.
You're correct. I agree. You're correct. Because when I sometimes would look at the moon, there would still be sunlight. The sun would kind of still be out. You could still kind of see the sun shining from the horizon, and you would see the moon in the sky in daytime. So yeah, you're correct. And it would have a crescent, and it would obey the phases. Yeah. What the fuck? But why does it even phase, though?
Yeah, the sky is mysterious and wonderful, and that's one of the best things about Flat Earth is once you strip away all the assumptions and beliefs that people want you to believe, you actually know that you know only so much and that you don't know so much, and that makes the whole world wonderful. It gives you back that wanderlust as a child that you had when trying to look at the world. You want to understand it deeper because the veil has been lifted off of your eyes. That before you would look at the horizon and you just imagine balls. Whenever you're like as a globe believer, you insert the ball into so many things, and you might begin to notice it now that you keep saying people keep saying planets, people keep saying global. It's in the language everywhere. It's in the images everywhere. And so the programming, subliminal programming, is very deep.
Yeah, and that's true because yesterday when I was talking to somebody here, I even said planet, and I noticed it instantly when I said it. I was like, wait, I said planet, but nobody called me out on it.
Yeah, it's ingrained in our language, and our culture, and our habit, and our entertainment, and our education. It's everywhere, and so I don't blame people for believing in it because you were raised in it. But once you've been shown the truth, to reject it out of hand, to deny it, to not want to look, that I can blame you for.
Just a short announcement, Jin CBR1 here. I posted 2 videos on the moon. One is from the Planete Veritas, which is Robert Pisano's channel, a champion, and he's talking about the distance to the moon isn't correct. It's there, you'll find it. And then the other one is the documentary called American Moon, and it documents on how America didn't go to the moon, just in case you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna watch those videos now.
The Robert Pisano one is really it's not long. I think it's about 30 or 40 minutes long, and it's very revealing as to the distance to the moon. I mean, we don't know what it is, but and that's what he highlights by looking at the images that NASA gave us and the things we can see. For example, from the Earth, looking at the moon, we can actually recognize some of the features of the moon with the naked eye. But when you look at the Earth from the moon now, so you're on the lunar surface supposedly, looking at Earth, there is nothing you can recognize. And also, the size of the Earth is wrong. It should be like 4 times the size of the moon, but yet it's a similar size. So there's an error there. Okay, so it's quite interesting. And he highlights other things like using a pair of binoculars, and you can see so much with just a pair of binoculars. Little bit of humor there as well to keep it going.
I used to look at the moon with binoculars as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see a lot of the moon, yeah? So it can't be this, what is it, 238,000 miles from the Earth's surface. It's just not that distance. But you watch the documentary and it's good. And then the American moon goes through all the facets and the anomalies of the moon landings and how it could never happen. The Nixon telephone call, for example, and how NASA, having been caught out, changed the length of the phone calls. in their material, so they extended it rather than shorten it. Yeah, and there's lots. I won't spoil it for you. It's a good one. There you go.
Nice. This is fun. This is fun because until yesterday, I was always like, wait, flat Earth. That's for me. That was one of those conspiracies that I never gave any thought to. Because I always thought it was, wait, what, flat Earth? What the fuck? Because they brainwashed me as well. But since yesterday, yesterday I gave thought into it, and now globe doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah, it actually looks ridiculous, doesn't it? Because how could you live upside down from the people on the top? And when you go and see your friends in Australia, you don't experience that upside down feeling, and you should do, because you cannot fly for 17 hours or 15 hours directly straight to New Zealand or Australia without experiencing that curvature. Down under it's meant to be. So, but the globalists want you to believe that you can be down under but still be horizontal. Really.
Yeah, here we go. An honest person.
And if it was a ball, why doesn't just everything slip off? Like, why does the water not leak off? How is it everything would just fall off?
Yeah.
All the liquids.
Yeah, because naturally that's what happens.
Oh, finally, I'm unmuted. Lord.
Yeah, well, go ahead. If you've got to say something, go ahead, sir. Go on.
I don't have to say anything, man. You're good.
Okay. Well, it's nice to hear you that you've been unmuted. When you're ready, you let us know. But yeah, when I explain to my students that water likes to find the level, so when you pour water on a ball, it rolls off. Why is it rolling off? And eventually they come to the answer, because the ball is not level. That's right. It's not a level surface, but you notice how it's accumulating under the ball there on that level surface. Okay. So no, obviously water doesn't stick to any ball. It's just a joke. Yeah, it's not level. And yet in the Webster's dictionary, it will say that the surface of the earth is level, like the earth ball, saying that a curved surface is level. Perfectly demonstrable that if you have a curved surface and you pour water, it rolls because it's not level.
What about tides?
That's a good question. Not many people can give
you
an
long
answer.
period waves. Yeah, you can just Google tides are long period waves, and it'll tell you all about it.
No.
But
thank you very
tides
much.
go in a big ass circle, right? How does the moon work on flat Earth? How does the moon work
now
on flat
you're talking about the moon. You went from tides to the moon. What's the relationship?
The tides have to do with the moon, brother.
No, they don't.
Yes,
not really.
the tides follow the moon because of
unproven theory.
How do you get 2 and 3? How do you get 2 and 3 tides a day?
2 and 3 tides a day?
Yes. How do you get that?
From the moon.
So the moon shoots back and forth over the water, pulls it up.
Give me chip. Nice.
You said chips because I forgot what you said as soon as I walked to the store, and I was like, "Dang, hope it's chips."
Yeah, these are the desperados, man. Desperado Avenue.
Oh yeah.
Synergy.
Sure, why not?
I think the ocean is the Earth's living. It's gotta be an organ of the Earth.
I'm not putting that.
That's funny. Hey, don't call me that. I'm so cool.
You are so cool.
I know, right? You might twist
the gish galloping end, or are we still just gish galloping every other?
Oh, thank you.
He asked how moon works on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
Well, I need to know how doors work on a globe.
Yeah, he was asking about the tides. How do the tides work on the flat Earth? And then my man said 3. Yeah, exactly. Which one?
The ones that don't exist, or the ones that do exist?
So, okay, tides work by the moon, right? The gravitational pull of the moon pulls the water, right? Yeah.
No.
They're not. There's no evidence.
Yeah, it's proven, man. It's proven.
Not proven.
Moon pools the water. Whoa.
Okay,
Crazy
hold on,
concept.
bro.
It's a really big rock in space. It has
Okay,
gravity,
that's
man.
a cool story. How was that validated?
It's not a story. It's proven, man. It's proven.
Okay, what was the proof?
Math.
Yeah, math. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Math.
Correlation
Tell
isn't
her to give up.
causation.
Tell her to give up, or she's going to get triggered again.
I didn't say anything. I just said show me the math on it. I'm like, I'll believe you if you can show me the math.
I gotta show you the math. There's 20 constituent parts of predicting lunar tides. Show you the math.
I mean, at this point, y'all just don't want to believe anything I say. Y'all
don't want to believe. You're correct. We don't want to believe. We want to know.
And honestly, like, look, I'm down for science, right? Like, I love people proving things to me. And I love math. I like to see it. I like to figure it out and understand it. I've been working a little bit harder on it these days. But yeah, if you can do the math and you can show me, like, if you can show me how GPS works, if you can show me how I can fly from Richmond to Seattle to Tokyo to Europe back to Richmond, just flying in one direction, and tell me how that works and show me the math on it, I'll believe you.
Okay.
I mean,
everything you're saying is okay. Hold on a second. Everything you're saying, with all due respect, is nonsense. First of all, those cities.
So you're going to say it's
not. Stop talking over me, fucktard. Okay. None of those cities are on a straight line. So how would you be on a straight line on anything and intersect them? It's silly. GPS doesn't use a globe. It uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Which uses
it doesn't use latitude and longitude. That is a coordinate transformation done in the receiver after the fact. Okay, I can post the Rhinex data, which is the data that the GPS receiver gets from the quote unquote satellite. Okay, you don't know about these topics. Okay, and let's go back to the tides. You're like, I'm into science. I'm into mathematics. What mathematics did they show you that the moon pulls the tides? None.
It's the
You're trying to
mathematics of the
hold us to a
gravitational
different
force.
Yeah, okay, show the mathematics that they showed you.
Okay, I understand that somebody a lot smarter than me figured that math out.
But we gotta produce what they don't.
They did produce it, and I believe their
let's
math.
see it then. Let's see it then.
Oh, well, just look it up, baby.
I want to
It's
see
all
the
over.
math.
Like I don't. If you look it up anywhere, the math is
lady.
always going to be the same because it always checks out the same, right? Because math is
Did you
math.
check
Unless you're
it?
talking about Boolean algebra, 1 + 1 will always equal 2, unless you're in binary.
Look, dude, you're not the smartest person in the room.
She's trying to sound
Why are you talking over? You just got on to me for talking over. I'm
I'm
muted.
asking.
I'm muted whenever you told me to stop talking over. Let her talk.
Empty bowl.
Let her talk.
Listen,
No, because I literally got server muted for the past 30 minutes because I talked over someone once, right?
Dude, I want to address what she said, and you're trying to stop me.
But addressing what she said is talking over her. How am I being a chicken shit? You're the one talking over her.
I want to talk
right?
about
Let
what
her
she
speak.
just said.
Let her finish her sentence.
She did finish. She did finish. I'm asking her, did she look at the math that the moon pulls the tides? And if not, how come you didn't check their math, but you want to check our math?
That math has been continuously checked and continuously checks out by multiple different sources, scientists, and people. And if I run that math, I can do that. If you show me, like, if I set up that equation and I plug in the numbers, it will always come out to what it's supposed to come out to.
You don't know that. You're just saying that, dude. You're really just can't.
You just interrupted her. You just did.
Dude,
she wasn't done talking.
She's saying is a lie.
Can someone server mute this guy? Because I got server mute for 30 minutes for interrupting
someone
once.
can't server mute me. Okay, everything she says is a lie. She never checked if their math checks out.
I said I can. I said I can. I can personally plug in those numbers to an equation and figure that shit out.
How do you know
maybe
that?
With a little bit of help from a math teacher. Because there's probably some functions in there that I don't understand.
How do you know that?
But that doesn't. Huh?
How do you know what you're saying?
How do I know that there's math?
No, how do you know that there's some equations that you can check out that predict when tides happen? How do you know that?
Maybe because there is.
Because there is. Because I believe it, so it's true.
Okay,
Listen,
okay.
I know a lot about this topic. You believe a lot of things which are false.
That's fine. I'm not saying. All I said, baby, all I said was that if you do the math and show me the math,
you don't,
and I check the math,
don't know exists.
and I look,
that
and
math.
we check the math, and the answers all come out, and they always come out the way that they're supposed to come out, and then it gets peer reviewed by a whole bunch of other different people, and they check the math, and they said, you know what, that math is right. Then yeah, I'll believe you. Go through the process.
Okay.
Let's see it. I want to see it because I want to understand how rockets launch. I want to be able to, like, I've got a whole little book on the model rocketry that would make. I mean, it only makes half sense to me because I'm not a rocket scientist.
You're trying to reverse the burden. You're trying to reverse the burden of proof. You're saying, show me the math that goes against the math.
You're trying to not have the burden.
Stop interrupting me. Okay, I'm addressing what she said. Why are you involved?
What do you mean?
Okay.
This is such a bad faith argument. We let you talk for 30 minutes, and if we interrupt,
I haven't even been here 30 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about.
As soon as we talk, you get to interrupt every 4 seconds.
Did she finish? Yes or no?
So they say,
so in order to you guys are going to be muted in like one. I'm going to count to 3. If you both don't shut up, you're being muted. 3. Okay. You stopped talking. I started talking, and then your boyfriend here interrupted me. Listen,
that's my son. You weirdo.
Okay, you're. How would I know? So
he said, "Mom."
I'm going to address what you said. Okay, you tried to shift the burden of proof that I got to disprove math.
Okay, well then let me.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because I was going to take back the burden of proof. You said I shifted it, so I was going to explain.
I'm going to finish my sentence. Okay, you just got to be muted, dude. I'm going to finish what I was saying. Okay, there's more than just you here. Okay, so you're reversing the burden of proof because you're saying refute some math. You never presented the math to refute. You don't even know if that math even exists. Now, I'll tell you how they actually predict the tides. They predict the tides they follow a pattern, right? And we've graphed it over a long period of time. It has nothing to do with any equations about the moon. We have a whole bunch of cyclical events that we can data fit. They're not using forces or anything like this. This is called a kinematic model. You think there's a dynamic model. Can I fucking finish anything?
No.
Dude, really?
No.
Dude, kick this dude. Okay.
That was a different dude.
Yeah, so you're confused. There's 2 types of models. There's kinematic models, which make predictions based upon data fitting from observation. And then there's dynamic models, which have forces and motions and all those things. You think they're using some dynamic model to predict tides when they're using a kinematic model when they're just fitting data to a pattern. That's all they're doing. They're not calculating the fucking force of gravitation from the moon and how high the tide would be. And that hypothesis that that's the causal mechanism of tides is wrong. How do we know it's wrong? There's something called tidal nodes. Tidal nodes are most of the ocean, not part of the ocean, most of the ocean, and they have no tides at all. 0 tides. Now, if the moon was pulling on the entire Pacific Ocean and nearly the entire Pacific Ocean has no fucking tides, how does that happen? So you believe something that's not true. They told you a story and you adopted it wholeheartedly. Okay? You never looked into it and whether checked if there's evidence for what they're saying. We have. That's why we're here. They tell us a story. We check. Their story's not true. It's as simple as that. Now I'm going to unmute you. I don't want it to be like this. I don't want it to be contentious. But, like, there's a big hole in your knowledge. Okay? There's a big hole in your knowledge. We've been researching this for a decade. You just got here. You think you know what we know. You really don't.
Explain to me, because I'm really confused when you said about. So explain to me like the fluid dynamics of the ocean, because I'm very confused about that.
The fluid dynamics of the ocean. How's that relevant?
Because you said it doesn't pull on the entire ocean. So to me, right, when you said that,
they're called anthropomorphic. Okay, I'll tell you what they're called. They're called anthropomorphic. Not anthropomorphic. Anthropic points. I'll post out. No one did it already. Did you already do it, Trace? They're called
so
tidal
can I
nodes.
just
They're
explain to
anthropic
you what
points on
I'm
which.
thinking so that you can help me understand it better?
Yeah,
I can
I'll
explain
post in the
to you
chat.
my thought
I'll post
process.
I'll post an image in the chat that shows the
So
tide height around. It shows the tide heights around the world. Okay.
Okay, that's not what
And
I'm asking though.
Well, that tells you what the oceans do. Like the moon's supposed to be causing tides, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, the moon causes tides. Yes.
Okay. So you see the blue in this diagram that Jace just posted? Those are
Hold on. She had my phone. Let me. There you go.
Okay.
So that blue, those are portions of the earth that don't experience tides. There's no tides in any of that. So the official explanation of tides, like most physics teachers get it wrong, is that the moon's gravity causes a hydraulic action that pushes the water together and squeezes it, and that's what causes the bulge, right? There's no model for that. They don't predict tides using that. It's just a hypothesis. There's no way to test this hypothesis. How would you even test it? You can't do an experiment.
So if I take the mass of the moon, right? I'm curious, right? So you're saying that if I took like the mass of the moon, right, and I took the mass
Where'd
of
you
the
get that from?
mass,
Where'd you get the mass of the moon from? Where'd you get the number? Where'd you get the mass of the earth from?
Where do you want us to get it from?
A measurement.
Okay, but where? Because wherever she has it, I mean, obviously you don't want it there.
All right. So
No, the source is
as far as
irrelevant.
I know,
The source is
because I'm not
irrelevant.
going to
It's
speak
the
on.
technique.
Okay, so as far as I know, we take the mass of objects in space by measuring. I can't remember. I think by measuring the gravity. But because by measuring the gravity, we can understand how big an object is by how much gravity it holds. Right? Because
So you're
bigger
saying they
objects have
went
more
to the
gravity,
moon?
little objects less gravity. So if you can measure the gravity, so you know what I mean? Like we're here
So
on
you
Earth,
think
we can see how it pulls things down.
wouldn't
You
you
know
need
what I
to
mean?
know the
Or pulls
density?
things to it rather.
Well, wouldn't you need to know the density of the object too? So, okay, let me tell you where the mass of the Earth comes from. Okay, so there's a guy, Henry Cavendish. He did the Cavendish experiment. He's trying to figure out the density of the Earth, not prove gravity. Okay, he got it wrong. But anyway, that's not the point. If you take little g, the acceleration of gravity, you can derive the mass of the Earth, assuming the inverse square law is true.
Okay.
Right? So you can get a mass value if you know the mass of your object, and you can reverse the formula from the acceleration, right? Using the what is it? Using the inertia, right? An object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by outside force. You can do the calculation for the force and figure out the equivalent and derive the equivalent force. Okay, fine.
Well, I mean, that's only for solids, though.
Well, I'm just telling you how they do it. So, for the moon, they go, okay, the moon is this far away. What would the mass have to be for an orbit of that distance? But orbits themselves are not dynamic models; they're kinematic models. Because there's something people don't understand about Newtonian gravity, that it's actually not a universal law. It's not a law of nature. Hold on, just finish, because this is really going to help you understand a lot about the solar system model. That they're not actually calculating forces and mass and gravity. They're not doing that, any of that.
So may I ask
Kepler's
a question?
laws of planetary. Just please let me finish. I'll be as brief as I can. Kepler's laws of planetary motion are what Kepler used to describe the orbits of the planets. Okay, he used ellipses. Newton noticed that if the sun would be the foci of one of these ellipses, and that force to some object would fall inversely proportional to the square of the distance. He noticed this geometric relationship and came up with the universal law of gravitation. But when they calculate orbits, they're not actually calculating forces. They're using the time over period method of Kepler to figure out the orbit. Okay? They don't know the mass. They don't know the size. They don't know any of that crap because they are just fitting an ellipse to the period, right? Only one ellipse in one orientation would fit the period of the orbit. So they use that ellipse, and from that you can get the so-called mass of the object, but they don't actually know the mass.
They're just using a time period. They're measuring that.
They're using a time period to infer so much information. That's the point. Like this hypothesis, gravity caused tides, is just a hypothesis. There's no way to even test it.
I have a question unrelated to the topic, India.
I like this.
I don't know if we want to do that, but go ahead.
Yeah.
No. It's something quick. It's something quick. India, weren't you on Planet Peterson? Didn't you talk to Planet Peterson?
Yeah,
one time?
in here.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw. Yeah, because the reason I actually joined the server is because I saw his video. So I thought it was really cool that I saw you.
So I've debated him 3 times. The first 2 times he didn't record it. He was like doing his test run or something. He didn't really know about us. So what the first one was not recorded. The second one was, so we got a podcast like on iTunes and Spotify. So that debate is recorded. It's up on there, the audio. And then he came in here again and he recorded it. And then that's the one you saw.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's on his channel?
Yeah, I thought I recognized it a minute ago.
Called the most insufferable flat earther ever. And I liked that title, but then he changed it to most toxic flat earther ever. And I liked the first title better.
All right, can we get the mother's response to what you just said, Indio? Because
way to get my brother.
It was a lot of information.
Somebody
it was a lot of information, so I understand if you didn't catch it all. Because
I was out using the bathroom for the majority of what she was talking about.
Can you let your mom respond?
Okay, bro. Can you let me talk so I can tell you what just happened? She just walked away out of my room to go give my brother his chips. Just give her a minute and let her come back.
Okay.
Oh Lord. Lord have mercy.
Inigo, was you finished with the what you was explaining?
Yeah.
Like I said, I wasn't in here. I was in the bathroom.
Okay.
I guess what the problem is Indio was speaking into the air, so he needs to know if who is listening. That's why I'm saying.
So your mother wasn't here the whole time? I was saying.
No, I wasn't here. Good Lord.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, the only point I'm trying to make is that gravity caused tides is a hypothesis. There's no way to test this hypothesis. They do have they can correlate the position of the moon and the sun to tide heights, but there's also 20 other constituent parts of the fucking tides they're also correlating. So to say that the tides, the gravity is the causal mechanism, that's unjustified. Even though they say it, there's no justification for it. And especially in light of what the actual evidence says is that the tides don't even exist in some places. So, like, is there no gravity there? Right? There's no gravity in those places to pull up the water or squeeze the water or whatever it is. Then we have other pieces. Here's another piece. So you got the island of England, right?
Or how the Earth is rotating.
Tide is not uniform. Does not happen like high tide. Does not happen on that same island all at the same time. It'll lag each other. Like high tide will be in one spot and it'll be in another spot in England at 11 hours later. But the theory of tides is that the entire water level of the ocean is rising. Right? So how is the water level of the ocean rising on another side of England 11 hours later?
What?
Wait, what?
Tides are said because the entire level of the ocean is rising. Right? That's what's the cause of the tide. Yeah.
No, it's just the ocean in some parts.
Yeah, it's because as the moon swings around the Earth, with it follows water. Maybe not all water, but definitely it has a pull on some water. You know what I mean? So as it swings by, kind of like a little drive-by, right? It pulls some of it with it, right? Kind of like if you swing a cup around in a circle, all the water is going to go to the bottom because of centrifugal force.
Okay, if that's a hypothesis that they have, does it make sense that high tide in England is 11 hours different since it's a small island? So say you have a tide in London, right? High tide there. 11 hours later, it won't be high tide all over England. It's just high tide in London. and then you go 20 miles up the coast, and it's high tide. 2 hours later, and another part was 2 hours before. Another part's 11 hours later.
I mean, I don't know about that. I grew up on the beach, and our high tide is the same down our entire 300, 400-mile coast. So,
but that's what I'm saying is tides are very local.
How far down the coast could you see?
I mean, but we also have like notices and shit because we have people surfing out there and people in it. So we have to have high tide alerts. We have people that drive on the beach here. So if you don't have a high tide alert, a lot of cars get washed out.
So can you see other cities from where you were at, or is it like it's just like little pieces that stick out and you can't see anything?
Like, I mean, you can't. I mean, can you see 300 miles?
How far down can you see?
Can you see?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
He's asking you because you said you live on the beach.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I never lived. I never lived or grew up on the beach. I'm wondering how far can you see down the coast? You said it's 300 miles long. How far can you actually see? Yeah.
I mean, depending on where you are. I mean, if you're a little bit higher, obviously you can see a little bit further, but you can see for a few miles. Just like when we used to live out in the Midwest, and I mean, even there, like there's no beach or anything, but I have a picture of the town that I used to live in from a mile and a half away. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
We were on this really high mountain in Arizona next to the dam. The
Hoover Dam?
See so clearly, dude. It's so cool.
Oh, wait, was that? I thought you guys went to the Hoover Dam.
It was next to the Hoover Dam.
That's Nevada.
Or not Arizona.
You're thinking about when we went to the Grand Canyon.
So you think you can only see 3 miles?
Huh?
You think you can only see 3 miles?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you're standing at one point and some of the ground ahead of you is higher, you're obviously not going to see further than the high point. You know what I mean?
At the beach,
So like,
if you're at the beach, just looking down the coast, as far as you can see, a straight beach or close to straight, even though they curve a little.
right. Yeah, no, they curve a lot, actually. So
Depending on
you
where you're
can't. But if
at.
I stand on the beach and look out into the water, into the ocean, it feels like you see for miles. I actually don't know how far that is, but it's out there. It looks crazy.
10 miles?
Huh?
10 miles?
I mean, I don't know. I know that the visibility from a Chinook helicopter at fucking 5,000, at 5,000 feet is approximately 15 miles.
And then what?
Huh?
Then what? What's after 15 miles?
It starts getting foggy and blurry and shit. You can't really see that far optically. I mean,
So what if I told you if you stood at the beach and you had a camera 1 foot off the ground, and I could see 10 miles straight off the sea level, 1 foot high off the sea level, and I could see 10 miles out there? What would you think?
if what?
I could see 10 miles. I know I'm seeing 10 miles because there's objects out there with markers on them. Basically, they have coordinates, and we can verify.
I mean, it also depends. It also depends on the atmosphere that day because it could make that thing look like it's floating above the ocean, depending on, the heat and shit. So,
Depending on what heat.
huh?
Well, I mean, I want to give her credit for at least accurately
The
describing
heat between
reality.
the difference in air temperature between the very top of the ocean and then there'll be like especially down here because it gets so like damn hot. And if you go to places where it gets really hot, sometimes it'll make kind of like when you're standing on a road that's really hot, you can see the heat waves right off the way.
The 10 miles is pretty.
What I was saying is that sometimes there is an optical illusion that makes it look like a ship is floating above the ocean where there's a gap.
But that's a pretty high optical illusion to be 10 miles, and it's something that's supposed to be blocked by a physical Earth curve, and it's somehow popping up 10 miles away.
No, I didn't get to that point yet.
Do you know how big ships are?
No, how big are they?
How are they? Because you know how big
Huge.
the Earth is. You guys claim that it have a great radius value.
I didn't say I didn't say that. I said all I said was
But that's
show me the
that's
map.
the official globe claim. That's what it is. You live on the globe.
The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet tall above the,
All right, so
above the water line.
so I used to
But I've seen a ship that should have been would have to be 420
so I
feet
was a
tall.
crew chief, right? I was a crew chief, and I don't really know a whole lot about. I don't know a whole lot about the gravity. Honestly, math to me, I do programming and shit, so most of my math is like Boolean stupid shit, right? Stuff that I need for that. But what I can tell you from experience, right, is that from my helicopter, I can just keep flying west. They do that.
How do you know you're flying west?
Because I go from New York to Vermont, all the way over to Washington.
How do you get
all the way over?
How do you get there?
By flying.
So you just get in a helicopter. You don't look at the dashboard. You just fly in a line.
Well, we can orient ourselves by landmarks, considering that Canada, right, is above us, and we would have to fly to Canada. And I mean, I didn't get to fly to Canada; they did. And that was mean. I wish I could have gone because they got to get a lot of maple syrup, and that looks so good. But anyway, so we could go to Canada, right, north, or we can turn like this to the left, and then go that way. And that's how I know I'm going that way. Because if I turned this direction and I go that way, I'm going that way.
What's on the dashboard? Video games or something? Or they're dials telling?
Huh?
Yeah. Are there
No,
any?
we had
there's nothing
analog.
on the so there's
No,
nothing
we
on
had
your,
analog.
You got
No, the
nothing.
CH-47.
You got no
CH-47
compasses. You don't know where you're at. It's all magical.
CH-47 Delta was an
How do you know you're
analog
heading?
only dashboard, except for one monitor, and that
He
did
wants to know
not
how
show
you know
distance
you're heading.
or
How you know
heading.
you're heading.
That no, we had a physical little wobbly thing that showed us where we're going.
He just want to know what.
How does that device know its heading? Is what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Magnetic field.
Okay, so you must have done navigation, right? So you know about magnetic declination, right?
I can't remember the phrase, but if you remind me of the definition, I probably.
He just told you.
Between the magnetic north and geographical north.
Huh?
There's the difference between the geographical north, true north, and magnetic north. The declination is the angle between those two.
Okay, and that's fine and all, but it still doesn't, like, I was just saying, I can get in, I can see really far, but after that, like, I can't see no more, right? And if we keep going west, we'll hit Seattle, and if we keep going west, we keep going in the same direction, we're going to hit
Question
Hawaii.
is how you know you keep going west. That's what he's.
Well, I mean,
Because we are physically in an aircraft that we are flying.
Okay.
Not a pilot. Not a pilot. I was the crew chief.
Yeah.
Now I didn't fly, obviously, because I wasn't a warrant officer, which I should have been, because they make good money. But I'm sitting there. I'm looking outside. I can see the base right there. I can see McDonald's. I can see that we turned left. I can see that we're going straight. I can see it. Like,
can I address the west east thing?
Fun fact, I actually learned this while learning about drones.
Can you please
whenever
look in
you
the
take
chat?
off from a what's the not a landing pad, but the airstrip. The airstrips have headings on them that tell you the direction you're heading, not based on magnetic north, but based on true north. So
yeah, we understand.
So if they head in that heading or head west based on that heading, they'll just continue heading west.
Yeah, and west is a circle, dude.
Yeah, that's
what we're trying to tell you, that west, west is not a straight line. West is a giant circle.
Yeah. So when she said I go in a straight line when I go west, no, you're not. You're going in a circle.
honey, have you ever been on a helicopter? You know when you're going in a circle. I can tell you.
It's a giant circle. You're not going to perceive whether you're in a freaking 8,000 mile radius circle.
Stop trying to sound like Billy Badass and come back to Earth.
Hold on. So just like you wouldn't perceive, because it's so big, the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, but we should be able to measure it.
Yeah,
This
You
is a
can
different
measure it. There's a
proposition, right?
measurement.
You're
I literally
talking
sent
about
a link earlier of a way
Look,
to measure it.
I'm saying
I'll send it one more
if
yeah,
time.
we can figure out
we
how to
have
do
measured it. We
bullet
don't
drop
need a way to
and
measurement. We've already done it. Like we don't
You
need
just
one.
said that there's no way to measure it. Here's a way to measure it, man.
No. What
no,
I
he
said
did not
was,
say that.
I said it was a false equivalence between looking out of a helicopter and trying to perceive a straight line versus turning, and looking at
well,
something and determining whether it's flat or
we're
not. Now,
we're
but we
not
don't
that high.
we don't rely on that. We measure the
Helicopters don't
surface
fly
of the
that
earth.
high. You know that, right?
What is that? No,
Usually, like
I'm not
like I
talking
can
about. Are you
perceive
guys
that
okay?
I'm
Like I'm starting to wonder if you have mental issues.
No, she's
man.
not.
You're
She's
not
not.
tracking. You're not tracking what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, y'all
I
just
am.
going
This
all over
thing
the
is
place.
such a large circle that you would not perceive the
Yeah,
small amount of angle
your flight
that we
path.
were.
We're talking about your flight path. Your flight path.
Yeah, you
I
said
know.
it
I
was
was
straight.
just saying that. I was literally agreeing with you and
Ma'am,
repeating back to you exactly what you had told me.
Being higher
because
doesn't change. Being higher doesn't change that circle.
I'm not saying that. I was saying that because we are at such a low flight, we can literally observe the ground and see exactly where we are going without having to rely on any instruments at all.
I know, but you're looking at the ground and trying to say, hey, am I going in a circle or not? But that circle is freaking 12,000 miles.
But we. Okay.
Well, think the circle, think the equator is supposed to be 25,000 miles in circumference,
Okay.
right?
So, all
say
right,
you're
I want
flying east-west on that, there's no way you could ever perceive a circle that big, whether you're turning or not. You'd be turning so slow at such a small angle, you'd never perceive it. Your instruments can perceive it, in fact.
You just think about
Your
it like this for a second. All the turbulence in the air causes you to move on that plane or helicopter just slightly, and you're adjusting it to what? The compass. So naturally, all slight changes in your angle are going to be in that.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's switch it up so I can. We're going to stay on the same subject, different mode of understanding, so that maybe I can understand a little bit better. Okay. And again, I'm just going to use references that I know, right? So, at one of the military bases, right, in the Midwest, they have artillery pieces, right? The artillery piece shoots about, I think the round is about 90 pounds, and it can reach 47 miles rocket assisted, right? Now, with that, we actually have to calculate that, how far it will go using gravity, because we have to calculate for things like bullet drop, right? And we have to actually account for things like curvature so that it will actually hit the proper target. Like one time they hit Walmart and everybody got fired. Like no shit, right? Because they did the calculations wrong. And they have like a big field that they're supposed to fire in. So explain to me, okay, I understand. Like you're saying, I wouldn't perceive that it's a straight line, right? Or that it's a curve. Then how is it that I could calculate for a straight line this 90-pound round to go 47 miles?
You can see the curvature in that clip that he just sent. That's fire.
And hit that target when I have to use things like gravitational force in order to do that every time. American artillery is amazing. We strike our targets and we use gravitational force.
I posted the.
No, you don't.
But we
I
use. Right,
What?
it isn't, but we also use the curve because our rockets go so far. You understand that, right? Like
You
our
haven't proven
artillery rounds,
gravitational force.
our artillery rounds literally can.
No.
This one's the shortest.
So 47 miles goes around the ball then?
We still have to calculate for that little bit of drop.
You
We
still have
do
not
have to
used
What if
calculate
we
for
show
that.
you? What if we show you something 40 miles that doesn't require? You can just see straight across, no curve involved.
Honey, I'm talking
We
about
also have people in the
Oklahoma.
military who
You want to
are
see a
So
flat state?
Oklahoma's a ball.
No, I'm saying Oklahoma is a very flat
words in each
right. I'm saying that Oklahoma is a very flat place. It
Oklahoma
seems
is flat.
very flat,
Correct.
but we still
Right.
have to calculate for that small
We agree
amount of
it's
difference
flat.
in curvature when we are
There is no
targeting.
difference in
So, like, we
curvature.
literally,
What is the difference? What's the difference over 10 miles?
I think it's only like it's only like a few centimeters, but that shit is really
No,
important
it's
when you're trying to hit a
66
singular
feet.
target.
66 feet for 10 miles.
Hey,
Is
post
it?
the formula in the chat. This guy wants to see it.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me grab it for you.
Yeah, what's
Also,
there seems to be a fundamental flaw right now in the knowledge that's being presented. So your premise is that they're using gravity and the curvature of the Earth. Well, there's a problem. You haven't identified what gravity is in your own estimation.
Yo, who's making that noise?
I wasn't getting into the math. I was just simply saying that is a part of how we calculate that.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Blinded rate. We're not. No one muted.
I know what you're saying, but what I think the important thing is that you got to realize when you're using words like gravity and you're using words like Earth curve calculations.
Okay, so here we go. Here, I've kind of got this for you.
Kind of the first thing you have to prove is that that there is an Earth curve.
Okay.
Yeah. So
for calculating the 777 M777 howitzer
you calculate.
at 47 miles. Well, we have to do this in order to hit our targets. Like, you have no idea how exact we are in hitting our targets. Right.
You don't.
So we actually these are
finish.
things that like the people that are heading artillery units, like they understand these things
Tell us the method, ma'am.
at
Tell
the
us the
levels.
method.
All right, so here's the math. So here is the math. So we actually need to account for muzzle velocity, which is 827 milliseconds, right? Projectile weight and ballistic coefficients, because that's just like 90 pounds. That round weighs about 90 pounds. Our launch angle, which is our elevation, right? So if we're firing from a mountain, obviously, and we're firing down below us, we obviously need to account for angle.
I mean,
right?
do we have to listen to
Atmospheric
this?
conditions, because things like humidity do play a role in our air density and our wind. And then we get into two big ones, which are Earth's rotation, the Coriolis effect, and gravity, which we need to know. So then here we go. Here it is.
Wait a minute. Wait, stop.
Equals
Hold on.
YT equals.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, I'm not done.
I know. You gotta wait. Hold on.
Why do we gotta listen to this?
Yeah, just wait.
Whenever there's a problem in y'all's logic, from our standpoint, we try to correct it.
I've
been listening so good to y'all.
This is not gonna work. Both of you guys keep chiming in. It's not going to work. We need one speaker at a time. And I wanted to address the reason why I said wait is because I wanted to ask you at the point that you started to make the crossover to talk about the Earth spinning and that, I have to insert gravity in there. Everything was going good. Like you had everything.
Okay. Now listen, I understand. Now I'm going to tell you the formula. Right? Are you ready? Okay. YT, sorry. So the function of T equals V sub 0 sine 0 times T minus half GT squared, where V sub 0 is initial velocity, O equals the launch angle, and G equals acceleration due to gravity, which we have to know, right? And that's for vertical position. Now, for horizontal distance, we need to cover the function of X is V sub 0 cosine to O and T, where those things are still equal, where T is equal to time. Obviously, X is how far it's traveling when we get that function. So, yeah, we actually do use gravity in our ballistics, but you can't calculate gravity.
Yeah, you got to the end. We heard you clear, right? So now we got everything we need. So was there at any point in time the Earth's curvature, the Earth spinning involved in that equation? What you just said, I didn't hear it. Did you mention the Earth spinning at any point in time? Hello?
No, I did not. Would you like the other equations?
No, wait, stop. I have to do this, because I let you say the whole equation. You did. So now the only thing that you said that you mentioned was the gravitational acceleration. I will address that, but I'm going back to the fact.
I said two of them.
Yeah, but you didn't mention.
That was only for horizontal and vertical position.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not negating the fact that you said that. What I'm saying is the Earth spinning was not put into the equation, so that's fine. It's Earth spinning was not.
That's not
It was
all
not
the
factored in.
equations that we
The
use.
coordinates. It's just
Okay,
for the
wait a minute.
coordinates.
That's
Okay,
just
so
for
you're telling me there's more that you didn't finish saying? Was there an addendum to
Yes,
this
you
equation?
interrupted because she was in the middle of saying it and you interrupted
Dude,
her.
stop!
Just let her
Stop!
speak.
Listen, brother. Stop white knighting for your mom. Take a back seat to this. She's speaking. You need to let her speak. Maybe she had a problem
Well, I'm
with
not
you.
going to let you sit here and disrespect my mom for 45 minutes, dude.
baby, you're not even letting me speak.
Why don't you go to the next room, bro?
This is
Because it's not
terrible.
working with you in it. It's not.
No,
Let
you
her
left
talk.
anyway. So
Well, then, dude, like
anyway, I'm
is this a problem?
I'm
No,
done talking to
dude,
you. I have
hell
things
no.
to do. So it was a good discussion. Though. I
Yeah,
hope you have
dude,
a good
she
day,
told
man.
you
Respect
you
to all
weren't
of you.
letting her speak.
Just go, dude.
I mean, what I'm not understanding is that, you know, even if you say that you have this formula and you say that they use this formula and they use all of these variables within the formula, right? And you just basically just explaining mathematics. Now, in order for that mathematics to be actually valid, it's not that, oh, well, I use this mathematics and I see that this mathematics actually work whatever I'm doing on with a gun or whatever I'm doing with missiles or whatever I'm doing. That doesn't mean that it's actually true. In order for you to validate anything with mathematics, you would have to validate it with observation.
Yeah, so
If you're going to prove, if you're going to say, well, I'm using gravity within this mathematics, well, first thing you would have to do, you would have to show us gravity. If you're going to use Earth curvature in your mathematics, the first thing you would have to do is show us Earth curvature in order for it to be true. Or else you just put in these variables in there that may not or may be true.
All right, Joe. This is the problem with her equation, is that she did not mention the parts that needed to be mentioned, which was the Earth in motion, spinning. She didn't mention that in her equation. And then when I pointed that out, it's like, oh, I forgot to mention. You interrupted me in the middle of me telling. No, she was at the end of the equation. That was all that there was for the equation. That was it. So I was actually addressing the fact that it wasn't mentioned. And now all of a sudden, there's new math that's involved. It's like, no, you've just finished telling us what the trajectory of that missile needed. And all the equation that was needed, it did not include the Earth's rotation. All right, so we were going to address that gravitational attraction was what was mentioned. But the fact is, she doesn't know what that means. If she does, she would be able to parse out, is it the effect that we see when we drop something and we call that gravity? Well, that's just specific gravity. That's relative density. That has nothing to do with this idea that mass is attracting mass or that time and space are being bent and distorted. So she didn't understand that. So we were going to dive into that. But her son, who was probably interrupting her like ever since he was a child doing when she was trying to talk to another adult, was just incessantly causing, like putting his foot in the way. He didn't let me finish saying that, wouldn't even. So we could never get to the bottom of how she thinks that the equation was relating to the Earth at all as a globe. That's the problem. We have to let them. She went through all of it, didn't include any of the things that would the Earth being a globe would include. That was important. It's like a key moment for exposition. The exposition would continue if she would realize that the Earth as a globe was never introduced in any part of that missile trajectory. So she can't use something that's not there, which is the Earth spinning and or the idea that Earth's gravitational attraction, due to the fact that time and space are being distorted, is involved in this equation. It's not. It's just relative density. She was only talking about something when it falls through the medium of air. That's what she was discussing. I mean, we can accept that because that's specific gravity.
Yeah, I mean, she said it's horizontal and vertical position, so not curved and not Coriolis. Thanks for proving her point.
Yeah, and had only her son would have just shut his yapper, we would have been able to tell her that. You know, I'm guessing, just me spitballing here, but I'm thinking that's probably all his problem has ever been. Interrupting whenever somebody's an adult speaking to his mother. He just puts his foot there and wants to say what he wants. These two have been triggered ever since this morning. I know that. Been a couple hours. I had high hopes that it would have worked out for both of them. Actually have a good exchange, but sometimes you get let down, man.
Yeah, I had more hopes for the mom than the kid. Just because she was in the military, she seemed a little bit more reasonable, but
yeah,
not enough.
Well, I got Jenna Massa vibes, when she was speaking, because her voice sounds the same.
Yeah.
But I mean, even so, she was a bit more reasonable than the son was. The son has drunk the Kool-Aid. He's too far down the rabbit hole. He's all in for the globe. It's considered now for him a sunk cost fallacy. He's just going to keep doubling down. So there's nothing that until he realizes that there's no evidence of the globe, he's just going to continue to be an advocate for or an apologist for the Earth being a globe. I guess what was frustrating too is that India was giving good exposition, right? Key points that need to be understood. And then we didn't know when the mom was actually leaving. She didn't say, "Excuse me, I'm going to have to leave." And all of a sudden you're talking to the son and he's like, "Oh, mom had to go. And I was in the restroom." I'm like, bro, I mean, you could at least be courteous and say that you're leaving so that the speaker will stop. But you couldn't even get that. It's just bad form, bro.
Yeah, they weren't raised well.
Shows that they don't use their brain. I mean, I heard the stream and the guy Empty Ball. He was saying, I think to India, that he is not scientist, and that's why we have scientists because we are not scientists. So he's coming claiming something, and when we require evidence from him, he says he doesn't know because he is not scientist. And we should accept what the scientists say because we are not also scientists. So isn't that appealing to authority? Isn't he requiring?
Yeah, that's all they were doing, dude. Like the whole time, the son was just appealing to the authoritative, figures and or information. So this came from an authoritative source. This came from people that we claim that know what they're talking about. So really, there's no critical thinking involved. They're just accepting everything that's being put to them. And, even though the mom sounded like a little bit intelligent when it came to math, but still the equation didn't solve the problem of whether or not the Earth is a globe. That wasn't giving us any indication that the Earth is a globe. Like Drace was saying, within the equation itself, it didn't include anything to deal with, vertical and horizontal, positions for Coriolis to even be taken hold. So yeah, there's a lot to be desired when somebody says they have the information in an equation that proves that the Earth is a globe based on missile trajectory. It's not true. And it wasn't proven either. And the moment I pointed that out, it's like, oh, wait, that wasn't all the math. There was more. It's like, no, there wasn't, dude. You gave everything you did for the equation for missile trajectory, and it wasn't more. That was it.
Yeah, I heard you asking, where did you hear Coriolis effect there, or the spinning of the Earth being counted? And she asked you if she could give you the other equation. And I just didn't want to chime in, but I will tell you, we don't consider curvature when we count or when we calculate projectile dynamics. This is called projectile dynamics. They studied it. We don't calculate anything.
This person asked me for. Sorry to interrupt. This person's asking for an unmute. I wasn't here. I was away from the computer.
Yeah, they're asking for an unmute, but what I was hold on.
I don't know what happened, so I just I don't know what happened. So if you could fill me in.
Yeah, so basically I was talking to Empty Bowl, well, the kid, and his mom was the one that I was talking to because we're going over missile trajectory. She gave the equation for her reasoning behind why she thinks the missiles are actually being using the Earth's spin and also gravitational force, right? So I was going to address that, but the kid, who incessantly interrupts for his mom, jumped in because at the end of her equation, I was like, okay, so I didn't hear that you mentioned the Earth's spin at all. and or you're misunderstanding what gravity is, as far as gravitation is concerned. So I was going to go over that, but then he interrupts and says that she had more equations to produce that showed that. I was like, no, she didn't. She was at the end of that, and you didn't let her finish. He was like, I was like, dude, the problem is that you keep interrupting for your mom. And I went into like, probably when when you were very young as a child, you were never told to shut up when adults are speaking. So when we were talking to your mom and you interrupted, you just ruined it because he couldn't shut up, dude. He just would keep yammering. Well, she's my mom and this and that bullshit. And I was like, you know what? Shut up.
We ain't gonna hurt your mom on the internet, dude. You can relax. But he said he wants you on mute to just say goodbye. So, I'll unmute them so they can say their farewells. If it's going to be meta, then that's going to be it.
Well, I mean, respect and love to all except for AV. You can plant both of your lips firmly on my ass for like.
Yeah, you're so tough.
Yeah, he just came in here to show how weak he is.
I have to salvage my ego. I can't take the L and move on like a fucking man.
Who did he try to?
He was talking to AV. He was talking to AV and Indy, and then he was trying to talk to Indio too, which is ridiculous too, because like you guys have been nothing but cordial. It's just you're not going to put up with the nonsense. And I mean, I tried to get him on track in the beginning of the conversation because he was off in La La Land making these claims that were unverifiable. I was like, dude, you don't know anything you're claiming to be true. And when he thought about it, he shut up. And I was trying to get him to stick to that, just stick to what you know, man, and listen. But once his mom got involved, I knew he was just going to like lean on mommy. So it was ridiculous.
I thought it was quite funny that mom tried to appeal to mathematics, and then like 5 minutes later said she don't know math that good. Like what the flying fuck? Like,
oh, you were probably gone, Indio, but she was actually that equation for missile trajectory, the one that she was talking about. She was actually talking about the equation. So I'm like, I wonder where she got that information. They must have pulled it up.
Yes, he was reading it from somewhere, AV. Because earlier when she was talking to Indio, she was like, I don't know anything about math. I'll find a mathematician or someone to do that stuff for me. Like, when she finally read the thing out, she didn't know what she was reading and didn't know that the equation actually had no accounting for curvature, no accounting for Coriolis. But when she finished reading up all the aspects of the equation, we were like, wait.
Yeah, dude, she was... Hey, Drace, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was at the end of her equation. When I jumped in, I was like, okay, so that's it. And then when I did that, triggered her son to jump in and say, no, she had more. I was like, you keep interrupting. I'm like, bro.
Me too. Saying she had to say more, she completely stopped. And I was responding to her. And then he's like, you're interrupting her. She was going to say more. Like, dude, you like enamored with your mother? You just want to hear your mom fucking monologue, dude? Dude, shut up the computer and she can talk to you at home.
Yeah, she stopped. You asked her a question about the equation. She stopped producing and she answered that. And then he got all his panties in a twist because we pointed out that, well, there's no curve or Coriolis in it.
I'm sure she can do some math, right? Because in the military, if she's a crew chief, she is going to be doing some calculations. But those are very specific and they're dumbed down because you have to be able to do them in combat, right? Like you're under pressure. So you have to be able to do the equation when in suboptimal conditions. She probably couldn't derive any of them, right? So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with her or she's stupid because she can't derive them. I'm just saying she can probably do the math that she was trained to do and a little more.
Yeah, and I think there was a folly that she had shown that even though using these equations, it doesn't mean that you're going to hit your target because they hit a damn Walmart. So what happened was with the Earth being a globe is you missed your target. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, bro. Like, maybe you didn't need to use that.
Yeah, dude, they're shooting rockets all over the frickin' Middle East hitting the wrong shit. Like, they don't know math over there? Like, they're not doing the Coriolis calculation, the ballistic missile trajectory? Like, how come they're missing by frickin' 1,000 yards?
Yep.
I mean, I got an inkling that something was wrong right out of the gate. The moment that she started describing angles the variable. She pronounced the angle variable name as O. I mean, for God's sake, anyone who does, any angle stuff or trig, you see that circle with a line through it, that's the Greek theta.
Theta.
Who the hell pronounces it O?
She did.
You ever see
She was reading
She
it.
did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she was just reading something, I mean, that to me, it was like it aligned perfectly with her own words when she said she's bad at math, or paraphrasing here, but she's self-sabotaged in that sense. And I saw it right there. Like, that was funny, man.
Yeah, Mick, bro. Most of them are like that. AG or India or anyone of the fellow flat earthers. I mean, a simple question. This guy, Empty Bowel, he didn't even adhere. So we can say, denied the explanation of the mainstream. I mean, didn't we all of us here from the school, from the primary school, almost when we were children, that the sky is blue because the sun, the sunlight gets scattered because of the atmosphere, because of the atmosphere. Isn't that the mainstream explanation for the blue sky, for the blue color of the sky?
Yeah, but we're just addressing what she was saying, though, Berserker.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I know.
That we address when we speak to somebody. The important thing is we address what they say and not probably talk about.
I know.
It sounds like a tangent.
I know. I know.
I have an argument for the cause.
Wait a minute. I just didn't finish it. He told us that it is dust which causes blue.
Yeah, that's not right. It's Rayleigh scattering.
Yeah,
that's just besides the point. Then would just distract away from like getting him back on point. Is what AV's saying.
Yeah, you always got to stay on the point proper, because these guys are easily distracted when they're talking to you. Like, I can tell you from what I was listening to that they were gish galloping to different points. That they would always make it sound like it was relevant, but then the moment it sounded like it was relevant and they jumped to a different point in the middle of their next argument, it's gish gallop. They didn't know how to stay to one topic. And then the mom even recognized that. She was like, well, maybe let's just stick on this one topic. I was like, yeah, after the one you're just skipping? Like, you just skipped to another one because you made it say, I'm going to stick to this one topic I'm talking about.
Exactly. He skipped all the time topics. Then I heard him because I was arguing with him about the atmosphere on the Mars and how we should get black. And then after I was being muted, I went smoking. I was away. So when I came back, I heard him. He said he doesn't want to discuss this thing about the atmosphere because it's silly. When they can't explain something, they skip it somehow. They skip it always, and they always come with questions like how can you explain seasons? How on flat Earth? How does it work on flat Earth? I mean, how about they explain?
Berserker, they want to skip it because once they've done all of their skips, they restart, which is why it's important to try to keep them on one point until they understand that point holds no actual value.
Yeah, I know. Dres, I don't know if you were here. Maybe some of the guys. Maybe
he was here. He was here the whole entire time, Berserker.
I think Big Daddy, Elijah. Stupid name, Big Daddy. Elijah. I think Elijah, he was here. I think he was the one who muted me, so the other one can. But I think Elijah can confirm. I have been here since yesterday, 1300. That means almost 28 hours. And I just started talking and arguing with the guy 3 hours ago. So I have been here more than 26 hours just listening. So I'm not somehow derailing the thing, but their arguments are always so stupid, and they always skip, and they always appeal to authority, and I mean, they come and claim something, and when you ask them if he has a proof for that, and then they tell you, I don't know. He has to look. He asked GTP, and all these questions about how can this work on the flat Earth. How about you explain to us how does it work that we see the horizon behind the platform habitat rig oil? How does that work on globe? Then they skip it. They skip it, or they tell us refraction. Yeah, but look, I'm an old flat earther from 2015. That's why I know Elijah from Nathan Oakley. If a global comes to Nathan Oakley and tells him refraction, Nathan Oakley doesn't accept the claim and the explanation of refraction, because refraction requires pre-assuming radius. And Nathan tells them, then first you have to prove that the Earth is a sphere with the radius. Only then you can use the equation for the refraction, because the equation of the refraction is, I think, 7/6 or 6/7 r radius. So it's based on pre-assumed radius. How about they explain, for example, how this microwave communication from Lebanon on the Mediterranean Sea to Cyprus or Crete at a distance of 146 miles. That's 235 with microwave communication, which cannot propagate. I think it's called by bouncing. It requires line of sight. So how does it work on a globe that they had a line of sight at a distance of 146 miles over the Mediterranean Sea? I mean, questions like this you can ask them and they will skip it. This is when they do skipping. If they cannot prove something, they skip it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for. Do you know what that means? At a distance of 146 miles, the receiver on the other side will have a drop of 11,000, more than 11,000 feet. So the receiving tower have to be 11,000 feet tall or high. There is no such thing. There are so many points, and then he was telling us that we only have claims and we don't have proofs. But they are the ones who, yeah, he's not scientist. That's why he doesn't need to explain what he is claiming. So can you explain to me how can I?
Hey, I spoken to Fear Eater.
I got Blind Rage in here right now. Blind Rage, you were trying to talk earlier when we were speaking to those people.
Yeah, I asked for the formula because you guys didn't do that yet, and then I got muted for that. Nope.
All right. What did we need to do about the formula?
Huh? No, I asked her for the formula because she was rambling on about calculations and stuff, and nobody had asked for the formula. So I just asked her for the formula, so that way it would be very easy to refute her claim.
She already presented it. We addressed it.
After I asked her for it. I was the one who asked her for it. I got muted for it.
Okay. Well, you want credit?
Oh, no, I didn't want credit. I just wondered why in the world I would get muted for that. That's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, because we don't know you from Adam. So the fact is, we don't know if you're actually interrupting for just interrupting's sake.
So well, you can ask Matrix about me. He and I, back about a year ago and stuff, we had several discussions late at night and stuff with other ballers and stuff. So I'd say he'd probably vouch for me.
Anyway, that's fine. But yeah, she never got to the point where she was describing how any of that equation relates to the Earth being a globe. We've already went through that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I was just curious about why in the world I would get muted for that. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, because like I said, we don't know you from Adam. So if it was the case that you were trying to say something and we don't know who you are, we're going to automatically just put that as like, okay, we don't know this guy. He's just interrupting. That's why.
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just merely asking her for the formula so that way you guys could go over it and shut it down. You know what I mean? Just shut her argument down.
We did. But the problem was, when she got to the end of her equation, and then I said, okay, is that everything? Because it seems like I didn't hear the Earth's rotation or gravity being explained as to how it's dependent on this equation is dependent on the Earth being a globe. The moment I said that, her son interrupted and said, there's still more equation. And I'm like, no, there wasn't more. She actually stopped. And then I started talking to him because he white knighted for her. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose because he can't have her like end at that point. So it was stupid. And then that's why he got muted. And, he was upset about it.
Okay, I get that. No, that's why I asked for the equation. It's because I knew that it would be easily, broken down and end her argument with it.
Yeah, because in the missile trajectory, you don't need to include the spin of the Earth, nor do you have to include the causal mechanism behind gravitation. If you're using just relative density as like why things fall in the medium of air, that's fine. But it works out as an equation. But at the same time, you don't have to use the idea that you live on a globe at all. Not in any of the things that they utilize. We know that. That's the reason why we wanted to go through the exposition. But the son did not want that to be the case. So he was, preventing us from doing it.
No, I get it. I'm definitely a flat earther. I'm a math nut. So any argument I make is definitely in favor of flat Earth.
The important part about it. So the important part about it was the way she was describing the equation. We do have people that do math, and so she was using one of the parts of the constituent parts of the equation as she was saying O when it was actually theta. So she didn't describe the equation correctly. So people in here kind of heard that as that's like somebody saying that they know math. How do you say? It's like, tell me that you don't know math by saying you don't know math. You know what I'm saying? And so when she said the equation the way she did, it's like she doesn't understand math. Because if she was working with these equations, she would have properly explained how the equation's spoken of as, like the way the equation is.
Right.
You don't say when it's theta. You know what I mean? Like that's.
Now at the same time, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, the very very subtle, slight benefit of the doubt that in shorthand, on the fly, in certain contexts, people may pronounce it like that. I've never heard that in my entire whatever study, as shallow as it may have been. It's never been pronounced like that. So that was a red flag for me. Yeah. But come on, man.
Yeah.
It's even pronounced theta. It's written theta. Yeah. It's American pronunciation. Yeah. It's theta.
Yeah, she just Googled the formula.
AV, I just wanted to tell. Yeah, AV. I just wanted to tell blind range that being muted happens all the time. I was muted even though the flat earthers, moderators, they know that I'm a flat earther. But sometimes I talk too long, so they muted me so that they keep the other guy on the stage. So that they keep the other guy on. Yeah.
It's not the fact that you can't.
I'm trying to tell you, it's okay. It's okay. It happens all the time. Yeah.
It's the English. I know, but it's the English that happens, and because you have a thicker accent, it's harder, and it's a fast-paced conversation. So in order to keep up pace with a conversation, you have to at least be fluent in English to be able to hold a conversation at the magnitude that we were having it at.
I know.
And I'm not saying you can't do it. You couldn't. You couldn't. You could probably do it well in your own language, perhaps. But when it considers like people speaking in English, you have to be a bit more like, how can I say, fast paced. You got to keep up with what's being said. Otherwise, it sounds, not saying that you don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. That's why I apologized also during my arguments and debating. I apologized, and I usually do that. And that's why most of the time also when I start debating and when I see that I'm not getting it right in English, then I say that is the reason why I most of the time I enjoy sitting back and enjoying the mods and native speaking flat earthers dismantle the globe.
Yeah,
I
that's
know what
fine.
you mean. So yeah,
that's
I
fine.
can understand. But I just wanted to tell Blind Range, it's nothing personal. So it happened to me more than 3, 4, I think more than 5 times.
Yeah.
I took a break and came back an hour later.
Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm on the other server more, so I've been debating on that one on the 24/7 Flat Earth on the other politics, and I recently just found out about this one, got invited over here. So like over there, they don't really mute you for chiming in, you know what I mean? As long as you seem like you know what you're talking about. And so I was just asking for the formula because I realized, like, I'm aware that trajectory formula when it comes to ballistics don't include any of the crap that she was claiming. So that's specifically why I asked her for it.
What is your Blind Range, if you don't mind me asking? What's your knowledge about it? Like, were you in the military as well, or did you just study this? Like, did you research?
Oh no, I just kind of study this crap. I'm not in the military. I was a math nut when I was in school. Scored real high in the state tests and all that stuff, and and just took calculus because I was going to be a tool and die guy. But yeah, that was back when the cars
we do
crashed.
respect people that have the aptitude to be able to understand and describe what mathematics have to do with anything in relation to the idea that the Earth is a globe, or like be able to kind of dissect what the constituent parts of the equation are. So if you're one of those guys, I mean, we could use another guy like that. I mean, there's
I'm good at that.
We already got a few of those guys, you know what I mean? But if that's your forte, I think why not, But I don't, like I said, we didn't know you from Adam, so sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's all good. I get it. I understand now. I was just kind of curious because I was like, I'd never had that happen in the other one yet. But those guys, I kind of eased in, I guess, a little bit slower there, so they got to know me a little more over there.
Yeah, the level at the way the cognitive dissonance that we're dealing with between the mom and the son, it was very difficult for us to kind of handle that, and then other people jumping in just made it like it's difficult, right? You try to keep it as concise and move along as much as you can, but sometimes with a lot of speakers, it's hard to do that.
Yeah. Well, guess I got to go, boys. I got a little work I got to do here, but appreciate the conversation. I'll be back, and check it out a little bit more later.
All right, man.
Yeah, bro.
Take it easy.
Oh, what's up, Mick?
Just put in the chat what she was most likely reading from. You see that little character there at 41 minutes past the hour?
Yeah.
Just in case you hadn't seen it before, I don't know how I don't know your math background, but that's what she was most likely looking at, called O. See that little line in the middle? Like,
yeah, I mean, I see the equation, and it, like, with good reason, you could actually say that maybe you don't know what you're talking about, like when you speak to her, because you can identify certain ways that they describe the equation, and of course, by them saying it the way they do, you could say like, yeah, do you really know what you're talking about? But you could put that into question.
Yeah. Now, granted, she may have been around people that have actually done the math, so she's somewhat acquainted with it, right? She obviously knew that there was something about it, but to actually work with it, like, something.
But even granting that she said, oh, and didn't mean to say oh, but actually meant theta. Even granting that, the equation still didn't involve anything to do with the Earth's rotation or the understanding of gravitation being the cause and effect relationship. So we still needed to actually get more exposition on that. So
yeah, that was critical, man. Like we all acknowledge the on average 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards. But they hide behind, there's the character G representing that.
Oh, yeah.
Therefore, it must be caused by gravity. It's a very insidious thing. It's just a character.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I always want to bring it involved into like why it's like using G gives them the ability to say, well, we're using gravity as we understand it, being that the Earth is a globe. That's what they're trying to actually caveat to, saying not just that it's in the equation, but that it means that the Earth is a globe. But they don't realize that gravitation, as it stands, little g, is just describing the effect. It's not talking about big G, which is the causal mechanism as to why gravity is being spoken of here. So that's even like why she was misunderstanding that equation. There's so much to talk about, but like I said, her son was just intervening and didn't allow the conversation to progress.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that. I was looking forward to hearing the outcome of that. Even though it was kind of heated, it's too bad. But
unfortunately, you got hit in the crossfire. That's what happened. That's why you got muted. It was just a little bit hectic then, and you were muted accidentally, of course. But it does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was blind rage. Yeah.
Yeah, blind rage. Sorry.
Friendly fire.
He got hit in the crossfire. Unfortunately, I was ducking at the time.
Yeah, and it just so happens that when there's an exchange like that, and it was already difficult because of those two people that were speaking, for the Globe side, and then they were using the same mic, which made it even harder to control them because you couldn't mute one without muting the other. So it was like, well, should we mute him? Because if we do, we can't hear exposition to his mom. So it was a choice that we had to just bear with it for a while. But I guess the next time it's going to have to happen where, she gets on her own, Discord name or whatever to avoid that. Because it seems like that was a bit much, for us to actually endure what he interjected for, like white knighting for her and stuff like that.
Yeah, the mom who was using the same mic and came more than once in front of the sun. Could you call it solar eclipse? Sun eclipse by the mom.
Yeah. He actually accused Miggy of disrespecting his mum. That's what he said in all that chaos. I picked that up. I heard him say that. You were disrespecting. You didn't give my mother a chance to finish the equation. It was where there was extra equations coming out.
Yeah, he has to know that when you argue and debate on the internet, shit can fly around. I mean, he doesn't need to be butthurt. Right?
Well, the most important thing was that when you guys got to hear is that throughout her equation, just like Blind Rage was saying, there was no globe evidence. And when I pointed that out, it was a sore spot, right? I hit a sore spot, and they didn't want that to continue. So the boy, just said, "You're not letting my mom finish the equation," and that's just, we all know that's a bold-faced lie because she reached the end of that equation.
Yeah, she had finished. It clearly had finished.
What I heard like a period at the end of the sentence, right? The equation was complete. Now, had she read it out like that and then was going to introduce, like, for example, if the Coriolis component of that equation was multifaceted and was going to tack that on after, when verbalizing something like that, you can probably have a pause and then, where this figure means this, that, the other thing. But in all, the equation itself was pretty much complete. It was just like, it's like if you're going to draw a map out, you draw the map and then you put the legend to the map. The map was done, but she was just not. She could probably argue that she didn't add the legend yet. Like, that's at the worst that she could have gone to, but it was just so chaotic,
Yeah, she was already in trouble when she was schooled about the tides, and there were 3 tides a day, and Indio and the other guy that was explaining. So
India,
they were already in trouble, you see.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her why don't we have tides in lakes, but India came with another question when he said that big parts of oceans. We have a lot of parts of oceans which don't have tides. That was great.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You also
I
have
didn't
to
know that.
like in the in the form of the exposition,
Yeah.
Berserker, like in the form of the exposition, you have to understand what needs to be talked about and what doesn't. So at that specific moment, the argument could have shifted into what you're describing, but it was moved to a different place because of the fact what was needed to be talked about. So like she automatically assumes that the causal mechanism for tides is that the moon's gravitational force is attracting that water. So she needs to understand, why does she even think that? We have to go back to foundation of like what she thinks, right? Why do you think that? And she can describe, well, maybe somebody showed me some math. According to her, that's what the case was. Somebody showed her some math, so Indio pulled her up on that. He said, what math do you know that they showed that this is the case? And she said, well, I trust somebody, whoever figured it out. He's like, yeah, but what did they say? What did they tell you? And so the problem was getting her to actually say what math follows that this is the case. So once again, math got her in trouble. Once again, there isn't any math that's going to show or support that the moon's gravitation, as far as like we like hear about it, like it being a globe, we don't know of that being like formulated to be like some kind of precise mathematics, because it isn't. Like it's convoluted. Although her answer was not even her answer was not even given. There was no math to support the claim that the math actually shows that moon's pulling on the oceans and such. So she didn't have what she said she did have. So that's what India was trying to pull her up on. And so they went from that to Gish Gallop to another point without conceding on this one. So we look for the best way to give explanation and not just like what you might think in your head. Well, we should have talked about this one topic.
Davey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I get what you mean. I mean, you cannot take a claim without having a proof and use it as proven claim or proven fact. This was what when I was muted, I was trying to confirm that Percent has right. Percent asked the guy when Empty Ball claimed that you cannot even see horizon or the red sky on Mars is red because there is I think he said iron or something like that in the air.
Yeah, he said the soil was iron oxide or something, atmosphere.
Yeah.
So
he was saying that there is so much air, and Percent asked him, "Okay, this is a claim, but how do you know that this claim is right? That explains the red color in the sky of Mars. Can you prove it empirically?" So this is the same thing which you are saying now. I mean, they claim the moon caused the tides, but is there any proof for that? Empirical proof, an experiment, or a measurement, or an equation for that? I know what you're saying.
Okay,
but most of the time they come. Yeah.
So yeah, and if you know what we're saying, that means that when we pull her up on what she says that exists and it doesn't exist, so then what does it show? It shows that she's been only thinking that it exists, but it doesn't really exist. So, in other words, it's giving her like a mirror to look at herself and actually critique what her knowledge is on a subject.
Exactly.
Okay, Berserker.
Yeah.
1 second, dude. So the reason why we do this and not go to like, well, can you tell us why the moon's not pulling on the lake waters? If we do that, then we're not being genuine to like actually critiquing what she knows. And you know what I mean? I know you might think you have a good way to explain why the moon is not pulling on the lakes, the lake water, but we have to go to a different route and we have to show her that she doesn't know what she's talking about. That's important, right?
Yeah,
so when you hear us go to these points, they all have their reasons to why we do it.
Yeah, but AV India did the same thing. He gave only a stronger comparison, but he didn't give also. India didn't also give an equation because it's not about equation. Because what India said is we have this image, and you can see that the red lines of the ocean have tides, and the blue parts, which are colored blue, they don't have tides. So it was the same equation. Why in the same time you have tides in these parts of the ocean and the other parts not. It's the same, but it was better because it is more crazy that to have tides in parts of the ocean and the other parts not, than not having tides on lakes. That's why I refrained then from asking, because the question of India was clear. I mean, it was
I'm curious to something,
Sorry.
Berserker. Real quick. Sorry to interrupt. How long were you speaking? How long were you and Percent speaking with Empty Bowl before his mom got there?
I think
remember?
we spoke about, yeah, I think more than an hour. I mean, I kept silent. I've been silent since yesterday, 1 p.m. until today, 3 p.m. So 26 hours, although I was locked in. And then when I went to sleep, I just laid in bed and had my headset and listened while sleeping, trying to sleep. And then I slept a little bit and woke up. But he was here for a couple of hours, I can say, until his mom came. So he was at least 2 or 3 hours here.
All
That
right,
was your question,
like
right?
because when I stopped him when you guys were going back and forth about Mars and all this stuff, and I said to him, I was like, the difference in what everybody was trying to ask you was about empiricism. You know, we were talking about what things that can be verified here, so we can't verify anything that NASA's claiming is happening on Mars. You know what I mean? And then when the conversation took off from there, I believe Elijah came in and spoke to him a little bit. And a few other speakers came in and was tackling, because I've been working all day too. That was when, he was like, "Oh, great, Mom, rescue me," basically. It was kind of funny. And then she went off on a tangent, like, started crying, said she had PTSD. And then all of a sudden she came back like, "I'm fine." It was just weird to listen to.
Yeah, I think that was a cop out, but who knows? Like, people say things. It was like, if you feel like the energy is triggering, I mean, you need to remove yourself from that. Go away and not be around that. Not come back to it. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it must have been something that was bothering her about it.
Yeah, she's talking. Yeah, and we addressed it too. We're like, dude, we know that this topic triggers people, and she's like, no, it doesn't trigger me. I was like, yeah, but it does, because you had PTSD. Like, bro, it's like you even said you had your PTSD because of it. That it went high energy. So when you feel that stress,
Mingy, I didn't want to say something like that, but now I will say it, because half of my population have that syndrome. Do you know that? Because of war. That's obvious. But what was bothering me, after 10 or 20 minutes, she will say, American artillery, it's so great. If somebody has that I cannot pronounce, sorry, that syndrome, post-traumatic, you are not glorified. You don't glorify anymore anything with military, because that's the things what made you that. Do you understand me?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, post-traumatic stress. Yeah. Yeah, but
that's what she was saying.
She was kind of all over the place though, like with her logic. First, she was trying to say that she could see. I mean, first she was trying to say that, well, it's not level in the whole ocean. And she was saying that when you guys can't see 300 miles out, and she was basically saying like, oh, but I see 3 miles out and I actually see a whole lot of curvature. I like, what, you could easily just basically, you have to show that. And then once we tried to get her to show that, she moved forward. She moved on to basically say, well, I'm flying helicopters. Like, okay. So it's just like she's just moving the goalposts from here to there, from here to there. So it's kind of hard to keep up with what she's, or explain.
She's not.
Our point
But
of
she
view.
wasn't flying hot helicopters, though, Joe. She's like, "Oh, but I wasn't flying helicopters, but I was." It's like, okay, girl.
Yeah. Then she said she was flying
Did you hear
high.
that?
Then she wasn't flying high. Like, okay.
Yeah, she was speaking out two sides of her mouth. She was saying that she did fly and then she didn't fly. So there was a lot of inconsistencies within like what she was saying. Dude, honestly, like the whole thing, it could have just been a whole LARP. It could have been a boyfriend and girlfriend type situation happening or whatever, and they were just playing like mom and son. Who knows? Like, we don't know, but what we do know is that there's a lot of inconsistencies in what they were saying. Lots of
That's sick, AV. That's sick.
Yeah, well, this is true, right? Behind this computer, the phone that we're speaking to people, we do not know who people are. Like, we don't know if they're actually who they say they are.
Yeah, we just gotta take it at face value of what they're saying they are.
Yeah, you just take whatever they say. This is okay. I mean, you're saying that, but shit, there ain't no way I can know. Anyway, but I mean, we lay into their inconsistencies in the argumentations that they have. But it was true that she and the son didn't want to stick to one point. They want to keep moving. And I know where the son got it from now, from the mom, if that was the case. Because she's inconsistent. She gish gallop. So that's what he was doing prior to her arrival. You know, so, and then it's like, and she's being disingenuous, saying that she knows math when she doesn't know math. It's like, they were just a hot mess, both of them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because once you get in deep into it, it was like a pretty good conversation, and then she just moved forward. Like the gravity conversation was good when they were talking about Newton and Kepler's laws and how the correlated study wasn't actually valid, and it's, even as a correlated study, and then once you trying to explain it to her by trying to get through all the interruptions. And then once she figured, start to get it a little bit, she moved forward. So it's like she's missing the whole point of the argument and move forward, because she's still trying to keep that argument valid. It's like that's not fair.
People are trying to apply dynamic models to kinematic models, which is what Indio always goes into. He's talking about like these things are just things they played out in mathematics, and they're trying to make this abstract out of something that they're seeing over periods of time. So they're making these models, right, of how things occur. So using these models, they're basically just looking at things happen over periods of time, and then they're assuming after that, like an inference, that this could be happening in a solar system, or this could be happening in a geocentric system. Like they don't have a way to describe other than making these models, these abstractions. And basically, so they're
if it was a heliocentric system, this is how what we're seeing. This is how it would happen mathematically, but it's not that it's actually happened mathematically. This is how it would work mathematically. It's just a model. It's not pretty much proven that this is happening in reality. Yeah. So
he was trying to point that out to her, and then she couldn't. I guess the point wasn't landing. The hard thing was that boy was just interrupting. It was going back and forth from him to her, from her to him, and Indio got frustrated with it. So did I. But I mean,
then he was kind of dishonest in it too, because he was saying that, she's not here.
Man.
So Inigo would have had to explain it all over again.
Yeah, you see how bad that was? That was bad, bro. I even told him, I was like, dude, how do we know if she's left the room? We don't know that. And you just came out of the restroom yourself. Like, now everything he said fell on deaf ears because nobody heard it. So what we're saying is she just walks away from a conversation. She did that like a couple times. Yeah. So that was no good.
Yeah, and
it turns into a discussion, a good discussion. It turns from that to pretty much just trolling. And and like I said, like you said, you guys don't tolerate really trolling in this room, and that's something. Then that's probably why she was getting triggered.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and at the same time, it's hard to hold that charitability when people are being that way, because you can't really know if somebody's being obtuse or not. So it's And then if you're on the mute button too quick, then you don't maybe they weren't being trollish, they were just being stubborn. So it's very hard to discern as a moderator to know, what I mean? You got to find out where the LARP is, and when some are not LARPing, shit like that.
Yeah. But when somebody get up in the middle of a conversation and don't let you know they got up and walked away from the microphone and then sat back down.
That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
They sat back down on the microphone and came with an argument against what you said, even though it's is not even relevant to what you said, and then you go, "Oh, I ain't say that. That's not what I'm saying," and then they say, "Oh, well, I don't care. I wasn't there anyway. I ain't listened to that." Like,
yeah, you see, yeah, that's fucked up, bro. I'm telling you. Yeah, you can't deal with that because then if you try to, the audience is like, "Bro, but she wasn't there." You got to be like, "Hold on," and then you're just like, "Yeah, but that's fucked up. How come I went through the whole explanation? She didn't tell me how she wasn't gonna be there. I went through this long explanation." Now I got to look like the fool because I'm making her like, okay, I'm going to mute you now because you were being an asshole and not tell me that you left. So you know what I mean? Like, anyway, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when I would leave the debate, I should at least make a small notification. Look, I have to go to the kitchen, or I have to go to take a piss. That means don't expect me to listen because I will not be hearing what you are saying. Can you wait for a moment?
yeah. Excuse me. Yeah,
A small notification has to be. But the other guy, as AG, that is why AG is frustrated because then India, I think it was India, he wasted his breath and he thought that the mom was listening. And then the mom comes and the guy says, she was not here all the time. She was on.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
And he explained it beautifully too. That's what was crazy about it.
Yeah, it was.
Anybody could have understood it, and the son, he understood it. He was just waiting for his mom, and then well, she ain't hear it anyway. Like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck? Of course it is frustrating. That is what AG is trying to say. And India was frustrated too, and I was frustrated too. And AG, that is one of the reasons, because when you are sitting and listening to the Globals for more than 24 hours,
they want you to listen to them.
You'll get sometimes you will get agitated from the respectful behavior they have, and dishonesty, and disingenuity.
All right, we got Cat in the Hood that just jumped in here. What's up, Cat in the Hood? Welcome to all the new speakers that are joining. Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, just chilling out. How about yourself?
Pretty good, man. We're asking people that jump into this room if they have any thoughts on the topic of the room.
No, I'm just here to listen. Maybe when I listen.
Well, since we're not having a discussion with anybody else, I mean, you're just here to listen. I got that. But it's important to at least give your perspective as what you think the Earth is. So even if you're listening, we'll know that you're listening based on the idea that you think the Earth is a globe. Is that what you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, so I do think that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just too shy to have a conversation about it, right?
For right now, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
CB, what's up, man?
What's happening?
We just had a long exposition with somebody from, dude, we started with those two people. I want to say from when I entered the chat, it was like 6 a.m. It's 12 now. So just to gauge a little bit of time, like how long we had with them. And that conversation just finished, like not only but 20 minutes ago. No, it must have been an hour. Must have been an hour ago.
Let's go.
What's up, Crazy Bear?
Right now, we got F in the chat. He's got a Minions avatar. Welcome. We got Cairo in the chat. Welcome, Cairo.
Is Spliff Global?
I've been here for like 4 hours.
Yeah, F has been for a long time.
Oh, you've been here for 4 hours? Is that right?
He was in here last night.
Yeah, about 4 hours.
Right, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, F?
I don't know. I more feel like it's flat.
Oh, have you been listening to our conversations? Yeah.
Yeah, since yesterday, and look, like flat Earth used to be like such a.
Look,
I rejected it all my life, and they gave some facts.
I gave it some thought and it just clicked. No, unmute him. I said what?
Yeah, I wanted to tell you, this guy, he said he was a glober, and now he thinks that the globe is a line. So, welcome to Flat Earth. I think he said now he thinks a globe is a bunch of lies, and it's ridiculous. Right, Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, AB? That was what I was trying to tell you, AB, and you muted me immediately.
Yeah, but I want to make sure everybody has their.
I know it's my bad English. I know.
Berserker. I wanted to hear him say it. I didn't want to hear you overtalk him say, because I can't tell when you jumped over him and actually started speaking, and I couldn't hear what he had to say, so I didn't hear him. That's why you got muted.
No problem, bro.
All right, but we do have some other people in the chat, though. We want to talk to. If you think the Earth is a globe, go ahead and chime in. We have Sankunt42. So go ahead. And we got Spliff, whoever that is.
It's subdued, man. Leave me alone.
Oh, shit. That sounded a bit globish right there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the closet.
Closet Glober. Oh my god.
So, AV, you were on the call at 6 a.m. You said?
Yeah, I jumped on around that time. Then I was hearing the conversation like manifest. I was like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, I only jumped in because dude was saying, you guys all just believe NASA's lying with no evidence. It's like, dude, I jumped in just because he said that. And I was like, well, just to clarify, it's not about what we could prove. It's about the surface measurements and surface observations that debunk the radius that they propose. I'm like, that's where we get the that's where we dig in on them on that notion, So it's
Let me
important
just
to realize, that's the reason.
Let me just state that when Indio was going to Indio, if you're here, we're just talking about how you were explaining the models to the lady that it fell on deaf ears because she didn't announce when she was leaving. So when she left, because we spoke, you should have been here, CB. It was a mom and son that we're speaking to on the same mic. So it was hard.
No, I'm glad he was not here. He would have no. Fucking bro, no.
But anyway, we're talking about Indio gave really good exposition on the models, right? Like the kinematic and versus dynamic. And when you were going through that, I thought it was going to land. Everybody thought that how you articulated that point was well done. But then we found out that she was not even there, present, dude. The son was like, well, she wasn't here. Plus, I just came back from the bathroom. I'm like, oh man, that rubbed me the wrong. That rubs me the wrong way.
That was actually a pretty smooth exposition, I have to say. Like,
yeah, you were feeling your oats, bro. You were feeling your oats. That was good.
Yeah, I felt like that, like, because of that kid interrupting. I'm like, I got to get this out and like as smoothly and like as fast as possible with getting the most amount of detail. I thought I had to just like shoot an arrow through like 9 holes, dude. Like otherwise, the kid was going to interrupt and blow the whole thing. Then she's not even there, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah. You were thinking that. I was like,
that was so ignorant, man. Because I was like, man, he did a real good job at that. And like, even I had a way better understanding than the way I understood it before. Just going to school, he explained it like way better. And then for him to jump in and then try to change the subject and say, oh yeah, she's not even in the room. Like she's not here. You got to. I'm like, so he got to do this all over again. Like this is great.
I would have told her listen to the live stream. Scroll back,
bro. I was fucking pissed dude. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I was upset, dude. I was like, they didn't even have the courtesy to tell you that they had to step away. That fucking good exposition just went like to the audience, basically.
But the bad part about it is that they had a rebuttal for it. Like they was trying to rebut it, and then when he was like, when he was like, well, no, that's not how I'm explaining it. They're like, oh, well, she left the room. She didn't even hear that part. Like, what? So how's she gonna like? Okay, this is like what I'm saying is not important. Then that's what you said.
Yeah, that interaction was pretty crazy, though.
I mean, even if he knew that she left the room, the kid could have, all the time he interrupted, the kid could have easily said, hey, Indy, she left the room. Can you hold that thought or anything? But he's interrupting him and trying to rebut his argument, and basically just trying to interrupt him. He's not telling him that his mother's not even in the room.
Yeah, that was some weak sauce, man.
Imagine getting flat smacked with your mommy in the room. That's crazy.
I said it was her boyfriend at first. Oh, dude, she was definitely a strong, independent woman, ex-military, right? And you know probably what goes with the rest. All the
CB would have been triggered though, man. I'm telling you, he would have been like, "Dude, shut up, dude. Let your mom talk." Like I was thinking that.
Let your mom talk.
You know, like, go make a sandwich. Oh my God, she would have fucking went ballistic and.
Tell your mom to go make you a PB&J with the crust cut off, bitch.
Nice.
So I got a bunch of friends in the military, and they always use this term like, he's ate up. Like, he's like, they're so into the military that it's like rotted their brain. I think she was like one of those.
We're going over the math equation that she presented, and Mick was in here hearing how she explained the equation, and that she said the word O instead of theta for the actual explanation of the equation she was talking about.
Goodness, dude.
Yeah, Mick spotted that when we're talking about it afterwards, but she said O instead of theta.
Yeah, like how do you fuck that up, dude? I mean, well,
bad eyesight. I mean, but the O is a little theta squished, so I don't know. If she would have said zero, I would have said bad eyesight. But
if she said zero, dude, then she's an absolute retard because you don't use a number for a fucking variable character. All right. So she said oh, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe there's like a context in which people who are like verbalizing these equations at like a fast speed or whatever, as AV was or somebody was pointing out, like you know,
theta was with. Hold on, Mick. So theta was within the equation because sometimes you'll have. You know, the equation equals zero, or sometimes the equation will equal theta. So sometimes I understand that type of confusion.
Yeah, but this character theta was next to like some trig function like sine or whatever, and she even verbalized, always the angle of the trajectory or something like that. It's like all angles with that type of looking character. That's a theta, you retard. Unless, of course, there is a context in which people verbalize it like that just for speed. I mean, it is one syllable instead of two. Fine, but I've never heard that. And that was an indication to me like she was just LARPing on that.
Yeah, I mean, she said she was a crew chief. She did not give off the impression that she's ever been in charge of anything. Especially the way her child acted. Yeah, no. He was running roughshod. He was in charge there. And like, if you're in charge of like people in the military in a command role, you have a little more authority and a little less wishy-washiness. I don't know. That's my impression. Probably just like change the tires or something. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. I don't like stolen valor.
Yeah, you were taking her through the ringer, man. I would have done the same. Like, I pulled her up on what she knows, and then we're going through that, and just like everything you asked her for. Like she said, the tides, that the moon was an equation that was showing that the tides are being utilized to say that it turns out to be an equation. And you're like, well, show me the equation. Where'd you get that? Show it to me. Well, they figured it out. Like, I'm like, bro.
Oh, dude, I was exactly right. She did. A crew chief does maintenance. They're in charge of a maintenance team.
Yeah, for a helicopter. I'll try and get on the mic.
Yeah, she changes tires.
She might have been a crew chief for like an Apache, even something like that. Where
she said Chinook.
Oh, she said Chinook. Okay, that's a little bit more intense because the crew chief is like almost like a co-pilot. They're kind of in charge of everything aft of the cockpit.
Yeah, she just didn't have like the leadership qualities I thought someone in that role would have, because especially a Chinook, right? So you're carrying passengers, so you got a squad of Marines or whatever is in it. They're supposed to listen to you. You're like in charge. You know what I mean? While they're on that helicopter, you're in charge of them, and I just don't see her bossing around a bunch of Marines. But I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe she was different then.
Radwin, I think it took Radwin like less than 5 minutes to have her in tears. So I don't know about all that battle experience or whatever that she was talking about.
He's slipping. Radwin, you're slipping. It took you that long? Come on, man. That's like you should have had that under 30 seconds.
I'm not sure, but I think it was Grace.
Who cares about your grace, bro? That's all I have to say to you. So the more
about what?
you ask me where my grace went, you obviously are never gonna find it. So keep trying to home me back, bro.
No, there is a called Grace.
Who the fuck?
Dude,
Right.
take the wax out of your ears, Sped.
Just stop.
Well, if you're pissed off, then pissed on, right?
So the more that you hurt people, the more likely that they're gonna keep
baby
going right the other direction.
Lady, I hope you realize.
You're in the wrong room, brother.
Dude,
I think
listen. I'm not going to take life advice from somebody who I have shoes older than, brother. Okay.
Right.
I don't think you know what happened here, homie. The person came into this channel.
Who cares?
Telling everyone here that they're full of shit. She's right. Everyone needs to listen to her. And her proof of that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go 16. If you guys don't stop talking, because it's none of your concern how you talk, because now I'm the one who's talking on my 16 route. So please shut up.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, keep going Norman on me, bro.
Shut up.
I mean, why don't you just leave?
Final warning.
That's the whole
It's not the crying channel, man. I think that's up top.
Just step over the road, turd. Let's go back to the conversation.
Tabak, man.
Shit, I think I stepped in that road turd. What the?
Yeah, I know. I got wiped my feet off. I'm like, here you're thinking like someone could be reasoned with. Because, yeah, from an outside point of view, it looked like, hey, all of us were ganging up on some toots who joined the channel. But then I thought maybe like, hey, just let them know that that's not what happened. What happened was a person joined the channel to talk to us. And while we're talking to them, they decided just to bounce, like not even listen. And then had their
you got a serial killer that picks up lounge lizards that are dudes. Let's see if I can figure this out. 5 seconds.
Are you playing a video game, dude?
No.
You're playing Leisure Suit Larry?
You're not getting very far. What? How do you even know about the game? That's from like the fucking 90s, dude.
Do you think you live on a globe, dude?
No, I was. What? Of course I live on a globe. What's wrong with you? Yeah, okay. So,
You know what channel
what was
you're
your
in,
name? Dead person, dead times 2, dead times 3, hiding in your fucking basement
You just gonna keep
with your
babbling,
mom
bud?
fixing your head job.
Bro,
Eye job.
are you high
Can
or
I have some
something?
money? Mom, can I have some titty?
Oh my god.
Typical Muslim.
Bruh.
And he dipped.
He left. Okay, how about give Big Planet a chance? Like, do you realize now what was happening? That your misconception here caused a huge error? No?
Indio, I just mentioned our friend Drace AI, and then he thought I was talking about Her Grace with a G. I was talking about Drace with D. Drace AI.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Can't listen. The shame is coming through. No, Mike won't even say anything, won't even apologize.
There's no apology, bro. I'm not ashamed. But if you guys think I'm ashamed, I'm gonna keep saying
Well, you
it.
are. I think you ought to be. I think you ought to be
Oh
because
no,
you're
I'm
obviously in the,
definitely not ashamed.
you were obviously in the wrong. You were obviously in the wrong.
I'm in the
and
wrong.
because of your error.
As a woman,
cares,
I'm
man?
in the
You got any
wrong.
proof or not? Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna do it
No,
24/7, bro.
bring us some
I
facts,
was
lady.
never in the
Shut us
wrong.
down, man. Come on,
All
bring us
right,
some facts
all
that
right.
you live on a globe.
Take
What is a
responsibility.
globe?
Prove it.
I have nothing to prove. What do you have to prove?
I don't either, man. Fucking, we're here. Shut us down, man. This is our channel, right? You're
Right.
in here as a guest. You got
So-
something or don't you? We don't want to listen to you fucking whine.
Oh. Well, what I have to say to you is you can shut the fuck up because I'm
You're
young
great.
and I knew it before you ever did.
No.
As a female. So you all need
Damn.
to
As a female.
As a female.
Why do you have to caveat to that? As a female, I represent all intelligence.
EI higher.
You're
The motion
hired.
of the earth and our lady
My
parts.
shit's burning. Oh, it's because I have nothing in it.
Damn. Daddy issues. Watch out.
I'm gonna get up.
Okay, well, hey, if you're really
Everyone
into,
shut
like,
up, she has a vagina. Everyone shut up, she has a vagina.
if you're really into all this girl power and, like, you know, whatever, why do you adopt the model of the patriarchy?
Don't keep
for
telling me, bro.
cosmology?
Yeah, you're using a man's model, man.
Misogyny.
A man told you it was a globe, not a woman.
Right.
The Catholic Church
Right.
and stuff like that. I mean, why would you use the model of straight up patriarchy if you want to do like this girl power stuff?
Uh-oh.
She's thinking about it.
You punched her right into feminism.
Sorry, I'm looking for my vape juice. If I can't have my vape, then I'm gonna cry.
Red flag.
Smoke.
It's too late. You're already crying, man.
Yeah, I'm from Washington.
Is this like
I'm
vape
from
cake?
Washington State.
Vape
So
game.
I'm gonna keep
Did he
crying
vape?
until the
Did he
day
not
I
vape?
die. If there's something wrong with that, then there's
How many
obviously
neck and
something wrong with the
how
room.
many neck and face tattoos
Because
do
you're
you have?
responding. Because you're responding to the room.
Hey, baby.
How many? I'm just curious. How many neck and face tattoos do you have?
There's no more room for any more, right?
Because, like, honestly, me personally, I never cared for tattoos. I don't like numbers. But if we were to choose a number, I think I'm gonna stick with my original. What was your
It's
original?
obvious you don't like numbers. We get it.
What's your number? That's what I
Yeah.
fucking thought.
I'm not a number, man. I'm sorry. I don't play your game.
You're speaking like you just smoked some shrooms, bro. Like, honestly.
Anyways, if I don't really have anything productive to say, then I'm gonna continue to not saying it. And if nobody else saw what I just saw, then
Just like a woman,
something wrong with the room. And since the room will no longer wait,
just answer the question. Why?
I don't even know why you came into the conversation.
Why are you adopting?
Got triggered.
Yeah, why are you adopting the model of the patriarchy?
I don't know, because my leg's bent, bro. What are you gonna do about it?
I mean, you don't see
That's
the
a big
contradiction.
question. I wear shoes all the time. So
These boots were made for walking.
That's what I was thinking too.
like, are you joking? I wear normal shoes. I'm a tennis girl.
It's a song. It's
But
a song
if
about
you wanna
woman
think-
power.
So
You should walk away from the model. These boots are made for
see?
walking. If a man tells you what to do, tells you what cosmology, you walk.
He's tweaking, bro.
no heavy tweaking in the room, man.
Look, I said it before and I'm gonna say it again.
You want an Adderall?
You can shut up. That's what I'm gonna say. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't do
Wow,
drugs.
dude. Sounds like you have. I mean, you're naturally this way. Oh my god.
Maybe you should.
In your tracks.
Someday she'll make a great wife.
You know what makes me cool?
I don't know about that, Crit.
I like to learn and observe the room. I'm like, whoa.
The
Even when
discombobulated
there's
conversations that would happen between them two would be
I'm still gonna see it first.
Fred, you were
'Cause that's
thinking what
true.
like this is what we have to deal with, chat. This is what this is what they're like.
The dating pool.
Are they all like this? Stevie, are they all like this, bro? Tell me they're not all like
Well,
this, bro.
nobody's dating a 40-year-old man when I'm 19. You think I'm gonna do a 40?
Oh, dude.
What's your number, man? What's your number?
Stevie, bro, you're in trouble, bro. If this is what you gotta do.
Trying to bring up men.
This is what we have to deal with, chat. This is what we have to deal with.
What's your number, honey? What's your number, man?
They got one tear crawling down my face for you, Stevie.
Come on, man. I know this is terrible. It's a nightmare. This is what we have to deal
You
with.
mean it's more than one woman that's like this?
Oh.
Look, we're just
Yes.
gonna keep as subjects, then I'm just gonna keep, bringing you back to my objective point, which is that I wanted to be right about everything that I had said and stated previously beforehand.
We know you wanted to be right.
There's nothing you want to say back?
Yeah, everybody want to be.
Hey, bro, you got all these entitled Disney princesses walking around there like that, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, they all like this though. I don't think all of them.
Yes.
I mean, not all, but most.
Right.
Most of them.
So the harder you are on people, the more likely that they're going to succeed. And the more that you succeed, the more likely you are going to be hard on
I just think
yourself.
y'all problem is y'all don't
So,
understand. You got to give a
If
little.
you want to be, who the fuck is talking right now? Do we hear other women? I don't hear another woman in this goddamn chat.
Oh, shut up, honey.
Jesus Christ.
I am a woman in this chat.
That makes you
There
special.
you go.
Mute yourself.
Yeah, that would make you special if you're the only woman. Like,
I'm kidding.
Okay, I want to hear her talk. Since I want something, like a man wants something from her, now she's got to do the opposite.
Yeah, AI has a.
Watch how I'm ready to shake this for you.
I think you should stay out of this.
You're muted because AI has a reasonable request to get off this and go back to flat Earth, and I think that's reasonable. We're just like feeding into an impetulant child.
She gone.
Yeah, if I can't get up my soapbox and give my exposition, I'll go somewhere else and do it.
You can probably just watch the mod chat. It's going to be one room into the next.
All I'm saying is that somebody needs to give CB a hug, bro. One of us. Wherever you're at, guys.
Why, what
Go
happened?
give that brother a hug.
The tears strolling
I
down my
guess-
eyes as we speak, bro.
Who hurt you?
Yeah, point to where she hurt
I
you,
guess
bro.
this is. I guess this is the reason why CB has three expectations from women: sandwich, silence, and That one 6, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, yeah.
Silence. Silence was the one point I didn't agree with, but yeah, when you listen
Now
to
you're starting to
him,
see where I'm coming from. Exactly.
yeah, I'm saying that. I said that. Now I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Like lowered
Yeah, I know that I'm
expectations.
old too. I'm old too. Sorry, I'm old too, but very forgiving. But yeah, go ahead, Chris. I know.
There was a skit on I think it was Mad TV. Mad TV where they had like a dating site where it was a play on words. It was called Lowered Expectations, where you got basically people who are kind of like a hot mess, okay? Like two people who are literally a hot mess, and like they're trying they do their dating profile like a video, like this is old school, this is really old. It's like you'd tape record yourself and then mail it back to the dating site, and then the dating people would mail you VHS tapes of possible people to date in your area. That kind of, and a lot of them would just have some sort of thermonuclear meltdown at some point, like you're like, holy shit.
Lower expectations.
Yeah, that was funny stuff, man. That whole cast on Mad TV were geniuses. They were fucking hilarious.
Because the skits were always like you didn't know for sure which way it was going to go. You thought it was going to be like, oh, it's going to be like, holy crap, what a train wreck. But sometimes you thought, oh, this is going to be like a normal one. They're going to throw you a curveball.
My favorite was when they had Will Sasso was playing Steven Seagal, and they had some other guy playing Jean-Claude Van Damme. Oh my god, it was awesome. They were playing brothers. It was so funny.
Yeah, they really ripped on Steven Seagal. That was like a reoccurring target. Did you hear the scoop? Like the modern day, what Steven Seagal's up to?
Yeah. What's up? Go ahead.
I didn't see that. What?
Yeah, he's like some sort of like volunteer sheriff for like the SWAT team or something, where he trains them into like hand-to-hand combat skills, or like what the fuck?
I thought Steven Seagal is a fake. Only the first 2 movies were nice, and the other ones, it looks fake.
He is an Aikido master. He does have a school out in Japan. Him and his ex-wife or whatever, or his wife or whatever. But yeah, a lot of people talked a lot of shit about him over the years, being just way too aggressive on set.
Exactly.
Van Damme was a real McCoy too. Yeah, he did a lot of actual tournaments and stuff. More so than Seagal. Seagal didn't never do tournaments. He only did like demonstrations. It's a big difference. But yeah, no,
haven't you heard
Will Sasso's funny as hell, that dude. When he did Steven Seagal, it was the funniest shit ever. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I think Van Damme challenged him, and Seagal declined the challenge to fight.
Can we get a 1 in the chat if you're a flat earther? 1 in the chat. 2 in the chat if you're not.
Yeah, that's a good one.
1's in the chat if you're flat. 2's in the chat if you're not. Need to figure something out.
1 for flat?
1 for flat. 1's in the chat if you're flat. Okay, so Orion needs a server tag. Berserker needs a server tag. Vitali Z needs a server tag. Sauvignon Blanc needs a server tag. Sasha, server tag. So guys, if you don't have this server tag, you have 24 hours or you're getting banned. So if you need it, you just go to 24/7. Click on, you go to the home base. Click on the drop-down menu from the top. If you're on a computer, the second
You mean
option.
lobby to the lobby?
No, the drop-down menu from the very top. If you're on the computer, there's a little drop-down menu.
Okay.
It says server.
Box inbox.
The second button says server tag. Let's go ahead and hit that. And it should say adopt.
Wait, why can't I keep my HH tag? Why will I get banned if I don't adopt y'all's tag?
Who said that?
He's just you're not if you're not part of the server, you don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask
anybody
you a
who
question?
hasn't-
I've never done the flat Earth debate. Yeah, I've never done the flat. Yeah.
Just a second. CB, can you repeat it? Where is what I need to click?
Yeah, if you're on mobile, click on your own self. Click on yourself, and then it should say edit profile. Then you hit that, then scroll to the bottom, and it says server tag there, and you click on 24/7. If you're on the computer, go to the home base. You can click on somebody's server tag, and it'll take you to the server, or just like click on the server icon, go to the server, and at the very top where it says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, hit that, or it'll drop down a menu, and the second button.
Yeah, I didn't find. Who is the one who required one for?
I have a question about flat Earth theory because I'm a round Earth believer so far. I could have my mind changed. But what's like? I live by the beach. I live in California, and so I'm always at the beach. And then I kind of just look out and I see the boats go down, and it looks like they're going like they're going into the water. And the globe Earth theory kind of like makes sense to me when I see that, because I don't think the boats are falling off like a plate. It looks like they're dipping because the globe is a sphere. What's your guys' explanation for that?
Are you saying there's a hill of what? Yeah. Oh, there we go.
He's got a notion though that it's a plate, right, floating in space. Like you've already got your mind made up of what flat Earth is, right, bro?
Well, yeah, well, it's in the name flat Earth. There are certain there's like a visual when someone says flat Earth. Like I've seen like renditions of what like a flat Earth looks like on Google Images.
Yeah,
some of them are more silly than others, but like there's one where it's like a plate and it's like on the back of a turtle.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what you guys believe in.
Yeah, that's Terry Pratchett. That's a completely different story. So I think CB said it. I'm not sure if you heard it.
Not a hill of water. Not a hill of water.
So what do you mean it's not a hill of water?
So what you think is blocking your view of the boat?
Yeah.
What that's not is
not a hill of water.
It's not a hill of water. I didn't say it was a hill. But
wait, so what is the boat going over?
Basically what I'm asking is there's a boat. It starts driving away from me in the ocean, and then eventually like it starts sinking until like I can only see like the mast or like the top chimney part, and then even that sinks into it's like, well, why does it do that?
So what is it going over again?
Because what happens is it doesn't get so small that I can't see it anymore. It literally dips below the horizon. So can I just get an explanation for what causes that phenomenon?
Yeah, so one more time. What's the boat going over again?
What's it going over? Nothing.
So what is it disappearing behind again?
The horizon.
And that is, in this case, it happens to be curved water, right?
Curved water? I don't know what you mean by curved water.
So it's a boat, so it's on water, right?
Yeah.
And it's like the horizon. You're saying it's going down below the horizon, right?
Yeah.
And then that would be water that's curving, right?
Yeah, I guess it's what I'm asking is, if we're taking the flat Earth perspective, right? What's
No,
the
we're
explanation for that? I can explain it with a curved Earth perspective. I just want to know what the flat Earth perspective is for that answer.
What we talk
CB, can I interject here, CB? I just want to simply ask him, hey, buddy, do you think it's possible to observe the same phenomenon that you're describing? Is it possible to observe that on a flat surface?
I think literally anything is possible, but I would like an explanation for how this is happening.
Hold on. I just asked you a closed-ended question. There's a yes or a no. So
No, wait. So I gave you a direct answer. I said, yeah, I think anything is possible.
Oh, okay. All right. So then you admit then that it's possible for this phenomenon to happen on a flat Earth, since it's possible for it to happen on.
Yeah, I mean it's possible that like the boat just like is like teleporting or something. Like, I don't know. I'd love to just hear what the explanation is.
I don't know what you're on about now with the boat teleporting thing. You were just talking about something getting further away from you and it disappearing from the bottom up, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now I'm clarifying now. It is possible for this to happen on a flat surface, right?
Sure, I guess. It's logically possible.
Okay, so the ocean is level, which is flat, and this is happening on that flat surface. There you go.
Which I guess it would mean that the boat is sinking into the water. But I feel like if that was true of every boat that drove really far away from the California beaches, we would be losing hundreds of thousands of ships. Because I live near Long Beach, which is one of the busiest ports in the world. So that would be like hundreds of, if not thousands of boats lost every day. I feel like that would be a lot of money lost, and I feel like people would stop doing it if they were sinking into the water.
Oh, bro, chill. Boats are designed not to sink, so that's not what's happening.
Oh, okay.
Over a hill of water, which is what you said. It's not happening, which I agree with.
Yeah.
That's your point, is that there's a hump of water, or the water is curving, and the boat has now gone behind this hump, or below this hump. Yeah, okay.
Well, the Earth is curved. Yeah, sure.
We got him to say it, at least.
Fair enough.
So I would just say that water doesn't behave this way, very simply. Water does not, at its surface, it's not convex nor concave in any body of water. I would say all bodies of water are the same, and they're neither convex nor concave, which means it's flat. And then you also don't have the ability to see forever, so you're not going to see this boat just across the entirety of the sea. It's going to disappear from your view eventually, bro, for multiples of reasons.
Sure.
It's not going into the water, and it's not going over a hill of water either.
My counter to that would be my counter to that is that and you guys may say this is like fake or like a production of NASA, but like isn't Neptune like a planet that is just like a big thing of water? And
no.
it does if I'm not mistaken, it looks pretty circular to me. So
it can be, but it's not like the Earth anyway. So we're talking about the horizon, though, bro. So
no, wait. What do you mean it's not like the Earth? Like if the entirety of Neptune's surface is an ocean,
that's not confirmed.
That means that the water is curving, right?
Not a hill of water. No, it's not a hill of water in the sky.
Not a hill of water.
Wait. So wait. Is Neptune? Wait, are you saying Neptune is not real? What are you saying?
Dude, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that from? Who says Neptune is a giant ball of water? Do you have a citation?
Every, I guess.
Every? Can you cite one?
I don't know. Common, like my book on planets when I was 8 years old said that. I guess.
Oh yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so can you
my elementary school teacher?
Okay, cool. So if every source that you've heard mentioning this,
Miss Williams lied to me. Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking you is to get one of your citations out. That's cool.
I don't have any citations.
Miss Williams was just repeating what she was told. She was not consciously lying to you. Don't worry, bro.
Okay, fine. That good. Thank you for saying that. I was worried for a second. But so wait. So we don't believe Neptune is real, or we believe that it's not actually an ocean covering the surface of the. What are we saying about Neptune? That
There's no such thing as the vacuum of space. So the vacuum of space is a fictional setting. It's wonderful for books, video games, movies, etc. But the vacuum of space, much like Narnia or Hogwarts, is not a real place. All right, it's not a real thing. And
Why are we
so
jumping all over the place here, man? Let's stick on the water.
We acknowledge that
You guys, let's CB. Hold on, Ryan. Let CB. He's doing good. Just one on one. CB's really good with this topic.
Because I don't want to talk about the vacuum of space. I want to talk about Neptune. Because specifically, Neptune seems like a good way that I can understand how water works on Earth. Because if Earth is a globe and Neptune is a globe, and the water on Neptune can curve, presumably that means the water on Earth could also curve. At least it could be possible that it does, right?
I think you're making stuff up a little bit because I just looked up if Neptune was a water planet and it said no, it's not. So it's an ice giant. So I don't know where it's not a water ball, bro. I don't know who told you that. Miss Crystal or whatever her name was. I don't think she said that either. But bro, let's come back down to the Earth. You said the horizon was curving water. So that's kind of the
Is Neptune not a giant ocean? It is a gas giant. I'm retarded.
Facts.
Wow, okay. Damn. This was like the quickest fucking smackdown I've ever had.
Guys, hold on, guys. In your paradigm, you guys aren't quite describing it properly. Like, the gas giants have oceans. The way they describe them is that they're an ocean down at a certain level.
How the fuck do you know, man?
And they're gas above that. But again, it's just a big fairy tale, alright? Like I said, the vacuum of space is a fairy tale. And
respect the speaker, sir.
Wait, no, but I'm seeing how that, Neptune isn't even primarily composed of water. It's primarily composed of, like, methane and oxygen.
But it's in a liquid form, is the way they describe it. It's not water, but it's a liquid still.
Interesting.
You're not even saying that.
See, like, I had this idea that it's like literally like a fucking.
It's a fairy.
Subnautica, like it's like a giant like ocean planet.
No. Go ahead, CB.
Man, whoever is running this soundboard is doing an awesome job. Props to you, dude.
Soul into this. So just come back. Let's come back down to Earth.
Yeah.
Come on back down.
Sure. But like you know what I think of, and you guys may disagree with this. Have you ever seen like those astronauts in space or on the space station, and they squeeze out like a thing of like a droplet of water, and it makes like a circle. It makes a sphere.
We're coming farther back down to Earth, all the way down to the horizon, bro.
So we are coming back down to Earth, but I guess what I'm describing is that if what the globetards say about Earth is true, then the water on Earth would behave like the water behaves in zero gravity, which is
the example that you just gave is within a contained environment. The globe is not a contained environment. You remember that the water in the liquid state and forming a bubble, whatever, that's contained, and that would be analogous to the globe.
Contained in what?
No, I wouldn't base your reality off of something you've seen on a screen. The guy's floating around. Now you think you should float around. You see water in a ball. You think water should behave like a ball. I would not compare.
I'll tell you, I've seen droplets of water before. I have observed that water, because of its surface tension, does like to make itself into a sphere. So I imagine I don't think it's like a big stretch to imagine that like a droplet of water suspended without gravity would take the form of a sphere that when like it hits my windshield while I'm driving when it's raining, it also makes a sphere.
Well, water and small examples do weird things. If you put water in, say, like a beaker, and then you're going to end up with a meniscus. We're talking about bodies of water. So bodies of water, you can put your body in, maybe like a bathtub, swimming pool, or larger. I would say that the water in all those cases behaves the same. At the surface, it's neither convex nor concave. So then in the ocean, with the boat disappearing, it's not going over a hill of water, as we discussed earlier.
Okay, so what is it doing then?
Well, It's just moving away from you. We agree that it's not sinking into the water. This is both designed not to do that.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm coming to you with like complete ignorance. I'm saying like I don't know what's happening. What I said was I've seen with my own eyes that it looks like it's sinking under the horizon. So I'm just asking, for someone who believes in flat Earth, how do you explain that phenomenon? What is happening? I'm like a child. Daddy, the boat looks like it's sinking. What's happening? And you go, oh well, son, this is what's happening. Go ahead, do that for me.
No different than the sun. It's no different than the sun. It's just moving away from you. It's not actually going down below anything. And again, the horizon's not a hill of water, so it's not going down behind a hill or anything like that.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's moving away from me though?
Well, you said earlier the boat was driving, which I thought was funny. You said the boat was driving away. So
presumably, if it was just moving in a straight line away from me, it would just get smaller and smaller and smaller. It wouldn't go downwards.
Reality should behave differently. We don't have to say that because reality does behave the way it does right now. That's not going to change. So you shouldn't say things like, "Well, it should do this." Like, no, it just does what it does on the flat Earth.
No, but wait. So you're comfortable basically saying you don't know why it does that?
We just told you it's just moving away from you, dude.
No, but if I look up at something going straight, wait, but like let's say I shoot like a bottle rocket that's just really powerful and it keeps going straight up, right?
You got a lot of hypotheticals.
Like it will just get smaller and smaller until I can't see it anymore, right?
The horizon remains level.
Yes.
No, but it's not going up at the horizon. I'm looking straight up, 90 degrees, right? There's no horizon for it to fall behind. There's nothing that will like obscure my vision of it. It's a perfectly clear day, right? What will happen is it'll just get smaller and smaller until I can't see it anymore. Why isn't that happening with the boat, though?
It's not very analogous to the water and the horizon. We're discussing what the horizon is would be the key factor here.
Yeah.
And your worldview, the horizon's like a physical hump of Earth curve. That's what we joke around.
You already admitted that the horizon isn't physical. So.
Oh, then what is the horizon to you guys?
It's just in the name. It's in the name and the definition. Apparent junction. So it's a visual thing. It's a physical phenomenon.
So wait,
not a position.
Are you making a statement that like something about like something at a very far distance causes like a optical illusion or something?
It's the apparent location where the Earth meets the sky. That's the definition.
Okay. So wait, if there wasn't this optical illusion and I had a really powerful telescope, would I be able to see Japan from California?
Oh my god.
Well, there's things
is
in
the horizon an optical phenomenon or is it a physical location?
Japan is a physical location. It's not an optical phenomenon.
Is it or is it not?
I'd like to think Japan is an optical illusion. I've never been there, but I'm pretty sure it's real.
Bro, I'm going to help you out. Listen, he asked a sincere question, friends. Hold on. He asked a sincere question. He didn't need to be guffawed at. There actually is a sincere answer to his sincere question, right?
I'm still waiting for it.
Okay, well, I'm helping. So how about you be quiet? So anybody know the answer? Yeah, I'm giving them the opportunity to give the answer, dude. How about you let me do the modding and you do the quieting when I ask you to be quiet? How about that?
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. If nobody knows the answer?
Can you restate the question?
Here, I didn't get the question.
All right, repeat your question.
The question was, if I have a really high power telescope and the horizon wasn't doing some kind of optical illusion, could I look out across the ocean and see like the Japanese like Tokyo skyline? No. Why not? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, because Earth has air, and there's a phenomenon called optical extinction. Air absorbs light. Now, if you look at your local weather report, they'll have a variable called visibility. That variable will typically be between 10 and 20 miles. The air is opaque. It's actually not transparent.
That's not true. I've gone hiking
Are you
in
trying
LA.
to explain why I can't see like LA from my house?
Listen to me.
Because you're wrong.
Listen.
Wait,
saying
I
that's
can
not
see
true.
like 100 miles away. What are you talking about?
At sea level.
No. Like I've gone on hikes in the LA mountains. I've driven like 50 miles to go to a hike, and I can see all the way back to where my house is. Like I can see the mountain region where my house is.
Okay,
and that's way more than 10 or 20 miles. That's crazy.
Was the air thinner?
It was a very clear LA.
Air doesn't exist, you stupid round earther.
Okay, cut it out. You do that one more time, you're getting banned.
What, did you guys finally figure out how to troll people and say you're flat earth?
Yeah, he ain't with us.
Also, I guess another thing would be
with us. Yes, the air is thinner at higher altitude. Okay, it is thinner. We all know that. This isn't my opinion. This is the mainstream claim. Meteorological service.
What's the maximum a human being can see with the naked eye on a clear day?
According to the regulated atmosphere model, it's 294 kilometers of sea level because of the opacity of the air.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I'll
tell you though. I don't think the. Okay.
No, that's a model, right?
Yeah.
But if you actually look at what people have observed, in reality, it's farther than that.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Let's be charitable.
Examples. Right? I'll give you examples. In the southern, we have photographs. From the French Pyrenees to the French Alps, taken at a high elevation, like now at 9,000 feet. The French Alps mountains are 13,000 feet, and the distance between them is 275 miles. Also in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, which is a sailing guide, so they're looking from sea level, basically, because they're on a ship. It says it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Okay, and it says because there's almost zero humidity, the humidity is super low in the Southern Ocean. There's almost no particles.
We don't need to get into like the specifics. I believe you. I believe you that we can see very far. That's fine. Yeah, and then that's okay. 300 miles, fine. Whatever you want to say. That's fine.
That's because of the opacity of the air, by the way.
No, that's great. I believe you. We don't need to get into the nitpicks about this.
No, it's important because you said "nuh-uh" for no reason, so I'm giving you a reason.
No. I said "nuh-uh" to 10 or 20 miles. That's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
When someone says 300 kilometers, I go, okay, that's far more reasonable.
Sea level. That's the typical sea level visibility for a ship. Usually, when they give that value, it's for sailing, right? Because you have things like sea spray, which fuck everything up, right?
Okay. So when I was on that hike, I can look out and see where I live, which is in Southern California, and then if I turn to the right, I see the ocean, right? So I can see almost 70, 80 miles where I live.
I agree.
If I turn to the right, I can see 70, 80 miles towards into the ocean.
Let me help out real quick. Yes, let me help out. Thank you. So when India was talking about a local visibility range, it's on the day based on the atmospheric conditions. So for example, on a foggy day, if you went up to that same mountain and everything was covered with fog.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what he was talking about. He's saying in certain conditions you have a visibility that's less than the maximum visibility you have available to you.
A child could have told you that on a foggy day you wouldn't be able to see.
I'm still talking, thank you. Be great if I could finish my own sentences. So however, at the lowest ground level, based on the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, which is, like Indio said, approximately 290 kilometers, but it's really in the 300-mile range because we have plenty of observations at about 300 miles, but really nothing too much beyond that. That's at ground level. As you get higher, it changes because the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, it has a linear horizontal rate and then it has a diagonal rate because the atmosphere does wane the amount of particulates and pressure as you get higher, right? So that all makes sense now?
Sure. I don't see how it's relevant to what I'm trying to ask, though.
Gary, light comes to a telescope, dude. Has to go through that air. So, how would you see? Now, think about it. Japan, is like, say from LA, it's how far do you think it is away? 6,000 miles? 8,000 miles?
I'm not sure. Let's say 6,000.
Okay. So we have to go. Okay, what's the angular size, the vertical angular size of Japan? From 6,000 miles away, we'll assume the tallest mountain in Japan. We'll give it the best possible scenario. The visual angle subtended by that, it's going to be like 0.0001 degree.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be infinitesimally small, unresolvable with the human eye. and you would need like a 10-meter freaking telescope to even begin to see it with no atmosphere. But then when you add the atmosphere, then the relative brightness, because what you're seeing in Japan is light reflected from the sun off the city, reflecting all the way back to you to California. It's just, none of that shit's going to happen. It's not possible. It's unphysical. It has nothing to do with the curve of the earth.
What about like someone who's on a boat driving back from like, very far into the ocean, and they're like approaching Hong Kong or they're approaching Tokyo, and they start to see the tips of skyscrapers rising up. Like, can you explain this? What is happening with this optical illusion as you guys have described it?
Optical illusion according to you.
No, it's not an optical illusion according to me.
Yeah, because in the gold model, the horizon's not physical. So if the horizon's not physical, the thing that's cutting those buildings off is not physical.
Well, it would be like that hill of water that you guys described.
Yeah, but the thing that you're looking at, though, right? The thing that delineates whether it's being cut off or not, that line is not physical. That line is an optical effect created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And so this is really the important part. You guys think that this visual is not possible on a flat surface. It is, because we've demonstrated it experimentally. So things will disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
How?
It doesn't matter how they do.
What do you mean it doesn't matter how? You're not curious as to how? It
doesn't matter how, because they do. We can set up an experiment where we eliminate curvature. Listen. We can set up an experiment where we eliminate curvature as a variable and get the identical visual effect.
Can you post in this experiment? I'd love to see that.
Yes, we got a bunch of them.
That would be kind of fun.
Someone else talk to them while I get it.
Yeah. I don't know the whole boat, like, because I've lived along beaches my whole life, and I see these boats like sink down below the horizon and then reappear.
No, you don't, dude. Stop, dude. I go by the beach too. Okay, I've literally never seen this in my entire life.
You've never seen what? A boat?
A ship cut off by the horizon ever. I've never seen it.
Wait,
1 mile from the ocean.
Wait, I live by Long Beach. There's like literally hundreds of boats in the water at any given time, and they drive out towards the horizon. Do you think I'm lying that I can't see them anymore, or I can?
No,
just see
I'm lying that all the boats are cut off, bottom up.
What do you mean cut off?
Like you see half the boat.
What do you think I see? Wait, what do you think I'm actually? Okay, I'm lying. Let's say I'm lying. What do you think I'm actually seeing when the boat drives out?
You don't need to be misrepresenting what you saw based on presuppositions, not necessarily lying.
No, I'm asking what, like, he's also lived by the ocean. What does he see when the boat drives out?
The boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually fades into what the mariners used to call the offing. So the boat itself just gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and fades away.
I'm really tempted to like drive out right now and go to like a big hill that overlooks the ocean and like show you this. Like
I've done this test myself, dude. Like I've done this. I've watched the boat for. Hold on, I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out of Boston Harbor, go from 6 miles away to 30 miles away, and never disappear behind the horizon. Now the boat should be 420 feet under the horizon.
It just gets smaller and smaller until you can't see it.
It just fades, right? So the air is opaque, right? So it just kind of fades away into the offing. And I went, and after
Boston
I did that,
is kind of a foggy place. Maybe it's because there's like the air density. Maybe it's just there's like a greater air density. I can buy that theory. But California, like today is actually a really clear day. I'm going to drive to the beach and we're going to see if we can see this phenomenon. I'm not a NASA operative, presumably. So I'm just going to stream this with my phone.
That's great.
And we can
do it.
We can see if we can see this phenomenon. Yeah, I'll do it right
now. The probability is that you won't. It's rarely observed. Otherwise, there'd be millions of photographs of this on the internet. Millions. You know what the
pretty
boat
sure this is probably one of the easiest things to find on YouTube, like ever.
Yeah, how many will you find?
a boat sinking below the horizon,
How
you could
many?
probably find probably hundreds, not
No,
thousands.
you won't. You won't.
Won't?
You'll find maybe
Hey,
20.
so, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I'm
Right
willing
now
to
in the
sit
ocean,
there
there's
and,
probably like 40,000 ships.
here's the thing. The problem sounds like you're
jumping
asking
up,
me
dude.
to do. Oh yeah,
No,
my bad. I'm
what I'm disputing is that this is what's observed every time. It's not. We know it's not.
okay. I mean, I've observed it. It sounds like you're saying I'm lying.
No, he's not. He's saying it's not observed every time. So if you observe it sometimes, then you've observed it. It's not saying you're not observing what you're seeing. He's saying that this is not the universal observation, and in fact, it's not the primary observation.
Okay, and even if you did, like I said, it happens on a flat surface. Your interpretation of what you're seeing, your idea that this can only happen on a curved surface, is just factually wrong.
Not only that, real quick, the
I'm
idea
going to
that
demonstrate that. Yeah,
Give me a moment.
Yeah, talk to him, AI, and I'll get that, dude.
Yeah, so not only that, it's when you say I see a boat go below the horizon, that's not actually what you see. You infer that that's the geometric relationship of the objects that you're looking at, but the information that you have available to you, it's just that you see a boat go in the distance, it shrinks in its overall size, and maybe the bottom of it starts to disappear before the rest of the boat disappears. That's what you actually see with your eyes. You infer that it's going over horizon. You don't actually see the physical relationship between the alleged hump of water and the boat at all. You see a flat horizon and a boat disappear into it. That's what you actually see. Now, I know this for a fact, and I actually have to teach this to kids, and we're taught to teach this to kids when it comes to the horizon, because there's an art technique that was an exercise that we practice with children called draw what you see, not what you know, because if you try to impute assumptions about geometric relationships that you think are out there in the world, you end up screwing up your artwork. You actually have to draw it with techniques and practice. And so we teach the kids, what do you actually see? Draw what you actually see. Don't try to make up stories in your mind about, well, I know a person's arm is as long as the other arm, and then when I try to draw them in perspective, it always comes out wrong. Well, that's because you're trying to draw both things the same length because you think they are the same length. And that's true. They are physically the same length, but what you're seeing in reality is that an arm is much more shortened. It has a very diagonal thing to it. And so when you see comic books, you see this technique all the time. It's called foreshortening, right? So one arm, the physical amount that it takes up on the page is like an eighth of an inch, quarter of an inch for the one arm, and then the other arm it's like an inch. That's because they're projecting that arm visually in an apparent three-dimensional space which doesn't exist. It's just in your mind.
It's interesting, but I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, for example, if I told you that according to the way the physics of light works and the way that optics resolve images, that it's a certainty that things will disappear from the bottom up as they approach the critical angle, regardless of the shape of the Earth. If I told you that was a physical fact of how optics and the physics of light work, would that be like an interesting statement?
It would be an interesting statement because it's not something I've observed outside of this phenomenon. Like, is there a way to demonstrate this on a smaller scale?
Fair point. Let me ask this question. How many times have you seen objects that are at the range where they're in the critical angles? The answer is not very many, because the majority of your life is spent at close ranges, right? It's only when you get out into vantage points that have extended ranges and where you're low enough of an angle to the object in question where these things are going to come into play.
Well, even when I'm at a high angle overlooking the ocean, like on a mountain range looking down at the ocean, like I'm like many thousands of feet above sea level, I still observe this phenomenon with the boats.
Well, I mean, that's what you claim, but I'd be willing to bet that the majority of what you thought you saw based on your memory didn't actually happen the way you thought it did. And if you actually get the visual evidence, it's not going to actually match with you.
I'm actually pulling up on the location I want to show you guys right now.
Even if you see that same phenomenon at a higher altitude with boats at a further range, the increasing of the range still results in the same approaching of the critical angles. So it's all about the movement. brother. It's actually truly not about the distance as much as it's about the angles. The only problem is the closer something is to you, you have more available angles, so it's rarely noticed by you. Like none of us doubt, look, friend, none of us doubt that the observation that a boat can go out into the distance and appear to disappear from the bottom up does happen. None of us doubt that. The problem is that that is alleged to be the curve of the Earth. And it's alleged to be the hill of water that's causing that. And if that's the case, and the Earth is a fixed size, which we agree it's not constantly changing in size, then that means that that obstruction should occur at a place in physical free space that's consistent based on the curve of the Earth. The problem is, friend, as Indio told you earlier, he witnessed a boat 30 miles away, should have been 400 feet below the curve of the Earth, yet he saw the boat. So that means that the hill of water decided to change shape that day. How is that possible? There's only one option.
Damn it, I can't.
1 second.
I can't
There's only one
stream
option.
video because there's more than 25 people here, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. Here's the thing.
Some people leave so I can stream?
No.
Yeah,
That's
but
not how we do
honestly,
it.
You're already at the beach.
Yeah, he said he was
I'm at
supposed
the
to be
beach.
but did you hear? But do you hear what AI just said? Nobody's denying that you seen a boat, right,
Shut
disappear
your
from the
big
bottom
ass
up.
up, bro. You and your fucking.
Let me reclaim and finish my point. The point I was making was, if you take Indio's observation and your observation, you put them together, it results in the conclusion that the horizon can only be an optical phenomenon. Based on what I previously said, that if it was a geometric phenomenon alone, then it must be in the same location at all times. It's not. That means that whatever's going on out there is in the category of an optical phenomenon, not necessarily a physical geometric curve of a fixed size ball that's floating in space. Go ahead.
This is my view. This is what I wanted to stream for you guys. I put in the side chat.
Okay.
See if there's a boat I can see. But it does get a little foggy out at the horizon.
Yeah, friend, why don't you just record it and then you can post it. Like do a little small recording, then you can post it.
Yeah. How many people are in this call right now? Let's see.
Yeah, can you tell us like your elevation?
Elevation right now? Let me see if I have like an app on my phone that can tell me.
Well, where are you? Like, just tell it. I mean, we're not
I'm
trying.
in
we're not going to
the
go like
South Bay right now.
we need to. I don't like asking people personal information.
Well, you can see from that picture that there's like a great deal of elevation change just a short while away. So telling you my region doesn't.
I just see land out there in the ocean, and I'm wondering how far that is away. And I'm wondering if
let me find. I can
flat Earth
find
observation, and you're actually demonstrating a flat Earth.
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier. So let that guy go on pause. Don't interrupt, guy. Do your little information seek while I finish what I'm saying. Okay, so for example, he said earlier, like, if the Earth is flat, why couldn't I see to Japan? And we said, well, there's physical limitations that would limit the maximum amount you're available to see. Now, interestingly enough, that question is actually answered by the Black Swan location in Santa Monica. It's Santa Monica, right?
He answered it with his own photo. He can't barely see the frickin' land, which is probably like 50 miles away.
Right, but here's the point I'm trying to make.
It looks like I'm 366 meters above sea level.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
All right, I want to finish my point, which is this. Earlier you said that why can't I see all of this stuff? Well, check it out. What's interesting is if you go to the Black Swan observation, which is of some oil rigs off of either Santa Monica Beach or something. I can't remember the exact beach.
It's not Santa Monica.
I'm talking about a different observation. How about you let me talk about what I'm talking about after I asked you to let me do it? Is that fair? Pretty pleased with cherry on top? So at this observation that I'm speaking about, which is not yours, it's a different one, called the Black Swan observation, you can actually see in some of them Santa Kappa Island, which is within the range of the ambient atmospheric occlusion. So when you're looking out at that location, Indio, you can actually see every single landmass that is available before atmospheric extinction. Every single one. You can see everything available.
Yeah. Yeah, the Black Swan. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit back there too. I mean, I remember Lunatic bringing this up. Like, you know how we got the what is it? It's like a diagram that has the circles, like the horizon circles for the Black Swan. You've seen that one. One of them's 30 miles. We haven't put it on there. So because like you said, you can see what is it, Anacapa and Anacapa Island and whatever the names of the other islands are. Anacapa Arch, I think the name is. Yeah, you can see all that stuff out there. So, buddy, that's streaming. Did he leave?
I'm still here.
Oh yeah. So those the land and the water that you're looking at, what is that?
Well, if you look at, you can see the like island out there. That's Catalina Island.
Okay, Catalina
And
Island.
let me see how many miles
How
out
far
that
away?
is.
Yeah,
'Cause that's
yeah, I'd
pretty
like to know
close
that.
to the horizon.
Doesn't Sunny have an observation about Catalina Island?
Hold on. Dude,
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I going off track? I'm sorry. I'll keep myself quiet.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
You're leading him down the path. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Quit licking the peanut butter before the mouse, all right?
No, I'll just sit here and put my chocolate bar in my peanut butter. That sounds better than a mouse.
Dude, I want that. Come on.
I know. I'll send some over. It's really good.
Hey, Indio, around here we got this craze called Dubai chocolate bars. And up at the one store, they're $40 for a chocolate bar simply because it has little pieces of gold dust on it.
Oh my goodness. Then after you eat it, where you have to like sift through your poo to get it back out because you don't want to lose money.
It's just one of those false status symbols, you know. It's like, hey, I'm spending extra amounts of money so I can eat and poop out gold and make other people rich because I'm actually poor. Like, bro, you know how much diamonds I got in my toolbox? Think about it. People are like eating chocolate bars because it has gold dust on it. And like my toolbox is full of so much diamond dust, it's like a 15-karat diamond. But it's not worth anything because it's worthless dust.
So
Gotta be
I'm
a
seeing
market.
here Catalina Island is around 25 miles away. So presumably because I can see it, I'm seeing at least 25 miles away, if not more.
Yep, and the horizon's supposed to be 23 miles away.
It's supposed to be. Well, I guess from sea level, I'm like 400 meters above sea level.
Your elevation. I posted a calculation in the chat, dude.
Well, that breaks that a little bit, I guess.
From 366, the horizon should be 2342 miles. Dot 42.
Okay.
So 23.
Well, I'll take an image of where I'm standing right now on Google Maps.
Okay.
This is a bit of a dox, but I don't really care. So this is me looking out of that island. That's the photo I took. That's roughly 24 to 25 miles away, depending on like what part of the island we're talking about.
Can you determine what part you're looking at?
Yeah, well, I'm that blue dot looking out at the island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see.
Yeah.
Just let me see.
And it says on Google that from where I'm standing, it should be around 24 to 25 miles away.
Oh, I wouldn't rely on that, dude. You got to go on the map.
Well, that's what Google Maps says, unless Google Maps is lying.
Oh, you did the measurement on Google Maps using like the line.
Yeah, you can like place 2 pins and it'll tell you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I thought you just like typed in "ask Google." That might not be right.
No,
Like,
no,
just
no.
asking Google. Would
I'm also like about a mile inland, so we could add that. Oh.
Well, then,
It's really not as clear of a day as I thought it was. It does get
You're
a bit
making it worse
foggy
for
out
the
there.
goal,
I've
buddy.
seen clear
Like,
days.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty opaque where it's hard to see the horizon. But does the fact that you're up on that mountain or up on that hill and you can't see even the horizon from where you are, does that answer your question?
I can see the horizon. It's just it's foggy, so I imagine if I try to get a video of a boat sinking below the horizon, it would be obscured by fog and cloud cover. Like I'm actually above the clouds. I'll see if I can get a photo of it.
Okay,
But
so
there's actually like a
does that
cloud
answer your
formation over
question
here.
about why you can't see Japan?
1 second.
Yeah, do you not want to answer that? Does that answer
Sorry,
your
sorry,
question about?
I'm taking a photo right now. What was your question?
Does that answer your question about why you don't see Japan?
I guess. Sure.
Look, say the Earth is flat and you're standing on that hill. Do you think a gigantic telescope is going to let you see Japan?
No, I don't. Well, I'm a globe earther. I was saying, from the flat Earth perspective, should I be able to see from Japan? I guess not, even from that perspective. So you can see how I'm kind of like above the clouds right now. There's like a cloud formation, and it kind of obscures the horizon a bit. But you can see those little boats over there that are constantly going back and forth.
But brother, it's kind of a yes and no hypothetical. So, for example, if there was no physical obstruction between you and Japan, and you had a telescope that was taller than your house, and there was no atmosphere, then yeah, maybe you could.
Maybe it'll clear up later.
Yeah, so there's a common misconception in the world that if you zoom in, you're increasing the available packet angles of things you can see, but that's not how it works. In order to actually resolve things at greater distances, you need a bigger lens, which is why when they keep making, telescopes, they make them, fatter and fatter and wider and wider. You need a bigger, bigger, bigger lens. And like India was telling you, when you do the math, to see something that far away, you need a lens that's 10 meters across. That's 30 feet across, dude. That's like taller than your house, bro. Like you ain't getting one of those anytime soon to go to the beach, right? And even if you could, you'd have to get rid of the atmosphere like we demonstrated.
Imagine what you would need to transport that thing.
The only horizontally arranged large format telescope is codenamed Lucifer. It's a binocular telescope. It's looking out more horizontally than vertically. Binocular large format telescope, nicknamed
It
Lucifer.
says here at 400 meters on Earth, the distance to the horizon would be about 44 miles, which seems about right. If Catalina Island is around 25, and I can see a little bit past, I can see a sizable amount past it, actually. That sounds about right, actually.
Okay, buddy.
What is the significance of that?
So quiet in here. I know, dude.
Hi, Dylan. Yeah, we're just talking. Yeah, we're
Guys.
just talking about this guy's observation that he's doing in California.
So quiet. We're watching a movie.
Looking up data. Important.
You gotta stay quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta whisper. Just whisper.
Right.
Is there
So, for
no way
example,
to stream when there's more than 25 people in? That's crazy.
no, you can stream. You just have to stream from a streaming platform, not from a camera, directly from a device.
What streaming platform is easiest to access? What do you think?
Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah.
Let's see if I have a Twitch account.
Dude, are you going to become a content creator?
I mean, you could be YouTube's pretty easy too, but I don't know their TOS.
Yeah, I think YouTube is easier.
You gotta get the
Is it
headphones with the
possible-
cat ears first.
You know what would be crazy? Is it possible for me to stream my camera to like share the screen of my phone while I'm using the camera? Let's see if I can do that.
There's like something like skip, like I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Like that blows my mind.
Do you guys think TOSs are anti-flat Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
What are you talking about?
Because it's wrong information.
Can you guys see it now?
Yeah, we can see that.
Wow, that's dumb that I need to do this roundabout way to stream.
It's not straight though, is it?
Well, the horizon is more or less pretty straight, but what you can see here is that there's these two islands.
Yeah.
That's not Catalina. This one to the left is Catalina, but you can see like right in the middle there's this gap here.
Yeah. Is that a
But
boat?
really, there's not any really good boats
Is
going
that a
towards the
plane or a
horizon.
boat?
Those are just like pleasure
boat.
crafts.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's not flat.
I think it's not
Very-
flat.
I also think it's not flat.
I want
Also
to be in
think
that
that my
one,
wife
that
is cheating on
speedboat.
me.
That looks so fun. Yeah, so we're talking to this guy about his observation right now, and if you other people have questions, you can ask.
Why do the boats disappear bottom up?
Yeah, that's basically what I asked.
Yeah, I could tell you. It's very simple. It's because the Earth's not a globe. Let me
Not a
explain.
hawk.
Let me explain.
Oh, it's just a bird.
So the reason why the
biggest
boats
bird.
disappearing from the bottom up proves the Earth's not a globe, I'll explain. It's because they disappear at the bottom up from small lakes, big oceans, and much further distances that would be allowed if the Earth had a fixed size. So you either have the Earth constantly changing size, or it's not a globe. Those are your options.
Are you doing
Wait,
this?
so
What are you on right now? This is like a drone from Rainbow Six Siege. There's no way. There's no way.
No, this is just the camera app.
So you have,
Because that's the only way to
they have
shoot.
no intelligent comment.
It seems like every time we put something to you guys just go on some type of tirade about something else. I mean,
I think you guys like cherry pick information and you like mischaracterize stuff a lot.
he put
I don't believe the claim that like
Hey,
ships
hey,
will.
Matt, Reg Joe was not done with his sentence. Stop talking over people.
Oh shit!
I think down there that's Donald Trump's golf course.
Oh shit, mommy's gonna punish you.
All right, got you.
Okay,
I'm
bro,
just saying he responded. Yeah, I'm just saying that AI responded, and then you guys is not like responding back. Do you guys have a response for what he said, or you guys just going to ignore it? Or maybe you need him to repeat it.
I gotta unmute. Who are you addressing? Matt Rat?
Matt Rat's the one who was giving weird comments and also interrupted Reg Joe. Yeah.
Okay, Matt. If you don't answer, you're gonna be muted and disconnected. So address what he said. If you try to go up on some meta tirade, talk about us and some other bullshit, you're gonna be muted and disconnected. Okay, it's your only warning.
I just want to say the only person who was getting meta was the.
Yep.
Why
That's the
can't
end
he
of
explain
that.
himself? Quantum Grave.
What is he explaining exactly?
All right, the next one is
What was he explaining? Explain to me what he was explaining. Yeah, that's what I
think
thought.
a round Earth is just a cooler concept. I think it's just more metal to think we're like a giant ball floating through space. I think that's just cooler as an idea.
Well, we're not a giant ball. Like I've said before, we're actually a giant kidney stone floating through space, and people they won't ever think like they always think that I'm trolling. Like, and I'm over here.
I kind of just subscribe to the rule of cool. Like, are we just like a giant ball of rock covered in water floating through space? That's cool, dude. I like that. Well, we're
I'm glad you admit. I'm glad you admit. I'm glad you admit that it's just a personal preference, just something you want to believe in. I mean, that's more honest than a lot of people. But no, we're not a piece of paper. That would imply, some kind of very thin thickness. Where
I don't know.
The
I have a really good
Earth,
I've actually come out to this spot with the telescope.
You're getting on thin ice too, bro. So control your mic. She was talking.
Yeah, I'll just finish answering the question since you brought up the piece of paper. That is a very bad analogy. Oftentimes, this kind of thing about a flat thing being thin is a misconception that comes from the cartoon memes of, flat Earth being a disc flying through space, which is not what we think.
What do you think?
Oh, thanks for asking. Yeah, we think the Earth is just the way it presents itself, flat and stationary, a realm that we're not allowed to go to the outer edges of, so we don't know where the edge is, that we don't even claim that there is an edge. We don't really know what's in those outer realms.
You're not allowed to. There's all these people with boats. You could drive up there if you want to.
I'll explain that. Just a minute. Let me finish this thought first and about the thickness, and then we'll move on to that one. So the deepest hole that's ever been dug into the Earth was 7.6 miles. And so we don't know what's below that, but obviously there's more below that. That was a limit that was reached, but we don't know what that limit is. We don't know what the downward limit is. The reason we don't know what the outward limit is because the Antarctic Treaty restricts travel below the 60th parallel south. And so people, like, here's one example of someone, a Norwegian who was arrested after doing what you said. Oh, can't you just go float your boat around there? No, you can't because it's restricted. You can go there under restricted conditions with an application. It's very expensive. And even then, if you're approved, you're not going to be able to just sail around wherever you want. You can only go into the approved locations that they approve you for. So that's what I mean.
That's dumb.
I agree. Yeah, tell the
you're dumb. You're dumb.
Oh, I thought you were saying the 40 plus nations of the world that have signed the Antarctic Treaty were dumb.
No, it's just a dumb theory, man.
Okay, so
no one's gonna come out and stop you from driving a boat. Come on.
Have you seen? Did you look at the? Oh my gosh! Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Serious? Okay, so not only is someone will stop you, they have. There's a guy named Jarl Anderson.
Like one guy once. Come on, dude, relax.
One guy once? No, one guy twice.
One guy twice. Oh.
Well, no one else is stupid enough to try it.
Yeah, I put the article in the chat there. The Norwegian
Has anyone in this chat flown a plane before?
Look, how about this?
Not flown in a plane, like flown a plane themselves.
No, I don't know. Indio was still addressing. Indio was still addressing that.
Bro, you're in a spiraling gish gallop at this point. You're just playing whack-a-mole, throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks, dude. You're like, let me ask you a question. Did you examine the globe with this ferocity?
Of course.
Okay. Tell us one fact about the globe that you examined and turned out to be anything.
Great, I love it.
Okay, one fact.
I just told you one.
I love it?
Yeah.
No, that's a fact about you. A fact about the globe.
That I love it.
You love the
globe? That's a fact about you. Your feelings.
No,
we don't care about your feelings. In your love for the globe, yes, it's a fact about you.
The fact about the globe is that bro loves the globe. That's a fact.
No,
that's about you.
The globe, dude.
It's not about me.
So now you're spiraling into retardville. So I'm going to just disconnect your video and put you on mute, okay? Because you're
just trying to hide the truth.
Yeah, it's meta. Yeah.
Did bro just say he loved?
Yeah, me honestly, I thought that AI had a real good point when he pointed out when they were saying that the boats somehow go over the
Damn, bro, I was
horizon.
saying something before you started.
But then you say the
He
horizon
has me muted, I think.
is basically always changing, which will make it optical for us. But if you're going to say that the horizon is actually physical, then you're basically saying that the Earth is actually changing in size along with the horizon. If the horizon is supposed to be the physical edge and it's supposed to be physically blocking boats or blocking anything beyond the curve, then you're basically saying that the Earth is changing in size, where the radius value is also expanding and despanding, I guess. So I think that was a good point for them to pretty much try to address, but they want to go on to something else, which is not fair. It's basically you're trying to keep, you're trying to keep your premise to be true, and then when your premise is actually challenged and rebutted and debunked, you want to ignore the rebuttal and then go on to another topic and still use something.
Think of where he started. He started that I should be able to see Japan. Okay? This is the level of intelligence of this guy.
That's a fair point, guys, but
thank you.
His actual premise can never be rebutted. Let me explain. His premise is true 100%. Let me explain. His premise is a fact 100%. Let me explain. His premise is Earth is a globe because I love globe.
Oh yeah.
I like that. I mean, that
he said that twice. He said that twice.
That's your best
said
evidence,
that twice.
bro. That's the only thing you got. The only thing you got is your imagination and your wishes.
It's a fiction. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow he's admitting that he cannot prove its scope. It's just he's addicted to it. He's in love with it. And AI, a question. Didn't you finish your explanation with the question, which one is it? Because you said then it means the Earth is either changing its sizes or it's not curved. Then I think you asked, so which one is it? And they ignored it.
Yeah, so bro, the problem here is what you're starting to do here. It's called Spiral. I'm sorry that's not on this new bingo card. That was on last night's. I would totally have that square. But you're starting to spiral, and you kind of admitted it when you first were saying, "Yeah, I just like it better." That's how this.
I was just kind of enjoying you.
The one who unmuted you, I guess I should have left you muted so I could say something to you, because you were pretty rude to me and Indio after you admitted that it's only your preference. When we were giving you facts about the Antarctic Treaty, you asked me why the travel was restricted. I answered you. Instead of going to research it yourself, all you would have to do is type into Google or ChatGPT or whatever your preferred search engine is, Antarctic Treaty. You could find out that what I said is verifiable and is actually fact. Instead, you said I was dumb for thinking travel is restricted by governments. Okay, do you see how illogical that is? So that's why I'm saying, like, you're kind of spazzing out here because you love your globe, somebody's trying to take it away from you. You realizing that you're only on this because you love it, that's fine. But then when you do that, you don't get to also then emotionally erupt when people are giving you factual, verifiable, logical information. So if you want to keep having a semi-intelligent conversation here, I might have a chance of getting Glober Bingo. So I'm willing to unmute you, but you can't be spazzing out and just doing your nuh-uh and freaking out when somebody's giving you factual information in response to a question that you asked. So, do you have another polite question to ask? I'll unmute you now.
You have can I see what you think the map of the world looks like, please?
Great question. Yeah, do you want a map of Illinois, Oklahoma?
No, I said the world. I said the world.
So we off the Antarctic treaty thing.
Yeah,
right?
I was pretty specific with the choice of word. Map of the world, not Illinois, not Oklahoma, the world.
You want a world atlas?
I'd like to see what you think the map of the world looks like.
I just told you. It is not okay. I will. Okay, bro. Listen to me. All right. I already explained to you how we can't see the outer edges. So outer realms, I should say, and we don't claim an edge. Sorry for using that word. I don't want to lead you astray again, like you were led astray by whatever propaganda you saw before you came in here.
Okay.
So how could I explain that to you in great detail and then claim any kind of map of the entire world when we can't travel to see the entire world. That's why I asked you. Maps are only useful, and they're flat, by the way, for, a local area, navigation, so on. The further out you go, the less accurate they are by nature. So I am not going to give you a map of the entire world because I just explained to you how travel is restricted in that area, so it's not possible to do that.
I'm going to modify my request then. Can I get what you think the map of the known world looks like, please?
It's the same question.
No, the known world. He's saying there are regions that we don't know about, so we can't map them. Well, just the stuff that we know, like we know Japan exists.
That's not what she said, though.
It is.
You're not listening.
That's the point.
It is. It says we can't go past certain regions.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening.
These outer edges.
Great.
Oh,
You're
tell me
not
what
listening.
She said then, buddy.
You're not
Then
listening to our actual response. She said that you only use maps for local navigation. The further out you use the map, the more of the world you try to use the map at the same time, the less accurate it becomes.
So that's
the main part of her premise. It's not that we don't know. Hold on, sir. Every time somebody talk, you want to talk over them. It's not the fact that it's not what you're trying to say. It's not that, we haven't been in these restricted areas, so it's unknown places where we have not gone, so therefore we can't give you the map of the entire world. That's not what you're saying. That's not what she's saying. She's saying exactly what she just said and what I just said. The more you're trying to basically explain with a map, right? The more area you try to cover with a map, the less accurate it becomes. That's why we only navigate locally using these maps, which is all flat.
You're saying you can't give me that map then?
Neither can you.
No, I know I can't because I don't know what you guys think the world looks like.
Neither can you.
Like I'm basically asking if I start driving a boat out in any random direction, will I? And I'm not stopped. Will I eventually hit ice in any direction, or is it just in a few directions?
So is this a different question, or are you just gonna respond to her, or are you gonna accept that?
The continents that we know about, are they all surrounded by ice? I'm trying to envision what you guys think the world looks like.
Okay, again, so is this a different question, or is you basically still trying to put the map on her?
Okay, so I'm asking for what you think the world looks like, and you're saying we can't do that.
The world looks flat.
Okay, then presumably it would be even easier to map than a globe, right? Because a map is also flat.
Well, she already addressed.
Just take a giant piece of paper and then sketch on top of the world from like a high enough distance, and you would get a map of the world, right?
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, well, she already addressed that too by what she said when she responded to you. Yes, she did. She
can speak for herself. She doesn't need you to defend her.
Okay, I'm just talking. I'm just chiming in. But she did respond to it when she addressed what she said. All maps are pretty much flat. That's how we map.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said.
So you're saying you can't give me a map of the world?
That's right. Yep, said that. Yep, I'm not claiming to know everything. Yep, that's right. You have another question?
But you believe Africa? Wait. You believe Africa and Asia exist, and North and South America? That we can map those continents, right? And we know where Australia is relatively.
Yes.
What I'm asking you is, I guess I'll provide something, and you can critique this flat Earth map.
So you're going to give us the straw man map anyway?
Well, I guess I'm going to give you a bad map, and maybe you guys can
straw
say,
man anyway, even though she's not claiming it, you're going to give it to her anyway, Finn.
Yeah, so you guys can critique it and see, because I haven't. Wait, no. Remember, I'm not presenting it as an argument or as something that you guys believe.
Better move on and say, she don't have the map that she's claiming.
No, you gotta let me finish my statement, dude. You gotta let me finish my statement. I just want to see where this map goes wrong, right? So there's this map. We have these continents. If I go to any of those directions towards the edge, am I going to hit ice like this map indicates?
We don't claim the ice wall, so whoever you got that from, go talk to them.
What do you claim then instead of an ice wall?
Oh my god, this is so fucking boring.
Yeah, he just want to give her the straw man map anyway. It's just
no. She said she
already
doesn't.
explained
She
it.
said,
He didn't accept
she
it.
said
You're gonna give it to her anyway.
I didn't say she. That's her argument. That's what a straw man is. A straw man is I'm presenting your argument as a dumb version. I'm saying you don't believe this. Why do you not believe this? It's really simple. Like a child would understand what I'm trying to say.
Let me chime in here. It's because of the fact of the problem of cartography. So the issue is not the fact that you're presenting a world map. It's the fact that how did you understand that the consistent size to the continents and or the placement of those continents in relation to one another. So let me ask you a question, because I think in your mind you think we have some sort of idea. You guys can't give me a map? So let me ask you a question, bro. You think we have some sort of idea, right? In your estimation right now.
Oh, that sucks.
Bro, do you hear what I'm saying? Do you think that there's something that we can go by right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I use it every day when I drive.
Right, so what is the name of that map projection that you're talking about? Because you're asking for us something specific, right? So I'm going to tell you if... Yeah, that's great. What's the name of the map projection used as the standard that you're putting everything against right now?
The globe.
Okay, well, what is the name of the map? You're asking us for a map. What is the name of the map, the projection? Because there's hundreds of map projections, dude. We can't just arbitrarily say, okay, we know what you're talking about. Unless
I don't know if it has an official name. I kind of just call it the map of the world.
Okay, so I know. And the important thing is everybody is going by the Web Mercator projection based on Google. I'm going to give you the answer because it's going to take forever to actually wrench it out of you. So they're talking about the Web Mercator projection. So the Mercator projection. So the Mercator projection has very distinct landmass sizes in relation to where they are placed on the Earth that you think you live on.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you've done any critique on the maps that you're looking at, but how do you know those things are consistent to say this is a standard that I'm using, that I'm going by, and then I'm going to ask somebody else what they think of what
I trust experts.
Okay, so in the trust that you have for them, what is the way they gave you the information that this map is a standard?
I'm assuming through satellite imagery.
Okay, that's incorrect. They didn't obtain this map through satellite imagery. You're wrong there.
Oh, okay.
So so not only is it just a reification fallacy that you've just invoked, where you believe that the map is a display of the entire world and the placement of the continents and the continent sizes are said to be exactly what they are, but you don't even know how they explain them to be the way they are. That's another problem. You're stacking problems on top of problems, right? So right now we're trying to discover.
So I'm assuming you're going to tell me how they actually did it, then, right?
Well, no. I'm trying to get to the fact that
you're not going to do that.
Listen to this. I'm looking at your level of confidence right now, as what you came in here with, the knowledge that you have some sort of standard, and you're putting.
So they don't use satellite imagery,
bro. Right now, you don't understand the standard that which they applied.
What did they do then? Right? Wait, but how did they do that?
Well, see, here's a misconception. You're talking about cartography being something akin to satellite imagery, right? But if this map existed, the Web Mercator projection was actually based on the Mercator projection, existed when Gerardus Mercator, the actual cartographer, put it together. How did he put the Mercator projection together?
I don't know.
Okay, so take a little deep dive right now in your you have the Library of Alexandria at your fingertips. All you got to do is type in Gerardus Mercator, and you'll find out the year he was born and when he died and why he put that. What was the incentive to put this map projection out? Was it because he got bought and paid for it so that he could put this idea of the Christian countries that were actually going to be dominant over the other ones, which land masses were a lot bigger, where the heathens were actually living on? So he was trying to, maybe he had a propaganda based on why he made the Mercator projection the way he did, and the reason why you think it's supported by these satellite imagery. Perhaps there's another reason why the Mercator projection came about that you're unaware of. And all it takes is a simple Google search and find out who Gerardus Mercator was and what was his position on building this map.
I don't know. This map looks pretty good to me, dude.
Yeah, but look into it, dude. This is what I'm telling you. Right now, there's a lot.
This is satellite imagery. Look at how
Bro, listen to what I'm saying right now. The one that you're going by. The one that you're going by is Mercator projection, right? The Webb Mercator projection is what Google Earth is based on.
You can even see the little rocks. Isn't that crazy?
I think you're just negating everything that I'm telling you, and you're just jumping into
Well,
what
you're just
looking
talking
at.
nonsense. I mean, you're just talking nonsense.
Nonsense?
We have,
So
look at
historical
this map.
context.
Here's the
So
thing.
historical
The problem
context.
is that one person. I'm asking for a map. These guys can give me a map. You can't. That means
you just glossed over. Listen, you know what you just done right now? It's called whistle past the graveyard. You just dismissed everything that I said. You're not taking historical context into consideration right now. You're not going back to find out how the Mercator projection even came to be about, because then it would enlighten you to know.
It's irrelevant. No, these photos are taken by but these photos are taken by satellite imagery. Like, that's a fact. You're a moron if you think it isn't.
We're talking about the.
We're talking about the map because that's what I said. I said satellite imagery.
You're spiraling.
You want to talk about?
You're talking about the map that you.
No, you're spiraling. You asked me how did they take picture? How did they get a map of the world? I said.
Yeah, and you were incorrect, because the map that projection that you're talking about is called the Webb Mercator projection, which is what Google Earth is using, which is based on the Mercator projection, which is also something you have no historical context to. You don't know why the reason that all the continents are the same size as the way they're supposed to be. You don't know anything, dude. You're basically just going off of what you think is the case, which is satellites are taking images of the Earth. And then basing that idea, that telling us, okay, we got satellites taking pictures of the Earth, and then now that's the truth, and we got a map to back that up. You just, like India was saying, you're just throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, bro. You need to actually get context as to the argument that you're trying to support, which is you do not know anything of. And then you're asking us to give you a map. Well, everything's a reification fallacy, because you're just going to reify a worldview that has no consistency to act exactly what size the continents are, or the placement of those continents.
But when I look at so you're saying they didn't take pictures with satellite imagery?
Not when Gerardus Mercator was alive, dude. Look at how old he was.
I'm not talking about Gerard or Mercatus. You want to talk about some dude with a map? I'm talking about the modern map that I'm looking at right now on my Tesla.
Based on him. Dude, that's based on his cartography, dude. It's based all on.
AV, did they take photos using satellites? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with the map that you're looking at?
So when I go over my house and I zoom in, I can see my pool.
Yeah. So what? What does that have to do?
So wait. If I can see my pool, how was that photo taken? Wait, how was that photo taken if not with a satellite?
Irrelevant. It has nothing to do.
It is actually relevant. It's actually incredibly relevant.
Let's do this.
It's actually incredibly relevant. You don't like it, so you want to run away from it because you're scared.
Bro, let's do this. If you think that's relevant, I want you to tie in satellite imagery to the Webb Mercator projection. I want to know how you're going to tie those two things.
You want to focus? You want to focus? Look, this guy made a map in 1890. I want to talk about 1890. It's like, no, we have satellite imagery today. Let's talk about the maps we use today that are based off satellite imagery.
Listen, dude.
You want to shift it to an old dude because that's easier to fight because he didn't have the technology.
The map projection you're using is based off of his work on cartography. It's not based off satellite imagery. If you're backing it up saying it is based on satellite imagery, I need you to go ahead and tie the satellite imagery into the Mercator projection. I want to know how you're making the connection, because it's not connected. But if you're saying it is, I want to give you the floor so you can demonstrate that that's true. Show us how satellite imagery is defending the Webb Mercator projection that we're seeing on Google Earth. Whenever somebody goes to Google Earth, and they zoom out, they see this world that looks like a globe. That's the Mercator projection that you're seeing. So I want you to defend that. I want you to say, okay, well, this is actually taken from satellite imagery, and the cartoon globe that you see is based on that. Go ahead and defend that point. You have the floor.
Before you give him the mic back, just keep in mind what Alpha said there is when you do zoom out in Google Maps, it no longer is any type of imagery that was taken by anything. It's literally a cartoon at that point. It transforms into a cartoon when you zoom out. That's a fact.
Yeah, most of those images that you see on Google Maps, those were taken from balloons and planes by volunteers. And anybody who knows how Google was made back in the day when they first started doing this, it was very common, very public knowledge.
Hey, it's Pro's turn to reply.
Yeah, that's just silly, dude, because no planes fly over my hill. I live next to an airport that's way. I live on a mountain much higher up than the airport. So there aren't planes flying above. The only way you could take a picture of my pool, and what's crazy is my house, my house didn't used to have a pool. It used to not have one. And then we built a pool, and so Google Images updated over the years that it was like first there wasn't a pool,
So,
and then it updated to include a pool.
Satellites.
So we're going to talk about some stupid like Italian map maker. I know you want to.
Oh God, you don't want to do it.
Bro, it's simple. It's simple. Just tie in satellite imagery to the web Mercator. I want to know how you made the connection. Show us that you know what you're talking about. Do that. Demonstrate to us that you have knowledge on that.
Because it sounds like you're saying that the satellite imagery is basically validating the web Mercator. But it seemed like you're trying, but then at the same time, you're trying to throw away the web Mercator, which the Google Maps is based off on, and every other map is based off on.
That's what I'm asking him.
So,
I just want him to make the connection.
Guys, this guy
You guys
openly said
why am I getting muted? Is this do you guys just want an echo chamber? What's happening?
No, we're just trying to see if
this makes the flat earthers look very scared of the truth.
Brother, just make the connection between satellite images and the web Mercator projection. That's all I'm asking you.
Yeah, bro. So in case you didn't notice, we muted you so we could clearly talk. Then we unmute you so you can reply. If we wanted to silence you, you wouldn't be here at all. Okay, so we're going to unmute you. For the love of God, please answer the question. Or at least address the point instead of talking about us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so first I asked about the boat dipping below the horizon. I asked, can a flat earther explain this to me? You guys weren't able to. You said, oh, we don't have an explanation. I asked for a world map. You couldn't do it. I asked for how they explain satellite imagery. You couldn't do it. It's just weak. Like nothing.
Bro, you lost your ability to speak here because you just lied. Let's be clear. You asked us about quote-unquote boats dipping below the horizon. We spent over a half an hour talking to you about that. We specifically talked about the physics and that it could be demonstrated on a flat surface. Okay, so it's not the case that we just said, oh, we don't have an explanation. So you need to retract that before you're allowed to continue here. Otherwise, we're going to go to the tape, prove to the audience and you that I'm correct, and then just ban you forever for being a liar, because we don't like liars here. Go ahead and retract.
I don't know. It's just, you guys are very disappointing. I thought the flat earthers would be like smarter than this. I thought you guys would send like your best. You aren't sending your best.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, guys like
I'm not even like a diver globe earther. I'm asking basic questions. You weren't able to answer them. You just like gish galloped and danced around it and ran away and muted. Sweet.
You do understand that you're the one that was changing the topic every time we did respond to you. And I pointed it out. Hey, wait a minute. I pointed it out several times just so you wouldn't say that. This very thing that you're saying right now is the reason why every time AI or Indio responded to you, I pointed out, hey, they responded to you with this. You didn't respond back. You're talking about something else. I did that specifically so you wouldn't come with this point or this conclusion that you're making right now. So either retract it like he said, or be banned forever because you is being disingenuous.
You don't want to retract. What he's doing is he's putting up a defense mechanism, rewriting history in his own mind, that he wasn't giving any legitimate answers at all, and that we were just basically singing nursery rhymes the whole time, and we weren't actually doing any work or presenting any arguments or talking about anything. That way he can go sleep at night, even though the fact is that the horizon that he claimed is cutting boats off isn't in the place it's supposed to be. It's always in different places, which means it's not physical. So he's got to suffer with that cognitive dissonance, and we just need to be nice to him and let him do so and handle that on his own. Maybe he needs to seek a therapist, whatever he needs to do. Maybe, drink some ginger tea before he goes to sleep tonight, or maybe call his mom and, challenge his life decisions. Who knows? But he can do that on his own time, not ours.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it's just a lie to say that we didn't answer about boats over the horizon. That's so ridiculous. It was covered in excruciating detail. But the other part of it about the map, I mean, we also gave multiple answers to that. So it's totally a legitimate answer, especially if you want to have a free and open exchange of ideas in a spirit of intellectual inquiry. It's a completely legitimate answer to say we don't know that yet because we are not able to explore that. We haven't gotten a chance to explore that yet. So it would only be someone whose mind was so limited, which by what he already admitted was an emotional and psychological attachment to the globe because he just preferred it. The same reason why it was originally introduced by the ancient Greeks. It was just a aesthetic preference for them. So because Bro is coming from such a primitive mindset, when he was presented with facts, evidence, logic, news articles, information about the Antarctic Treaty, so on and so forth, he realized, like, I really don't have a leg to stand on. That's why he was driven to the point of emotionally admitting his connection to the globe was just a preference. Hello, debater. We might talk to you in a minute, but probably not. So anyway, what I was trying to wrap up there. So then at the end, that was just kind of him and his denial defense mechanism, realizing that he was intellectually bested by flat earthers and not being able to cope with that. So we just can't have people here lying, about what's going on here, or saying that, obviously he was muted because he became unable to carry on a conversation. Anyone can review the tape if they wish. When he first came in, he was completely able to take turns for the most part. He wasn't perfect, but he was, we were able to have a conversation with him. It wasn't until after he admitted that he only liked the globe because it was his favorite shape or whatever, that he then started doing all this weirdness where he just was shouting things out, couldn't let anybody finish their sentences and so on. So, hopefully he'll get a good night's sleep and maybe he'll feel better in the morning.
Lady, come on. What the fuck?
Oh, make executions great again. Do you have evidence of curvature or rotation for the Earth?
Lady, come on. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm asking you for your proof that you live on a globe. That's what I'm doing.
Lady, come
Do you
on.
have any? Are you just going to keep saying
We're
that?
all here to just have fun. You're taking yourself too seriously.
You think I'm taking things too seriously, do you? Well, I'm glad for your concern, but we're here to talk about flat Earth, so you can either ask a question about it, give the evidence I requested, or we'll just move on to someone else. If you don't want to take it seriously, that's your choice, but don't try to make choices for me.
Wait, how do you explain the Arctic Ocean?
All right, we're on to someone else. Toho Kumen 311. What did you say?
How do you explain the Arctic Ocean next to the Norwegian Norway?
The Arctic Ocean next to Norway. Can you give us more details? Did you have something to say about that, AG?
I was going to tell him he should try and ask that question again because the way that he did it was very poorly formed. Speak up.
Yeah, just give us some more details. We can get to that in a minute, XBZ. We're addressing this comment right now.
Why is it called in the middle of the flat Earth 10?
If anybody understands what he's getting at, feel free to answer.
I guess he said there's some flat Earth map where the Antarctic is in the middle of the map. If that's what you're saying.
Mapping of the flat Earth.
It's a cartoon of Earth. What of it?
I guess we can answer both questions at once. XBZ wants a map of flat Earth, like we just talked about with the other dude.
Yeah.
And why is there Aurora Borealis in the middle of the Earth?
You're making a claim or a question based off of a cartoon, though. And that cartoon is not Earth. You don't live on a cartoon.
Yeah.
And flat Earth here presented a flat Earth map yet, so
yeah,
we don't know what you're talking about.
The reason why people aren't kind of jumping on your question there, XBZ, it's a decent question. A lot of people ask it. It's just that we just like spend a half hour answering it. But I'll answer it again just for you because you're
It's just
new
a
here to the
map.
room.
It's just a picture of a map, bro. That's all I'm asking.
Relax, you got you.
Yeah. So, hello, Toho. I'm answering your question. You may have seen some images of alleged flat Earth maps. I don't know what you have in your mind as a flat Earth map. I personally recognize that all maps are flat. They're the best. Of course, you need a flat map for navigation. So, a large scale map where you have a small area with a high level of detail is going to be the most accurate map. The more you go out and try to get bigger and bigger areas on your map, depending on how big
I just want to see.
Hey, you can't ask a question like that I've already answered once, and I'm gracious. I am answering it. You just have to wait for me to get to the end. I'll get it wrapped up as fast as I can because I can see you don't have a great deal of patience. That's fine. So then small scale maps are what you have to use for large areas. In a small scale map, you're going to have much less detail. And so they're naturally going to be less accurate. But we don't ever claim to have a map of the whole world because we are not allowed to freely explore, and it's not necessary to have it. We don't
have a right
even,
to
since we
explore.
don't go out there. Oh yeah, we don't have a right to explore. Okay, I go over that again. The Antarctic Treaty, which is signed by over 40 nations and is enforced by various governments and military, restricts travel past the 60th parallel south. So to go past there, you have to have a special permit. Even if you apply for and pay lots of money to get this special permit, you're still not allowed to freely travel down there. So you will have to only travel in the restricted and pre-approved area that you're told you can go. So that's right. You cannot. I'm glad to be the one to tell you that because I'd hate for you to get in your sailboat and go down there and find out the hard way.
Can I see that? Can I see the legal code of that? What you're just mentioning?
Yeah, I'll find it for you and I'll tag. I'll find it for you and I'll tag in the chat. I'm not going to repeat it since you already talked over the end of my sentence. Somebody else can talk to him while I go find that for him.
Yeah. So what I got is no map and you cannot travel to someplace near. All right, got it.
All maps are flat Earth maps.
So in regards to this question, you're talking about an overall worldview, yes? Dude who asked about maps?
I'm asking for a map of the entire planet. That's all I'm asking.
There isn't, like, all these maps that exist that show the whole Earth are just map projections, and those projections are just reifying a specific model. They don't have any validity to say that this is exactly one for one what the Earth looks like. So that in and of itself is called a reification fallacy. So we can't present you something that is not examined empirically. So these map projections that have been handed to you,
you can't present something that can be proven empirically. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not proven empirically. Any map that you're going to show me are just approximations of what people think in their minds according to their distance traveled.
But you're claiming that the Earth has a specific shape. So you cannot determine.
We're not saying it has a specific shape. You guys are. You're the one saying it's a globe.
What the fuck? It's just 24/7 flat Earth. What are you guys saying?
The Earth being a horizontal plane is not a shape, sir.
This guy thinks flat's a shape.
I think so.
Oofda.
So the Earth has no shape.
No one said that.
No, you're saying it has a shape. You're saying it's a globe.
What does flat Earth mean then?
Exactly what? Two words there. Which word confuses you?
The entire planet is flat. That's what you're saying.
Which word confuses you? The word flat or
none
the
of
word
them.
Earth?
You confuse me. The words don't confuse me. Your fucking statement saying that we don't know the shape of the Earth confuses me. That's what confuses me.
Is the word flat a noun or is the word flat an adjective?
Dog, I understand what flat Earth means. It just means that you say that the Earth is flat. Are you saying it's locally flat? Like, what do you mean? What is the shape of the Earth? You're talking about a shape. The shape is being flat. That's what you're saying. That's what you say when you say flat Earth.
Is the word a
It's not that
shape?
fucking complicated.
Is a shape? Is that a noun or an adjective?
Oh my god.
Okay, we can. It's easy to get you back on track with basic English language.
Why are you fucking discussing? Okay, what if
adjectives
what if I
follow?
say
Okay, before a noun, you would have an adjective. The adjective describes the noun. When you're coming in here, you say, "Hey, everybody, I'm confused. I think you're talking about nouns." No, sir. This is adjective, noun. Flat.
Dude, if I gave it's really simple. If I gave you a flat pancake, does that differ from a globular pancake or what? Or spherical pancake? What goes through your mind if I say spherical pancake versus a flat pancake? It's that fucking easy. It's not a play on with semantic. It's just fucking plain old simple ass third grade English. What is a flat pancake and what is a spherical pancake? It's fucking easy. One is a ball, the other one is just a flat piece of fucking food.
Pancake? What is this guy on about?
Yeah, he's getting ready to.
He's hungry, dude. He's a hungry boy.
Holy shit!
Growing.
Fucking hell, you can. Oh, God bless Discord, because I don't know how the fuck you guys found each other and just hurdle up and I don't know, talking the same way like this.
The horizon is horizontal regardless of altitude. You can keep going up and it remains horizontal.
Can I answer?
I always believe we are on a pancake, by the way, but the entirety of the United States is flatter than a pancake, according to survey.
Yep.
How about this? When you go to a lake and someone says the lake is really flat, or round lake, or crooked lake, or
Yeah, I know what that means. It just means
or different lakes, right? Where they call the lake a name, a proper name.
Yeah.
Do you see the same word there when someone says big, round, red lake? That to you is the shape of the lake, or is that the name of it?
Dude, why are you overanalyzing? Dude, if I go to a lake and you say, okay, is there anything else you could say besides that the lake is flat? Or maybe that it's really I don't know, like there's a lot of wind, so probably there's like a lot of waves or something like that, and then it's probably not considered flat, or people won't use that word.
What's the shape of the lake?
Anything else you can say about that?
Shape of the lake.
What is the shape of the lake?
Yeah.
When you mean the body of water?
Yeah, the lake. What shape is it in?
I mean, if it's a really calm day, it's just flat.
Yeah, how about the shape? Is it a circle? Is
It's
like
overall. It's what?
What shape would it be?
Oh, like vertically, yeah, it's flat. But if you look at it from the top down, yeah, it could be like it could be an arbitrary shape. Yeah, you could say that. Is that where the confusion comes?
How about Lake Superior? Do you know like the Great Lakes? Do you know Lake Superior?
You mean viewing it from the top down? Yeah, then you could say, okay, well, the border. I mean, how the lake is shaped. That could be arbitrarily. But I'm talking about if you're just at a lake and you look at the water and you look at the water level, it's just flat.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah,
we're asking about the lake, though. We're not asking about the water.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like
you just flat smacked yourself. That's
basic ass example. What?
You flat smacked yourself.
Flat smack yourself?
Yeah,
what the fuck does that mean? You're just making up words right now.
Is it also
You came in by flat smack yourself. You came in this conversation.
No, I came in and I asked
what
shape is the Earth, and I couldn't get.
The Earth is Earth shaped, just like a lake is lake shaped.
Fucking answers of it.
You just answered it. The Earth is Earth shaped. The lake is lake shaped. The surface property of a lake is flat. The surface property of the Earth is flat.
The surface of the lake is flat on a vertical level, so therefore the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
If that's what you heard, that works. I'm okay with that.
No, it doesn't work because you can be around a lake and the ground elevation could be higher than the lake. The vertical ground elevation could be higher than the lake.
Yeah, that's how the water stays in it.
Yeah, does that water curving in a way, or it's still flat, or lake, or ocean, or sea?
Oh my
Is it
god.
ocean? Is it ocean leveled or it's curving?
What, the lake? If it's curving?
No, the ocean, not the lake.
The ocean, if it's curving?
Does the ocean
Does ocean curving or is not curving?
The ocean just wraps around the earth, and there's all sorts of things of how the oceans is formed. It really just depends. It's not the most straightforward answer.
No,
Okay, well, shouldn't the lake wrap around the earth too?
No.
I don't
XBZ. XBZ.
Yeah, but this only works if you guys have an understanding of gravity, which most of you guys don't, because you guys are operating.
You know what gravity is.
Stop muting him.
Oh, he left. Who mute? Damn.
I don't know who muted him, but yeah, I mean,
guys, what
there's
do you
other
think
new
of the
people in here. Yeah, he was making a bad claim about water ripping around, so it's, that was the direction he was going. So maybe he'll come back. I don't know. So we've got Toko, who had a question before. There's also a couple of new people in here. Big Flat, Chris, welcome everybody, Flat and Global. What's your question, Toko Human?
Well, what do you think of the government?
I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah, why you ask me that?
Well, the government can be cruel sometimes, but...
Which one?
I mean, I guess I'm glad you brought that up, because I put it, too bad that guy left, because I went to a lot of effort to find the Antarctic Treaty stuff for him. So that's in the chat if anybody's interested in it. I mean, the government they're very clearly and obviously restricting travel more and more all the time. So, they restrict the travel down there in the South, like we were talking about. But yeah, I mean, they restrict a lot of things. They waste money. They pretend they're going to space when they're not. They participate in pushing this globe lie. So, I mean, that's how it relates to the flat Earth, which is how we usually talk about it. Did you have any questions in particular about flat Earth and the government, or because we don't really talk about just government in general? But did you have a question about the flat Earth?
Well, I had the question of basically like what if life is just Matrix? What do you think of that?
The Matrix, yeah. I mean, I think the Matrix is more relevant to flat Earth in that you do have a lot of people who are kind of plugged into the globe indoctrination program. They just kind of get all their information from the computer or the television, and they don't go outside in reality to look at the actual Earth, observe it, spend a lot of time, if they can, go to the beach, looking at the flat horizon, maybe making some measurements like we were doing with Bro earlier to see if the object that they can see in the distance is predicted to be seen by the globe model, which many times it is not predicted to, it is predicted to be seen, and it is predicted to be not seen, and then it is seen. So so there are some parts of that. The other part of the Matrix, I would say we heavily relate to flat Earth because it happens in here all the time, are people who want to go back to the globe matrix, which is the false indoctrination, brainwashing, mind control, imaginary toy that people think they live on. But it's more comfortable to stay on the globe, like we saw with our globe friend Bro earlier. And so that many of those people, they're kind of like Cypher in the Matrix movie. You remember the guy who wanted to go back so he could just eat steak and pretend everything was fine, not worry about the spiritual struggle that was going on. So yeah, a lot of times people come in here, Toho Human, and they want to go back to the globe because it's more comfortable. It's more comfortable to accept the status quo, to not have to think too hard, to not have to admit that the people who claim to be in charge don't have all the answers they claim to be having, and in fact are passing on wrong information, and so can't really be trusted And you have to actually take responsibility for your own life. Once you realize that, you have to realize, like, what's here now, right in front of me, that's reality. That's it. There's nobody out there looking out for me, really, So in that case, I would say, yeah, that's the two ways the Matrix movie relates to the flat Earth. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but why not, like, I don't know, protest or do something to piss off the government instead if you, like, don't want to
Oh, that's a great question.
anything they say?
Yeah, I mean, you really want me to answer that? I'll try to give as short of an answer as I can, because I have a long history of participating in protests back when they used to probably be more useful. I mean, but they would send out government agents. I met, like, many of them to these and try to incite people to do things to break the law so they could get arrested instead of just peacefully protesting. So, I mean, you can do them, but it's like these days, any kind of movement like that, especially if organized on the internet, is automatically going to get infiltrated, no doubt. As well as the fact that most of these kind of things are, to start with, controlled opposition, are already they're already set, being arranged and planned by the government. I mean, come on, there's no grassroots going on here. There's no, like, what we're doing here. You could say this is a protest. This is a much more effective protest than me, like, going down to the county courthouse and holding up a sign that says the earth is flat. Like, what's that gonna do? But if I sit here, and many of us sit here, and we, talk to ordinary people like yourselves, and person to person spread the information with the actual fact, logic, and truth that you could go out and verify and measure for yourself, we're protesting. We're protesting the censorship. We're protesting the lie of the globe. We're protesting the fact that people can no longer get together in organic movements and have anything actually be accomplished that way. Yep, that's what we're doing.
But what if you live in Finland with a lot of freedom?
I don't know. Is that where you live?
Yeah.
You have a lot of freedom there. We had in high school. We had an exchange student from Finland. She was great. I loved her. Yeah, her name was Kata. I loved her. Yeah. Why you think you have more freedom there? Like, explain why. I'm very curious.
Because, well, anything in America at this point can be a lie or something. But Trump is a bullshitter. Everybody knows that. So, in general, we have so much, like, freedom for life. So I don't think the forests I see around are lies. And
neither do I. The forests you see around are true. Yeah, and they're on a flat Earth. Yeah, totally. Do you live near the coast? Do you live near the Do you live near the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could go out there. I'll show you in the text chat. There's some examples of what I'm talking about, but numerous people have done observations over the flat water, and if you live near the water, then I'm sure you've observed that the water is lying flat, and when you look out there at the horizon, it's as flat as the eye can see. And we are able to demonstrate, because if you can find something out there on the horizon, whether it be a ship or an island or a lighthouse, a buoy, an oil rig, whatever it might be, you can find out the distance to that object, and then you can calculate how far you should be able to see if we lived on a sphere. And you can also calculate how far the maximum distance for the horizon. So when we're talking about flat Earth, we're not just guessing about it. We're going out and we're doing these observations, and we're determining whether the distance of the horizon matches what is predicted by the geometry of the sphere that we're given. with the known radius, the claimed radius, I should say, of 3,959 miles. So, and we are routinely seeing that we are viewing the horizon further than it should be. So I put a video in there earlier. I don't know if you saw that. I tagged you there. Maybe you could open that and save it to watch later, Dr. John D. I recommended that one because it's only 15 minutes long. That one's a buoy observation. Actually, I'll just put a screenshot from that video first. So this is from that 15-minute video I tagged you in. Can you see it there, Toho?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This series of observations shows the observed horizon becoming increasingly visible further and further behind the buoy. So the horizon distance is moving because it's an apparent location, whereas if you were on a sphere, it would be a geometric horizon. It would be a fixed distance that you could not see beyond. The observed horizon is visible beyond the physical geometric horizon that would block line of sight on a sphere/globe. These observations would not be possible on a sphere/globe Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers /3,959 miles. No sea would be visible behind the buoy. And, if you watch the video, he goes into a lot of details with the calculations and the different distances of this buoy. I'll put another image up there that shows the calculations with a different observation in more detail. But does that basic argument make sense to you, that if you were on a sphere, there would be a limit to your vision because of the Earth curve?
Isn't there a limit?
Is that Toho? Did you say that?
No.
No, it's
somebody else.
Here, me.
There's a limit, but not because of Earth curve. Yeah, there's limits to your vision, but not because of Earth curve. The limits to your vision are natural limitations of the human vision, as well as atmospheric conditions and so on, that limit how far you can see. But the Earth curve one, that is something that would, like the atmosphere, for example. That's why some of these observations, you see them on some days, you don't see them on other days. But the point is, you shouldn't be seeing them at all. So like that particular observation I put in there at 29 minutes after the hour. This is a calculation. We can show you, the formulas and equations if you're, a person who's really into math. This is based on, the Earth curve calculators that you could, just search up Earth curve calculator. You can put in the observer height and the distance and so on, and you can calculate all of these things. So we are testing the mainstream claim, and we're finding that it's wrong. So, according to that mainstream claim, at an observer height of 8 feet, the maximum distance of the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. And yet, in this particular observation, which is off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, the horizon is behind the second platform, which we know confirmed distance that the platform habitat is at 10.10 miles. And can you see there, Toho, do you see that the horizon is behind the platform, the furthest platform?
Yeah, but I was going to ask another question. How do you explain climates?
Gosh, I just explained to you, you don't live on a globe, and it can be conclusively proven that the Earth measures flat, and there's just no question about it because it's covered by over 70% of water, and water lies flat in the container, and water lies flat in the ocean as you view it when you go to the shoreline that you said was new to you? Was near to you, and you would like to talk about climate? Wow, that just blows my mind. This isn't interesting that we don't live on a globe. It's a total lie. You could prove it to yourself. Does that interest you at all?
Well, yeah, obviously. That's why I was asking, how do you explain, Africa? Because when I used the plane, I saw the countries and everything, the land getting more and more dry, and the trees changed. And when I was at Spain, it was already pretty hot. So
completely non-responsive to the point that Dandelion was making to you.
I find that's a
You made
valid
a
question.
devastating argument, and you're just talking about climate now.
I mean,
I'm
he's
glad
just asking
someone was
questions.
listening. Whoever.
Acknowledge what you said.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad someone was listening. At least I wasn't wasting my
I'm
breath.
frustrated. I'm frustrated. Yeah, I wrote it in the chat box. Mom wasted her breath, and then he asked about climate. Can't you
What's
at
wrong with the
least
question?
reply with the what? The question about the
Yeah, I
climate.
mean, if you want to talk about climate, I mean, if there's somebody in here that wants to talk about it, that's fine. At least just, acknowledge what I said and, say either, oh, that's interesting, I'll look into it, or, I'm not into that. Because, for you to just, go on to a totally different question is just so weird. It just makes me think, you weren't listening at all.
I think he's just trying to understand,
Because
why climate.
Because he asked the first
Okay, easy,
question,
Larry.
and Mom wasted so much time to answer his first question, and he didn't reply if he understood or not, agreed or disagreed, and then immediately another question. No connection with the first
Yeah, I mean,
question.
Toho, I guess, we're not seeing the connection. I guess the only thing I could say, if you're going to have me answer that question, if I want to make a connection to what I said before, the only possible connection I could come up with is that people are given all these stories, after they're indoctrinated from birth onto the globe story that has no connection to the reality of the flat and stationary world where we actually live. Then everything they're told after that, they see a spinning globe on the weather forecast or whatever, and then they zoom in on the weather. So they tell you, these weather patterns are doing this thing and that thing. I mean, that's all I could think of is you just think everything that happens is on a globe because everything you were taught after you were indoctrinated into a cult from birth, then you just assume it's on a globe. So you have to retrain your brain, because all of those things that you think only work on a globe, they all work on flat Earth perfectly fine. In fact, in most cases, they work better on a flat Earth. So because that's where we actually live. So you don't have to make as many weird connections and, squint really hard to explain things, when you're on the flat Earth, because you just accept things the way they are. Does any of that make sense to you, Toho?
Well, yeah, but where does the sun go? Does it go under the flat Earth or over?
Oh, I have a question for you. Why is it that we see further than 3 miles at 8-foot observer height?
Fog.
He said, why do you see further? Did you hear his question?
Well, the thing is, I usually do not see, because of my location, there are not really a lot of mountains, so I don't see usually that far. But
She provided you with a picture with diagrams and notations on it for you to understand what she was telling you. Can you acknowledge that you understand that we're seeing too far?
yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I have a question, real quick.
Yeah, I put a demonstration for the sun question there in the chat, so you could look at that. Yeah, let's move on to the next one then. What's your question?
Do you guys know what's beyond, or if there's anything in space, or you guys don't believe in space?
There are some questions that can be answered and some questions that can't be. We can tell you for sure that in order to have gas pressure, you need to have a container in the consistent X value form, like 14.7 psi that we have at sea level. So we know that we're inside a container with a fixed volume. But as far as what's outside of that, it may fall under the question of unanswerable questions. But keep in mind, there are some people out there that are so foolish and so naive, they believe that all questions can be answered. They believe they can know everything. And, you don't want to be a fool like one of those people.
And you can even look at the unit that you said, PSI. That's pounds per square inch. That's the container. That's the surface of the container. container that the gas is pressing against. So for there to be space above us that's practically infinite, we wouldn't have gas pressure. It would all expand into that space, and we'd all be dead with no air to breathe.
I see. Huh.
Guys, may I ask a question? A question to Global. Why is this space called outer space? Outer space of what? Out of what?
What
Why is
is?
it called
I mean,
outer space?
I guess it's because it's out of the atmosphere of Earth. I guess that's my assumption.
Out of the atmosphere. Okay.
So, what's the stars and everything? Do you think those are real? Like beyond everything else? Like, what do you guys believe in? Like, you don't know that. Like, it's just like we won't.
They're not necessarily balls of gas burning in a vacuum millions of miles away. None of us in here believe that the stars are balls of
Your mic is distorted like crazy.
Yeah, he said, we can't verify what they actually are. That's the important thing to realize about flat earthers. We are empiricists, especially here within this channel and the other ones related to it. In our particular group here, we stick to things that can be empirically demonstrated, that are verifiable, testable, and repeatable. So yeah, we look up there, we see the stars, we recognize, what's going on up there, and it's interesting and everything. But we also recognize that a lot of the claims of astrophysics are not based on classical science following the scientific method. So we think the scientific method was a good idea, developed long ago. It's what a lot of Western civilization and some of the amazing progress that we made in the world is based on the scientific method. But, within the last, it's gotten really bad, I would say, within the last 100 years or so, that it's been largely abandoned by many fields of so-called science. And they have just devolved into the world of fantasy speculation and I can't even really call it theoretical like they call it that, but that's kind of formalizes it too much, as if there was a theory, which is usually based on some kind of evidence or repeated testable results, which is not even the case. It's just kind of like, look at that up there, maybe it's this, and they're just throwing stuff against the wall. There's no verification of this, and there's much, within, it's not just flat earthers who are saying that, just within the realms of science itself, there are a lot of science, I don't know about a lot of, but there are a number of, let's say, scientists who still have integrity, who will try to, bring these astrophysicists and other pseudoscientists up on these claims that have no basis in reality. You haven't gone to observe, what a star is made of. It's all speculation, and a lot of it has counter evidence that goes against what their claim is, but it's getting solidified into a lore. That's why we call it a religion. It's the globe religion, the heliocentric religion. It's just, a bunch of claims that can't be backed up by evidence.
Don't you think when like technology and everything improved, like after 100 years ago, people started realizing that like there's more proof or like more sources to go towards globe, like, or
You would think so. You would think so. Yeah, let me tell you how it really happened. What really happened. Well, this philosophical idea of the globe was first noticed, in history with the ancient Greeks, who just, speculated as a philosophy from the cult of Pythagoras. A cult, a philosophical idea. They thought they liked spheres. They thought spheres were the perfect shape. So they wanted us to be on one. So they just speculated we are on one. Okay. And then it wasn't like a mainstream idea for a long time. It was kind of like a niche or esoteric idea. It was actually fought against by a lot of people because it seemed insane. And it went against all of the, observations that we actually make in the real world, as well as the cosmology. Can you guys hear my parakeet yelling at me, or can I only hear that?
Hey, I have an observation. Do you think we could
Anyway,
explain
I'm
it?
sorry. Let me try to get to the end of my thought here, because it was a good question, Easy Loom, because that's what you would think, right? So then fast forward to the 1950s, when you'd think, we finally got these rockets, like we got the technology to go up there. And you can research some of these different projects that the US government was doing during that time frame where they were launching rockets. And I'm laughing at what PMac said. He said, well, it's the Greeks, they like balls. That's pretty funny, PMac. I gotta not look at the chat here. So I got to get to the end of this thought. So anyway, they launched him up there, and of course we don't know because it's classified, like exactly what they found there. But we do actually know now, because you asked about the technology. Yeah, like it's possible for people now to put up amateur weather balloons, go up there and see for themselves. If they put a camera on it, that the horizon's totally flat. But not only that, a lot of the reports we're getting back when people go up there, like the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner, it's totally flat and stationary. So instead of like saying to the world, oops, we made a mistake about this globe thing, guys, what they do instead, Easy Loom, they decided, let's pretend we are going to the moon so we can pretend that we took a picture of the globe and pretend that we were right. Yeah, so that's what they did. There's no science behind it. And all of that is, a complete fraud and can be easily demonstrated to be a complete fraud. I mean, what's your thoughts about the moon landings? Have you ever examined the moon landings and their whether they are believable or not?
I never examined it, but I feel like I've seen so many like videos and stuff where like there's like people doing air balloons up to space, and you can clearly see the like globe and just the curve of the Earth in space. Are those videos fake or like?
Good question. Yeah, I'm going to try to remember to find you a funny thing that happened on the way to the moon, because if you haven't seen like the evidence against the moon landings laid out in detail, it's a good gateway toward realizing NASA is a complete fraud.
There's no evidence.
So I'm going to try to remember to put that in there for you, but I will address the question that you just asked. Yeah, so the problem is not that, the problem isn't that we don't have images of the globe. Like when I said that before, it's like, yes, some of them are flat, some of them are curved. The curvature shown in them is widely varying in relation to the continents, which it should be. The size of the continents are not changing. So the degree of curvature and the number of continents shown on one face of this alleged sphere vary all the time. So they're seeing it with the fisheye lens, which some will acknowledge that that's what they're doing. I mean, they're portraying this curvature, with these images, but they shouldn't be contradictory, right? If these images were
hey, have you heard
real,
of
they should
focal
not
length?
be contradicting each other.
Have you heard of
Hold
focal
on.
length? Have you heard of different lenses?
Yeah, I have. I'm going to find that a funny thing happened on the way to the moon for you, Easy Loom.
Yeah.
I think you'd be interested.
When you zoom in on an object, the proportions of the object change. For instance, when you zoom in and zoom out, when you're taking a picture of the Earth, or you use a different lens, or it's a different focal length, the proportions look different, but that doesn't mean they actually are different.
I'll show you some examples of what I'm talking about, because maybe you were envisioning something different than what I was actually saying. But first, I'm going to put that video up there.
No,
for Easy
I've
Loom.
heard it before plenty of times.
I'd like to point out that we don't even need to argue about pictures, because these pictures are taken from a fantasy place, a vacuum that can't exist, because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. So no one's going to space taking pictures anyways.
What would violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Gas not expanding into the available space.
So, have you heard of gravity?
Have you heard of puddles of gas on the ground or something?
Puddles of gas? Depends on the type of gas, but generally no.
So you're stating that gas has a downward vector?
What do you mean a downward vector? There's a downward vector for most objects because of gravity. They have a downward acceleration vector.
Okay, you're non-responsive. I'm talking about gas, not most objects.
Okay, then yes, gas.
Does gas fall down?
Wait, there's a better way to ask the question. Can I interject? There's another way to ask the question is, do you know of any time that anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
No, because that would be impossible. Because you have the entire Earth to measure.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It's impossible.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't know.
Expands in all directions. Gas will expand in all directions. It's called Brownian motion.
Sure, but
so there's
look
no
at
downward
the
vector.
look at the what is it called? The density gradient of the gas. There is a density gradient. The gas gets less dense as you go up.
Yes, but you have to have the pressure to begin with so that you could have a delta pressure. When all the gas is created at the surface, which, by the way, its first vector is up against the gravity, when gas is all created on the bottom, you're going to have more at the surface and less at the top. But what does gas do when it's on the surface? It goes up. There's no gravity holding it down. You don't have gas collecting at the bottom of balloons or at the bottom of tires. Gas is always expanding to fill the entire volume of the container.
Okay.
So there's no point even arguing about these pictures because they're taken from a fantasy place.
Facts.
No, they're not.
What's a fantasy place? I'm curious about that.
Outer space is not real.
What?
Outer space
What's
is
a
not
fantasy?
real.
Crazy. Hey,
Nice.
hey! Do you guys have any idea how your phone works?
Not from outer space.
No, I didn't ask that. Do you guys have any idea how your phone works?
It doesn't have anything to do with outer space being real.
You type numbers and it calls someone.
If it's not relevant, if it's not relevant,
hold on. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Hold on.
Why are you diverting, guys? Why are you guys diverting?
The physics that makes your phone work only works under the context of Einstein's relativity.
Stop the cap.
No, it doesn't. But I'm saying the physics that makes your phone work, which I know you don't understand, only works within the context of relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's not true.
That is very true.
That's not true.
Bro, relativity doesn't work with quantum mechanics. You just audit yourself.
Yeah, I know those two don't work together, but there are different principles in each that go into making your phone work. Well, maybe not quantum mechanics in reference to your phone, but they are using principles of quantum mechanics to build supercomputers. And they rely on what was the term? The uncertainty principle or something like that to
excuse me, Enrique. Are you a mind reader?
Am I a mind
reader?
reader?
Everybody knows? Yeah, you just said you know what everybody understands.
Well, I know that you guys don't understand physics.
So you're a mind reader. You know what everybody understands?
No, I understand because of the dumb things you say that you don't understand physics.
You understand what everybody understands. That's what you're saying. You have personal knowledge.
Test them on physics.
Not in totality.
Yeah,
so why are you speaking that way if you have no idea about anybody?
Because I can make an educated guess based off of, like I said, the dumb things that you guys say.
Okay.
Name one. Name one.
The space is fake.
Yeah, that's not dumb. That's facts.
That's very retarded.
The only dumb I heard is that gravity holds gas down.
Yeah, that was the dumbest thing. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Because
that's dumb. Saying you can have gas pressure without a container. That's dumb, dude.
Hey, why do things fall down?
Not from
fast.
Why do things fall down?
Bro,
it's your claim. Why are you reversing it? You tell us.
Gases don't go down. How about that? Gases.
No. I'm asking you why you think
that's your claim.
Things fall down.
Why are you reversing it? You tell us.
No, it's not my claim. It's a universally accepted.
We're not making a claim. We're not making a claim. Right. No problem. We can just drop it.
No. I'm asking you why things fall down.
The point of the matter is that if you had a burden of proof to prove gravity exists. So you asking us a question of why you think things fall down doesn't prove gravity.
Gravity is my
gravity exists.
for why things fall down.
Oh, he does have a claim. Okay, now validate it. First of all, define
Now validate it now.
Now validate it.
Yeah,
Yes,
first of all,
you have to-
define gravity. What's that?
Yeah, first thing you have to do is
Gravity
define gravity
is
and physical reality, and then you have to prove then you have to prove it either using science, which would be a cause and effect relationship, and in only way you
Okay,
can prove
I know
that
you
is
don't
with the
understand.
scientific.
You don't have to
Here
keep
we
going
go.
on this.
Here we go. Now you cut me off again. Stop it, sir.
Yeah, I am because I
No,
get
you
it. I'll
told me-
explain
okay,
it.
stop cutting me
Gravity
off.
is-
Let me cut me off. Stop
Shut
cutting
the
me
fuck
off,
up.
sir.
Holy shit!
Stop
No,
cutting me off,
shut the
sir.
fuck
Let me
up.
finish.
Shut the
Let me
fuck
finish,
up. I
guy.
don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I know you don't care because now people is putting things to you. I know you don't care. If you're going to say that gravity is the cause of things falling down, you would have to basically prove that using science, which would be utilizing the scientific method, which is be utilizing the experiment. Do you have any experiment proving gravity is the cause of things falling down? First, you have to identify gravity in the first place.
Okay. No, gravity is not the cause. Gravity is the effect. Things falling down is the effect. The cause is the curvature of space-time, which has been explored mathematically by Einstein and been proven.
Okay, validate that. Show us an experiment. Cite a hypothesis from Einstein.
Hold on. So gravity, hold on for a second. So gravity is the natural effect.
Mm-hmm.
So things falling down is gravity.
Yeah.
So what is the cause of gravity?
I just said it. It's the curvature of space-time around massive objects.
It's the curvature of space-time. So you can manipulate space-time then.
No, it's called an observation.
No. It's not observation. The observation would be the natural effect that you no. An observation.
No.
Hold on. Can I finish, sir? Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. It's my turn to talk. An observation will be the natural phenomenon that you're observing. It will be the natural effect that you're seeing, which is things falling down. Now,
dependent variable.
Hold on. But there's another natural phenomenon that you can observe that ties directly into this, and that is the curvature of space-time, which has been observed and has been mathematically demonstrated.
It's not that is
no.
Your mic sucks ass, by the way. I can't hear.
No, you're not going to mathematically demonstrate. You're going to experimentally demonstrate. So cite us a hypothesis from Einstein which validates any of what you just said.
Why do I have to experimentally demonstrate an observational science?
To prove that you're not full of shit.
Yeah, because in order for you to going to say
psychology doesn't involve a lot of experimentation most of the time. Does that mean anything that's not experimented on?
He's making excuses. He doesn't have the experimental evidence to back his fantasy claim of space-time causing things to fall.
It's because you guys.
No, you added yourself.
You're a Dunning-Kruger retard, bro.
You don't have the hypothesis from Einstein. It doesn't exist. Nice lie.
Because in order for you to say that space-time is the cause of gravity, which you're saying that is things falling down, then you will have to be able to manipulate space-time in a natural experiment in the first place. If you're saying that you don't have the ability to manipulate space-time, then you don't have an experiment, which means you don't have science, which means that you're just talking out of your ass.
Yeah, and you're going way over his head. He doesn't even know what an independent or a dependent variable is.
I know
he has
exactly
no idea what science is.
Independent variable is. You don't always.
Yeah, why didn't you bring it up? Because I didn't even say that.
The scientific method.
Someone
is
asked
not
him definition for
it's not doctrine. It depends on the context. The scientific method is not doctrine. You do not have to follow it 100% of the time. You can't follow it
100% of the time if you're actually doing science.
No,
you're just
you
doing
can't.
Literally making up stuff.
No, you can't.
You're just doing pseudoscience, sir. You don't know what you're talking about. You're doing pseudoscience. That's it.
No. Holy shit! This is the fucking.
You're making a claim of science. Wait a minute. First off, you're making a claim of science of cause and effect relationship without actually proving the assumed cause of the natural effect to begin with. So even in your own hold on, dum-dum. Even in your own demonstration of this new modern science that you guys be talking about, you would be doing pseudoscience because you're actually trying to prove a cause of a natural effect, and you're without actually proving the cause of the natural effect. Dum-dum.
Okay.
Which means if you're trying to prove causality of anything and you're trying to use some type of correlated study, which is not actually a correlated study because Einstein don't even have like a real correlated study in this it's so-called experiment that you're not even bringing up because you said you don't have an experiment, you just have an observation, then you, even by your own modern science philosophy, is not actually doing science. They actually call that pseudoscience.
Tell me how you do experiments in an observational science like astronomy or astrophysics.
They wouldn't be trying to prove cause and
you
effect
claim an
relationships in it.
experiment and give us definition. Give us the definition of the experiment. You claim to have done experiment.
In your
you know the definition to the experiment?
In your own little modern little handy book, they won't even be trying to prove cause and effect relationships in it. They'll only be trying to identify natural phenomena to begin with. Now, if they're actually trying to prove cause and effect relationships, they will have an independent variable that they can manipulate, which you're trying to run away from.
Yeah, someone said, I think it was Heretic, someone said he doesn't even know what is dependent variable. Let him give us the definition for the experiment. What is an experiment?
It's the definition of Dunning-Kruger.
An experiment starts with a thesis, no? Or a theory?
No, natural phenomena. Someone help me. I'm not good at it, but I know it starts. We have to have natural phenomena.
I'm not the greatest at it either, but I can presume.
Reg Joe, can you tell him the definition for an experiment?
So once you have the observable natural phenomenon, which is the effect that you're observing, you then formulate a hypothesis. And that's a supposition of the cause and effect.
I was saying you have to come up with a theory.
Variable. No, the theory is after experimentation, Dunning-Kruger, retard.
Exactly.
So you
started with hypothesis.
A cause and effect between an independent and a dependent variable. The independent variable is what's going to be manipulated by the scientist to see if it's causing the phenomenon, also known as the dependent variable. Once you've done this, you can now experiment with the manipulation.
It's going to be manipulated by the scientist?
Yes.
You're stupid. Like, what the fuck?
So if you want to understand how water boils, you manipulate the temperature or the pressure. And you can then have a cause and effect between temperature, pressure, and water boiling, which is a dependent variable.
Explain shooting stars you see in the night sky.
Only after you have a hypothesis, you experiment with manipulating the dependent variable. After that's been repeated over and over by multiple scientists, then you have something called a theory.
One of those people that just try to sound smart about whatever it is that you're talking about, but make sense of what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
I mean, I don't understand. Why you disagree with that one?
You're dense,
I'm
bro.
trying to say, this guy's talking about that you need a hypothesis and shit. What's your hypothesis about?
That means you don't know.
What is it about?
That means you don't know the difference.
Wait a minute, hold on. You the one that tried to validate it, special relativity with Einstein with a hypothesis in to begin with. Now he's giving you the components of how you're going to validate a hypothesis by testing a hypothesis, which is an experiment.
No, what I'm saying is
now you got a problem with it.
He's giving me examples like, I'm going to use a thesis, I'm going to use a hypothesis, I'm going to use this and that and that. Yes. But he's not talking about what he's trying to talk about. He's just saying, I'm going to use this and that to prove something.
That's the scientific method.
Yeah, which is fair, but explain it. What are you talking about?
What a
He
hypothesis
still
pretty much
hasn't
explains.
given me any information about anything about what he's talking about.
Great. But a scientific theory will
He
pretty much
just
explain
did.
the
He
hypothesis.
just did.
It's either gonna,
Ancient traveler.
I don't get it. It's either going to prove the no or the alternative of that hypothesis. One or the other. That would be your scientific theory.
Yeah, but the hypothesis about what?
Whatever it is you're studying.
About your gravity, special relativity. You said gravity was the natural effect.
Okay, there you go. Now you're starting to get into something.
Which I thought the natural effect was actually things falling down, and gravity would be the cause of it.
Yeah.
You're saying gravity is things
Yeah,
falling down.
now you're making sense. Okay.
Okay, I'm just repeating what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just repeating what you said, and then you said space time. You said space time is the
No, that wasn't me. That was the other guy.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the other guy. And you said space time is the cause of that. Great. How did you manipulate space time to see if space time was the cause of that? In the hypothesis, please.
But guys, how do you explain shooting stars and meteorites?
No, we're not talking. He's asking the guy a question. Why can't the guy respond?
Let him finish up, man. Come on.
Because I'm doing something. I'm doing actual important reading. I don't like listening to
Dude, if
fucking.
you're in a conversation, just respond.
I'm just asking what experiment manipulated space time. Thank you.
What?
You said space time. Einstein discovered space time to be the cause of
I heard
gravity.
you. You don't have to repeat it. I didn't ask
Great.
what.
You
someone
said
else
what? Okay. What's
Yeah,
experiment?
you don't have to repeat it because you won't understand anyways.
Great. What experiment manipulated space time?
Hey, shut the fuck up. I don't care.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, great.
So he said you don't care.
So the nonsense you was talking about with the telephones was just irrelevant then, right? It was just to get away from the fact that gas pressure
It's called reading, retard.
and the second law of thermodynamics thing, all that. You just wanted to get away from that. Okay.
Please try reading.
Yeah, so that's
Ever,
not
ever once in your life.
That's not the explanation of the question he was asking you, is it?
And I'll
You
get
just
it
saying-
later.
You just saying
And I'll
try
get it
reading.
later.
You say try reading isn't helping.
And
right
I
now.
will get it later when I'm done reading. I am making fun of him. I'm not telling him to actually read
you're
the answer
saying-
that I'm going to
You're,
come up
saying
with.
you're about to give him an explanation that you're just reading right now. You didn't know before. You're
so you
just
didn't
getting
know.
information right now.
So you just brought it up right now for no reason. So you really was just trying to get away from the second law of thermodynamics argument. You wanted to get away from that, and then you want to come into this. And now this is something that you absolutely know nothing about. Okay, yeah, this is something that you know nothing about, and now you got to go read. Go read.
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't remember everything I learned in physics. Okay, I'm not.
Why are you trying to defend it?
I'm not a
Why are you
library.
trying to
Okay.
defend it, dude? That's the question on the table is why are you trying to defend something you don't know anything about? Why?
I do know. I just. It's called not remembering, jackass. Okay.
Okay, so not
it's
remembering
that
means that
serious.
you don't know,
It's not
bro.
that serious. It's not that serious. I'm sorry I don't
It is.
spend 90%
It
of my life fucking arguing
It
about
is.
flat Earth.
It is
Okay.
because you had this chip
No,
on
you
your
wanna
shoulder.
go back to the second law of thermodynamics?
Remember, you're the one that went to this argument in the first place.
You had a chip on your
Yeah, I
shoulder
am,
about
because I
having
thought
an
it'd be
answer,
really
and now
funny.
you're
and
looking
it
for
is.
it.
You guys
So
are
now
fucking
everybody
retarded.
listen. Now everybody has to wait for you to look for the answer somewhere on the internet.
Yeah,
While we
so
wait,
talk to someone else in the meantime. I'm gonna mute you because I
so
don't
in other
fucking
words-
like you. Okay,
Yeah,
now
no
you want to
matter
go
what you
back
like.
to talk about you want to go back to talking about the second law of thermodynamics?
Wait a minute. I thought you said you was going to look this up. Why you want to have this discussion now? You ran away from it earlier.
But Joe, how do you explain shooting stars and
How can you talk and
We're
read
not
at the
doing
same
that.
time?
We're not talking about shooting stars.
What?
We're talking about the point that the guy brought up, which he doesn't have an answer for. Now, Reg Joe just asked him a question, which he should have had the answer for because he brought us to this question. Now he doesn't know. He's got to look it up. Try reading is what he says. Well, really? Well, this was your main point. You wanted to show everybody that you had knowledge in physics. Now you don't. Now what? Are we going to wait around until he finds the answer? I don't think so. He doesn't know, so that's
Yeah, may I, AV? Can we put it this way? They make the claim, and then they need to make the research afterward.
Berserker, yeah, I'm clearly stating what it is, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm clearly stating what it is. So I don't need sorry, man, but I don't need more people to just explain what I'm saying. I know everybody can clearly hear what I'm saying. So if If you bring a point up, if you bring a point up, then you should support it with information that basically backs up the claim. And if you can't do that, do not talk about it. Yeah? Or say I don't know. That would be easier. Instead of no, I'm not. Try reading. No, we don't give a shit about you looking for the answer right now. Okay? So that goes for everybody. If you're gonna bring up a point and you don't know anything about it, then just don't speak of it. Or perhaps say I don't know. All right.
But I was asking an opinion of yours.
He ran away.
This isn't an opinion, bro. We're talking about facts. Do you have facts to substantiate that anything of what's been said
I was
so far
asking
has
you
true?
a question too, because I wanted to ask you how do you explain meteorites and shooting stars?
Yeah, that's the problem, though. You want us to give you an explanation when you don't even know what it is that you're talking about. What are you speaking of, dude? Go ahead. What are you talking about?
Well, because somebody of you said space might be not real, so then
Okay.
how do
So
you
when you
explain the night sky and shooting stars?
when you say meteor or shooting star, what are you talking about? Just tell me.
It's a space rock that is falling and burning through the atmosphere, and what is left of it's usually like a little like burnt like rock with metals and all sorts of stuff. So where do you think that comes from?
That's a good word that you said. How do you know that's true?
How you know it's coming from space?
How do you know it's true, sir?
Because I've seen it in my own eyes,
You saw it you saw an actual rock coming from space?
From outer space?
Is this what you've seen, sir?
Well, yeah, like what is it when it falls through the sky and then disappears nowhere?
Oh, you seen it come from the sky.
So what we're asking, though, we're asking the specific idea that you have that rocks are coming from space. I want to know how you know that's true.
Because when I wait long enough at the night sky staring at it, when it's clear, a randomly like bright, like a star-like thing, it just flies through in a matter of a couple of seconds.
That's good. So you see something. Yeah, I get it. You see something, right? How do you know it's a rock from space?
Because of the pictures the explorers have found.
No. We're not appealing to pictures right now. You're having an experience. You're outside. You witness something happening, right? That thing that you're witnessing. We're not going to pictures. We're talking about what you know. Yeah. So how do you know when you see something happening outside? How do you know that is a rock from space?
Because, it can't be a missile,
So we're not talking about what it can't be. We're talking about how you know what it is, dude. How do you know what it is?
Because
why is this so hard?
Plane doesn't go as fast as it.
I can't hear you, sir. You're trailing off, and you're muffled. You're muffled. Can you get closer to your mic? You sound like you're trailing off.
Oh,
the sound of being cooked.
Because I know it's not a satellite or plane.
Okay, once again, sir, we're not talking about what it's not. It's not a banana. It's not a puppy dog. It's not an orange. Yeah, we're not talking about what it's not. I want to know how what it is being verified by you. How do you know what it is?
Well, if you're oh my god, literally like video evidence.
Okay, so not your experience of seeing something outside. You're turning to videos and images, sir. So we were getting to you witnessing something outside.
But it's
You
exactly what I've seen. So
Okay. So have you seen a rock coming from space?
That was your original claim.
Well, I can point out it's a rock because.
Sir, have you seen a rock coming from space?
Yeah, it's burning through the atmosphere.
Okay, so how do you know it's a rock?
Comparing it to the evidence, you know.
What evidence do you have that it's a rock coming from space?
Yeah. I got stoned.
Did you see that? Yeah.
It's an object.
John, you're hot micing, John.
Nowhere.
What is showing me? Like Lucasfilm, like I don't know. Now it's looking like.
Go ahead, Toho.
Like, what else it could be? It literally comes.
I don't know. You made the claim of what it is.
Toho, just say you capping, bro.
Listen, it's easy for you to say that you don't know, right? You could say that. That's very honest of you. But if you keep wanting to say that you know what it is, I'm going to allow you the floor to tell us how you know what you know. So either you don't know what it is, which is honest, or you're going to keep making something up of how you are saying it's not an apple, it's not a worm, it's not many other things. But how do you know what it is? Yeah.
And how you know where it came from?
How do you know how a Trump looks like?
Now, don't ask me a question. I'm specifically getting down to how you know what a meteorite is, dude. Either you know or you don't know. Yeah?
Just tell him you used the telescope.
No, he can speak for himself. You don't need robots on the sideline giving him answers.
Robots is crazy.
Yeah, he don't need your help. He can speak for himself.
It's an outer space object, and it's false.
Yes, we've been through this. How do you know it's coming from space and it's a rock? There's two things you got to verify. How do you know those two things are true?
Because it's dark. It's the night sky. I'm looking at literally above me.
Yes, we've been over your experience. Yes, you've told us it's nighttime. You see something happening. And then I'm telling you, okay, you saw that thing happening. How do you know it's a rock coming from space? I'm still asking those two things. How do you know it's those two things?
Well, I can point out and ask you another question. Then
no, you're not going to. You're not going to point it. You're not going to
keep trying to run away from it.
Why are you trying to run away? Dude, just say you don't know. That's the easiest thing to do, right? Just say that.
We know what y'all doing when y'all do that, right?
Yeah.
We not idiots in here.
You're not cloaked, dude. We can see right through you. All right, so just say you don't know, bro. That's all. And we can go to the next point. Yeah. It shows honesty, at least on your part.
Whatever.
Okay,
wait, hold on. Just hold on, Rick. Can you just say you don't know, sir? Would that be difficult? Well,
I mean, it's okay.
Go ahead and say it, Tahoe.
Go ahead, man. Just go ahead and say it.
Say, AB, I was totally bullshitting you. I did not see a meteor flying in space. Just say it.
Or just say you don't know what it was. Yeah, that could be easy enough. You saw something, but you don't know what it was.
What are the other explanations?
Bro.
Anything else?
Well, and for the sake of the audience, we're not going to belabor the point because it's going to make everybody just tune out. So we already know that you've conceded that you don't know what you're talking about. So therefore, you came at us pretty hot and heavy. You're like, oh, I know what meteorites and this and that. And, what do you guys say it is? Flat earthers? Then when we pulled you up on it, now you're just like, well, shoot, I don't even know what it is. Yeah, you don't know how to explain it, bro. So that's the point that we're telling you. Nobody knows what the phenomena is. We see the phenomena just like you do, but we don't know what, we see things happening in the sky. That's about as good as it gets. But it being coming from outer space and it being a rock, how are we to know these things? Yeah, that's like we're asking you. How do you know those things? You've been told a story, and you're just going with that story, dude. That's all it is.
I've been to museums before and natural landmarks. There's like a really weird-looking rock that doesn't look earthly, and it's very like
How,
black,
bro?
and it got
Let's
iron
put
on
this.
it. So
Okay, wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me just pull you up on that. You said it doesn't look earthly. How do you know what rocks look like that are not from Earth? How do you know what they look like if they're not from Earth?
Because it's really black, and it's
okay.
Like
that just means
black metal.
Dude, that just means you've never seen that rock. It doesn't, bro. It doesn't mean that it's coming from another planet. Like, how do you even conceive of telling me that you know that this comes from another place? Like, that's not from Earth. How do you do that?
Since when are ninjas not from Earth? I don't understand.
All right, so that's totally sidetracking. So asking the gentleman, he said it's not from Earth. All right, he already said, I look at this rock, it's not from Earth. And I'm pulling you up on it. It's like, how do you know that rock is not from
Earth? Because it's literally shaped like the impossible way that
he's fucking with us.
He's trying to make a story. Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously, that's another thing. That's another thing. That's fine. That's when I'm not harping on your English, dude. And you're trailing off again. You're getting low. Can't hardly hear you. But all it is you're trying to make up some kind of idea in your head of what it could be, and you're doing it on the spot. And everybody knows that's been around this room that when people get to a point where they can't explain, they start to create things in their mind. And don't do that. Like, all you can do is just say, I don't know. Be honest. Yeah?
Cannot be honest.
That's all you got to do, bro. Just be honest.
So nobody's going to fault you for that.
Yeah, I mean, so what, you don't know, yeah?
So you don't believe in any, like...
That's not, bro, we're not talking... Listen, bro, you're talking about believing people, believing ideas. We want to know what we're talking about when we're talking about it. So if we say there's a rock falling from the sky and it came from outer space, we're going to have to at least back our claims up with some evidence, right? And if we don't have the evidence, we can't say that. If we see a phenomenon happening, yeah, of course, everybody sees what they call meteorites, but we don't know what that actually is. It could be an electrical phenomenon, I mean, for all we know. But so to make a claim, right, that it's a rock falling from space, we're going to need evidence to back it up.
Or what you can't, or you can just concede you don't know what it is, or you don't know where it's coming from. Right.
And, we don't need to believe. So people don't need to say, well, there's an idea that these scientists are saying it's, rocks from space, right? You do not have to believe that. You have the choice to say, no, thank you. I'm not going to go with this idea because I can't verify it myself, so I don't have to believe.
Hey, can I interject here?
But see, the problem is this. This is the problems with you guys. The problem is that you try to put that to us and try to get us to explain about a rock, or may not be a rock coming from a space, may not be coming from space, and you want us to explain that to you as some type of gotcha to a flat earther. Now we asking you, hey, well, how do you know it's a rock coming from space? And you cannot verify it neither. Now, since you conceded to that, you no longer can use that as some type of question for flat earthers to explain to you. But instead of you conceding to that, you want to have your cake and eat it too and say, well, I don't have to explain it. You have to explain it in order to prove your no, we don't have to if you already conceded to that. And it seems like that's why you guys get scattered and try to move on to other topics, because when we hold you to the things that you guys bring up and you guys can't explain it, and you guys don't want to concede because you want to have your cake and eat it too. You still want to have that question to the flat earther while you move it on to the next point, so you can use that in the next topic as some type of gotcha ploy against the flat earther. So we rather you just concede if you cannot prove things, and we go one-on-one. We go one by one, point by point, whenever you bring up these points that you basically making, because it wouldn't be fair to us if we got to keep on explaining the same thing over and over again things that you guys already should be conceding to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can explain this point. So, did you know that scientists know the chemical composition and the context and geological I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. The geological circumstances that create most rocks on Earth.
Okay, so how do you know that whatever you're speaking of is something that's other than Earth?
Because we can compare the chemical composition and the structural makeup of it to rocks on Earth.
I'm not talking about what you think that the popular opinion is. I'm talking about how the methodology is produced that they could say for sure that it's not from Earth. What was used to determine that? The method.
Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Yeah, I know what it is. But I'm asking you if you're saying that if you're saying that there's a method, right, to show that this rock is not from Earth, what is the distinguishing factor that puts a rock not from Earth? How do they know it's not from Earth?
Because it doesn't match the chemical makeup of most Earth rocks, or the structural integrity, or the geologic circumstances that shape Earth rocks. And hold on, I'm not finished.
So scientists claims that they know all. So the scientist claims that they know all of Earth rocks on the planet.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna go to. That's what he didn't want to answer. That's why he wanted to keep going, because he doesn't want you to say that, Reg Joe. He doesn't want you to pull him up on the fact that scientists are only saying the ones we know, but what about the ones they don't know? How about has every inch of this earth been explored, or are people discovering new things all the time? Now you got to remember that when you're asking these things, you know for sure the answer to that is they don't know all the rocks on the earth to say that that's true. Now you want to move ahead and make your own little point about something else, but we got to pull you up on this, dude. If we don't, you're going to get away, and then we can't see that you're either speaking truth or not. So the scientists that you're talking about haven't compared all the rocks on the earth, dude. That's not possible. How could they know that?
What do you think of the Chelyabinsk event?
Of course, they have not studied every single rock on Earth, but we have a good idea of how... No. Let me finish.
The scientists don't even claim that they know all the minerals. So why would they know all the rocks? They don't even know all the minerals in general.
Yeah, he just conceded. He conceded at the point that they don't know all the rocks. So there you go. So it could be some rock that they haven't discovered, and they're just saying, well, this didn't come from Earth. Somebody could pull them up on them and be like, how do you know that's not just something you've never discovered before? And now you did. Yeah? What about that? They could still be a rock from Earth. Yeah, you're just wrong, bro. You can't determine that it's not from Earth just by we've sampled a few rocks, and from our guess is that probably it's not from Earth. Nah, that's not going to work. Either they know or not, it's from Earth. And by this way, we can tell you they don't know how to say that, because they can't determine that just by saying only a few rocks they discovered is not like this one. Yeah?
Okay, so what is the title? Geologists? Yeah, geologists have very comprehensive models of how geology works and how rock formation works. So sure, I will concede we don't know every single rock. We don't have to. If we find a rock that is anomalous within a specific context, it doesn't fit the models of geologic formation, and it has anomalous crystalline structure, or what was the word? Something nuclear. It has. Do you guys know what that word is? When isotope, it has an anomalous isotopic structure as well, or a ratio. Then we can also compare its chemical composition to the chemical composition of space debris that we have discovered through spectroscopy. Spectroscopy uses the color of light to determine the chemical composition of space debris, because light reacts with different molecules to create different waves of light.
Yeah, what space debris?
Thank you.
The space debris that we see in telescopes and that we use spectrometers to measure.
Don't confuse terrestrial spectroscopy with that, because when you use
No, I didn't.
when you use CNMR, that's actually in a small box that's controlling other variables. You're looking at stuff supposedly light years away with all sorts of other variables. So your spectroscopy is not going to be very accurate. Don't confuse that with terrestrial spectroscopy.
That's a good point.
How is it not going to be accurate?
That's a good point. He just made a good point because it's controlled and you're using it in an uncontrolled. So check this out, dude. Don't interrupt, dude. He made a point because it's in a controlled environment. What spectroscopy is used here on the Earth. What you're doing is over a distance, which is going to make it uncontrolled. If you can't control the variables in between you and the thing that you're seeing off in the distance, so that doesn't work. It's not what you would. It's not the same as a controlled environment here. Outside of that, you still got to figure, man. If you're going to try to determine whether or not this elemental composition is done from something outside, you're going to have to be able to determine or not based on the information given, and you just can't determine. Looking through like ancient travelers, even putting it to you, like how can you determine something you can't tangibly work with?
You notice what he said is that his model can't account for something, so his conclusion is to account for it with a space fantasy.
Yeah, another good point.
No, it's because it doesn't align with observation.
Yeah, so you can't account for it is what you told us, and that was your justification for how you're trying to account for it.
Yeah, that is an explanation for how we account for certain anomalous
You told us you can't account. It's anomalous. You can't account for it.
If you don't believe in
that's not true. Anomalous doesn't mean you can't account for it. It means you have to figure out a new explanation for it.
Okay, so what's the justification for it? Because all you said is it doesn't fit in.
I just told you the explanation, that it's from space. That's how we know that space rocks are space rocks.
No, I said justified, don't explain.
What do you mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, the only way you could justify being from space, you have to know that it's actually from space. You can't just say, oh, well, it doesn't match up with the accounts that we have on Earth, so therefore it's from space.
You misunderstood everything I said. I didn't. Also, I will clarify that no, we don't know for sure, for 100% fact, but we can make a pretty solid, educated guess.
That's the point. You can't make an educated guess from somewhere you have not been.
Yes, you can. Why couldn't you?
No, you can't. You have not been there. It would be different if you had an account.
I can make an educated guess that Paris has the Eiffel Tower. I haven't been there.
Yeah, you've been to the Eiffel. Listen.
No, I haven't.
If you have, but other people on this planet have been to the Eiffel Tower. So stop.
So is that
the claim is no one have been to any of these other planets, any of these other so-called meteors in space. No one have been to none of these places. No one have discovered any of these places. No one have any accounts of any of these places, any chemical components of any of these places that basically make a conclusion, basically saying, well, because it doesn't match the account that we currently have here, this thing must be this thing must have came from somewhere where we have not been.
Yeah, he's actually the same point. The same point that I was going to make is what he's telling you right now. It's the same thing. You can't make an assertion of it coming not being from Earth if you're saying that, oh, it doesn't look like things that we compared it to, so it must be from space. You can't do that because, as you said, they haven't compared all the rocks from Earth to then
you're missing the crucial part of comparing its chemical composition to those of space debris that we have measured through spectroscopy.
Okay. Dude, you are not comparing anything to anything up there. Hold on, dude. You're not comparing anything to the things that we have done here that you can work with to anything up there that you can't work with. You can't actually verify that the elemental composition of the thing in question is something you're bringing. Okay, this is a space rock because we took a space rock from space and now we're comparing it to the rocks we have here. They're not doing that. According to you, they're just looking at stuff and saying, okay, I think the element that thing is of this particular type of thing. And it matches the thing
that's how light works. Light reacts with different molecules differently.
Yeah, but it's in a controlled environment, which is what ancient traveler told you earlier. You're doing it in an uncontrolled environment, which means that the variables between you and the thing you're seeing could be many. So you haven't accounted for all the variables.
So why do we measure many space rocks
through spectroscopy, and they align with each other, and the observations are consistent. Why do they consistently have similar chemical compositions? Why do they consistently why do they consistently have the same effects when they end up colliding with Earth? For instance, those that are made of ice burn up and disappear in the atmosphere.
Wait. No,
listen.
No,
Why do those? What? No.
If
Listen.
you don't
Why do
believe
those
in
that are made of ice
if you
burn
don't
up?
believe in space, can you believe your eyes?
No, we're not doing
what
that.
What if everything is a
Check this out, man.
simulation?
So no, we're not doing that. All right. So if you're saying that the stuff is coming from space, and you're saying that they're actually directly coming down so that people can observe them, then where's an instance where that has occurred, where a space rock landed and somebody's investigated this space rock? Because you made another claim on top of the one you were saying people are looking up at the sky and seeing things, but now we got actual space rocks landing on the ground where people can work with them. I'm going to give you the floor so you can actually examine this.
Am I unmuted yet? Okay, I am. Yeah. So there was this one in I want to say Russia. This was in 2013. It was pretty big. I don't know if it actually survived the. Okay, wait. Tunguska, is that the one from Russia? When was this? Hold on, I'm looking at examples.
2013 is not the Tunguska one.
Okay. Chelyab, I don't know how to pronounce that. This one was 20 meters wide. The explosion had a ton of energy, resulted at 19, and exploded midair. Okay, so this one also exploded, but see the ones that are a part.
I stopped you because you're not giving us the evidence that something fell from space to the ground, and then they're comparing that thing that fell to the ground. You're looking for an answer right now. Everybody can hear that. I need you to examine where they picked up a rock and actually said, look at this rock. It came from space. When has that ever happened?
Hey, Alpha, aren't we ultimately arguing about whether something came from Narnia or not? Like,
hold on. Yeah, I'm
looking for the answer. What do you want from me? I'm looking for an answer.
Yeah, so you looking for something doesn't mean that it exists. Just because you start looking, it's like me saying, well, I'm looking for the answer. Just give me a second, bro. Like, no, either you know or not. At this current time, that means that you don't know because you got to look for it. Yeah. So, you know,
I don't know.
I feel like a little humility goes a long way, right? So if you say you don't know something, I don't know. I don't know if they actually investigated space rocks, or rather.
Okay, have you heard of the Hoba meteorite?
No, dude, you're just jumping from thing to thing. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Number one.
Yeah, I am finding the answers that you asked me to look for.
Why are you looking for them? Why are you looking for them right now?
Because I'm not a fucking encyclopedia.
I don't get it. Why are you keep talking about things that
because
you know nothing
the
about?
Answer, dude. So you should be already like looking at this like, dude, I don't know the answer. Let me just say I don't know. What is so hard for that?
I said I don't know, and then I found it, and now I do know. Hey, there's this amazing thing. I think you guys should try it. It's called
You
learning.
don't know if it's amazing because you just read it.
Yeah, and
no,
you never verified it.
Joke. No, I said there's this amazing thing. It's called learning. Please try it.
Yeah.
Learning? So, you claimed that you knew it when you... But, dude, you had a whole positive claim about a topic, and then... Okay, dude, you had a positive claim about a topic you knew nothing about before you read something on the internet. You don't. You haven't even verified what you read on the internet to be true. You just read it. You just Googled it, read it, and it's true. So now I'm going to talk about it. But you already basically brought it as a claim, which you have not studied, which you have not learned, because you just read it, bro. Come on.
I did not make a claim about specific meteorites. We were talking about a hypothetical about a rock that we were determining whether or not was from space.
No, we were not talking about that. No, that's incorrect.
Yes, we were. And then you asked me for a specific instance of studying space rock because...
He don't get it. I like, dude.
He was working off the back of some other guy talking about meteorites. So he jumped in and said, let me give you my 2 pence. And we're like, dude, you're jumping in. What evidence do you have of it? We asked him basically the same questions we were asking the other guy. Now, this guy says he's got the evidence, he's got the proof, and he's gish galloping to like different things that are happening, spectroscopy. He's going to like some articles that he's looking up on the internet. He can't find the answer to the question: when has anybody investigated a rock that came from space and declared that it came from space based on any type of investigation of the rock itself? He doesn't know where to look. So he's throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, and nobody's biting. We're just like, dude, you already know. You're coming off the back of somebody else talking about meteorites. You thought you had the answer. Now you don't, because you're just searching for it right now. And all of a sudden you're an expert. We got to listen to you. Why? What gives us the inclination that you had any knowledge of it prior to even just reading it right now? Anybody can do that. That's it, dude. I mean, you don't have a point. If you got to look up stuff right now, that means you didn't know it before.
Okay.
We're not just going to all be like, oh, let the guy speak. He must be having something profound to say. No, it's not profound. You just typed in a few keystrokes and think you're an expert on the topic. Whoa, I just learned something. No, you didn't. How could you possibly know information that people have been studying about the topic, and it being something like you know already? Oh yeah, of course I know this was the case. No, you don't. You don't have humility to say I don't know. That's all we're doing.
I admitted earlier, I don't know if you missed it, but I said I didn't know the specific case. I was giving my explanation for how the process is done. Then you asked for evidence. I said I didn't know it, and then I looked for it.
All right, so now does it make sense?
I was going to say, I just want to quickly say, Enrique, it kind of sounds like you're figuring out that what you thought was space knowledge that you had is actually just a series of stories and claims that you have literally no evidence for. You realizing that now? Because that's a good point of learning. Anyway,
the teachable moment.
Carry on.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it's a teachable moment because you should at least acknowledge what he just said.
No, I'm not going to, because I don't care.
Oh, really? That's what we call pride in here, sir. And your pride and ego is not allowing you to see the truth, that you don't know anything about the topic.
Yeah, I am a little proud to not be as retarded as you guys. Just a little
there we
bit.
go. So now you're gonna belittle everybody in here because now you're thumbing your nose up and thinking that you're more intellectual. You're not, dude.
Yeah, I am. There's a reason that I have a 4.0 and you guys don't have any education.
Obviously, this isn't one of the reasons.
You're not showing us that you got this 4.0, bro.
Please,
I mean, all you guys claim y'all got like 6.0s and 8.0s and all this nonsense.
This is equivalent to him teabagging with his intellectual prowess, which he doesn't have any. Yeah, that's what this is.
That's cool. Please keep up this. I'm so intelligent. I'm gonna tell you space stories.
Well, hey, anyway, we were talking earlier about the pressure gradient.
Enrique, you would have thought that if you're gonna,
Mick, just a second, Mick. Cyclone was actually talking when he. Just Mick.
Obviously, he's not going to address the fact that he's just realized the entire small car.
You're robot, bro.
Hard button.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we back?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back.
Yep, you both sound better.
Sweet. I don't know what happened there. But anyway, I don't think Enrique's actually going to address the point I'm making about him realizing that his space fantasy is just based on baseless claims that he's been presented. He knows nothing about it. He came in here saying, "Oh, you guys don't understand physics," and then he got questioned on one point of his claim about physics, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know. I have to go and look it up." So you don't know. So Enrique, please. I mean, I would say humble yourself so that you don't embarrass yourself so much, but it's pretty entertaining when you're like, "I got a 4.0, so I know the Earth's the globe." That's quite funny, so feel free to keep doing that. But if you don't want to look like a complete moron, show some humility. And if you're not going to do that, present some evidence that the Earth's this cartoon spinning ball in a vacuum that you believe in. Because otherwise it's just a religious belief that you've got nothing for. That's it.
I was just going to say quick. I mean, here he is flaunting his intellectual prowess. Yeah, he didn't seem to be willing to actually employ that when it came to his evidence gathering. Like, you know, you could have saved a bookmark here and there. It'd be one thing to be like, "Oh, let me just go pull this up. It's in my archives or my files. You know, I read this entire thing and studied it before. Give me a second, I'll go look it up," quote unquote. Whereas in this case, he's actually looking for the stuff that he's never read before. There's a big distinction between the two when it comes to quote looking it up, right?
Right.
Like
it's kind of like, it's just like these are talking points that he know is like rebuttals to they're like general talking points that we talk about in this room every day. We know about it, but he haven't studied it. He just heard these talking points, maybe from YouTube. And then he's like, "Oh, well, now let me go. I know it's in here because I heard it on YouTube or I heard someone else say it. So I'm going to go in here and look it up," which is dishonest, honestly. You're just bringing up stuff that you really don't know nothing about.
And looking it up on the fly, right? Not like, "Oh, you know, I heard this thing, somebody talk about it. Let me go check it out." And then, you know, put it in my arsenal, you know?
Did you want me to have like a 12-hour study session before coming and debating in the Flat Earth Discord call?
I mean, you should.
You need to know. You should know what you're talking about. You need to know what you're talking about when you come in here and make a claim. So if you have nothing to back it up,
shut the fuck up, dude. You guys are retarded.
Oh wow, that's
Enrique,
4.0.
it's actually better that you just come in clueless as you are.
Oh, yeah, that's a 4.0 maturity right there. Yeah.
Dude, is your cat like getting slaughtered or something? Like, what the fuck's happening?
Yeah, I'm currently murdering my cat. That's where that sounds Enrique, I definitely have a cat.
It's fine that you don't know anything.
That's what geniuses do. They kill cats.
Normal.
Hey, what do you guys do for like work?
Oh,
we make fools like you embarrass themselves online.
I want to get like a general sense of.
You're getting paid for this, bro.
I'm a physician.
No, I'm not. You're a physician?
At home.
I am.
Did you have to go to school for that? What kind of physician?
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Right now, you don't have the answers that would suffice for the Earth being a globe, so you're the one that needs to learn more about globe.
But again, he don't want to have this, he don't want to study about it. So
yeah, see, this is what you guys result to. Yeah, you result to this type of behavior, dude. It doesn't help your case.
Funny. No, it doesn't, but it's funny.
It's degenerate.
It's retarded.
It's rude. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You guys are retards.
Can't stand a conversation using logical argument. Wow.
You guys have like 50 IQ. It's crazy.
50 IQ. Oh, he knows our IQ now. Wow. So when you have 4.0 grade point average, that make you a psychic too? I didn't know that.
That's the guys that's doing the bibbidi bop thing. Wow.
Bibbidi bop, boop bop, bop bop boop.
And for all we know, he's confusing his GPA with his IQ.
Yeah, I think that's
no, he sounds like he's actually, dude. He's sounding like a baby that needs a binky. Yeah, he needs a binky, so you have to give the baby. He soiled his diapers. He soiled his diapers, and now he needs a changing. So.
You like 40? You're a kid.
I don't know. You don't want to have an intellectual discussion, man. We'll treat you like a baby or a child, like the way you're acting.
He just went on Google and I guess even Google told him that shit he was talking about was nonsense. And now
let's check
It was a Corvid. Okay, I remember now. It was a.
Enrique, you think the ground, the Earth, is in motion? Yeah. There we go.
Ciao.
He dipped like a ice cream cone.
Yeah.
I missed I probably. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I missed probably the larger half of that conversation, but I'm kind of wondering which was worse, this guy or that mom and kid earlier this morning.
I don't know. They're equally annoying.
Yeah. I mean, that guy he literally came in like he was some type of genius. You heard him say this. So I got a 4.0. He was like a know-it-all. And then once we had him one-on-one and questioned him on what he know, he just said, "Oh, well, I'm not a library. I don't know. I got to go on Google and look it up." Like,
at the moment he looks it up, he's an expert. Oh, yeah, of course. This is like, shut up, bro.
Remember, he said, "Oh, it's this amazing thing. Like, oh, it's amazing. Now you just figured it out. You just read it 2 seconds ago."
No shit, dude. Like, yeah. I guess that's what 4.0s help you do. Like, instantly absorb information like a computer. You automatically know what they're. Yeah, it's like the Matrix. You download information. I know Kung Fu. Like, dude, you just read it, bro. Like right now.
Yeah, and then claiming to know what everybody else knows. Like, I know what you all know. I know everybody's intelligence level. I know everybody's grade point average. I know everybody's unemployed.
Yeah, he's a psychic. So
unbelievable. Unbelievable. So insulting.
The funniest part was hearing it come from a guy who has a SpongeBob fucking profile picture.
Exactly.
Almost sounded like SpongeBob.
He had a meltdown. Yeah, he had a meltdown.
He literally had a meltdown, did he? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't like AV. You can tell.
Oh, he hates AV.
Oh, you could tell, man. As soon as he started talking to him, he's like, "I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. You're going to point out all of my fallacious fucking reasoning."
I have that effect on some people, I guess. I don't know.
It's because you force them to recognize what it is that they don't know. And he's a believer 100%. That's why any 4.0 GPA is somebody who's like, okay, let me read the material. All right. Let me memorize the material. All right. Let me regurgitate some material. It's like, yeah, 100%. Critical thinkers have a hard time in school because they're constantly questioning the teachers, like, how do you guys know this? All right, well, who verified that? Okay, yeah, they're constantly grilling their instructors on how they got all the information in the first place, and it never goes over well. Didn't he say he was coming back with some information? Like when he initially left, he said, I got to go get some information. I'll be back after I'm done doing some reading. You guys should try it, right? And then he comes back talking. Yeah, he came back talking about somebody else's point about meteorites. instead, and didn't even bring back the goods.
Yeah, I did hear your game leveled up, Greg Joe. Props to you, man.
Yeah, definitely had him dead to rights.
Nigger.
What the fuck? I just wanted to point out that not many someone points out that they should not make a claim when they have not made the research. So when they make the claim, they should not need to make a research. They should have the answer already. And it was nice what you said. I just wanted to point that out.
Damn, bro, are you in like a spaceship or some shit?
Me, the fucking headset. Do you mean me, Mick?
Dude, you sound like you're from another planet.
Oh, fuck the headset. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I have to buy you. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, you're going all Transformer on us, bro.
Yeah, dude came in and kamikaze the chat with that vicious statement. What a douche.
Yeah, way to sour the moment, right? We're all here celebrating a little, quote unquote victory, and then he drops that. Like, couldn't be more perfect.
Oh, you know he's licking his wounds, crying about this stuff at home. Probably calling his best friend, talking about how he owned everybody.
Do you? No. Do you think 9/11 was suicide?
Yeah, I was forced to switch to the smartphone. Is it okay? Is it better now?
Was that Globe Roof I just heard? Screaming Goat?
Excuse me?
I am Screaming Goat.
Mute him. He's gonna hit the Screaming Goat real quick. He's about to do the Screaming Goat.
I am the Screaming fucking Goat.
Yeah. Was that you with the fart noises? Yeah, I saw you light up. Yep.
I am Screaming Goat.
Yeah, different voices. Like, that's not going to last long. Yeah, see? Toho Cumin, you're up next.
Yeah, he came in last time and then he did that Screaming Goat screech.
No, I didn't.
We're
Not
talking
you.
about Screaming Goat.
Screaming Goat.
Not you. Yeah, you're next, so Toho Cumin.
I'm next? Why?
Yeah, globe proof. Do you have any proof of the spinning globe?
Why would I have any proof?
Well, I'm just asking a simple question. That's the topic of this room is Earth, so, that's why we ask. But if you don't have any proof, join the club. We agree. We've looked for proof. We found none. No one's provided any. So welcome to Flat Earth. Mike, do you want to chime in? Do you have any globe proof? Mike L5.
Well, probably not.
Can I ask why you guys think the Earth isn't a globe?
Well, because so you and everybody else in here experiences Earth as flat and stationary, horizontal. And we know we have gas pressure here. Gas pressure, the cause of gas pressure is a container. In all instances, gas requires a container. In order to obtain pressure of gases, you must have a container. There's no such thing as gas pressure without a container. So as far as our experience, flat, stationary, level, sea level, we know water is level on top. So that was everybody's experience. So that's the baseline. So if you think Earth is anything but your actual experience and everyone else's, then you would have the positive claim. So you think Earth is a globe then. So do you have proof of the globe?
All right, so you said that the gas pressure has to be in a container. What about like gas in a balloon? Does that not have pressure?
Yeah, is a balloon a container?
Well, no, but surely has pressure, right?
Well, yeah, it's a container.
You can't be this fucking stupid, can you?
You have gas pressure inside of a balloon that's contained. What if you poke a hole in the balloon? You no longer have gas pressure.
I'm just referring back to your claim. I don't know what gas pressure has to do with a flat Earth.
Oh, well, it has to do with Earth because we have gas pressure 14.7 psi at sea level.
All right.
So in order to have a constant pressure, you need constant volume. In order to have constant volume, you have to have a physical barrier that contains the gases in order to cause gas pressure. That's a prerequisite. It's the antecedent for pressure is a container. So that's what it has to do with otherwise you wouldn't be able to breathe. If we lived in an open system, the gas would all fuck off into space and none of us would be breathing here.
Wait, so are you saying there's a uniform pressure?
Atmosphere.
No, we live in a dynamic system with a heat source that moves above us, the sun. As the sun moves across the surface, it is causing dynamic variations in pressure and temperature. So we live in a very highly influx, system that we live is very highly dynamic. So it's not uniform because that would be something where there's no change in temperature, no change in pressure. Well, we know we have changes in both pressure and temperature.
Couldn't pressure also just change depending on how high you are?
Yeah, you're talking about a gas pressure gradient. The gas pressure gradient always occurs within a gas pressure system that is already contained. So in other words, like I said before, if you have an open system, you don't have gas pressure gradients. Gas pressure is required in order for you to have a gas pressure gradient. You see how you have gas pressure itself, delta, gas pressure gradient, delta X. You can't have one without the other.
Hard to argue with that.
Pardon?
I said hard to argue with that.
Yeah, so we could stick with the basics, that what we all observe out in nature is a horizontal plane that we live in. That's how everybody builds on horizontal plane using level. The level that you use in let's say building, it is parallel to sea level. Now tell me, can you have level on a curved surface? And how would you go about that? How would you obtain level on a curved surface?
That is a good question.
Yep. Well, they tell us that there's a tangent to the top of the ball. And let's say there's a tangent to the top of the ball that you create a horizontal line balanced on the top of a ball. Okay, so let's say you're at that location, which would be the apex of the curved surface. You're at the very top of the ball at all times. So that let's say you're at point A and you manage to create a level by balancing a straight edge on a curved surface. So let's say you can obtain a level. Well, what happens if you're a mile or two at location B, you're at 2 miles away? Then what happened to your level?
Years.
It's not at the same, it's not level anymore. It's an angular difference to location A. So that means if you were at location B pointed up directly straight up, and the person at location A pointed straight up, they would be angularly different to each other. So no longer level. So you could never navigate like that. We navigate using things called a sextant. And what we do with the sextant is we take a sighting on celestial bodies, the sun, moon, stars, or planets, and we get an elevation angle from the horizontal plane, the plane of the ocean, horizontal sea level, using the horizon as level. We zero the sextant at the horizon, and we measure the elevation angle like a protractor, and we get elevation angles. And then we move to another location. Let's say we're traveling along, and we see another star. We get another sun. We get another shot, elevation angle to another source or celestial body. And then let's say we do that 3 times. What we do in navigation is we would use those celestial sightings at those points where the star or the planet is at zenith, would mean that each one of those bodies has a GP or a ground position. In other words, they're directly over a certain spot on the Earth, geographic location, at that time of day to the second, and you draw what's called circles of equal altitude around the GP of those celestial bodies. So let's say we have 3 of them. You draw circles of equal altitude around those 3 bodies where they are lined up to be the GP or ground position, where the stars are directly above at zenith. And where those circles cross each other, you're inside of that crossing area. That's your location. This can be done very accurately. And so that's how we navigate, using a horizontal plane. So remember I asked you how you could get level on a curved surface, which clearly showed that you can't do that because every location would be a different angle and would not be level any longer. So if you're traveling along that x-axis, along the ocean, if it was actually a curved surface, you could never get a elevation angle because you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. We're basically using right triangles. And you know what a triangle is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what are the identifying things of a right triangle? You know much about geometry? Anything at all? Like how many degrees?
90.
In a right triangle, 3 sides of a triangle, you have
Oh, my bad.
180 degrees, yeah. But you're right about the 90, which would be your right angle. So the adjacent, which is the line, the straight line that's adjacent to the right triangle, in order to navigate successfully, accurately, using flat charts that we navigate with, using rectangle coordinates, you have to have a straight line. You can't have a curved adjacent. That would not be a triangle that you could use in navigation because it would have more than 180 degrees. So we've navigated like this for centuries. Many, many centuries. Possibly even in prehistory. So We observe the water as flat. We observe the Earth as flat, level, stationary. We practically use it as flat and stationary. In any flight models, they're using the Earth. They're assuming a flat, stationary Earth, including NASA, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Teledyne Ryan, any of the other manufacturers of aircraft. They use what's called a linear flight model. All these linear flight models for aircraft assume flat and stationary Earth. So we all use it as, practically speaking, we all use it as flat and stationary. So I would ask you, who uses the Earth as a globe, and what technology uses it while traveling across the Earth, on, above, or below the surface? What technology is using the globe Earth? So your silence, I will take that as you don't know yet. Maybe you haven't looked into it in very much detail. I suggest you go ahead and look for that information. While you're out there looking for what technology that's traveling on the surface of Earth is using the curvature or the globe Earth metrics, because they gave us the size of the Earth. That was a big mistake. They told us it's 3,959 mile radius. So that means there's a certain amount, a specific amount of drop over distance on the surface that has to be there. And you can go look at any Earth curve calculator or Earth curve chart. It will show you exactly how much drop over a certain distance. So while you're looking for what technology is using the globe, I suggest you look for any time in history when anybody has directly measured the drop over distance or the curvature on Earth's surface. So that would be a good start for homework. So you can do that on your own time. But meanwhile, if you have any other questions, go ahead and feel free to ask. It's open to the panel. I can mute up. Someone else can answer if you have more questions, but feel free to ask. I suggest you do your own research and check into this yourself. It's a fascinating topic. And the reason we're all here is because we asked ourselves, or were asked by somebody else, to go out and check this information that I've asked you to go check, and found no answers. Thanks.
Alrighty, thank you.
Oh, left that quick? Well, if you're still listening on YouTube, I don't know if you are or not, but anybody that's here listening, if you're here in the chat, you can click on any one of the tags that say flat on any one of us, and you'll find a link to our main home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And you can find terabytes of information on there, sorted A through Z in additional information. There's videos on there, there's YouTube channels, there's all kinds of information, laser tests, long distance observations, and a whole variety of information in there that you can look through.
Hello? I just figured it out. Question to the universe. It's fucking aliens. Prove me wrong. I can hear screaming. Screaming. What's your stance on the geopolitical circumstances of the entire world, plus the other world, and 30 more worlds on top of it all? Here we go. Here we go.
What?
Why are you screaming, bro? Screaming. Hey, screaming.
You got any of that globe proof?
Who unmuted screaming, and what the hell is wrong with you, bro? Hey, screaming. Screaming.
I am the screaming fucking goat.
It sounds like you are.
I am the screaming fucking goat, the most ruthless, balls deep, shit flinging, comes praying, fucktastic bitch in this entire cum-stained, ass-blasted, god-forsaken shithole of a universe. I don't just fuck shit up, I skull fuck reality's dripping cunt, take a steaming, runny dump on its corpse, drown it in a gallon of my hot, sticky goat cum, and then fuck.
So you're an absolute fucking retard then. You're like the darkest of the darkest. Yeah, that's fucking wrong, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Do you need a hug? Moving on. Sonny! Used to think my life was full of pain. Sonny! Washed away the rain. That's kind of a sad human being that you have to revert. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
Is this thing on?
Is this thing on? I think so.
Oh shit! Wait, it looks like
man.
we are.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, sorry, it's only a wee bit too much. Turn it down to. Turn it down.
Turn it down to mildly startling. Okay.
That was very startling. But I'm glad you're here, bro.
I had to wake somebody up, you know.
I think you just woke the whole fucking world up. What you talking about?
Well, we gotta wake the panel up. At least it's a beautiful day, man. I regret that I'm only just out getting. Holy, it's so nice.
Yeah, I got to go in a few minutes to band practice. So.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hey, you may as well get it out now. Come on now. Let's hear it. Let's hear it to folk. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sonny, if you're not going to do it, I'll fucking do it, right? You have a really shitty guitar, but I'll fucking do it, okay? Oh, sorry, that's all. That's how. That's how. Yes. I'm very sorry. Very sorry. Really. Sonny's about to play some guitar. Come on, Sonny. Come on, bro. Hey, ball bag. So,
What we really need is a Globetard.
we were so close, so fucking close. Like, finally figuring it all out. What the hell is this all about? And then we blew it up. Didn't fucking know. I think Flat Earth and Globe Earth is kind of well, it's we're beyond globe now. It's not that, right? So it's kind of a pathway drug to the next level. I mean, it's obvious not a globe, right, bro? We see too far and all that shit. Yeah, possibly.
That's an interesting statement alone that we see too far.
Well,
it's like you kind of got to be in the know to know what that even means. We just see what we see. Too far. But I mean, I get it.
Well, that's okay.
We need to stop catering to these Globers, bro. Honestly.
I was going to say, is that creation beer?
Or as DJ put it the other day, creation.
I've never heard your mic so fucked up, bro. What's going on, bro?
It's trash.
We see too far. I said, but that's not the thing. Like, it's a pathway drug to what's really going on. And I probably shouldn't say this, but when you get back to, is it flat, round, what does it matter? Well, when you figure out that it doesn't really matter, it's a realm, or it's a simulation, or it's something else. You know? Yeah. Bible punchers will fucking knock me the fuck out. Like, it's a pathway drug to something different. Anyway, fuck that. Whatever I think doesn't matter, and I'm really glad to see Jinsir, the Chinese guy the black fellow that married a Chinese. I can't. What do you call him again?
China.
Oh yeah, China. Sorry, no, Japanese. Japanese. Waskarimasu. Domo arigato.
Oh, itachimaste.
Yeah, that's what I said, but they didn't understand. Jin, fucking Jin, how are ya? You black bastard, yeah? No, I'm just kidding.
Arigato.
Domo arigato, Mr. Robato. Okay. Sonny, go and play some wee tune there, please. Just a couple of fucking licks, alright? Just one or two licks.
Yeah, I gotta go soon, but let's see. I'll turn it down a little.
Oh shit.
Yeah, thank you, please. That was awesome, bro. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Sonny. You can actually
You're
play that
welcome.
fucking guitar, bro.
Thanks a lot. This is my alternate setup. I gotta go right now, but just good to hear you guys. Yeah, I should be back later tonight.
It does. Like, he can play the guitar, that motherfucker. I know she'll shine when she's gone. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna fucking sing it. I know, I know, I know. Who said that? The best musicians in the world, are black people. Bob Marley, Dan Withers, the best. I love them. Fantastic. Now let's hear for the KKK.
Gas pressure without a container inside a big giant vacuum chamber, which is outer space.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's not possible. Have a look in the side chat quickly before you respond. Have a look at what Secret Asian Man just posted.
It's a matter. This is called pseudoscience. Okay. Okay, so it is my first time hearing about a container, and I do not disagree with it. It's a really nice, a really thoughtful theory, and I want to believe it. It's really great. I just have one question, which is not fitting in my mind right now. So, if we are in a container where gaseous pressure is so much that we are able to form an equilibrium and we are not moving, the pressure needs to be really, really high, right? It leads to two things. Pressure is high, then force on us living beings should be really high. And second thing, if pressure is high, if the density is as much equal to as of Earth, the stones and everything, then density is really like anti-proportional to volume, right? Inversely proportional to volume. So particles of air or gas should be so close so that only we can achieve a density as much as that of earth and stones. So if particles are that close, wouldn't it be visible, or like it's really close, like we should feel it. It's not being the regular gaseous format where particles are really randomly moving from each other and the mean space between them is really large.
Well, the air as a whole, right? That's just a medium filled with gas, so it doesn't really have anything to do with the relative density argument, right? On a larger scale, you're more dense than the gas, right? You're in the medium of gas, of air, and you're more dense than the medium, right? If you were less dense, like a helium balloon, right, you would float up through the medium, right? But because most things are more dense than the air, you're going to sink, right? Like if you pick up a rock, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense than the air. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with your theory. Like, it's not about gravitational force or mass pulling mass. It's about density. I got that theory. It's really nice. So that's why I believe, like, if you're standing on Earth, then our density was higher than that of our surrounding, but it's just Earth supporting us and we are standing there. But my question is...
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Yeah. So my question is, if density is playing role, so we are standing on Earth and Earth is not moving, then our surrounding density should be greater than or equal to that of the Earth, right?
Sorry, just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so can you restate that question again for me?
Yes. So, as you already said, like if you're standing on Earth and you're not floating away, then that means our density is greater than that of our surrounding. So, I agree with that theory, and it's actually a really new and innovative concept. So, a follow-up question.
It's not a new theory, though. This is it's
for
like
me,
Archimedes' principle. Oh, for you, yeah, no, I got you. All right, continue.
Yeah, it was for me. Like maybe it's a really established theory. Just for me, it was new. So now, if our Earth, so now I'm assuming our Earth is stable, right? It's not moving. That means it's an equilibrium. And if it's an equilibrium, then the density of surroundings should be equal or at least greater than that of the Earth. And right?
Well, are you assuming that the Earth is an object in a space vacuum?
No, not in space vacuum. No, it's in a container. Yeah.
Well, yeah. We also don't know the extent of the Earth. We don't know. Like, we're not making a claim that we know the shape of the Earth. Right. So let's just say we could think of as the Earth as the foundation of this Earth system that we live in. Right. You could probably refer to it as like a realm or something like that, right? But the Earth would be the foundation. What's underneath the Earth? What is the Earth? Nobody knows that, right? All we're talking about is that when we go and measure large distances over the surface of bodies of water, there isn't any curvature, right? The curvature that would be required for the Earth to be a globe. Right, so we're not claiming to know the extent of how this entire system works, but we can explain why things in nature go up or down based on the relative density, right? Because we can test it. We can test it over and over again and get the same results. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what your question is.
Yeah, so let me summarize this. So initially I was kind of trying to figure out for myself if Earth has a curvature or not. For that thing, I had this important question like, do gravity exist or do objects pull each other together? And I got to know from this VC and that no, gravity doesn't exist and we actually have density, and it was a really innovative concept for me. So I'm just building on top of that concept, and there was another theory which was we are in a container. I kind of want to agree with that theory. Okay, we are in a container. Vacuum doesn't make sense either for me either. So if you're in a container and if you're not moving, and we believe in the concept of density, so I just wanted to say that the density of our surroundings should be equal, right, to that of Earth's, so that the Earth is not moving. It's an equilibrium in the container, right?
What do you mean by the Earth is in a container?
You said that, right? If we are in a
No, I said that we have gas pressure, right? And the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. So it's kind of, let me give you an analogy, right? So do you know what I mean by antecedent?
No.
Okay, so it's something that's necessary for something to exist. For example, if you have a beef steak, right, you know that it came from a cow. Okay? So you don't need to be able to prove that it came from a cow because you have beef steak, right? Or if you have a human being, you know that it took a mother and a father to create that human being. Okay, so like two parents are the necessary antecedent to have a child, right? A cow is the necessary antecedent to have a beef steak. A container is the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure. So we know that we have the gas pressure, right? So we know there must be a container of some kind. Yeah.
Okay, so a container is a prerequisite for gas pressure, right? Okay, I agree.
Yeah, prerequisite. Yep.
Mhm. So my question is, if we go by the concept of density, and we are not moving, then if like you said, like if helium balloon has less density, so it'll just float away. We humans have more density, so we are standing there in an equilibrium. Another force was our platform we are standing on, right? So my question is, if our Earth is in equilibrium, so that means Earth's density, which is made up of stones and heavy metals, so Earth's density is less than that of its surroundings. Not at least not less, at least equal to that of its surrounding,
What's
right?
the Earth's surroundings?
Pressurized gas, right? That's my question.
Well,
Is
no,
it
that's
is the Earth surrounding? No,
just the medium that's within the container, right? Think about. Do you know what a terrarium is?
what?
A terrarium or a
Can you type
vivarium?
it out? I'll just search it.
Yep. I'll show you an example.
Oh, like
Right.
an
So here,
aquarium or something. Okay.
well, not really. It's like a self-contained micro ecosystem, right? So here's an example in the side chat, right? So this is essentially a mini version of what we experience here on Earth, right? We have a container, and then we have the soil, and then we have the plant life and organisms that live on top of the surface, right? And then we have a whole bunch of cycles in the system, right? There'll be nitrogen cycles and all that kind of thing. So gases are going to constantly be produced and used and recycled, right? So it's like an ecosystem. Now, the medium, right, that's inside this container is primarily air. Okay, so all of the other matter inside the container is more dense than the air. So that's kind of like if you look up a larger version of that, here I'll put a video in the side chat because this is a really amazing one. Okay, 1 second. All right, so here's a giant vivarium in the side chat. Right, so this is essentially like a mini version of what we're dealing with here. Right, it's a self-contained ecosystem, and it requires obviously a container to be able to have the gas pressure that supports the life inside of the ecosystem. Right, and it's a dynamic system, not a static system. So it has all of these different processes taking place within the container.
Gotcha. So, okay, so let me tell you what my question was based on. So, I was saying if Earth is floating in its container, then that means its surroundings density
No,
should be.
Earth is not floating in a container. Yeah, Earth's not floating in a container. Like, see, have a look at the vivarium. Have a look at the vivarium, right? Well, hold on a second. The ground isn't floating in the container, is it?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to agree. Like, this was my presumption. I actually wanted to admit that. So, yeah, so I'm telling you, initially I thought like Earth is floating in its container. So that's why if it's floating, then the surrounding density that should be equal to that of Earth. That means surroundings should be filled with rocks as well, and we should all die, because how can we live in a surrounding which is as dense as that of Earth, right? But now you made it clear, like we kind of have support from the base, right? This is what, it's not floating, right? It's having a support from the base. So now this just, I don't want you to go into infinite loop. Like, for example, if our container is, now our Earth is stable, right? But because we are taking this support from the container, it's not floating. So now our container is taking support from somewhere else, right? There should be a bigger world, right?
Well, who knows? Yeah, mystery, isn't it? Like the deepest hole that we can dig down into the earth is 7.6 miles, right? And yeah, no one's ever just kept going south to see what the extent of this place is. So yeah, it's a big mystery, absolutely. But let me give you an idea to think about here. What would happen if we took this vivarium that I showed you in the side chat and we removed the container and put it inside a vacuum chamber, a big vacuum chamber? Everything would die very quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes,
all the
because
water
there is
would
no
boil.
air, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
all the water would boil, right? Because the high pressure wouldn't stay above the surface. It would just instantly equalize with the vacuum around it, right? All the water would boil instantly
Mhm.
and turn to vapor,
Mhm.
and everything would equalize, and the gas would fill the available space. Then the plants would die, and it would be very chaotic and a bad day for the vivarium. So that's what they're kind of claiming that we have, right? They're saying that we're an ecosystem like this inside a big giant vacuum chamber, more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create here on Earth. Deep space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Okay. Okay. So, just returning back to this small discussion. So, now in our vivarium, Earth is supported by our container, right? Now, it will be an infinite loop. Like this container should be supported by something else. That container should be supported by something else. We don't have to go in that loop. But my
Yes.
question is, if vivarium is there, if the walls of the vivarium are intact, that means outside pressure and inside pressure is equal, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the pressure outside of the container could be higher or lower, right? It's not until you release the container, like a valve or something like that, that's when the pressure is going to try to equalize, right? The high pressure is going to fill the available space, right? High pressure goes to low pressure.
How the container
But
is gonna stand still if the pressure from the inside is lesser than of outside? Of course, given the container might have its own a bit of mechanical strength, but in general, if the pressure is really, really high, as we're talking about, because our Earth is there, then it should be equal, right?
well, why would it be equal?
You can maintain the equilibrium. Our walls are not shattering, right? The walls of
Well,
the
not
vivarium
really.
are
I
not
mean,
shattering.
to shatter, yeah, we would have no idea, like, what's outside of the container of the Earth, right? Like, have no idea. There's no way to check that anything like that. Right, so we're not saying the container's inside a space vacuum.
It's not. It's not.
No. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know exactly how the sky works. We can only validate what we can validate.
Oh, my question is just simple. Like outside pressure, our container walls are also in equilibrium, right? If they are not shattering, they are in equilibrium, right?
Well, the container walls are, we have no, like, what specific example are you talking about here? Are you talking about the Earth or the vivarium?
The vivarium. For our Earth's the analogies.
Well,
for
the
our Earth, I'm
vivarium,
saying.
it's glass. It's a pretty dense material.
No. Okay, not vivarium. For our Earth. So I'm just
Yeah.
saying, if
So
something
we
is
don't
not in
know. We don't know what
equilibrium,
the container is. We don't know what the container is for our Earth. All we know is that we have the prerequisite for the container.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's all we know.
So I agree. I want to believe we have a container. I want to believe that. But my question is, if something is at rest, if it's not moving, then the net force and pressure on it is zero, right?
Well, whatever pressure is inside of the container will be pressing against the walls of the container, right? But because this is a dynamic system that we're talking about, so you're going to have a pressure gradient inside the container because you have constant gas production at lower levels.
A small delta doesn't matter. I'm talking about if there is a difference between pressure, the walls should move, right?
No, I don't think the walls should move. No. The walls are solid.
It will not be an equilibrium. It will not be an equilibrium, right? The external
No, I
and
think you're
internal
misunderstanding. I think you're misunderstanding equilibrium in this situation. I don't see why the walls would be moving. Right? It's a solid structure when we're talking about the vivarium, right? It's glass. It's a glass enclosure.
talk about vivarium, we have air inside and we have the same air outside. That's why we are in equilibrium.
Yeah, but the entire vivarium as a whole is more dense than the surrounding air on the outside. So it's just sitting on the floor of the person's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fill it up with fill it up with enough light gas, and it's well, I guess it's still not going to float away because of the weight of the glass and the dirt and everything, but yeah, it's already in equilibrium. Everything's in equilibrium. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's an equilibrium and our internal density is mix up of what do we call it? So internal is air, right? The air we breathe in.
That's just the medium, not the density, right? That's just the density of the medium that's filling the container.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could fill the container up, right? So just say you filled the container up with water, and now you have a fish tank, right? Now you have completely the objects inside the fish tank or whatever. They're going to act completely differently. All the wood's going to float up to the surface, right? The everything's just going to act differently depending on the medium. Now the air is a very light medium. It doesn't have a lot of density to it. So most things are just going to sink through it. Something doesn't have to be very dense to sink to the bottom of a medium of air. It just has to be more dense than the air.
Okay. Just let me state the question in a very simple way from where I'm coming from, how this question started. So we talk about there is no mutual attraction between masses. It's more about density, and I'm saying our Earth has a density. It's made up of rocks, heavy metals. It has really high density, right? And if we are not free falling, and if nothing is happening to us, that means we are in a medium which has at least equal density that of our Earth. That means if not immediately here, but we are living in a surrounding of rocks. Everything filled with rocks. That's why we are in equilibrium, right?
Well, so it's different when you're talking about solids, right? You could have like when you're talking about solids, it's different to if you're talking about fluids.
So density.
So you could have it right, but it's still equilibrium, right? So you could have like a piece of wood isn't a medium. Like we're talking about fluids when we're talking about mediums in this sense, when we're talking about relative density. So you could have a piece of something really heavy, right? Like a piece of steel, right? It's not going to sink through to the bottom of a piece of wood, right? It's going to sit on top of it.
No, so for example, a human is a solid block of mass, right? It's not a fluid. Yeah. But if that law is applicable, so why don't humans float away? Because
humans are more dense than air.
Yeah, right. So we are applying this density law on humans, who are not fluid.
Everything. Right? Yeah, everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, humans are more dense than air.
Yeah. So I just want to apply this law on Earth. If Earth is not floating away, then the Earth's density is lesser than that of the surrounding, right?
No one knows what the surrounding is. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Nobody knows that.
But if a surrounding has as much density as that of Earth, we shouldn't even be breathing right now because Earth's density is really too high and all the molecules, atoms are closely packed. We wouldn't have space to even open our mouth if we live in
that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. It literally makes no sense whatsoever what you're saying right now, unfortunately.
I'm just trying to equalize the densities.
So if you have a container and you put air in the just look at the terrarium. Why can't the animals in the terrarium breathe?
Right. So
They can, can't they? Well, hold on. How come your theory doesn't apply to the terrarium?
No, it applies. It applies. So my
Okay,
question is,
we have an
somehow,
ecosystem. We have an ecosystem in the terrarium, and it's air. It's breathable air, and you can put little animals in there, right? And they're going to live.
Right.
So the
if you are
the Earth
protected-
is just essentially seems to be a larger version of that.
Right. So if you are protected by some container, then that container is not moving. That's a godsend to us, right? The container is literally a holy place for us. But the container is not moving, then the container must be in an equilibrium state, right?
Why would the container move? It's solid.
But it needs to. So the container should have its own surroundings, right? It's present somewhere in a surrounding. Yeah, it's a structure, and outside of the structure is its own surroundings, right?
Yeah, so look, we can confirm that with the terrarium because we can test what the container's made out of, right? We can test what the terrarium is placed in, right? Someone's room in their house. We can't test any of that with the Earth. All we know is that we have gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? That's all we know, right? And then we can test the Earth and we can confirm that it's not a globe. That's all we know about the Earth in relation to that.
Right. So if we have a terrarium, sorry for the spelling.
I didn't say that.
If you have a
I didn't say
container-
that. I said we have gas
Yeah.
pressure. I said we have gas pressure. I didn't say we have a terrarium. I said it's
We have a
similar to the way a terrarium. Yeah, I'd say, I was just showing you a terrarium, right? To show you that you can.
It's fine.
Yeah, I was just showing you that to show you that to have that ecosystem, right, you need the container. You can't put that inside a vacuum chamber or everything will die.
So we are in a container, right?
Well, we have gas pressure, so yeah, it's most likely a container.
Right. And if the container's walls are not collapsing, then the outside and inside pressure and densities are same.
No,
Right?
you can you can have
same.
No, you don't have to have the same pressure inside and outside of the container, right, for something to collapse. No, what do you think a vacuum chamber is? What do you think a vacuum chamber is, right? It's a very, very low pressure system, that's inside a high pressure system, right? And it doesn't collapse, does it? It's just a vacuum chamber, right? It's two completely different pressure systems adjacent to each other, separated by a container. As soon as you release the container, the pressure instantly would equalize. So let me give you an example in the side chat. Hold on a second. Just have a look in the side chat. Right, here is an example, right, to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. All right, so in the top chamber, we have a vacuum chamber, right? Very low pressure. In the bottom chamber, we have a gas pressure. Okay, so you need to have a physical boundary to stop the high pressure in the bottom chamber from instantly equalizing with the vacuum. Now, as soon as he releases the valve in the center, the high pressure instantly equalizes with the low pressure. Right? So they're telling us that outer space is like the top chamber, right? The vacuum. And we have the gas pressure system, as you can see in the bottom chamber. But they're telling us there's no valve, right? There's nothing separating the high pressure system there from the low pressure system. Yeah, so that goes against gas law. It goes against practical demonstration. It goes against the second law of thermodynamics. So, yeah, the outer space vacuum claim and the globe Earth is false.
Globe Earth is false. I agree with you. I'm just trying to, get my doubts out so that I can.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's not a problem.
Because I was told to, just not believe it, just to carry out my own experiments to see if the Earth is flat or not. And one experiment I was talking about, the experiment I was thinking about, and it involved mass to mass attraction, then I got to know from this VC, then it doesn't exist. So that's why we're having this discussion. So in this case, the vacuum is not collapsing because it has its own mechanical strength, right? Equilibrium is still there. Now the equilibrium equation includes this another factor. It's not external pressure equals to internal pressure. It's external pressure equals to internal pressure plus mechanical force of this container, right?
You're talking about the Earth?
About this experiment, this vacuum NO2 experiment.
Well, yeah, you're going to have a high pressure system and a low pressure system. And as soon as you release the two systems together, the high pressure is going to equalize with the low pressure. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's going to happen. I'm just thinking about the definition of equilibrium. If something is at rest or moving at constant speed, then its net pressure on it is, or force on it is zero, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right? So that's what equilibrium I'm talking about. For this container, the walls are not moving because it's still in equilibrium. Equilibrium still holds. It's external pressure equals to internal pressure plus mechanical strength of the container. Do you agree?
I guess so. I mean, I don't see how this is really relevant to the Earth.
No, so for Earth, I'm just trying to create this equilibrium equation. I'm just saying if we are not free falling and our density is really, really high, you know, as I said, stones and metal, it's really high density. And if you're not falling, and as per the law of density, Archimedes' principle we are talking about, our surrounding density is equal to that of ours, our Earth's, right? So if we don't talk about our just instant surrounding, we can say we are in a container, but then this equilibrium principle still holds. If not as per a human standing on this earth, then on this container, at least on this container, the net pressure, net force should be zero. And since density inside the container is really high, because earth is there, right? And the container is not moving. That means its surrounding has same density as that of earth's.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that really is relevant to this topic. I mean, I just, yeah. I mean, do you have an experiment or something like that you want to present?
Equilibrium experiment?
Well, no, a specific experiment to what you just claimed.
I'm talking about equilibrium. For equilibrium, we have plenty of experiments.
Yeah, but I'm talking specifically about equilibrium in relation to something's density in relation to the density of the medium that it's in.
That's the example you gave me, right? For example,
yeah. So if you have a balloon, right, and you fill it half with helium and half with air, right, it will just float, right? It's not going to go up. It's not going to go down. Its equilibrium will just be to float in one place and not move unless any outside sources of.
It will go up. It will go up.
No, it will not go up. It will float in one place, right? Because its density is equal to the density of the air.
No, if you fill it completely with air, then its density is equal to that of the air.
No, because the balloon has right, the plastic. No,
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So you have to balance it, right? All I'm saying is that if you fill it with a certain amount of helium and a certain amount of air, it's just going to float, right? Just the same as if you put a certain amount of water into a balloon with a certain amount of air, it's going to float. I mean, it's going to float like in water. It's not going to go up. It's not going to go down. It's just going to sit there in the center of wherever you release it, right? In the body of water. Same thing, right? If it was more dense, right? If you add a little bit more air or take out a little bit of air, right? It's going to rise or it's going to sink, right? Or if you adjust the density of the water by adding salt to the water, right? Then it's going to also influence the movement of the object. So no gravity required.
Mm-hmm. So Right, so we're talking about densities. If you talk about like the example you gave, if you fill a balloon with half air and half helium, it will just stay there in the air. What we're talking about is equilibrium, right? You just said like if half air, half helium, and because of the mass of the balloon, helium is working in opposite direction of that of the mass of the balloon. That's why the balloon would stay in equilibrium, right? That's what you said. And that's precisely my question is, now that balloon is filled with rocks, earth, and if it's still there, then the surrounding needs to be filled with rocks. You get it?
Not really. Like, what do you mean? Say that again. Say that last bit again. Say it a bit slower.
So what are you saying about is?
Yeah. Give me
So we
the
have a
specific example. Yep. So we have a balloon. Now what?
Right, and the earth is inside the balloon, right? And now if the balloon
The earth is
not
inside the
moving,
balloon? The earth? How are you going to put the earth
balloon
inside
is
the
a
balloon?
container. We are taking the analogy as a container, right?
No. What are you talking about?
What was that?
Yeah, I think maybe you're not thinking about this surface of the Earth as being the floor of the container.
No, we are not. Because if we think about
Yes.
then earth
That's what
should
that's what we're talking about. So the surface of Earth is the floor of the container.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes,
it's
but now I'm talking about
it's part of the container. So how can the floor be in the container? So only the inside surface is inside the container. It's not like the Earth is this object inside, wrapped with a space in between, inside another container. You know what I mean?
Maybe
so
she means soil. Maybe she means soil.
Yeah, so the surface is like the floor. And then you'd have walls joining the floor. And a roof.
Yeah, like the terrarium, example I showed you earlier, right? So, yeah, it's.
Yeah, may I? Maybe she means with earth. Maybe she means soil. Maybe she means that with earth. Maybe she means when you put more soil in the balloon.
Yeah,
You know
if you put soil in the balloon, it's just gonna sit on the ground, right? And then it's gonna be in equilibrium sitting on the ground.
Is that what you meant? Is that what you meant, like dirt? When you said earth, did you mean like soil or dirt?
surface doesn't matter if it's soil or dirt. I'm talking about the surrounding. I'm saying like
Okay, so we have a balloon. We have a balloon, and we put some dirt and rocks and worms and sand inside the balloon. Okay, now the balloon, we put the balloon on the ground, right? It's gonna sit there. Now what?
Yeah.
We can put some little caterpillars in there or something, and a plant, right? Now what?
Some spiders.
Well, yeah, like
there's no
a moth, a few moths as well.
No such thing as a flat Earth.
Yeah, really.
If you're 2025
where do you
haven't seen one of them spinning globes, then I don't know.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Everybody saw
Shut him up. Flat Earth exists. Hey, 420 K-pop. Shut up. 420 K-pop. Cop. Shut up. Flat Earth exists.
Why are you so angry?
No, shut up. Flat Earth exists.
All right, 420 Cope.
Just leave
420 Cope. Put yourself on mute, my friend, or I'm going to put you on mute.
You can't. Why am I getting muted? I'm just talking about the agenda.
I've given you an option to mute yourself because you've come in and interrupted the conversation, talking absolute nonsense. You have 5 seconds. Okay, time's up. All right, on mute. All right, you can continue your idea.
It's really late in India right now. I'll have to leave. My mother is screaming at me. But
Yeah. Okay, I come back another time and we can go over more things.
Yeah. So
Cool.
I just want just to summarize. We were talking about this equilibrium condition, and we can continue to talk on this. Like the basic. I'm just leaving these lines here so that we all can think on this. Is that if if you need an equilibrium and it's based on density, the density of Earth is really high. So our surrounding density should be equal to that so that we can be in the state we are in right now. So that's the equilibrium condition I'm talking about, and we can get
How
some
do you know the
examples on
Earth?
this.
How do you know the Earth is in something? The Earth could be all that there is, for all we know.
Sorry?
The Earth may be all that there is, for all that we know.
It's not. There is a platform, right? Otherwise, we would be free falling right now. There is something.
No, there's not
beneath,
a
right?
free falling through what? Free falling through what?
Right. So there is something. There is something which is holding
No,
us. There is a base. There is a base.
Holding
right, on which we're
what? No,
standing.
I'm standing on the ground, right? So that's what's supporting me.
Right. And if
Yeah,
our
the ground.
entire Earth is not moving, there is a base. There is nothing below. There is a base, right? That's what I'm talking about.
What's holding up the universe in the globe model? What do you think's holding up the entire universe?
It's not holding it together because okay.
No,
I'm
what's
not
under the
round
universe?
earth. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
what's
a round
under
earther, but
what's
still
under
I can
the
try to answer.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
you
can
can't
try
answer
to
the
answer.
question because we just don't know. We just don't know that. I mean, it's
And
just a
global
question
earth
that
was
we.
the round earth idiots think like it's because of the gravity and earth is not actually stable. It's actually moving around the sun, so there is forces on it
No,
and
I'm
it is
talking
actually moving.
I'm talking outside of the entire universe. What's holding the entire universe up? Right. So they say that the universe is flat, right? It's a flat universe. That's what NASA says.
NASA's stupid.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with you, but that's what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that? That they claim that the universe is flat? What's holding up the flat?
I don't
You want a citation? All right,
I think they say universe is actually expanding in all directions.
Into what? What's it expanding into? No, they say it's flat, right? But what do you think it's expanding into?
Interesting question. So they have this another
interesting
theory. For
question.
example, there is not only one universe, there are actually multiple universes. This is their theory. So that universe is actually inside something, right? So this point proves that we are inside something and there could be, container and container and container. So that's why I'm saying if in our purpose, if we say like
Well,
there are
you can't
containers,
have a.
then we are equilibrium, right?
It's just gets ridiculous at that point. Just gets ridiculous.
Okay, that's fine. I have to leave, but I would really like to continue this discussion tomorrow.
All right, so just hold on a second, right? Because I feel like you're LARPing. Okay, so I just want to post this, right? Just to show you. Here we go. NASA, right? The density of the universe exactly equals the critical density. Then the geometry of the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper, right? And that's from nasa.gov. Do you know what LARPing means?
No.
It's when you're pretending to be something that you're not.
That's fine.
Yeah, so there's the source. Anyway, yeah, so they claim it's a flat universe, right? So
I don't know how
what's holding up the flat universe? Yeah, what's holding up the flat universe? Yeah.
Yeah, so there are theories of
How's gravity hold up the flat universe? How's that work?
Right, so they're talking about multiple universes. So there is a probability.
That's not what they say. That's not what they're talking about here. It doesn't mention multiple universes. They tell when I speak to them about this, right? When I speak to people that follow this, right? They say that it's expanding into nothing. And then I ask them what nothing is, and they just say it's nothing. It's just nothing. They don't say multiple universe. It's expanding. What the other universe also expanding into this universe? They can't all be expanding into each other, can they?
No,
it doesn't make any sense.
Cannot, sir. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But have you heard this theory of multiple universes? Have you?
Yeah, it's all crazy nonsense when it comes to these crazy claims from outer space. It's mathematical like garb, right? And as Michio Kaku says, nobody in his field uses the scientific method. It's just based on guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wild
So
ideas.
when we talk about guesswork, we have it both ways, right? For our flat
No, we
Earth
can
and for our global Earth,
we can
right?
empirically test the Earth, right? So when it comes to the claims that we're making, we can empirically test the Earth, right, by taking measurements of the surface of the Earth. That has to be curving. It has to be curving if the Earth's a globe, right? You can't have 10 miles of flat water on a globe. That's impossible,
And
right?
that is the exact initial discussion we were having. So
Yeah.
we have completed one loop right now, and we can go on again on the same loop. I will have this discussion with you. It's really great discussion, but I have to leave right now. So there is something I can carry from this conversation is what we have a base and what's outside of it. This is something I'll think about. What you can probably think about is the equilibrium, right? Maybe you can study a bit about equilibrium in the containers, like how outside pressure and inside pressure plus mechanical force is supposed to be equal so that the container
You're
doesn't
assuming
collapse.
there's an outside pressure to the Earth system. That's just an assumption. How do you know that there's outside pressure? How do you know there's any outside pressure?
That's for me to figure out, right? I said, like, for example, there is nothing outside of Earth in that container. That's what I'll figure out, right? And you probably can figure
How are
out
you going to figure that out? How are you going
There's
to figure
something
that
I
out?
will ponder over. There's something I'll ponder over. There's something I'll worry about. We'll think about it. If I can reach to a
Yeah, okay.
conclusion, probably at the same time, maybe you can go for the equilibrium. Only if you want to. No pressure. No pressure. Okay.
Yeah, that's what you would
Good.
have if you're in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah,
globe.
that's why I laugh because
The
the word
globe, the
pressure
globe
gives
in a
us a
vacuum
laugh.
chamber. Yeah, yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah. You couldn't
gotta go
have a
now
gas
and-
pressure system in a vacuum, could you? Without a container.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't work, would it?
Yeah. I gotta
Yeah,
go now,
all
but
right.
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, teacher, and thanks a lot, everyone. Bye bye.
Farewell. Yeah, definitely a LARPer.
Yep, I don't know. Looks like she has the perception of the flat Earth society model, floating this
No,
in space.
she was just a bullshit artist LARPer pretending to be a flat earther and thinking she had some kind of gotcha argument with the equilibrium thing that she was talking about, which was just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. I don't like people that come in and bullshit us.
At one point, it almost seemed like she was like, sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, at one point, it seemed to me like she was trying to equate like solid being a medium, so that like things inside a solid of differing densities. Like, I don't know. Like, I was confused.
Yeah, look, I think the whole thing was her trying to say that we don't understand how equilibrium works.
DJ, I have to interrupt you. I have to interrupt you because that is what I wanted to say. I was so confused too that I had to go and make something to eat for me. So it was really confusing. So if you didn't understand it, it was just because it was confusing.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. It really didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I heard you. You know, with the Bluetooth, I heard you saying you were confused too, and you told her it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but maybe it could be that she herself is confused. Maybe she's looking and thinking things and simulating a simulation in her mind. Yeah, but she also could be a LARP. Yeah, we have a lot of them.
Yeah,
who pretend they are flat earthers.
Yeah, could hear the Anyway, we'll wait till they return. Hopefully, like Jedi and Indio and Sporadic and the guys are here next time.
Yeah.
Cyclone, welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
Hello. Fine. I was busy eating.
Yeah, I'm about to go cook some food now.
DJ was doing
Anyway,
the job.
it's getting late now, so going to watch the second half of the movie Braveheart.
Oh shit! Now you're speaking my language.
Hell yeah!
I guess that's not your first time watching it.
I only watched it when I was like 16 or something like that. So it is really like the first time watching it. I forgot most of it.
Oh, really?
It's
Damn.
freaking awesome movie.
Oh, how good is it, man? Honestly,
it's so good. I'm like an hour into it, and it's awesome.
Mel Gibson is a directing genius. His movies are just banging.
yeah. Man, they put so much effort into movies back then. Like just the backdrops and like the amount of effort. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Oh well, enjoy the rest of that, bro.
Yeah. Cheers. Do we have any other Globe Earth people in the chat? Perhaps Spike or Light. Welcome.
Me.
Spike and Light. They sound like comic book henchmen. Yes, we need some Globe Earth people.
Well, I could just put up another event. People will start rolling in if you want. Should I start one?
Yeah, you could do. Is there? There's not another event going on right now. Yeah, there's not an event. Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll put a message in the general as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, the vegans just had like an 8-hour event trying to regain their number one spot. Didn't work.
Of course it didn't. They didn't put that up when we had one of ours up, did we?
Yeah. As soon as I made an event yesterday, they made one 10 minutes later, and then I went in and had a word to them. I said, "Look, we don't want to step on your toes. So if we see that you're having an event, we won't make one, right? So let's try to work together."
And what did they say to that?
Yeah, they said, yeah, that's fine. And then they ran like a 10-hour event today.
Okay, well, go and keep an eye on it. See if they start one up.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
No, go ahead, mate.
No, you go ahead, please.
No, go ahead, mate.
No, you go ahead. I really admire you. Go ahead.
Guys, did you finish your conversation? Because I have one question, if you mind.
Yeah, it's a new conversation time. We're looking for a new one, so go for it.
Oh, okay. Why the word it's not coming squared?
Say that again?
Speak up, please.
He said, "Why is the planet not squared?"
The word, yeah. The Earth is not squared.
You tell me. Why is it not square?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you are a people genius here, so I ask you.
Well, we're not claiming a shape of the Earth. So flat. The word flat is not a shape. Do you understand that?
Oh, okay. Why?
It's just not. It's just not what the meaning of the word is. Yeah. So flat, not a shape. Square, circle, triangle, shapes. Flat, not a shape. Understand?
No. Why?
Okay.
Genius.
It's just not what it is.
Flat is a surface
of the
description.
surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
a
descriptive word. Yeah. Like an adjective. It's not a shape. So maybe it is a square. Who knows? We're not claiming that, but a square would be flat. So sure, whatever.
Okay.
What we're saying is it's not a ball.
Well, like your kitchen table, right? Your dining table. It could be any shape. At the top of it, it's going to be flat, right? It could be star shape, circle shape, square shape, rectangle, triangle. Could be any shape, right? Table. But the top that you're going to put things on, that's going to be flat.
Damn, you're sounding loud tonight, GW. You got any mic or something?
So
Oh, sorry, I might have been holding the mic too close.
Like booming into it.
It's fine. It's
That's
fine.
all right.
You have a passion to teach me that. Thank you so much. So you believe it's flat, yeah?
Well, that's more. It's a bit more than just a belief. It's not really a belief because we experience that. We observe it. We measure it. We practically use it that way.
Oh, are you scientists?
Flat. Come again?
Are you scientists?
What do you mean by scientists?
Like, did you study it? Did you like
Study what?
the Earth? How is it come and something?
Yeah. We've
Reality?
studied the Earth. Yeah, we've studied the Earth a lot. Yeah.
Oh, and which college?
On the Earth.
Which
Which
Earth?
college? You have to go to college to observe and measure the natural world. Is that what you think?
Properly, yes, because they
Properly.
teach.
All right.
Yeah.
Which college course is going to teach you how to measure the Earth for curvature?
I think if you go into geologic or
Geology. You think they're measuring Earth's curvature in geology? Do you?
yeah, maybe because they study the Earth and
Nope.
they know.
You'd
Really?
be incorrect. Yeah, you'd be incorrect.
Where are you gonna study it if I am like interested?
Nowhere. No one studies measuring the curvature of the Earth except in passing in school, where they'll tell you maybe some guy measured it thousands of years ago in ancient Greece, but no one's actually doing that or verifying it to be curved. So yeah. The globe, when you think the globe is science, no, it's science fiction. It's on TV only. It's fantasy, imagination. So no, you're not going to be, you don't need to go to college to understand the natural world. You need to go outside into the natural world to understand it. This is where they've confused you. Do you think you need to go into a classroom and be told what the Earth is?
No, I think
Because that's so far what you've had.
why they don't want to tell you.
Well, they tell you it's a spinning ball. They just don't give you any evidence, do they?
I think they give you evidence.
Okay, what was the best evidence that they gave you?
I'm asking. I'm just guy like I see your room and I do some research.
I kind of agree. I think it's impossible that they don't have any evidence and they say, okay, we just think it's like that, right?
I think
Great. Okay, so all you have to do is tell me what the best evidence that they gave you in school was when they told you the Earth was a spinning ball. What evidence did they give you?
Yeah, you are the guy. He said they not give you. Give me true about that.
Yeah. And to challenge what I just said, you have to say they gave me this evidence or that evidence. Which evidence was it? Otherwise, what I said is correct. They gave you none.
No, you do challenge now. You said every college, every school, they teach you something is wrong, and you need to have sorry again.
Evidence.
Evidence.
Evidence
For that.
Evidence.
Thank
Yep.
you, teacher. Thank you, teacher.
That's okay.
So basically, you need to got it first for to solve everybody.
I can't really hear what you're saying, but yes, when there's a claim made, so there's claims and there's evidence. A claim would be something like the Earth is a giant spinning ball. Evidence would be something like here is it being measured.
But they do studies actually.
Okay. So which one measured that the Earth was a ball?
In my country or for your countries?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. But in my country, it's hard to.
In your country, it's flat too, but feel free. Try and find a measurement.
No. Actually, we believe it's flat. In our country.
Well, okay, cool. There you go. So who else? Do we have anyone who thinks that they have any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum? Anyone at all?
I have a proof.
Oh, really? What would that be?
My balls.
Oh, see, there you go. See, this should tell you that, I mean, this confirms what I just said, right? They didn't give you any evidence at all. So all you can say about the Earth being a ball is to think about your own balls. There you go. Very intellectual.
I think
The perfect globy.
Is that what the teacher told you? Look at your balls and approve of it.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about all that he has.
I don't
It's kind of sad, right? Kind of sad, right? Because that's his whole worldview. That's what he thinks. That's what he thinks the Earth is. He's got no evidence for it.
And he just went back home, looked at your balls, and drew them like fucking blue and green. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, see,
Yeah, these are the guys.
these Chuckle Brothers don't have any idea why they believe the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, and they were not able to provide.
I don't believe in anything. I
Just
don't believe in a
one
globe. I
evidence.
don't believe in a flat, to be honest.
And
Well, you don't have to believe in it. You already observe it. You already observe it. Are you guys aware that you only experience a flat, motionless Earth? You aware of that? You ever noticed when you've been outside? You ever gone to a beach?
I mean, I see the moon.
Well, there you go. Sugar here sees the moon.
Yeah,
There you go,
This is the
guys.
level.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah, you
intellectual
notice? Do you
level of
notice
these
that
guys who look down
they're?
to us.
You notice that they're moving through the sky every day when you can observe them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think they're moving through the sky?
Dancing.
Yeah. See, I mean, you're talking to us about college and shit. You're a child.
I was a child.
You got absolutely nothing. Ace, is this your crew? This is the guy you hang about with?
Is it the guy? What?
This is your crew? This is your globe guy? Sugar here?
What do you mean it's my globe guy? I thought I don't believe in a globe or a flat earth.
This is your homie.
Yeah.
No,
this is your
this is my friend.
your number
No.
one globe groover. Could you tell
It's
your
my number one
friend
globe
to
groover.
be a little bit less idiotic?
I have a good question. Did I disrespect you?
Yeah, you're disrespecting all of
Okay,
us by
tell me exactly
just
how I disrespected
spazzing
you. Go
about.
ahead.
Because you're not taking the topic seriously.
Of course, but he's saying my boss. How should I take that fucking shit seriously?
Yeah,
Do you take
that's
it
your
seriously?
friend. That's your friend.
How do you know he's
How
my
come-
friend? Go ahead, tell me how he's my friend.
We can tell.
How can you tell? Tell me.
Because you just said it a second ago. You said he's
I
my
said
friend.
he's my friend.
Yeah, so there you go. He's your friend.
Are you sure I said it as my friend?
Yeah, that's what you said.
By the way.
Yeah,
No, I did not say that.
and you said it too. You said it right at the beginning when you
No, I
were
did,
playing.
I did not say it. I did not
I
say
mean
it.
for info, like I said.
Hey guys,
go ahead, my friend, say.
guys, stop spazzing out. Stop spazzing out. So
Hey,
you guys
listen,
don't, you guys
listen.
don't know why you believe in the
Listen
globe.
to me.
Fine.
Listen to me.
That's
First
fine.
of all,
No. We don't need to listen to you, dude. You've got nothing to say. You've got nothing of value to add. Unless you're going to tell us why you believe in this spinning space ball or what evidence there is for this spinning space ball fantasy, we're not interested. You guys have already proven yourself to be below the level of an 8-year-old.
Bro, how come do you want I respect someone? He said college don't make you to study about.
Yeah, see, Sugar, you're just bricked, dude. So just pop yourself on mute. That'll be fine. Who else have we got?
That's insane, bro.
Who else have we got? Yeah, Sugar, you already showed you don't have any evidence for the globe. You don't know why you believe in the globe. You're just
For
upset.
anybody, the college it's not good.
Yeah. Well, Sugar, did you go to college? Because obviously it hasn't done you any good. Did you go to college, Sugar?
Respect you.
Did you go to college, Sugar? Did you go to college? Because you seem like you have. You went to college, right?
Be honest, yes.
Yeah, you went to college. It shows because you're very stupid.
Oh, thank you so much to say that for me. But
Yeah, that's all right.
The funny is when you.
It's all right. It's all funny. The funny is listening. The funny is listening to you Globers try to speak while getting asked for any kind of evidence for your worldview, and listening to you just totally unhinged spiral. So,
Everybody don't study in college
let's
because
try it
they
again.
don't make it true.
Sugar, let's stop pretending that you know anything about this topic or the Earth being a globe. You've already shown it. You're just a religious believer. The globe is just a religion that you've seen from government space cartoons on TV,
Bro, we not have it in
isn't it?
TV. Bro,
Yeah, you government space cartoons on TV. So that's it.
bro, my government doesn't know
Yeah, your
about that shit,
government
bro.
space cartoons on TV. It's like Narnia, isn't it?
Bro,
Like, oh, but what about the space rockets? The space rockets with the astronauts. That's what you
would like to
guys
say
base your whole
yes, but
worldview on, isn't it? Yeah, I know,
to
yes.
say yes,
Elon Musk
but
with the space rockets and the astronauts.
I would like to say
Let
yes,
me
but
guess,
we don't
Sugar. You
have
believe that the Americans landed on the moon? Do you believe in that?
Be honest?
You believe that the Americans landed on the moon in the 1960s?
Be honest? No.
You don't believe it?
And
You do believe it, Sugar. Stop lying.
bro,
You're a believer.
bro, be honest?
You're a full-blown space cowboy believer.
Bro,
Why don't you believe it? Why don't you believe it? You think they're lying to you? How dare you?
bro, what the fuck? I don't care about
What the
them.
fuck? You don't care?
No, bro,
You just
I'm gonna be
believe their
honest.
cartoon globe religion that they gave you.
Bro, we don't have a cartoon in our country.
Yeah, you've got a cartoon globe religion that you saw on TV.
Hey, Cyclone. I started the event, right? And it's topic name. It says, "Have you seen the curvature of the Earth?" Right. That's the event title.
Good title. Good title. That's a good question, right? So who here thinks they've seen the curvature of the Earth?
What is that?
Nothing you'd know about, Sugar. Don't worry about it. Just plug yourself back into Minecraft. You'll be okay.
Oh, you know, I blame it.
I'm sure you'll be very popular on Reddit one day.
Bro, I love you so.
I know. It's okay. So, who has seen a curvature of this spinning water ball in space? Anybody? And we don't mean on TV. TV doesn't count.
I see it in the YouTube. They do it.
You see it in the YouTube. That would come under TV.
No, I see Elon Musk when he go into.
Yes, that would come under TV.
Can I ask one thing? Sorry. According to you guys, how do you think like the Earth is flat? From what perspective you think?
Well, from everyone's perspective, from your perspective, from my perspective, you go outside.
Take my perspective.
The Earth doesn't seem to be spinning, does it?
Doesn't it look to be spinning according to you?
Yes. Well, according to everyone, no one detects the ground spinning, do they?
Okay, so you talk about the Earth is flat. So tell me about something. Your theories. You must have some theories how the Earth is flat. I need to know about that.
Yeah, it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Do you know what those words mean?
No, any theories like an equation you have solved that solves the measurement and equivalent to the something like equation you have made.
Yeah, so the Earth's surface just measures. No. We're not saying it's smooth. It's topographical, right? So it's got hills and valleys, but bodies of water at rest are flat and horizontal. Sea level is a horizontal reference datum used to measure all elevations on Earth. So, yeah, we know by the nature of water that the Earth is majority flat with bits of land sticking out of it.
Do you see it?
Pretty simple. Yeah, every day, go outside.
So if I see the moon, I see it's not like.
No, see, this is where you guys are easily confused. So when we say Earth, that refers to the ground beneath your feet, the surface that you live on. The moon is a light in the sky. Do you understand?
So it's not makes sense.
So the Earth, so the ground beneath your feet, not the moon. You understand that?
Yeah. So you mean every the Earth? It's not look like the moon. That's you.
The Earth is not the moon. The moon is different.
Even different for anything?
Yes, it's not the ground beneath your feet. So the moon would be a celestial body, and the ground would be terra firma, terrestrial.
Sugar, the ground is not in the sky.
Yeah, the ground is not a light in the sky. Pretty simple.
Type shit.
So when we're talking about the Earth being flat, that refers to the surface that we live on, not the light in the sky we call the moon. Hopefully that's clear. Any other questions? So we've got the topic of the event is, have you ever seen the Earth's curvature? Has anyone ever seen the Earth's curvature? Because they say it's a big ball, right? And a ball would necessitate curvature. Yeah. That's maybe a bit advanced for you guys. Ball curve?
So what's your dream and passion? Yeah, for
My
that?
dream and my passion is to finally get you Globers to admit that there is absolutely no evidence for this spinning spaceball cartoon religion given to you by the government.
So why they wanna do?
I have a dream that Globers will stand up and finally realize how silly they've been.
So why they need that?
Who knows? I don't care.
Oh,
You can go and ask them. You can go and say, why did you trick me into believing I live on a giant spinning space ball in a vacuum that exploded out of nothing for no reason? You could ask them.
That reason you say they trick you for a reason. Did they not trick you for?
No, I just said they've obviously tricked you because it measures flat. You'll have to ask them why. You'll have to ask them. It wasn't me that tricked you, Sugar. I'm simply pointing out what's actually the case. You need to address this question to, I don't know, your congressman, or I don't know, wherever you live in Europe. Send it to your European Union representative. Say, excuse me, I'd like to know why you tricked me into believing I'm on a spinning space ball. Okay, well, wherever you're from.
Ask your local politician.
Yeah. Maybe ask your local dictator if that's what you've got. Say, hey, bro, why are you brainwashing us with spinning spaceball cartoons?
Oh, bro, we not get it.
Oh, you're not getting the spaceball cartoons?
No.
What are you getting? What are they giving you?
Like enemy, One Piece.
What?
We got One Piece. We not getting.
Oh right, yeah. So they're ruining your brain. They're trying to ruin your brain with anime now instead of the globe. Well, that's fine.
Oni-chan and stuff like that type shit.
Yeah. Well, it's doing a good job. I mean, effectively, I guess it fills in the gaps.
Yeah.
But I'm sure in school they're still teaching you that the Earth is a spinning ball, aren't they?
No, that we believe it's.
No. Very nice. Come on, don't bullshit me.
Bro,
Don't start bullshitting, Sugar. Sugar, if you want to stick around, you at least have to have an honest conversation. We don't expect you to have any knowledge, because clearly you don't, but you do at least have to be honest. You can't just start
you're on the
bullshitting
internet, right?
and
There's not
lying.
just TV, there's the internet as well.
Don't
And
worry,
there's
Sugar.
lots of it on the internet.
I'll handle all the funny. You don't need to try. You just need to be honest, and the funny will come. Okay? Simple.
Guys, I say, we don't have it, bro. Why you be like upset?
Okay, good for you. So who else have we got? Got Chipson? Chipson, what's up? Sugar,
Hello,
Sugar, it's
hello.
okay. I'm just going to check what else is going on.
Hello.
Chipson, what brings you by the chat?
I mean, I'm just here to listen, but I cannot speak. I guess.
Welcome.
Cool. So welcome to the chat. So the topic of the day is: have you ever seen the Earth's curvature? Do you think you've ever seen curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I think I see myself.
Okay, where do you think you saw it?
So I'm a photographer. Okay.
Okay.
So when you have a big lens, you can see the Earth's bending. Like you can
like a fisheye lens, wide angle lens.
No, not like the fisheye lens, like the 200 or the 400, like longer lenses, because you can see the far beyond the eyesight sometimes, and when you see it like that, you can your mind can't understand, but you try to understand, and it's like, okay, it's
Okay, so what
bending. It might
altitude
be.
would you say that you're seeing? So what altitude, what height would you say you are when you're seeing the curve?
I mean, like my drone, I use drones sometimes, and when you go up to like 2K ish something, you can see it a little bit, I guess. Yeah.
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Why?
Because according to the globe math, you wouldn't be able to see curvature of the horizon even at 250 miles up in the air.
I mean, I'm not a scientist.
I know, but I'm just telling you what they're saying.
Okay.
They're saying if you're seeing any curvature below that height, it would have to be a distortion, a lens distortion, or some kind of
might be a
window that
lens
you're looking through.
Yeah.
Yeah, because according to the math, you wouldn't see it. So their story is not that they're an altitude that you could get to or send
Who
something
says
to.
that? Who says that? Who says that? Okay. Like,
Well, the
is there
likes of
any-
Neil deGrasse. You heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah.
So guys like him.
Okay. I mean,
guys like him or him?
like him, yeah, because when you say
Well,
someone,
look in the chat. Well, look in the chat. Someone can post a video of him saying that. So he's talking. There's a video of him. Have you ever heard of the Red Bull jump? You remember the Red Bull jump a few years ago? So he came out. He was doing a talk, some presentation to people, and he was explaining to people that the video of that got released that shows this curved horizon, this curved Earth that he's jumping above, is a fisheye lens, because at the altitude that he's at, you wouldn't see any curvature, and he was at like 120.
it was a fisheye lens, but
Yeah,
when you
so that's
use a fisheye lens,
120,000 feet. So that's higher. That's higher than your drone can go, or that you can go. And he's saying you wouldn't see any curvature there. So he's
do you know
contradicting what you're saying.
but do you know the ships?
That stuff is flat.
Yeah, that's
But
Neil deGrasse
you know-
Tyson saying that's flat.
Do you know the ships? Like when you look at them, they might like be half of them. You cannot see the half of them because.
Okay, now is that an optical phenomena or a physical phenomena?
I really don't know. I just. I
Okay,
really
there you
don't
go.
know.
That's a good point for you to think on, because you're right. They tell us in school, they say, hey, you know you live on a big spinning ball because you can see boats appear to disappear bottom up. And they say that's
Yes.
because it's going over a curved Earth, right?
Cyclone, I posted the image related to this in the side chat.
All right, so guys, if you're not in the side chat, open up the tech channel associated with this VC, because people will be posting images and articles and things to go along with what we're discussing, yeah? So boats
Yeah,
over the
I hear this.
horizon, that's a good one to discuss.
This guy's not disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth.
That's just a hill.
Yeah, this is optical. See?
So you said you don't know if it's optical or physical that's causing that.
Yeah.
So how do you know a way you could test that?
I don't know.
So if you go on Google and you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator. Can you do that?
Yeah.
And when you do that, a bunch of different calculators will come up. Just click on any one of them, and you'll be able to put in your observer height. Just put in your observer height, 5 foot, 6 foot, whatever it is. Just imagine you're standing on the beach. And then tell us how far away it says the horizon should be.
It's not. Well, like, yeah. Okay. Say one. So it says if you surface level is 1 meter, it's 3.5 kilometers. It says.
Okay, so you're standing on the beach, you're looking out. You understand that is saying if a boat was to leave you from the beach, from the shore, at 3.5 kilometers, it would have to start disappearing bottom up, because that's the curve of the ball.
Yeah.
Right. So let's imagine you go and test that. You go down to the beach and you start looking, but you don't see it start to disappear bottom up at 3.5 kilometers. You can still see it at 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and it still hasn't started disappearing bottom up. It hasn't even reached the horizon yet. The horizon's off in the distance. What does that mean? What would that mean?
I mean, if you look non-cloudy, foggy day, you can see the other countries. You say so?
No.
If I look from my
stick with the example, dude. Stick with the example. So you're standing on the beach. It's saying you should see the horizon and the boat disappear bottom up at 3.5 kilometers. Yeah.
But if you, I'm living in Turkey. Okay. I'm living in Turkey. Okay. If I look from the Black Sea, can I see the Russia or not?
Well, we can get into all this. We can get into all this. I need to understand that you understand what we're talking about here. So, let's say you go down and you don't see it disappearing at 3.5 kilometers, and the horizon isn't at 3.5 kilometers. It's actually, you can see it over 15, 20, 30 kilometers. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means the Earth is flat.
Well, it would at least mean that. Yeah, let the guy. Was that the same guy? Who's answering here? Is that the guy I was speaking to, or is that a different guy?
Different guy.
Different guy.
All right. The guy from Turkey. I'm speaking to the guy from Turkey. What's your name?
Yeah. Eren.
Say it again.
Eren. Yes, Eren.
Okay, welcome, brother.
In his profile up there, it says Chipson, right? That's who we're talking to, the cat. Chipson.
Oh, Chipson, right. Okay.
My name.
Yeah. Okay, so you would. So if you see that the horizon is not where the calculator says, and it's way in excess of that further, what does that mean?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it might mean Earth is flat, but I need to go to space and look for it. You know.
No. You don't need to go to space. You don't need to go to space. You can just go to the beach.
You don't need to go to space. You don't need to go to space. But even if I say something that you don't believe, you will not really believe me, you know? You'll believe what
but this is why I've given you an example of something that you can test yourself.
Okay.
That's why I showed you the calculator and told you to go to the beach. And you mean you live in Turkey, you've got plenty of nice beaches.
Yeah.
You can go and check that out, yeah? And like you said, if it's not matching the calculator, then you have to come to a decision as to why that is. And yeah, the real option is that it's because there is no curvature. So there's no horizon there.
Can I ask you one question? Let's say world is flat, okay? Let's say world is flat. Then why will they say as Earth is not flat?
It's a religion.
Yeah, why is the government's lying to us?
Yeah. Why?
Why do governments usually lie?
I mean, because of the money, because of the power.
Oh, there you go. There's two good reasons.
Well,
there's two good reasons.
I mean, you can say 9/11 happened because of the Bush. I mean,
check
can say a lot of things.
There's a lot of we could speculate a lot of reasons as to why they would do this.
The cyclone.
But yeah, basically power, control over your mind.
Can you answer one question though? One question of mine. Could you answer, please?
Well, maybe you can ask it. I don't claim to have all the answers to every question in the universe.
So I've climbed a mountain and I've seen this curvature of the Earth that you talk about.
No, really?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Could you show me a picture?
Yes, I could. I can't send it in the chat because I'm not the level, but I could send you the image itself. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, send it to one of my beautiful assistants.
Who is your beautiful assistant?
I posted here in the side chat this image.
I can't.
There's literally a religion associated with this.
So you're telling me?
Hold on, AJ. Hold on. No, this guy is wanting to share an image.
Yeah, he can send it to me if he wants.
There you go. There's one of my beautiful assistants.
Let me look.
So just while he's Yeah, just while he's sending that, I've posted a 360-degree pan from the top of Mount Everest, showing a completely flat horizon.
What? Where?
It's
In the
3,000 kilometers below the Earth. I mean, like, what is your point?
Yeah,
I mean, that's not.
So you observe.
That's not how you
So there's
see
no
the
curve
Earth.
from Everest. There's no curve from Everest, so that kind of debunks your claim.
Yeah. Okay. So that means literally nothing for me.
Well, yeah, it does, because you said I went to a top of a mountain and saw curvature.
No, I
DJ's
didn't.
just
I didn't.
posted.
No, I said.
Yeah, you did say that. Well,
No, I
whichever one of
didn't.
you said it. Whichever one of the guys that said it. Okay.
Yeah,
DJ's showing us an observation from the highest mountain, and there's no
Well, no.
curvature. So.
But so here's the thing, right? Everest is actually not that tall compared to how long the Earth is in diameter. Now,
But that doesn't matter. The guy said he saw curve from a mountain. This is the highest one, and there's no curve, so it's debunked. That's not even the globe story, dude. We're not going to waste time arguing a point that the globe side on the mainstream isn't even making. You are confused if you think this is what they're saying. If you think they're saying, hey, you can't see curve unless you go up a mountain, they're not saying that. They're saying that you can't see it from any altitude you can go to. You can't see it from a plane. You can't see it from putting up a balloon. They're telling you there's no place you can go to see it. Only they can, because they're going to space. So come on, dudes. We're not going to waste our time with that.
Well, what you're saying about the light, man? I mean, light, the sun, the big sun.
So
what about it?
Like when I'm in the Ecuador, it's changed positions, right? I mean, it's not the
It
same.
moves? You're saying it moves?
No, not moves. Like, you know,
The sun doesn't move?
No. It moves, but you know the sun clock.
Yeah, the sun's like a clock. Yeah, a sundial.
Yeah, sundial.
because the sun's moving. The sun's moving. That's why.
But I've been in the Ecuador, okay, and I've been in somewhere different, like not the Ecuador. So when you look on that day in the 12 o'clock, it was like had a bit of angle, okay, and in my country, in Ecuador, it was like completely flat. You can't see any sun. What you say about that? Like,
well, the sun's visibility depends on where it is over the Earth in relation to you. The sun moves over the Earth in a repeated cycle, and when it's in your vicinity, it's daytime. Okay. When it moves away from you, it's nighttime. And it's daytime in another part of the Earth that it's moved over.
So you're saying, how can it be? Like, how
can it be? It's what you observe, dude. You observe this in the sky every day.
Okay. So in my country, it's
the sun can reach Pluto 6 billion miles away, kilometers.
Oh, really?
Away.
How do you know how far away it is?
Well, what do you know? How do I know how far away? I certainly know it's farther away than.
You said it was. What did you say? How many miles? Six what?
6 billion.
6 billion. Wow, that's a long way. How did you measure that?
It's Pluto.
So how did you measure that? Oh, you didn't. Oh, so you just heard a story.
Would you agree that Pluto is farther from Earth than Chile is from Australia?
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
That's got to do with everything, because essentially Pluto gets sunlight, but Australia can't get sunlight when the sun is over Chile.
No, Pluto is a luminary. It's a light in the sky.
Oh, so Pluto is just a light bulb then?
I didn't say light bulb. It's observably a light in the sky. It's a luminary.
It's cyclone.
Just like the sun, moon, and stars.
Well, there's okay. So
just what for a sec? Why are you in this server, English Hub?
Who? Me?
You sound to speak English very well. Yeah. Are you a teacher here? You a tutor?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay. Why are you here then?
I don't know, just to talk to people, really. That's it.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. So, okay, so you said that...
Oh, hold on. AG, you were saying you were posting something in the chat?
Yeah, I posted something related to what you were saying. Has to do with the sun.
Okay.
He made a claim related to how far away it is. And I was just posting a very interesting observation from Africa.
Okay, do you want to explain what's being observed in the image, or
Which one?
The sun, basically, I would say that the sun doesn't set. It fades off into the distance after it travels a certain amount of space between you and it. Sorry about the background noise.
okay? So he's showing the sun moving off into the distance, appearing to
I was
decrease
just
in
trying to
angular
yes
size.
and what you were saying, man. I'm not trying to take the mic or anything. But back to you.
No. That's good. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Because this might be an observation. This isn't necessarily an observation that everyone has of the sun, depending on where they live and what the general air conditions are like. But if you're somewhere particularly dry, you could see the sun move like this, and that doesn't seem to be setting around the curve of a ball.
Okay. Could I ask you how the system in the night works in this model of the flat
Not
Earth?
really, because I'm not making really any claims about the luminaries. We can't go up there and test them, pull them apart, figure out their mechanisms. We can only observe what they appear to do above this flat, motionless plane we're on.
Okay, so do you know the canal between the Russia and the Alaska, right?
Your mic's a little bit muffled. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Do you know the canal between the Russia and Alaska?
The what between Russia and what?
The channel.
Oh, channel.
Channel. Yes.
Okay.
The Bering Strait? Is that what you're talking about? The Bering Strait?
Yeah. Bering.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if Earth will be flat, we wouldn't put a direct straight line in the Alaska and the Russia,
Yeah, you could shoot, if you had like a powerful laser, you mean? You could shoot a laser from one side to the other. Yeah. Well, depends on exactly what distance you're talking about, but yeah, in general, you're right. A laser is a good tool to use to see whether or not there's curvature or whether it's flat. And this is what a lot of people have done, and they've only shown that it's flat using lasers.
How?
Can someone post in the side chat some videos of the laser test? It's easier you can just watch these videos and you can see people are standing on, say, one side of a lake and shooting a laser to the other and taking the globe math and comparing how far they should be able to shoot the laser. And they find that they can shoot it much further because there's no obstruction due to the curve, because there's no curve. But someone can post in the side chat. We've got videos of this, so you can have a look.
Yeah, I'll find some.
And we would recommend that you go out, you don't necessarily have to do a laser test, but you can do long distance observations. Just test how far across the surface you can see.
I'll do it. I'll do it, okay? You know what I'm gonna do? I'll go, okay, you know what? Let's make an experiment. Where you live? Where do you live right now?
Well, your experiment shouldn't matter where I live.
No,
I'm in Scotland.
Like Scotland, right? So, is it dark outside or is it sunny?
Yeah, it's nighttime.
Nighttime, right? So, I want you to look at the moon, okay? Do you see the moon? Like, if you look at the moon, can you see the moon?
Not at the moment, but let's imagine. I can imagine
let's
seeing
imagine
the moon.
Yeah. So, you know how moon looks, right? Like, it's the
Yes,
half of the
I'm familiar
moon.
with the moon.
Yeah, it's half of the moon you can see and half of the dark side, right? So, why is the half of the moon is dark and half of it you can see the sun?
Well, do you remember I said earlier that I wasn't making claims about the luminaries because we can't test them? We can't pull them apart. We can't go to them.
Yeah.
We can't test their mechanisms. So my argument was about the lasers on the surface measuring flat, remember? Not the moon. That's not my argument.
Yeah.
So the moon doesn't tell you that you live on a spinning ball. It just tells you that you have a moon
but-
above you.
Okay, but if you have a moon that is a flat, you should have a like
I'm not making a
base of
claim
the
about what the
universe.
moon
You
is.
should if world is flat, then you should have an like the base. World needs to be base of the universe because you can't just put a moon on top and.
That's funny you say that, because some people do say, some people do describe the Earth as the floor of the universe, with everything else above you.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. Can you explain to me lunar eclipses?
What do you mean explain them?
So the Earth is flat, and in this scenario, if the sun and the moon both are on the top, but still somehow the sun casts a shadow on the sun casts Earth's shadow on the moon, and still somehow.
Well, see, the problem.
Around.
See, the mistake you're making there is to assume that it's Earth's shadow on the moon. You don't actually have any evidence that that's the case.
What else's shadow would it be, dare I ask?
Well, it could be its own light doing its own thing, and its own light has phases of it. It doesn't necessarily
I'm really
require
sorry.
the shadow of another object.
Could you repeat the last thing you said? Could you just? I didn't quite catch that.
Well, the moon on a flat Earth doesn't have to be a spinning ball of rock having a shadow cast onto it. It could be
I heard you say
a million
that
other
maybe
things.
light isn't doing its thing.
Yeah, it's a luminary. It is its own light. It's not reflecting or having
How
shadows
does it
cast
have its
onto
own
it.
light? It's not a light bulb. We can say that it reflects the sun's light. It's not a rotating
What is
ball
the
of
moon?
stars.
What is the moon? What is the moon?
It's a satellite.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means that it's a small planetary object. That it is a small
planetary object.
heavenly object.
Heavenly object. So what's it made of? How far away is it? How did it get there? Do you know any of this?
Well, not by the figures, no. But I know that moon is made out of, well, I could say matter, but that wouldn't be, specific enough. But
no, it wouldn't.
Here's the thing:
because you have to make a specific claim about it being a ball a certain distance away that's spinning and that's having Earth's shadow cast upon it. That's your claim, but you don't have any evidence for that claim.
And the counter evidence to my claim is that light is not doing its thing.
I don't need to make counter. I don't even need to make a counter, because if you've got a baseless claim, it can just be dismissed.
Okay, so I will ask you, how does the moon glow? Because we know this, that the moon does.
You claiming the moon is a globe? Oh wait,
No,
what did you
how
say?
does the
Glow or
moon
globe?
glow? How does the
moon glow? Well, how would you verify that?
How do you mean? How would I verify that?
How would you ascertain an answer to your own question? If you could imagine a way to do it, how would you do it?
But that it reflects off the sun's light.
Okay, well that's just a claim again. How would you verify that's the cause, or that's what's happening?
How would I verify that the moon, it reflects off the sun's light?
Yeah, and then it's a spinning ball of rock. You couldn't verify it, could you?
Well, the one thing is that the moon is tidally locked, so we see only one face of the moon.
You don't know that either. Well, you do know that you only see a circular face, one circular face of the moon.
Yes, we see one circular face of the moon.
Yeah, so you don't know that it's a spinning ball that has another side to it. You've never seen that.
No. A spinning ball is not the topic. Now I have to prove that it's reflecting off the sun's light. So
if you'd like to try, please feel free.
Yeah, I could like to try to give the example that usually what happens in space, as you see in nebulae and everything, unless something is really hot, it doesn't begin to glow. And since the moon isn't made out of gas, it's not made out of plasma, it's made out of matter and rock.
No, you don't know what it's made out of. This is you just making claims again. Remember, this is the thing you're trying to prove. You've just restated it as a claim. without any proof.
It has visible craters on it. You know what
Okay,
craters?
has maybe to you what look like craters. Okay, so how would you go and verify that those are craters on a 3D rock ball having sunlight cast onto them?
No, I'm not even arguing whether it's a ball or not.
You are. Your whole argument requires it to be a ball. It has to be the globe story. You're arguing for the globe story of the moon, are you
I'm
not?
arguing for the Earth being the globe right now. I'm not.
No, you're not. You're talking about the moon. Okay, but I'm glad you're saying you're going to go back to the Earth, because that's actually what we're talking about. The moon is completely non sequitur, and you have no idea about it. So how do you prove that the Earth is a ball? Let's do that.
Can I prove that the Earth is a ball? Okay.
Yeah.
The moon. We know that.
No, not the moon. The Earth. The Earth. The ground beneath your feet. We want you to prove that that's a ball.
Yes. Could you maybe listen?
No, because if you're going to say just look at the moon, assume it's a ball, and then assume that the ground you stand on is a ball,
again,
that's not evidence.
You're countering.
Okay, well, if you're not going to do that, go ahead.
Okay, so essentially, what the point I would have made is that if you are, let's say, in Canada and you look at this moon, then you see this planar face. Let's call it a planar face, all right? And it's the same face for everyone. But now, when you go and you see this planar face from Buenos Aires, it is that same image from Ontario, Canada, but it is flipped along the x-axis.
I thought you were going to be proving that the Earth is a ball.
Yes,
okay.
I am.
When are you going to do that?
I just did, because if you're looking...
No, you're talking about the moon. You understand that the moon is not the Earth, yeah?
And do you understand that if you do actually go and step outside, you would be able to, observe this?
Yeah, observe a flat, motionless Earth, yes. We're aware of that. But you're claiming that observably flat, motionless Earth is actually a spinning ball. That's what we're looking for evidence for. You haven't given us any. You're talking about the moon right now, a light in the sky. So no, you don't get to just beg the question and say, oh, I see the moon appear differently here, so I'm going to assume I'm on a giant spinning ball and I've walked to the other side, so I'm now upside down to my original position. No.
Okay, no,
it's not about me explaining, dude. It's about you, remember, saying you were going to prove that the Earth is a ball. Could you provide some evidence for that?
The Earth is a ball, and you're saying that I'm begging the question.
No. Yeah, you are. Okay, so why does the moon appear to be upside down from another position on Earth?
Because it's along the middle, and then when we see it from the top, we see the top part being emphasized. When we see it from the bottom, we see the bottom part being emphasized.
So why is the moon appearing to be upside down?
Because when we see it from the top...
The top of what?
The top part of the Earth, essentially. The northern hemisphere.
Which is what shape in this imagination scenario?
Oblate spheroid.
Oh, okay, yes. So you've already got your conclusion baked into your premise. That's called begging the question. It's a logical fallacy. Yes, it is. All right, so do this without assuming that the Earth is a ball already.
It's impossible to do it, because then it would contradict...
Well, there you go. So you have to beg the question. No. See, in this example, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball. I'm asking you for evidence that it is a ball. Could you not do that? Could you know how begging the question works?
No, because this is...
Do you know how baseless claims work? Because this is what you're doing. So you've just agreed that you were assuming the globe in your argument there. You were assuming the globe.
No, I came to the conclusion.
You were at the top of the ball, and then you were at the bottom of the ball. That was your assumption, wasn't it?
No, my first assumption was that...
You just said it. You said you were at the top of an oblate spheroid. You just said it.
Conclusion. That was my conclusion.
That's your assumption. That's your assumption for why you're observing it.
When you're looking at it from Ontario, it looks...
You're at one side of a ball. You're already assuming that you're on a ball.
That was my conclusion.
So you're not assuming... So you're not... Okay, so you're not on a ball. No, it's in your premise, dude, and your conclusion. That's the whole point.
It is. My assertion does not involve a ball.
Yes, it does, because you said you see it appear to flip upside down because you've moved from one side of an oblate spheroid, is what you said, to another. That's what you said.
Yes, and that is the conclusion.
That's
that
your
because we have
premise.
flipped,
No.
because we have flipped, that's
You're
why.
saying
If we are in a flat Earth,
okay, let me put it this way. So you're saying it would be like if the Earth is a ball, then I'll see the moon look like this from here, and it'll look like this from here. I see the moon look like this from here and this from here, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's your argument?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a begging the question
and
fallacy.
another part of this argument is that this premise would be
That's a
impossible
fallacy,
if
dude.
the Earth is
That's a
not
fallacy.
It's
Yes,
not a
I just
Because this
formulated a textbook begging the question fallacy. Dude. Don't just try and talk through
The
me.
reason
Don't just try and talk through me.
I
dude.
have the best explanation. The
dude,
reason why the Earth.
Stop, dude, stop.
I have just one thing to say.
No,
The
you
reason
can
why
wait
the
a minute.
Earth is
We're in the middle of a
flat.
conversation, dude. So you just wait. So I just formulated that argument as a begging the question fallacy, and you agreed with it. So yes, as a begging the question fallacy.
This observation is impossible if the Earth is flat, because the
Well, let's see, Cyclone.
Cool story, dude.
Can I help him with this one real quick?
Sure,
Yes,
please
sure.
try.
Okay, so Humpty, let's take a simple way that we can prove that this does not dictate the surface that you're standing on. Get a piece of paper out and draw a big 6 on it.
Yes.
And then I want you to tape that 6 to your ceiling. And I want you to go to one end of the room where you see the 6 look like a 6. Then I want you to go to the opposite side of the room and look up at it, and it's going to become a 9. In any of that scenario, did the floor start curving on you, or is your floor still flat?
It is still flat. But the thing is that
Okay. So seeing something that is upside down from one angle to another, according to your idea of what upside down is, does not dictate the shape of the surface that you're standing on, does it?
6 and this paper containing the 6 cannot remain static in the sky. It has to move.
Okay, so put it on a moving ceiling. Does that change the shape of your floor?
Putting it on a moving ceiling, does that change the shape of my floor? Okay,
Yep.
that's an interesting way to view it.
Yeah, so there goes the assumption that you need a ball to have this kind of observation in the first place. So we still haven't got anywhere near proving that the Earth is a ball. You've just been speculating on the moon for 20 minutes. So does anyone have any evidence that the Earth
So
is a
if I
ball?
do look at it from this flat perspective, so yes, if I'm looking at it from the top and the bottom, then it would look like. Let me just think this through. 6, 9.
Dude, just put yourself on mute and think about it. We can open it up to the rest of the room.
This would flip its axis. But now the thing is that since the ceiling is a moving ceiling that we have established, now how does this move?
We don't require to evidence why it moves. It's sufficient to show that if it was moving, you could have the same observation, so it doesn't mean you live on a ball.
Okay,
So do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball yet? You found
I'll ask you
any?
this question. How does the ceiling move then? How does this move?
We don't make claims to that, friend. No one here is making a claim about that.
I already explained this multiple times. We're not making claims
I'll
about
make
it.
a claim. I'll make a claim to this.
It
You've
doesn't
already,
matter.
no. We don't care. We know what your claims are, dude. We know what the claims are. What we're interested in is evidence that the Earth is a ball. You understand that?
Yep.
We don't care if you can repeat the stories about the lights in the sky. We know the stories. We want evidence that the ground, not the sky, the ground is a curving, spinning ball. Could you please provide something that involves the ground?
If something is static in the sky, then
Dude,
it cannot remain.
did you just listen to what I said at all?
No, because it's irrelevant. because
Okay,
I'm not-
well then put yourself on mute. We'll speak to someone who isn't just going to be rude.
I'm not being rude. I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're ignoring the conversation.
I'm not because.
Yes, you are. You're repeatedly going to this non sequitur that you want to stay on because you know you don't have anything for the Earth being a ball, and it's annoying. You're not even being honest.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already listened, dude. We've heard all your stories.
Well, you don't know if you've heard all my stories.
Yeah, I've heard all your stories. It's the same stories that every
Now
other
you're
globe
being
believer
rude.
gives us
Now
with
what about
absolutely
that?
no evidence.
Now here's the thing.
Dude,
If
dude,
something,
no, you're not going to talk about the sky. We've spoken about the
Come on.
sky. If you want to keep talking, we'll be talking about the Earth. Yeah? That's what the channel is. It's about the Earth.
Have you studied physics in your life ever, to the most basic level?
Well, what element of physics do you think proves you live on a spinning space ball?
Gravity.
Okay, what does define that term?
I don't know. Open a physics textbook for the definition.
Well, no, it's your claim, isn't it? So you need to define it. So this is the thing that proves the Earth's a ball to you, but you don't know what it
I'll
is.
define it. I'll define it. Okay,
Okay.
G m1 m2 by r squared. There you go. That's gravity.
That's not a
universally
definition, that's
attractive
the
force.
equation.
That is a definition. That is a mathematical.
No, that's not a definition.
Very much.
Is that what it just says? If you look up gravity in the dictionary, that's what it says?
Yes, in the scientific theories.
Okay, show me the dictionary where it just says that formula for a definition of gravity.
Well, no, if you would have heard
Yeah,
what I
dude,
said.
stop bullshitting. Stop
I'm
bullshitting.
not
Okay,
bullshitting,
so
you're not
you are bullshitting. What's a definition? What's a
fingers in your ear.
definition? Do you know what a definition is of a word?
What
Do
is
you know what a
gravity?
definition is? Yeah, go and look up your own
Fundamental
argument.
interaction, which is what I said. One of the fundamental
No,
forces.
you didn't say a fundamental
which is what
interaction.
I said, and mutual attraction between all particles. There you go. You have
Yeah, none of that. Yeah, none of that was what you said.
Do you? Okay, repeat what I said then, since you are so good at listening.
Yeah, you quoted a formula first, which had no words in it, and then you just told us the actual definition that you found, which obviously
do
didn't
agree?
have anything that you
I
said
did say
before.
something in between. I said that it's an attractive force. It's a fundamentally attractive force.
So are you talking about Newtonian gravity?
Yes.
Okay, you're aware that that's been out of date for over 100 years?
It still explains systems.
It still explains systems, even though
Yes.
it was superseded 100 years ago.
By what? Go ahead.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
You heard of a guy? Okay. So let's just. So gravity isn't going to be a good argument for you then, since you don't know the current concept, which is Einstein's gravity. You know Einstein?
Okay. Could you please educate me on that?
Well, he says it's not a force, for starters. He says it's the consequence of an uneven distribution of mass caused by the bending and warping of space-time.
Mm-hmm. And
you agree with that?
Yes, I have heard this before, yes.
Do you believe it's true?
Yes, I do.
Wow, so you didn't even know what it is, but just as I said that sentence, you now believe it's true.
No, because I've heard about this before.
Oh, so because you vaguely heard about it, you believe it's true?
Yeah.
Is that how you go by accepting your beliefs? You just vaguely hear
No,
about
not
things
really,
and you just
because
believe it?
again, I could start a ramble and I could ask you to define vaguely.
Yeah, you could try and non sequitur off the point, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear that's not a good foundation for your belief, just to have vaguely heard the terms and say,
So if
I believe
say
it.
that a static object cannot stay in equilibrium in a system where there are attractive forces at play.
I don't know. Well, your argument was that gravity, this is what proves that the Earth is a spinning ball, wasn't it? So how you need to go from Einstein's bending and warping of space-time concept that he imagined to somehow making the ground outside a spinning ball. How are you going to make that leap?
Okay, so essentially, it is basically one of those analogies where you put a big marble on a mat, isn't it? And the mat bends around, and that explains gravity.
Say that again.
It's one of those analogies. This what
An
I've
analogy.
heard about it.
I thought you were saying this was reality.
You could cherry pick words, and
No. It's a very clear distinction. You're saying gravity, this word that you didn't actually know what it currently meant, proves that the Earth is a spinning ball. And now I'm asking you how you're going to get from the concept. Hold on, dude. Hold on, dude. Hold on, dude. I'm in the middle of talking. Now you need to go from the Einstein's concept of space-time bending and warping into the ground outside in reality being curved and in motion. So you tell us how you get there, and you're just saying, well, imagine we put a marble on a mat.
Yes, and then this mat represents space-time, and then it would curve space-time around it, and then things.
Right. Does space-time actually exist, though?
That has nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Right. So your argument about gravity has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or a globe, then?
So let me get this straight. First, you asked me to argue on the Einstein's gravity.
Well, no,
Okay,
because you said gravity, so that's what it would be in your globe belief. So I was correcting you. I was just making sure you're arguing the right pseudoscience.
Right. So first, to please Your Highness, I must converse with you on the Einsteinic sense of gravity. Then that involves bending of space-time. Now we come to a point that whether space-time exists.
Yes. Is that real?
I don't have information on that.
Okay, so if you well then in that case, why would it be proof that you live on a spinning space ball if you don't even know that that's real?
Because we could take attractive forces as observation.
Right, but you're claiming a space-time mat somewhere, and that's apparently the causal mechanism for you, not your attractive forces. But you say you don't know if it's real or not. So how is that getting us anywhere? We go outside, and the Earth is flat and motionless to every human being on Earth. But because of this concept that we don't know if it's real or not, we should assume it's not what it looks like. But hey, if you want to keep talking physics, we're all about it. We like physics.
The best thing about physics is that you can do physical things to prove whether or not there's a cause and effect relationship. But with space-time, it's really difficult because it turns out that space-time is not physical or material. Bummer.
Yeah, which is going to make it hard to bend and warp, since those are physical attributes. So if we metaphysically bend and warp an imaginary concept, we can believe we live on a giant spinning ball. Makes sense.
Also begs the question, because apparently the marble on the mat is already a ball.
All right. Anything else? Any more questions? Have you seen the curvature of the Earth? That's what we're asking today. Have you seen it? Was it good? Who's that guy we were just talking to? Is he left? Still here?
His name was Humpty something or other, and I think you very much scared him away.
That's a shame.
Yep.
It's just like putting balls on a trampoline. And then they all smash into each other. That's what's coming, guys. The trampolines have spoken. Who we got in the chat? Damien? What's up, Damien? Hacken? What's up, Hacken? That's the only two new names I see. You guys got any questions? Comments?
Hey, I'm trying to understanding
Understand?
properly.
Okay.
Understand properly, yeah.
Well, we can explain it very simply, if you'd like.
I am into physics and astronomy, cosmology,
Mm-hmm.
but
What about the Earth? You into the Earth?
I know that that's a ball.
How do you know that it's a ball?
We can explain it by Pythagoras, you know.
But that would be assuming in calculation. How do you prove that it is a ball in reality?
How to explain it?
Because we don't experience the Earth to be a ball. Do you agree? We experience it to be flat and motionless. When you go outside?
We are flying some kilometers from the Earth by airplanes, and we see the horizon.
Yes, the horizon is horizontal, even from a plane. It's flat.
So you believe you?
No, we see.
The Earth is a flat for you.
We observe. We see. We measure.
How do you
Yes,
measure
it's
it?
flat. Ooh.
How do you measure it?
Turn your mic down, friend.
Yes, but answer my question also.
Oh, Kiri. But no, we're in the middle of a conversation with a new guy, Kiri, so you'll have to wait. This has been explained to you many times, though, remember?
Yeah, but I'll mute myself. But can you answer the question?
Someone posted some of the laser tests in the text channel earlier. So scroll up and watch some of the videos of the laser tests that people are doing.
So that would answer my question. How do you measure?
There you go.
Yes,
Go and watch those videos. Pop yourself on mute. So where were we, Damien? We observe and experience and measure the Earth to be flat, the horizon to be flat. But you're saying it's curved, so we need evidence for that. What's the evidence?
First of all, we made a science to research our environment. So if we use Discord and now we talk each other, we believe the science works.
No. That's technology. That's technology.
Yeah, but technology.
It doesn't relate to the Earth. No, the use of Discord does not require a globe Earth.
No, it's just correlation or something like this.
No, there's no correlation. They're different things. What we need is like a measurement of the curvature or a measurement of the ground spinning. Because you're saying it's a spinning ball, yes? So this is geometry. So could you prove that the surface is curved or spinning? You have to prove both, but let's try one at a time. So do you know anyone who's measured curvature? What about motion? Other than an earthquake or something? What do you think?
I don't know how to explain it in English.
Well, you can take your time. You can read through it and then figure out how to say it, or you can ask us to help. You even just need to get a name or a method. Doesn't have to be a long explanation. Can just be this guy on this date performed this measurement using these tools. Simple, yeah? Or you could send the link to what it is you're reading.
We asked my question in the chat. If you want to answer, that would be nice. Thank you very much.
What did you say? But how do you measure it, though? Lasers and satellites, right? Well, I don't think anyone mentioned satellites. Did you watch the laser video?
I watched it, but still, again,
Okay, what did you observe?
For the fifth time, how do you measure?
What was the video about?
How do you measure distance?
So what does the video? What did they do in the video?
Okay, so I'm asking for tools of measurements. What are the tools of measurement?
What did they use? What did they
and
use
you
in the
are
video?
referring to. Hear me out. You are referring to a video. There's no
Yeah, what did they do in the video?
I'm
You said
asking
you
a
watched
question,
the
a
video.
simple question.
You said
How
you
do you
watched
measure?
the video.
How do you
Kiri.
measure distance?
Kiri, you said you watched the video. Why are you spiraling? So what did they do in the video?
They're using like common tools where we can actually see.
What tools?
No, you tell me.
You said you watched it.
No, I'm not answering that question.
You're just lying. Yeah. See, I don't know why you're so upset, Kiri. Is this because you got flat smacked around like 3 days straight, and now this is what you're doing? Well, watch the video, and when you can discuss it, we can talk.
Damn, what a scumbag. Flat out lie. Like,
Yeah.
blatant. Holy shit.
That's what they do sometimes. And you know, Kiri, even that alone should be making you think, like, why do if I'm on the position of truth with the globe, why is it that I have to resort to blatant, childish lying when I'm discussing the topic? Seems like a contradiction. How you getting on, Damien? Found anything?
I find Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Yes. What did he do?
He proved it by.
What did he prove?
He proved just the. Wait. One word. Circuit. So no, it's the wrong way, I think.
What have you just read? What are you thinking? He didn't prove that the Earth's a ball?
I think not.
Correct.
But
good for you, Damien. You're quick.
Yeah.
I'm saying good for you.
But I think the ability to travel around the world and return from the starting point can evidence of this spherical shape.
Well, sure, you could go around a ball, but could you also not go around on a flat surface? Just in a circle? Like if you go around your house, you didn't need to go around a ball, did you? So yeah, you can travel around on a flat surface, no problem. Do you agree? Disagree?
I don't know, but it's possible. But
yeah, it's possible to draw a circle on a flat piece of paper, isn't it?
Yeah, if the ground is not 2D.
Yeah, not 2D, it's topographical. It's got hills and valleys, but you can still travel around it. You can still travel in a circle on a flat topographical plane. And I'm not saying that proves that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying it wouldn't prove whether it's a ball or flat. It could work on both.
Hello, hello. Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
How are
Have
you
you come
today?
to... Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How about
Very
you?
good. Very well, thank you. We're talking about the Earth and whether it's a ball or not. Do you think it's a ball? You okay?
Your microphone's really low, man.
Yes.
Very hard to hear you.
Yeah, you're not very audible. Maybe it's for the best.
Maybe.
Have you seen the curvature of the Earth? New guy? I'll assume that as a no. Okay. Just a flat Earth then. Who's Kazuya? Why is he muted?
I can unmute him and we can find out. You already did.
Kazuya? What's up, you there? Kazuya, your mic's open if you want to talk. Alright, well keep an eye on him. Well, I won't mute him unless we get some background noise. Earth has joined the chat, apparently, although it looks a lot like a cartoon. What's up, Earth?
Blue Marble 2.0.
That looks more like Durf. Durf, are you impersonating as the Earth? Again.
Rob Simmons called. He wants his artwork back.
Come on, Earth. With a name and profile pic like that, we know you want to get involved. Is that Hyrixa? Hyxera, however you say that. Welcome. Elias, what's up?
Hey, what are you discussing here?
Keep going.
We're asking if anyone has any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, like the ground beneath our feet.
Yes, I have a piece of evidence actually.
Okay.
You can go on YouTube, and I'll find you a video. Hold on.
Great. Now, will we be able to verify that this video is real? Because you understand, it's not very difficult to make fake videos nowadays.
No, of course you will look at it and you'll just immediately know that it's real.
Oh, right. So you're just accepting it on face value?
Come on, man. You will see what I'm talking about here.
All right. Well, then you can walk us through your verification method. I think you just did, right? You just watch it and then you go, cool, and believe it, right?
Place on Earth where sun never sets. That's the proof, basically, that the Earth.
The sun
is
never
round.
sets.
Yeah.
I thought it was a video of the Earth being a ball. I thought you said it was of Earth being a ball.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's the
Oh, but that's what we were looking. That's what we asked for the proof of, that the Earth is a ball. Remember?
That's the proof of that the Earth is a ball. Because if it wasn't a ball, the sun would eventually set somewhere.
Oh, so this video affirms the consequence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you make that a logical argument? Could you phrase that into a logical argument for the globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Put that into a logical syllogism.
How about this? Maybe I'll help you out. You don't have to use mine, but if the Earth is a ball, the sun will never set in this location. The sun never sets in this location, therefore the Earth is a ball. Is that kind of what you were going for?
Yeah, I thought that was not enough.
No, that's called affirming the consequent. It's logically unsound. It doesn't even make sense.
It makes perfect
It's circular
sense.
reasoning. No, it's circular reasoning. See, because the Earth actually needs to be proven to be a ball. Otherwise, you're begging the question of the ball and saying that this is one of the consequences of the Earth being a ball, and that's why it is a ball. It's actually just affirming the consequent. It's a formological fallacy.
No. It makes perfect sense. Just give me a second.
Well, to you it does, because I think you've been trained for the most of your life to just affirm the consequent with these types of things.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't think
famous
you even know how it
training. They
makes sense,
trained that
to be
in
honest.
school, right?
Right, so you've been trained to have bad logic, and now you're applying that bad logic with this particular observation.
Yeah, that's a textbook logical fallacy, bro. Not an argument. So, because what you're really just observing is the sun moving in the sky above a flat, motionless Earth, and then you're imagining it's a ball. But we need some measurements, some evidence that it is actually a ball. Don't just assume it. So, have you got any of that? Got any measurements of the ground being a spinning ball?
Just give
can
me
be
a
an open
second.
question.
Just give me a second here.
He's checking the filing cabinet. Is it in here? Is this where the globe proof is? Why didn't they teach me this at school? Why am I only finding this out now? As I'm mid-argument. All right, well, while you're getting it together, do we have anyone else wants to offer some globe evidence? What's up?
Oh my god.
Okay, listen. I got an explanation for you. Listen. So, it is gonna be long. So tell me, are you ready to listen for me for about a
No,
minute?
be concise, dude. Well, be concise, dude. It doesn't. If it requires a minute or two of just like rambling, that means it's not evidence. Be really succinct. But try. Go ahead.
I'm ready to give you an evidence here. I'm ready to
Okay. Let's
explain.
hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So this is not something that came out of my mind, yeah, but it's logic that you wanted. Here's the logic. Listen. The phenomenon of sun never setting in certain places on Earth, such as the Arctic Circle during the polar day, provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. Here's the explanation. The sun never sets in regions like the Arctic Circle during summer months due to the Earth's axial tilt of approximately 23 degrees. This tilt causes the North Pole to be continuously oriented toward the sun for about 6 months, resulting in 24-hour daylight in areas within the Arctic Circle. This is known as the midnight sun.
Okay, can I just jump in at this bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
So now you'll need to provide not only evidence that the ground is a ball, but also that it's tilted. So who's measured the ground to be tilted?
Tilted, yes, tilted.
Hey, you don't ask these kind of questions to everything, do you? Why you
Yeah.
this?
If you make a claim, such as the Earth is tilted, then you'll be asked to provide evidence. Dude, stop doing that.
I'm gonna
Put yourself on mute. So if you make a claim, hold on. I'm just clarifying. This is how it works here.
Yes.
If you make a claim, such as the Earth is tilted or a ball, then you will have to provide evidence for that claim. That's how it works. So now you just added another claim that the Earth is tilted. So we need some evidence for that now.
Listen, man, listen.
No, dude, don't interrupt. We'll get to you in a minute.
I don't have
This guy's
anything
on
to
his point.
say.
Okay, fine. All right, new dude, you're up. What's your
go there.
evidence? Yeah, what's your evidence?
It's not an evidence. I want to know your opinion on it.
Well, during a lunar eclipse, if you know what I'm talking about, solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, you can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon's surface, and you could see it as a curvature that would fit the sphere. If the Earth is flat and it somehow had its shadow on the moon, it would have been straight, wouldn't it be? Like,
two questions. Two questions. One, how do you know that the darkening, the eclipse that we observe, is the Earth's shadow on the moon? How do you know that's the case? And two, have you ever heard of the Selenelian eclipse?
The what in the eclipse?
It's called the Selenelian eclipse. Someone can post it in the chat, but it's basically someone will send it and you can look into it. It debunks the eclipse being the Earth's shadow. Geometrically, doesn't work because they have to be in a straight line for the Earth to be casting a shadow onto the moon. They have to be in what they call syzygy. But in the Selenelian eclipse, both the moon and the sun are observed above the observer's horizon at the same time, and the eclipse occurs on the moon from the top down. So geometrically, you can't have the Earth's shadow coming up between them when both the sun and the moon are visible above at the same time. So whatever it is being caused, it's not the Earth's shadow, a ball Earth shadow. The eclipse just occurs. The moon is its own light source, if you ask me. And it has its own phases. It does its own thing, and the eclipses occur as they do. I don't know what the actual mechanism is. You can speculate, but you can't prove it. But we can be fairly confident that it's not the shadow of the Earth, because the Selenelian eclipse debunks that geometry.
Oh, okay. So, all right. The argument here is that there's no way to prove that it's the Earth shadow. But
well, that's one point. That's one point. Yeah, but we can also directly disprove the globe claim with the Selenelian.
Did someone send it in the chat yet? Oh, I can see it. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, we're not generally making claims about what the sun, moon, and stars are doing. But whatever they're doing it above a flat, motionless Earth.
Oh, I see. All right. But so the claim is, let's call it the claim. The claim is that, like, if the Earth was round, we shouldn't be able to see both at once, right? Like the sun and moon. The sun and moon.
Well, they have to be in alignment for that to occur. They have to be in a straight line with each other.
All right.
Sun,
So
then
both
moon,
can be seen
then
on
Earth,
the horizon. So that's kind of proves that Earth is flat. Is that basically the claim?
No.
Just
no, not saying that. It doesn't prove one thing or another. It just proves that that story that you got told isn't true.
Isn't true.
Yeah. About it being the Earth's shadow.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that whole solar system, space concept that we're shown on TV and in textbooks, that doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
But would you say you have enough expertise to make that claim? Like, as if you haven't, have you studied
you don't need an advanced degree. You just need to understand gas pressure and how it works.
Do
you know what gas pressure is?
Yes, I'm an oil and gas engineer. I know what gas pressure is.
Right, okay, perfect. So gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. As an oil and gas engineer, you'll know full well pressure-containing vessels require a vessel, yeah? And then the gas will press off of that. So if I were to ask you to give me gas pressure without a vessel, Could you do that?
Well, let me just translate with a vessel. Sorry.
I didn't hear what you said there.
Oh, let me vessel. I just need to translate it. Sorry. That's all.
Container.
Okay, a gas without a container.
Yeah, so gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So when it presses against the pipe, the tubing, the container, right? And so for it to be pressure, it needs to be pressing against a physical container.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And that's the easiest way to explain it. It's association, like associated with a container.
And you wouldn't be able to. Hold on. Let me just get to a conclusion.
Yeah, wait. Let me just explain. Let me just tell you one thing that I'm not trying to argue here. Get me? I'm not trying to say one's right, one's wrong. Just trying to know your opinion on it. There's no negativity in what I'm saying.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. No, I get that. I appreciate it. You're being chill. It's it's good to meet you. But I'm just because you're an oil and gas engineer, you will understand this perfectly. You can't have gas pressure without the container. If the container's not there, the gas will just expand into the available space. High pressure flows to low pressure. Entropy. Yeah?
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Okay, so the air that we breathe here on Earth is a pressurized gas at around 14 psi at sea level. Yeah?
Yeah, go on.
So in order for that to be a pressurized gas that we're breathing, it must be pressing against a container.
Okay. All right.
Meaning we're not in this vacuum of space in an open system adjacent to the vacuum. We're in a contained system, a closed system.
Okay.
Yeah, like a terrarium. Don't know if you've ever heard of a terrarium.
Terrarium, yeah.
Yeah, look into those. That's a sealed container. You put in the earth, the dirt, you put in some water, and it generates its own water and gas cycle, just like we have here on Earth in a contained system. So the whole space story that we've got isn't true. It's a violation of natural law. They're saying this high pressure on Earth isn't flowing into the low pressure of space, when we know high pressure flows to low pressure. And the only way you can stop it is to contain it.
All right. Yeah. Well. Can I speak now? Is it okay?
Yeah.
I'll tell you my idea of it. I mean, that's what we've been taught. You know, oil and gas pressure is disgustingly important in transportation during the pipeline. But the idea of gas pressure and its association with the vessel, a container, right? We use a container as in it's a very easy way to explain what a gas pressure is, but
it's the only way to achieve gas pressure.
But the gas pressure is pretty much the result of gas molecules, basically gas, colliding with the surface, right? And we use a
container surface.
Yeah.
Yes.
A container is a surface, but gas can also exist like without a physical vessel. As you said, yes, air pressure.
The gas could exist, but the pressure couldn't, because it would have to press. It needs to
gas
press.
Pressure, air pressure.
Yeah, so that wouldn't. So that would require a surface, like you've just described.
The thing is, as you said, 14.7 psi or 100 kilopascal is the air pressure at sea level, and this pressure exists. Pressure. Molecules collide, creating pressure.
They press against the container. They can press against the
gravity,
container.
I mean, I'm telling you, the container here is a gravity, basically. Because,
no. Gravity is not a container.
Yeah, let me just finish my part real quick. There are examples of planets without gravity, right? Or with low gravity. I don't know, Mars, I guess. So in Mars particularly,
Nah, dude.
air
Because this is where you go into.
disperses into space. And
Nah,
in our idea, the solid container is the gravity. Gravity pulls air molecules downward.
No, that's not occurring. Air is moving omnidirectionally in all directions on the surface, including up. It's not being pulled down. So, and gravity is not a container. You can look up the definition for the word container, but
Gravity is
it
not a
means
container.
physical.
No,
Yeah,
it's not a
gravity is not a
solid,
container.
not a physical container. But
It's not.
the
It's
thing
a
is,
concept.
gravity pulls air molecules downward.
No, gravity's not a
Molecules
force, dude.
collide, creating pressure.
No, that's not occurring, dude.
That's how we have
And
air pressure without a solid container.
No, dude. Think about the application in reality that you're very familiar with as an oil and gas engineer. We deal with that. That's what we deal with. Reality. What occurs in reality, not what they've told us, and we can never demonstrate, and contradicts everything that we do experience in reality. Because in reality, high pressure flows to low pressure, and there's nothing you can do to stop that but contain it. You're telling us, no, you can do something else, but you can't demonstrate it. So that's just a belief. So the point is, we're in a contained system. That's how we know space isn't real.
Space isn't real. Okay.
Yeah, we're in a contained system.
Okay, I'll quickly finish what I was trying to say. So that's I'm trying to say again. That is what we've been taught. That's what we work with.
That's what we've been told, but it's not what you work with. What you work with is containers, practical reality. You might have been told something else, but you, as an educated man, should then go and say, all right, what is my proof for this claim? What experiment, what data have I been shown? What can I obtain? You need to go and find that evidence, because at the moment, it's just a claim.
All right, well, then I'll finish my claim then. If I need to paraphrase it. So, I'll go chronologically. Gravity pulls air molecules downwards, like down to the Earth.
Is that observed?
Without gravity, which acts as a container, without gravity air molecules would escape into space, right?
Right. Well, is you just said air's being pulled down to the floor? What's your evidence for that? Because as far as we can tell, air moves in all directions.
No, I mean, as in the planets that do not have gravitation.
But this is where you're just relying on the stories you've been told about these lights in the sky. You don't actually know any of this.
Gravity is not a force? Did someone say that?
Yes, the mainstream globe proponents say that it's not a force.
Okay. It's a fundamental
They
force.
say no, they say it's a consequence of the uneven distribution of mass caused by the bending and warping of space-time. That's what they say.
Okay.
That's Einstein. And that's just a fantasy concept. So no, this fantasy concept is not holding the air next to a vacuum and stopping it from equalizing. Only a physical container can do that.
All right.
It was nice talking to you, though. Go and think about it.
Stay blessed, man.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime.
Of course.
Well, I mean, you can feel free to carry on and ask questions, so unless someone else wants to ask a question or present some evidence.
It's kind of funny when folks think that we're saying something outlandish when we tell them that gravity's not a force, and that's just what the mainstream narrative says. We were just as surprised as you guys, honestly. But it is what it is. And welcome to whoever just joined in.
Yep. Well, hopefully someone can pick this up, because I'm going to go on mute and then dip off for the night. So good to hear y'all.
Yeah, good job, Cyclone. You were really doing well there. Covered so many things.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good job, mate. Thanks.
If anybody else has a question or comment about the flat Earth, feel free to speak up. I'm not sure who's new, but we've got VJHS, Shindemc, Kazuya, we already talked to maybe?
Welcome.
Hi, Zira, Cupid. Yeah, welcome everybody. Ilyas, did you have a question?
Who, me?
Another one? I mean, I just saw you were lighting up. I didn't know if you had another question or you're happy with your answers that you already got.
Oh, well, let's say so.
You happy?
Yeah, well, let's say so.
Okay.
Okay.
We can all agree to disagree, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. When the information's presented, like we don't expect anyone to change their mind right away. It's the kind of thing you need to look into, make up your own mind. Yep. So
Yeah.
we just like
So I
to have
would
the
say
conversation.
the truth itself is not an agree or disagree kind of thing. I mean, it is what it is, whether or not we agree with it.
Medicos is here. Welcome.
Feel free to ask questions. Don't be shy. Come on down. Cupid, do you think that flat's a shape?
Oh, I have a question real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, do we have anyone illustrate or anyone try to illustrate at least a map of it? Honestly, I would love to see it.
Cartoons of the Earth. Cartography is just cartoons of water and dirt.
All right, yeah, but did anyone
You don't live on a cartoon.
illustrate a map of a flat Earth?
There are tons of different maps, and none of them adequately represent Earth for what it is.
Yeah, no, none does because you cannot
Whether round,
put a round shape into a.
round, it doesn't matter. Like, is what I'm saying. None of them adequately show you what Earth is. They're all cartoons, man.
So there is no certain map you could rely on a.
I'm saying that regardless of worldview, this includes all of the globe versions of it. There, all these variants exist because none of them are an adequate representation. Each one serves a purpose that it was made for.
None of them are, yeah.
But they weren't created for everything. They were created for the purpose that they served.
Well, I believe none of them are because you cannot put a curve into a flat map. That's the thing. You cannot make a square. You cannot make a square out of a cube. Or I mean, of a certain.
Yo, Elias, where you from?
Sorry?
Where you from?
Oh, I'm from Kazakhstan.
All right.
Yeah, don't know how does that help?
It's kind of non sequitur.
Yeah, all right. No, it's totally okay.
Oh,
The Earth is round, guys. 100%.
What makes you say that? Who's claiming that? Oh, that's Ford Cop? Oh, Ford Cop! You're the one that put the lovely eclipse image cartoon in the chat earlier. Yeah, so what's your evidence of roundness, or, you know, what we would say you're talking about a sphere, right? That's what are you claiming a sphere, like a globe, like a ball shape? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's your evidence for that?
What's your evidence of it being narrow?
I didn't make the claim, did I? I don't know about narrow. Did you say narrow?
He said narrow. The globe is
Gosh.
a dome, and flat's not a shape.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're the
okay,
one who
flat.
just said the Earth is round, and then I clarified that you probably mean spherical, ball-shaped, or globe, since that's what people usually mean when they say round, because round would be, you know, more like just a circle, right? Like a disc or a pizza, which we don't claim, and now you're saying you don't claim it either, so we have something in common there, but yeah, we're not...
No, it's round. It's round.
Oh, it's round. Okay.
Yeah. With
So it's just
volume.
a circle. You don't
Yeah.
think it's a ball then? Do you think it's a ball or not?
Well, it's a round thing with volume. You know, you can call it a ball.
He means a sphere.
What makes you
clear.
think it's a
Trying to
sphere?
say it's a
Okay,
sphere.
so can you give me your evidence for that claim that you
What
just
makes
made?
you think it's flat?
I could tell you that, but I'm not the one who made the claim. I am saying that that claim is incorrect. So the evidence that I have would be disproving that claim, would be demonstrating that the geometry of a sphere requires a certain drop over distance, as well as a geometric horizon that would limit your vision of objects that were beyond the edge of the sphere, the leading edge, the curve, whatever you want to call it.
It's called horizon.
So that does, the horizon. So what is your understanding of a horizon?
What do you mean? What is my understanding? That the horizon, that I see the thing. It's a horizon. It's right there, out there.
Doesn't it look flat? Does it look flat to you?
It looks flat, yeah.
Yeah, so how do you go from that to thinking that you live on a ball?
Do you know ants know that when they are on the banana? Do you think they know they're on the banana? Or
Okay, so too big to see the curve, that's what you're saying. Yeah, so that's not actually the case. So if you could look in the side chat, I'll tag you in there. It's not too big. You would be able to measure this drop over distance. So since we were talking about the horizon, I'll start with an image of the horizon for you. So do you see at 43 minutes after the hour? And where is the horizon located in that picture in relation to the oil rigs?
what's the question?
Where is the horizon located in the image in relation to the oil rigs? Is it behind the oil rigs or in front of them or some other place?
Behind.
Yeah, it's behind. Yep, so that's what we're talking about here. The horizon is the disproof of the globe. The horizon is the counterexample. The location of the horizon is the counterexample that disproves the mathematical conjecture that we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That is not the case, because if we test the math that is claimed by this sphere, that's where the numbers from that image come from. And this is the mainstream claim. If you would look up Earth curvature calculator or any kind of curvature calculation that you would find from the mainstream claim, you would find that at an observer height of 8 feet, the maximum distance of the geometric horizon is 3.46 miles. Meaning that that's where your vision would be cut off, and the objects beyond that would be hidden behind the curve if it existed. But it doesn't. The horizon is routinely seen further than that, and in this particular image, it's seen more than 10 miles away. So,
Okay,
7
if you're
miles
correct.
further than it should be.
If you're correct, then if I see a horizon, that means there's nothing behind the horizon. So the horizon is the limit of the Earth.
No, we can go
there's
back to
nothing
talking about
behind
we can go back to talking about reality now if you're interested in that. No, in reality, the horizon is not a limit. It's an apparent location that is demonstrated to change throughout the day, and obviously the water's flat. Like, you understand that water is always going to lie flat in a container. So in the ocean, there's never a time that the water suddenly starts curving. It just keeps going and going and going. The only thing that's limiting what you're seeing are your natural limitations of human vision, or atmospheric conditions and so on. So yeah, we're saying that this supposed horizon that you're talking about, where your vision would be cut off, that's what you would expect if you lived on a sphere, right? Because if you were standing on top of that sphere, you wouldn't be able to see things around the other side. So, and that would be observable in reality if we lived on a sphere, but we do not. So what we
That's
actually observe
observable.
in...
No, look, listen.
All right, tell me where you found it.
If you go on somewhat of a tower, yeah, and you look in the tube, magnified tube, yeah, with magnified glass, you will still have a horizon. But if you were right and the Earth was flat, like, the horizon would be the limit of Earth. From the 10th floor, you would be able to see the very end of the Earth, which is not the case.
No, you have it the wrong way around. You have it the wrong way around. I just explained, no, that is not logical in any way, shape, or form. We're not able to see forever. I already gave you the 2 reasons. I'll give them to you again. We are not, there's more than 2, but I'll just give you the 2 main ones. The 2 main reasons we can't see forever is the limitations of your human vision, your limitation of being able to resolve images far off in the distance. We can give you some more information on that if you're interested in learning more about optics. And the other reason would be atmospheric conditions. So you can't see forever. You don't suddenly become Superman and have X-ray vision because the Earth is flat. But what we do observe is that there is no time when the vision is limited by the physical curve of the Earth. Because if that were the case, we could mathematically calculate where that was happening. And as I said before, we have many, many thousands of observations routinely seeing objects that are further than that.
All right, Dandelion, I would love to hear your opinion on some of the questions I have to kind of understand your perspective. You get me?
Yeah, Ford Cop, Ford Cop is that. If you have more questions, we can go back to you later, but hopefully you appreciated that. And there's some other information there in the chat you can look at. What's your question, Ilyas?
All right. I'd love to keep it reasonable, No need to interrupt. I will not interrupt you. And let's just clarify that whatever you say and whatever I say, let's keep it a claim, okay? So we'll have less arguments and hopefully more productive debate. And I'll keep it simple, something you could see in a real life scenario as a let's say time zones. Well, can you say something? Can you talk about the time zones? Like,
They're all political.
that's political.
Time zones are kind
No,
of like
let's just say
political gerrymandered borders, and they don't actually line up with the path of the sun. But the Zulu clock system does, and pilots use that for all flights, which is interesting because it's effectively a flat Earth clock.
Yo, how does sound work, like, in your opinion? So,
Wait, no,
if,
no,
if
no.
it's flat,
Wait,
Let me stay on my. Let me stay on my claim. Like,
Sound
just explain to me how does sun set at different times?
Oh, the sun.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
It moves away from you until it reaches the vanishing point.
can you repeat? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
It moves away from you until it reaches a vanishing point beyond the optical horizon.
Oh, so
It doesn't
the claim
set
is
over some kind of Earth curvature. It disappears because it moves far enough away where you can no longer see it, and the light can't pass through the atmosphere.
All right, can I clarify? So, the claim is that the sun is like basically a
It does what you
spotlight.
see it doing.
It's a
So you
spotlight.
can see
moving in
stars
circles.
from millions of kilometers
Dude,
away.
let me
Wait,
finish.
let it
just
finish.
for a second. You can see stars, but you can't see sun, which is much closer. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, sun is a huge star, but
Yeah, and it's much closer too.
yeah.
But you
Alright,
still can see
closer
stars
stars.
at the nighttime, right? Which are far away from you.
Mhm.
What's the logic here? Sun beams can't travel. There's little
Posting something in the side chat for you.
All right. Okay. You'll read the chat. I'll
Hold on,
continue.
I'm uploading it now. It'll take a second.
Yeah. So just to clarify, like basically, the sun is a spotlight moving in circles over a flat plane, basically.
So this time lapse was taken in Africa, and it shows the sun disappearing off into the distance.
it's Photoshop.
All right, but I have a question. Like, I've seen people send some stuff in the chat, but your claim is that it's a cartoon. But how can you prove
There are
that?
a lot of images that are.
How
The
can you
one
prove
that's
that
made by Rob Simmons is actually photoshopped, but in his own words, he says it is photoshopped, but it has to be, and it is Earth as I imagine it to be. This was Blue Marble 2.0, the one that Rob Simmons made. The reason why that matters is because Obama claimed that it's a picture of Earth when it is not, and the creator of this image tells you exactly what it is and how it was made.
All right. Okay. All right.
And that guy works for NASA, so the
But,
dude
I
from
mean-
NASA that made the image, I kind of trust what he has to say about it over what Obama has to say about it.
Just using one logic against each other. Just I've seen some people send stuff. I'll just finish my claim, and I would love to hear your opinion on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Some people have sent some stuff in the chat, and I've seen people replying that it's a cartoon, or I've heard it in the chat too that it's a cartoon. It's
All
Photoshop.
maps, every single map in existence is a cartography cartoon. All of them.
Yeah, like a Photoshop cartoon, but
some are Photoshop, but no, I mean like cartography itself. The study of making maps is literally all about making cartoons of Earth.
Okay, and I mean, how can we be sure that the media that you have sent, the images that you have sent, is not fake, basically?
Doesn't really matter to me. I don't have to care. The globe's the claim. I'm just sharing with you cool stuff. I don't care if you're convinced or not, because I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to help moderate conversations.
Nice position.
But yeah, that's why it wouldn't matter to me, because I'm just sharing cool stuff with you.
Okay.
And it's not my claim. It's not my problem. The globe is the claim.
Okay, the claim, no need to explain it.
Yeah, well,
You make a claim as well, by you claim that it's flat.
I'm just saying.
Wait. I'll finish it, dude. No need to join it. All right, it's okay. Is Dandelion? Sorry, I would love to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah.
Dandelion.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. love to hear your opinion. All right, let's skip the time zones. All right, I guess. But let's talk about the path, the curved path of an airplane. Why do they take a curved path? Why isn't it just?
They don't.
Yep. Yeah, they don't. They fly in flight corridors. If you have evidence of something else, let us know.
Sorry, what was your claim? Sorry, what'd you say?
Hello. Oh my.
Okay.
They don't take a curved path. Where's your evidence that they do?
The evidence that the plane take a curved path? Well, wait, listen. Okay, I think I get the logic here. Okay, I will find an evidence, let's say an image from a site that tracks plane's path. If I send it, will you believe it, or will you say that it's a fake image?
Belief is for religion.
Sorry? No, I was asking.
Belief is for religion. Science isn't about belief.
So, how am I supposed to show you?
Yeah, I mean the main thing here. Let's reset here. So yeah, I mean we could have dueling flight path images because I could show you some that show the opposite. I mean anyone can make a cartoon showing anything they want, like you just alluded to. The problem is that you don't have any measurement of the drop over distance. Did you understand the horizon argument? I was explaining that to the other guy, right, Poor Cop? Yeah, did you understand that? Hello, Cola. Welcome. If you've got a question, we'll be happy to take it. I'm just finishing up with Ilya's question here. Did you understand the horizon argument that I was? But don't do the music. We all love music and everything, but we can't have copyrighted music.
Right.
We can't have copyrighted music in here. So is that Cola? Yeah. Last warning. I'm playing the copyrighted music, or we won't be able to have you in here anymore because that's a problem. When we at the top, you can see we have the YouTube bot, right? We don't want any more copyrighted music. Thank you. All right. So, Ilyas, did you understand the horizon argument?
No, I wasn't listening to it.
Oh,
Honestly,
okay.
but can we keep it about the curved plane paths if it's possible?
No, because we just explained to you they're not curved, and you haven't proven to us that they are, and it doesn't matter. Plane path. Why would you think that a plane, when we can demonstrate conclusively that the drop over distance that would be required by a sphere is not there? Why do you want to talk about planes that fly in the air? Aren't you interested in the fact that if you did live on a sphere, objects would be disappearing over the curve around the other side of the sphere, right? Do you understand that? That your vision would be limited by the sphere? That you understand that? So we don't observe that in reality. When we test that in reality, we do not observe that.
Right. So the problem here is that the questions you ask are rhetorical. You don't really expect an answer from me. You've asked a few questions that you didn't give a chance for me to speak on it.
Okay, go ahead and answer. Which one are you going to answer?
I was just trying to say that you said that I didn't provide any evidence of it, but before sending anything, I asked you that if I did send anything, if I send you an image of real life plane paths that they take on an official site of let's say Qatar Airways, I don't care, any airway, would you believe it though? Would you believe if I send it? Because you're asking for an evidence, but I don't get the logic here because people send anything, and the logic here is that anyone can do anything.
If you would like to send something, by all means send it. I'm not going to sit here and talk theoretically about what I'm going to say about the thing you're sending when I haven't even seen it yet. So yeah, just go ahead and find it. Take a break. If you need to take a break to find it, that's fine.
It will take a second.
It really doesn't matter. You either have confidence in your evidence or you don't. So share it or don't share it.
Well,
Either
yeah, I
way,
do.
moving forward.
Yeah, of course.
Why don't you guys accept any DMs?
Some people do. What is it you want to send?
I'm trying to send you something.
Can I ask you guys a question regarding Flat Earth? If you're
Yeah, go
receptive.
ahead. Yeah, ask
Yeah.
away.
So how do you explain we don't see the same stars when we are in North Hemisphere, hemisphere and South Hemisphere of the Earth? Like, how do you explain that? It's really right there. You can see it, like the stars are telling you that you are living on a different plane. How do you explain that?
Works fine over a stationary plane. The
I'm sorry,
lights in the sky they have nothing to do with the ground. The ground's not in the sky.
So how do you explain that we see different stars from the North Hemisphere and
They move overhead over a stationary plane.
they move overhead? That doesn't. Yeah, they move. But
The ground is not in the sky.
how do you explain it? We are literally seeing a different plane of.
You're seeing things move overhead. That's the explanation. There you go. There's no need for anything more than that. Sucks that you don't like it.
Ask because I'm curious.
And I gave you the answer.
There's no answer.
It is the answer. There are lights in the sky that move overhead.
To
and they
you-
do not affect the
To
horizontal
you,
basis.
you only see motion. I don't understand.
Because there are lights in the sky. I'm not going to repeat myself again.
That's fine. You want an explanation, right? Friend, you want an explanation? Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking. I mean, what do you guys think about this? Like a different.
Have you ever been to a big box store like a Home Depot or Walmart? You ever been to one of those?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so when you walk in and you see lights above your head, are those the same lights that are on the other side of the store?
The light in the sky doesn't like compare to anything. It's the cosmic background. We can literally see
cosmic, bro. Don't layer your claim with other stuff that you can't back up. Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? I want you to think about what I told you. Are the lights over your head the same as the lights on the other side of the building?
No, they are not.
No, thank you. So you can see different lights in different places, and that has nothing to do with the shape of the ground, does it?
But the premise of your explanation is flawed in and of itself.
Why? Why?
Because first, you are not answering my question.
I am answering your question.
The cosmic stars. What we can see.
What about them?
The cosmic background is different from the North Hemisphere to the South Hemisphere.
Cosmic background is something that's made up by cosmologists.
Bro, you cannot compare it to Home Depot lights. It's
really, why not? So lights in the sky, which are above you, are they any different than in the building that are above you?
The question is asked, how do you explain it?
I just did. I told you that the lights above you are different than the lights on another part of the plane.
Yeah.
No
It's
matter
pretty
what
simple.
you say, it's not going to be good enough. He's just going to say you didn't explain it. He'll keep claiming you didn't explain it because you didn't tell him the answer he wanted.
Is this a frequent flyer jackwagon?
I hope not.
I mean, I was hoping for like your own perspective. You don't need.
I just told you.
You don't need a telescope. Just look at the stars.
Yeah, great. Like I don't need a telescope in Home Depot. You're right.
When you're at I don't know, London or when you are in Sydney, in Australia.
Right, like in sporting goods, the lights are different than the lights in the grocery part of the store. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, the map, the star map is reversed because you are really looking.
What does that mean?
It means you are looking at it below, above, and below. Like it's a different perspective.
But the
Who's looking above and below what?
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, how do you explain time zones?
It's very hard talking with you guys.
No, you did not.
Right, 'cause-
you did not get the meaning. Actually, we said.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Were you in London or were you
would be
in
the
France? You will see stars above you, right?
Yes, yes.
What's the problem?
And you don't need a telescope. Like you can literally see it.
Yeah, you can
It's
clearly
right
see
in
the
front of
stars.
you.
Like if you go out now, it's night. You can see the stars. If you go out in another country in the same time zone, maybe I don't know, you can see the stars.
How do you explain it? Why it's reversed when you are in the south?
What do you mean by
hemisphere?
reversed? Define
When,
reversed.
when you look at the star map on south hemisphere, it's reversed.
The
How do you
sun's
explain
local
that?
growth
Hey,
and all those stars you
Dandelion.
see aren't millions and billions of miles
No,
away, like they made up.
Hey, Dandelion, accept my request real quick.
Okay, I'll look.
And there's also the problem with the North Star. I mean, it's literally there when you look at it in the North Hemisphere, and it doesn't exist when you look at it in the South Hemisphere.
Yeah, because you're at another spot of Earth.
How do you explain that? How do you?
Because you're not in the same position. Do you see the same stars when you are now in London and if you are now in France? Do you see the same stars? No, you're not at the same spot.
No,
You see
you're
the
right.
same
No.
stars.
No.
Please send it to the chat, Dandelion.
It's a bias of perspective. That's what it is.
And the Home Depot example.
Flat Earth, in and of itself, flat Earth is a bias of perspective.
Bias? No,
you want to see.
sorry,
Okay,
friends.
stop.
That's
There's
a
too many.
false accusation.
Yeah, there's too many people talking at once. Ford copy. Is this your like Chat GPT results that you sent me? Is that what
No,
this
it's Google.
is? Okay, yeah. I mean, I can post that for you, but that not everything
Send
on
it
the
to the
internet
chat,
is
please.
true. Yeah. Did anybody ever teach that not everything on the internet's true? This is his results.
This is settled, guys, okay? And don't forget to take your medicine today, please. Peace.
Okay, so yeah, that's your claim. We got you, Ford Cop. That's your claim. You just don't have any evidence to back it up. It's just a belief. I mean, we wouldn't mind if any of you, just
No,
agree with
obviously you think we're crazy suckers who believe shit.
Yeah, chant harder, dude.
Yeah. So just let me address this Ford Cup and everyone else. We had someone in earlier today who said they just liked it, the shape, and they thought balls in space was cool. If that's what you guys think, that's perfectly fine. You can stay in your balls in space fantasy, but we're just trying to show you there's no evidence for it. That's why we keep asking for evidence. We haven't seen any yet. So does anyone have any actual evidence of curvature, drop over distance, rotation, meaning measurements, objective information that is testable,
not all that
repeatable,
simple.
and verifiable?
What do you call evidence?
Gosh, I got to remember next time talking to Ford Cop, don't take a breath. Don't take a breath when you're talking to Ford Cop. Next time I'll take a deeper
what
breath
makes
before
you
I
think
start.
you're qualified to talk about this? I'm obviously not qualified. What makes you think you are? There are obviously some evidence.
No. She
If the Earth is flat, how do you explain time zones?
Yeah,
Easy, they're gerrymandered political roots. Time zones only exist because of politics.
Issue with time zones.
Time zones only exist because of politics.
smart,
That's why China has one time zone that covers what would effectively be Britain.
If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough.
Okay, we got to ban that person, Cola. That's the third song she's just randomly blurted. So I'll try to figure out how to do that.
My question
Keep
is...
Cola muted. Nobody unmute them. Another gone.
Dandelion, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it. Go
Dandelion.
for it.
Yeah. What makes you so sure that the Earth is flat? What is the strongest argument for it?
There's no proof that the Earth is...
I push you swallow. I push you swallow. Can you please not answer other globe believers' questions?
Yes,
He
don't answer
specifically
for
asked
her.
me. He specifically asked me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So, Kiri, I've mentioned this several times, I think, while you were in the room, the evidence for the globe not being a model of reality is that we don't ever observe the curvature that is claimed by this sphere. So you understand the geometry of a sphere would dictate. I'll put some information for you in the chat. Are you able to
I saw
look at the chat?
those arguments, but I was just asking you.
You saw the
personally,
Horizon argument earlier. You've seen the arguments before.
Yeah, I participate.
Yeah, I was just trying to switch it up here and give you something else because I already explained to you the whole thing about the Horizon. So
you truly believe that the Earth is flat?
Not a belief.
There's no motion. It is also no motion.
Okay, I'll answer the first question first.
Hey, why would they lie?
Gosh, seriously? Okay, if everyone else could let me answer Kiri, and then if other people have a question, they can ask it after I'm done answering one of his three questions. So The first question was, do you truly believe it? That is a misframed.
No, the first question was, what is your strongest argument? Meaning, how can you
Okay, and
prove
I already
the Earth is
told
flat?
you. Okay, yes, and I already
Yeah.
answered that. I said the lack of drop over distance and the fact that the claimed geometry of the sphere dictates that your vision would be limited by the sphere. And in fact, it is not. It is not blocking objects around the other side of the sphere. That's the strongest evidence.
That's a
Next
strong
thing you
argument.
said, okay, and I didn't want to
You
explain
cannot
to you.
see the curvature of the Earth. That's pretty much it.
No,
You can see the curvature.
that's not what I said. Okay, so why don't you go back up? I've already put it in here. So go back up to 9 minutes after the hour. Do you see the diagram there? This is where the expected drop over distance comes from of 8 inches per mile squared. All of these calculations are coming from the radius value that's alleged of 3,959 miles. So if that were the case, then objects would be dropping below this supposed curvature at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, so that you could see the chart at 9 minutes after the hour. At 1 mile, the drop would be at 8 inches, not very much, but since it's increasing exponentially, at 10 miles, there'd be 66 feet of drop. At 20 miles, 266 feet of drop, and so on.
Yes,
we
that's the
routinely
strongest
see
argument of-
observations, for example, the Chicago skyline observation. I'll put an image of that in the chat, as well
that's
as
the
many
strongest argument for flat Earth.
as many laser tests and other long distance observation, radio wave propagation. There's so many arguments. I'm just throwing a bunch of them out there because everyone I put out there, you're like, you don't have any more arguments.
I have my answer. I also asked you about
Did you see the
something
11
else?
minutes there? Okay, I'm almost done
Can you
answering.
stop talking over her?
Yeah, because you keep asking the same
sorry.
question over and over. So apparently you didn't hear me the first time. So I'm just going to really hammer it home. 11 minutes after the hour, you see that image of the Chicago skyline? That's the city of Chicago.
We can see the skyline, but that doesn't prove anything.
Okay, let me explain to you what it proves.
It's just
Please
distance.
listen carefully. Are you capable of listening carefully? It is 12 minutes. It's 12 minutes after the hour. Yeah, thank you. I've given this argument many times. I'll try to do it in a minute or two. So by 14 minutes after the hour, I'll be done if you're quiet. So it says there, 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. I've made this observation myself several times. It's the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. Chicago's in the southern part of Lake Michigan. This is from Sawyer, Michigan, which is on the eastern shore of Lake Michigan. Because of the chart and the diagram I showed you before, you can calculate what you should be able and should not be able to see in the distance. You should not be able to see the Chicago skyline. It should be completely hidden behind the curve, and yet it is not. We can routinely see the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan. So that's just one example. There's so many of the same observations and you can see the flat water there. Water is flat, and water lies flat in its container. Over 70% of the earth is water. So there, at no time is water curving and making a magical ball. That's totally in your imagination. Oh, somebody muted you. Thinking you had self-control. Shoot, I'm so disappointed because you were so quiet. Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Dandelion. I tend to interrupt all the time because English is not my main language. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not unhappy that someone muted him. I understand that it was necessary. Secret Asian man. I understand, but I was like so excited. I thought he was like able to stay silent for like over a minute.
No problem.
But I understand that's not the case. I'm disappointed in him, not you guys for muting him. Yeah, I just want to clarify that.
There's absolutely no problem, Dandelion. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll forgive you. I'm a very forgiving person, but then you're going to keep doing it. So that makes me think your apology wasn't so sincere. But go ahead. Let's hear your counter-argument. Let's hear it.
Yeah, my counter-argument would be there's atmospheric diffraction. So the light bends around air molecules. That's why you can see it, even though it's not there. It's like there's a mirror effect.
Get it all out. You done?
It's like when you see a rainbow. A rainbow occurs way below your point of view. And because of light diffraction, you can literally see it in front of you.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, you're going to keep going because we've heard this refraction argument before. I just reading that from somewhere because we know what refraction is. Okay, so it's not an argument against this observation or any other argument. We recognize that refraction is a thing that exists in the world, and that atmospheric refraction is a thing that, changes how you see objects depending on the atmospheric conditions throughout the day. So, but it doesn't do what you want it to do. So if you can see at 15 minutes after the hour, this is a still shot from a video by Dr. John Dee. If you're interested in hearing his explanation of this phenomenon, he has a PhD in spectrophotometry. He has studied this in detail, done the laser tests, documented them meticulously. So this is a good explanation. Later, I'll put the link in there for the entire video. Okay, I'm not done. Oh my gosh. Can you guys mute him? Because I'm looking at the image. If you're not interested, then I'm going to stay for other people. You can't just sit there and spout refraction. You can't just spout refraction as if that's a magic word that's going to change your fantasy globe, bring your fantasy globe back, and then not listen to the reasons why it isn't and it doesn't work. Okay? For light to travel around a curve from point A to point B, the light would have to continuously refract in a downward direction. For the light to keep refracting in a downward direction, it would be necessary for atmosphere to keep becoming denser as shown on the diagram below. 1 is the least dense air to 5 the most dense air. Yellow and black dots indicate light moving from less dense atmosphere to more dense atmosphere and refracting in downward direction. The black dotted line indicates the direction the light would have continued to take if refraction had not occurred. The atmosphere is not layered in such vertical sections, so light cannot travel in this manner. So usually when someone brings up refraction as a way to explain away the fact that you cannot observe the drop over distance in reality, either they don't understand refraction themselves, or they're being disingenuous and hoping they can fool the audience into thinking there's a fairy tale magic wand that will let me go back and hug my plushy globe at night and sleep thinking I'm still going to get to live on Mars one day. All right, I'm ready for your response.
Sorry again for interrupting. I get your perspective. It's